It all started with a few intimidating people, if they could be called that, under the orders of their leader, carrying on in search of one man. At that moment, the guy they were looking for was hiding in the bushes. He knew that the assassins were looking for him to destroy him. The young man also realized that if he didn't get rid of his enemies first, they would. There were a lot of assassins in the neighborhood who were scurrying around the forest trying to find the guy, but it didn't start out that way. Our main character's name is Pio Wool. He was once a wanderer who wandered through different lands, be it land or sea. And all this went on until the young man met one man. Then it seemed to him as if he had opened his eyes after a long sleep. Guy saw nothing but darkness. Every day was like hell, and the darkness was filled with those who tried to send Pio Wool to the other world. Many tried to destroy our hero, but he defended himself very well against the attacks. Because of situations like this, the guy felt like day after day in the darkness he kept changing. And as the creators of this whole horrible situation wanted, Pio Wool became an assassin. Meanwhile, in the present, the young man's enemies began shouting to the others that they had managed to find our hero. In front of him stood a crowd of angry men with swords and burning eyes. At that moment, Pio Wool swore that he would definitely survive. And then, with the same burning eyes and blades in his hands, he said he would return for his enemies. One of the markets in the city was very crowded. Some were selling goods and some were buying them accordingly. Pio Wool was also there. He had a small plate of food in his hands, and since today was the fair, it was more or less a good thing. Chewing on an apple, the boy pondered whether he would seek lodging tonight. He was 14 years old at that moment. Pio Wool had these questions because he was an orphan, or rather a vagrant. The young man wandered aimlessly around the land without a foundation or a place to live. Walking in an unknown direction, our hero looked back and was a little surprised. It turned out that there was no bridge in this direction before. Then he looked forward and saw a tall man standing in front of him. The young man was so frightened that he stammered and asked who was in front of him. But the man who wore the Asian conical hat didn't utter a word in response. Then it was as if everything was cut off. Pio Wool found himself in total darkness. Because he couldn't see anything, he was convinced that he wasn't blind and that his eyes were open. There was not a single ray of light around. The boy didn't realize where he was and was scared. Suddenly, he felt that he couldn't move. When Pio Wool tried to get up, he realized that he had no strength at all. With tears in his eyes, the young man began to remember what had happened to him. The image of an unknown man appeared in his mind. At the sight of our hero, the stranger said he looked useful, so the guy guessed that he must have had something to do with being in this place. But there were many questions in Pio Wool's mind. He didn't understand why the man had locked him in here, since he hadn't been rude to anyone to be treated like this. As the young man continued to ponder, he thought that the stranger must have some purpose in this case, and it was not to destroy the boy, but for something else. As he lay on the floor, Pio Wool recited the facts about him in his mind. His father's name was Pio Inhak, and his mother's name was Lee Seong-hoon. The room was so dark that our hero began to think he was going crazy. The young man didn't realize how much time had passed while he was in this position. Pio Wool also had thoughts that he might just be asleep. With tears in his eyes, the boy felt fear and loneliness. He had no choice but to remind himself of who he was in order to stay sane. In this state, Pio Wool began to feel hungry, and he realized that at this rate, he might die from this feeling. He had pretty much resigned himself to the fact that he would either die of exhaustion or go insane. As he replayed the memories of the mysterious stranger in his head, the young man asked himself if he wanted him dead. Pio Wool still didn't understand what he had done wrong and realized that he hadn't even begged that man for anything. Even though he was a vagrant, our hero believed that the stranger had no reason to throw him into this terrible place. Suddenly, he felt that he could move his arm. After a while, he could breathe more easily. His senses gradually began to return. He guessed from his senses that he was underground because it was damp and cold. Then he heard the sound of droplets. At this moment, Pio Wool was overcome by a strong thirst, so he tried to gather his strength to stand up. The boy managed to roll over onto his stomach. Even though it was very difficult, the boy was not going to give up. But after a few seconds, our hero collapsed to the ground again. That didn't mean he had accepted his situation. The thought that he would survive never left his mind, or rather, he told himself that he had to. After a while, Pio Wool managed to crawl to the stone wall. When he touched it, he noticed that it was very strong. Our hero tried to scrape the stones in the wall to get out, but it was useless. He only hurt himself that way. Then the young man sighed heavily and suddenly noticed some strange movement from the side. A male silhouette appeared in front of his face, but Pio Wool was so weak that he could only ask who was in front of him again. And in front stood a boy who looked just like him. He asked our hero why he was trying so hard to survive. Pio Wool was stunned by this question and couldn't answer. The boy said it was ridiculous and asked if there was something important in the boy's life that was worth fighting for. Approaching the guy, the stranger insisted that Pio Wool finally surrender. He reasoned that if the guy surrendered, he'd find peace and wouldn't have to suffer so much anymore. Then the young man asked him if he would really find peace. The stranger probably didn't expect him to agree so quickly, so he asked him again what he had said. Then Pio Wool repeated his question and asked if the boy's words were true. However, he didn't believe it himself without waiting for an answer. The young man looked up with a blank stare and said that he was going to survive anyway. After that, the stranger looked at the guy with disdain and said that he was wasting his strength. Pio Wool replied that he would not find peace if he died this way. He added that if he didn't destroy the one who locked him in here, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes even after his death. Our hero has reiterated that he's going to survive, and as hard as it is for him to do so, he's going to get revenge on whoever did this to him. Then the stranger asked if he was really going to take revenge. Without hesitation, Pio Wool said yes. The boy also asked if the boy was sure he wasn't going to give up. Pio Wool practically shouted in a high-pitched voice that he would never do that. As soon as the stranger heard these words, he didn't answer anything but just smiled contentedly. After a while, our hero opened his eyes as if after a dream. He assumed that it was all his imagination and that he was already going crazy. With a grunt, Pio Wool tried to stand up again. It was very hard, but he wanted to survive. Then he managed to lift himself up and lean his arms on the wall in front of him. There was moss growing on it, and the boy realized that such a plant would only grow when there was moisture. The young man wasn't too sure if the moss was edible, but he had no other choice. Pio Wool stepped over himself and stuffed the moss into his mouth. He realized he had to eat to survive. As soon as his taste buds began to work, he started gagging. Pio Wool couldn't even imagine that something could taste so disgusting. But even with that reaction, his body felt normal. That means the plant was edible. Our hero was so hungry that he started tearing moss off the stone wall. In his mind, he thought that he needed to eat. Pio Wool was determined to survive, and he was going to do it at any cost. After this snack, the young man got up from his knees and walked along the wall. He began to look around the place he was in. According to Pio Wool's calculations, the place was about 9 by 9 meters square. He realized that he was trapped by someone. As the young man continued to look around, he exhaled heavily and suddenly heard a sound. Turning around, our hero saw an iron door in front of him, and at the bottom of it there was a hole through which light was streaming. The young man had been in the dark so long that even through such a small opening he was blinded, but even so he moved forward. A ladle with something tasty was visible in the window in the door. After a few seconds, however, the light disappeared. The room became dark again. Pio Wool saw this, and tears came out of his eyes. And then he listened to the smell and smelled something familiar and delicious. It was the smell of food. Our hero then lowered his head down and noticed a plate of food in front of him indeed. At that moment, the boy's face creased. He saw that the plate contained tea leaves, rotten fish, and pork that was probably left on the bone. Despite this composition of the dish, there were 5 different types of food waste in the plate. Pio Wool began to think that the likelihood of one person eating 5 different dishes was not very high. He assumed that there were at least 5 people behind the door. He replayed in his head that he had been locked up by 5 people in this room for a purpose, and from that, the guy assumed he wasn't the only one trapped. The young man felt that it was highly inefficient to create such a space to lock only him in. However, as he continued to ponder, Pio Wool still couldn't understand what it was all for and what his captors were trying to accomplish. Breathing in the smell of the food again, our hero smelled the pungent spices of pork. From this, he assumed it was Sichuan food. After a few seconds, the young man pounced on the plate of food. He realized he had plenty of time and decided to think about everything after he ate. Having finally emptied his plate, Pio Wool concluded that it was at least better than raw moss. After some time in this trap, our hero began to train steadily. As he pushed himself up, the young man realized that it had been about 4 months since he had been imprisoned here. Once a day, these men opened a small door in the iron door to dispense food. Other than that, his captors don't say a word and continue to hold Pio Wool in a dark room. The young man continued to work hard even though he sometimes found it difficult. Our hero thought he would go crazy being in such a situation, but he didn't waste time just idling. The guy became able to see a bit of the space around him, slightly adjusting to the darkness. Pio Wool could even see something moving in this underground space. The young man saw that in a place like this, where no ray of light can penetrate, there are a lot of insects living. As suddenly sitting on the ground, our hero with his side vision saw in the darkness red burning eyes. At first he thought they were millipedes, but after a few seconds his hand was wrapped around something big and cold. As he listened to the sounds, he heard a hissing sound. There was a snake on his arm staring him in the eye. As soon as they exchanged glances, the snake pierced the young man's skin with its sharp fangs. Pio Wool immediately shrank in pain. He didn't know what was happening because his body felt like it was on fire. His whole arm turned red, and he assumed with horror in his eyes that it was snake poison. Then he continued to shrink from the pain and lay down on the ground. Our hero continued to scream violently from the unpleasant sensations overpowering him. He finally closed his eyes and passed out. After a while, a small door in the room opened and food was handed out through it. At first, the saucer stood motionless on the ground, and a few seconds later, it was picked up by Pio Wool with incredible speed. There was no way he was going to go to the next world. Having finished everything to the smallest crumb, our hero sat calmly on the ground, and opposite to him was that very snake. Now he could really see his opponent. As he continued to stare at the snake, he couldn't believe that he had just almost been killed by its venom. And since that didn't happen, he assumed his body had undergone some kind of change while it was fighting the poison. Now Pio Wool could see better what was in front of him. He was even beginning to find it amusing. Then our hero reached out his hand to the snake and pondered whether it could have been because of that man. At that moment, the snake opened its mouth wide. He had heard stories of people who became stronger after being poisoned. He thought that if he could become more resistant to its venom, and even more so if he could get a weapon, everything would change. He thought that if he could become resistant to its venom and get a weapon, everything would change. Then Pio Wool began to wonder if he should have done it at all. His body began to burn again. Even so, the young man noticed that it wasn't as bad as it had been after the first bite. Transferring his gaze to the snake, our hero noticed that its eyes are degraded from darkness and that it is an exceptional hunter. He understood that she sneaks up on her prey and sometimes paralyzes her prey with just one sound. Even so, she's not greedy. After the snake has finished with its food, it does not scare or chase away the surrounding insects. The young man concluded that they were the only sane ones in this darkness. As soon as the snake disappeared from Pio Wool's sight, he noticed some strange vibrations. Then he shifted his gaze forward and realized what it was connected to. The door in the room opened. Looking out, our hero saw a long and equally dark corridor in front of him. As he counted down the steps from his door, he noticed that the next one was 20 paces away. That was why he couldn't sense the presence of the others. Pio Wool started to open the iron door, and suddenly his nose smelled a very pungent odor. It was the smell of decaying flesh. Looking at the lifeless man, the young man couldn't draw any conclusions, but he assumed he was about his age. After that, the guy went out into the hallway, and he wondered how things were in the other rooms. As he continued walking, our hero encountered an iron door that closed the corridor, and the bolts in it had been removed. Of course, Pio Wool couldn't pass up the chance not to open it. As soon as the doors opened, two silhouettes appeared in front of him. It was a girl and a guy. After exchanging glances, Pio Wool didn't say anything to them and turned back. To say that those two were surprised by this action is an understatement. Meanwhile, our hero continued to look around and peer into the rooms. In one of them, he also found a lifeless man. At that moment, a stranger from the room approached the guy and asked who Pio Wool was. She was curious where our hero came from, since she believed that she and her acquaintance were the only survivors. Pio Wool noticed that the girl was looking in his direction but couldn't see him in the dark. He assumed that he was the only one who could adapt to the darkness. He then identified himself by name and said he was locked in a neighboring unit. From what she heard, the girl was indignant and could not believe that there were other places like this. After that, our hero asked the strangers what their names were. The girl introduced herself as Seo Yeowol, and the guy standing next to her was called Sung Jung Woo. In response, Pio Wool said nothing to them at first. Then a few seconds later, he called them to come with him. They were surprised by such an offer and asked where the boy was taking them. The young man replied that there must have been other rooms like that in this place. And as soon as they left the room, they were shocked that our hero had not deceived them. Pio Wool called the boys to follow him again. At that moment, Seo Yeowol offered Seo Kyungwoo to take her hand since it was very dark around. After that, they gathered and followed our hero. As soon as they entered one of the rooms, they saw a crowd of people who were obviously surprised by their arrival. While Seo Yeowol and Seo Jungwoo started talking to other people, Pio Wool found another room where a lifeless man lay. The boy thought that unlike where he was, it was unlikely that anyone would starve to death here. Looking at the body of the deceased from afar, the young man noticed that he had sent himself to the other world instead. He also saw that the lifeless man's room had more bowls than his. It made him think that whoever had taken them had treated them differently. And after the guy even suggested that they could have thought of everything in advance, worsening the conditions for different sections. Suddenly, Pio Wool was distracted from his thoughts by the guy standing behind him who called out to him. Seo Yeowol shared with our hero the names of the guys they found. One of them was named Lee Min Go Shinok, and so she listed everyone's names. After a while of getting acquainted, they all headed further down the hall in a friendly group. As they continued forward, they suddenly came upon another large iron door. As soon as Pio Wool opened them, a bright light fell on the people. It was so blinding that they all began to cover themselves with their hands. At this point, our hero thought they had reached the exit, but he was wrong. They had been here so long that even the ordinary torchlight was blinding them. After Pio Wool's eyes got used to the light, he saw a location in front of him that resembled some kind of market. When he went inside, he noticed that there was no one here. So Yeovol, who was standing behind the boy, made sure of that too. They didn't understand what was going on. After inspecting the structure, the young man concluded that this location was made in a hurry because it was quite fragile. Pyo Wol also suggested that the structure was just for appearances since there was nothing inside. This again raised questions about why it was done. At this moment, a white-haired girl distracted our hero from his thoughts. Her name was Lee Min. She approached him with a pleasant smile and told him that she was now under his leadership. In response, Pyo Wol remained silent. Then the girl came closer to him and put her hand on the young man's cheek and asked if they had always been like this. The boy was so surprised by this action that he didn't understand what Li Ming was talking about. And the girl was referring to our hero's pupils. She thought his eyes were beautiful. The boy was surprised again because he didn't know that his pupils were actually red. At that moment, he remembered being bitten by a snake and assumed it was because of her. He also realized that being different from others in a place like this was not a good thing. Then Li Min said that Pyo Wol's eyes were a little red because of the proximity of the torch. She realized that the young man was surprised and that his eyes had probably become like that in that place. This calmed our hero down a bit. Since the guy was silent, Li Min asked him what he was thinking about. However, Pyo Wol was not talkative and answered in a generalized way. With her big gray eyes, the girl kept looking at the young man and said that he was different from other children. Hearing this, Pyo Wol tensed up a bit again and asked what exactly Li Min meant. In response, she smiled and said that the guy was just different. Li Min added that they were all confused, but our hero was the only one who was thinking straight. The young man again didn't know how to react to these words, and so he simply remained silent. At that moment, Seo Yeowol and Seo Jungwoo came up to them. They were surprised that they were standing apart from everyone else, so they asked them what they were doing here. Li Min said that they were just chatting about this and that. Seo Yeowol was a little embarrassed when she heard that, and her face showed some distrust towards the girl. Then she said that the children had decided to be together from now on. Then she turned to our hero and Li Min and asked what they thought about it. But Pyo Wol didn't quite understand what Seo Yeowol was talking about and questioned her about it. Then the girl smiled and asked, hoping for a positive answer from the guys if they would go with them. The boy was in no hurry to answer. He sighed, closed his eyes, and said he would see what the situation was. Seo Yeowol didn't expect this answer. She asked in a very surprised voice if they were not going to join them. In a slightly rough voice, Fei Wol looked towards the girl and repeated that he would look at the situation. Seo Yeowol seemed to be a little hurt by this tone, so she silently continued to look at the young man with a dumbfounded look. After a few seconds, her expression changed to a smile. She said the guy could come to her as soon as he changed his mind. After the issue with Pyo Wol was resolved, Seo Yeowol turned to Li Min and asked what she thought of the situation. After thinking for a bit, the girl smiled and said that she would join them. Li Ming thought that staying together was more beneficial to survival than being alone. Watching this, our hero realized that the guys had been in the dark for too long, and it was unlikely that they were all right in the head. The guy wasn't even sure of his own mind right now, not that he could talk about the others. Then he turned back the other way from the guys. He wanted to just observe first. It wasn't long before the children saw each other's faces. A few groups have even formed. A group with Seo Yeowol and Seo Jungwoo as leaders. The other group was organized by Kong Il. There was also a group that gathered around Yeom Iljun and another group with Go Youngsun as the head. And Pyo Wol was the only guy who wasn't part of a group. There was talk among the boys about him. They didn't understand how the young man became the only survivor in his block. The more intrigue was added by the fact that he didn't join anyone. Of course, our hero noticed the gossip around him, and it showed him that everywhere he went, the world remained the same. Right now, however, he didn't have time to think about these guys. He moved closer to the stone wall. The boy realized that the structure they had discovered had been made not so long ago. But because of the moss around it, it was clear that the dungeon itself was ancient, and someone had recently started using it. Pyo Wol realized that whoever his captors were, they had an unrealistic amount of resources, and that was something no ordinary person could afford. Looking around suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to the light from the ceiling, which appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, all the boys looked up. A huge basket was coming down to them from above. No one realized what was happening. As soon as the basket reached the ground, everyone saw that it was full of food. The children immediately began to rejoice and wanted to fill their stomachs with food as soon as possible. But suddenly, one of the group put his hand on the food and asked everyone to stop. It was Seo Yeowol and Seo Jungwoo. The gesture made some of the children become furious and started resenting the gesture. Then the girl smiled sweetly and suggested that we just split everything fairly between everyone. At this point, the leaders of the groups that had formed began to look among themselves. Afterwards, Seo Yeowol turned to the representatives and suggested that as ringleaders they should share everything. Suddenly, Pyo Wol intervened in their conversation. The guy said he wanted to take his share too. Then our hero approached the basket and started to take the food. But suddenly, someone stopped his hand and in a man's voice asked him to put everything back. It was Yeom Il-jun. He threateningly told the young man that no one could take food from the basket without their permission. Yeom Il-jun complimented that everything in the basket will be under their control. As soon as Pyo Wol heard that, his pupils sharply narrowed. He swung his hand toward the boy and clawed at his face. Blood started spurting out in all directions. All the other group leaders were shocked when they saw this. Our hero then put Yeom Il-jun on the ground and asked him to repeat what he had just told him. But the red-haired boy only cried out in pain. As he continued to thrust into his face, Pyo Wol asked him again to repeat what he had said. The crowd had already started shouting curses at the young man, asking him to get away from Yeom Il-jun. At that moment, our hero looked at the shouting children, and a few seconds later, he pressed the red-haired leader's face with even more force. Those standing nearby watching the event already thought that the young man was simply crazy. Suddenly, Seo Yeowol walked up to Pyo Wol and asked him to move away from Yeom Il-jun with a calm tone. She said that the group leader couldn't answer him in that position. However, our hero didn't understand why he should obey her. In response, the girl said that after what the guy had done to him, Yeom Il-jun should have realized it by now. Before letting his abuser go, our Pyo Wol asked for food. Seo Yeowol replied that no one would touch his share. The rest of the group leaders were of the same opinion. After that, the young man unhooked himself from the guy and stood up. Yeom Il-jun continued to lie on the ground and spoke unflatteringly toward our hero. In response, Pyo Wol asked if he really wanted him to do it again with his other eye. The guy asked Yeom Il-jun to continue if he wanted to remain blind. The red-haired youth continued to be indignant, but Pyo Wol didn't pay any attention to it. After a while, the children had already divided the food from the basket and began to eat. Our hero sat down with his share far away from everyone and watched the children from the side. Eating, the young man realized that all this was a test to weed out the useful children. And that's the way it was from the beginning. What's more, Pyo Wol was sure that they were kidnapped and would continue to do so until they reached their goal. He realized that many children would die in the process. As he continued to chew his food, the guy realized that those would have been his enemies anyway. After a while, Seo Yeowol joined Pyo Wol. She asked how the young man was doing and if he was okay despite what he'd done to that guy. The girl also said that after that incident, many children left the Yeom Il-jun group. After that, our hero turned towards Seo Yeowol and said that her group had subsequently become the biggest. At that moment, she grinned. She thought that since the guy was keeping his distance from everyone, he wasn't interested. However, Seo Yeowol now realized that he had been watching them all along. In response to Pyo Wol in a calm voice that said as they are interested in him, so is he in them. Looking at the girl, our hero understood why all the children treated her well. Seo Yeowol provided food first and ate last. There was no doubt that she stood out from all the leaders. Then the girl turned toward the boy and asked if he was still living in that dark room because the other children were afraid of him. But the guy argued that he was just comfortable with it. It was also because Pyo Wol wanted to improve his resistance to poison. His arm was covered in snake bites that didn't hurt as much anymore. That meant the guy had become more resistant to the venom. At that moment, Seo Yeowol turned to the young man again and asked why he shouldn't join their group. The young man said he had already answered that question. However, the girl remembered that Pyo Wol had said he would think about it. That's why she asked him again. But Seo Yeowol didn't get an answer because it was mealtime. Group leader Kang Il hoped that this time no one would climb into the basket after they cut the rope while pulling it up. And as soon as the basket landed, Seo Jungwoo and Kang Il were shocked. They didn't understand why there was so little food this time. The basket was half full. Seo Yeowol, standing in the distance, was also surprised. Pyo Wol alone realized that the game had begun. Mak No-sum was the guy who survived the last block and joined the group led by Seo Yeowol. He was the weakest in her group, but he made up for it with his persistence. And this particular Mak No-sum was found lifeless. The rest of the guys were pretty upset about what had happened. Some of them even said they would never forgive whoever had done this to the boy. In fact, everyone understood why it happened. The reason Mak No-sum died was because he was the weakest. After a while, the guy's body was covered with a cloth to more or less humanly see him off to the other world. At that moment, Seo Jungwoo was furious. He said that if they knew he had done it, they would have taken revenge. However, Seo Yeowol that it was not that important. What was important was that the one who followed them died. The girl's eyes became more cold-blooded. She said they should retaliate in the same way. Our hero, watching what was happening, realized that the weakest of the other groups would die next. He realized that a war had broken out. In the end, the weakest of Go Youngsun's group was also found lifeless. But that was just the beginning. There were more and more of them every night. One from Seo Yeowol's group And then from Yeom Il-jun, Go Young-sun, and Kang Il's group, all of them kept dying. The kids stopped trusting each other. The head made them fierce like demons. Meanwhile, Pyo-wol continued to eat the moss from the walls. He knew it was disgusting and he would never get used to the taste. The other starving people hadn't gotten as far as our hero, but the boy realized that peace would not last long. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching him. He felt about 4 people coming towards him. He couldn't believe they'd come this far just because they'd gotten lost. It was really true. Pyo-wol was being sought after intentionally, and at the head of it all was Yeom Il-jun. One of his boys saw our hero coming this way. Gritting his teeth, the red-haired boy wanted to find his assailant. He said he had destroyed 2 people after their fight, and now was the perfect moment for his revenge. As Yeom Il-jun continued to walk forward down the dark corridor, there was only one thought on where Pyo-wol was. Suddenly, one of the men in his group shouted loudly. No one realized what had happened. Afterwards, the guy said he had been bitten by something. And those were his last words. The boy collapsed to the ground and foam came out of his mouth. Yeom Il-jun shouted loudly for everyone to look around. He realized that there was something near them. As soon as he said that, there was another shout from behind him. The red-haired boy turned around and noticed that another person from his group had disappeared. Yeom Il-jun was just mad with anger. In the middle of the dark corridor, 2 guys stood looking around. Yeom Il-jun started to address our hero and asked him where he was. And at that moment, out of the darkness, another guy on his team was sneaked up from behind by Pyo-wol. The young man grabbed the one by the neck and looked at Yeom Il-jun with a cold-blooded stare. The red-haired guy was practically ordering our hero to let go of Jong-ha-go. Jong-go was trying his best to break free of the guy's shackles, so he started coughing. Pyo-wol realized that at this rate, he might die, and it would be his fault. At this point, our hero thought about not getting rid of this guy right now. But after a few seconds, he finally killed Jong-ho. He collapsed to the ground lifeless. The young man did so because he realized that sooner or later, he would still have to send someone to the other world. Meanwhile, Yeom Il-jun stood still and seething. Pyo-wol had wiped out all his men. Our hero didn't say anything in response. The red-haired guy was so angry that he threw himself at Pyo-wol without thinking, but all of his punches missed. In an instant, Yeom Il-jun thought he was about to attack his opponent, but as soon as he woke up from his rage, he noticed that there was no one in front of him. After that, he started looking around sharply and asking where Pyo-wol was. Yeom Il-jun was very annoyed that he was hiding. As soon as the red-haired guy said that, our hero appeared behind his back and let him know that one eye would not do this time. Hearing this, Yeom Il-jun immediately rushed to run wherever his frightened eyes were looking. Subsequently, the red-haired boy found himself at a dead end. He turned around and saw a young man coming towards him. Yeom Il-jun was so frightened that cold sweat ran down his body. Stopping Pyo-wol with his hands, he asked the young man to join him. Such an offer from Yeom Il-jun was not expected by our hero, and his surprised face said it all for him. However, the red-haired guy insisted and said that the young man wouldn't be able to survive for long by making enemies alone. He said that even Seo Yeowol's group wouldn't be an obstacle. Without answering anything to his enemy, Pyo-wol thought for a bit and continued moving towards him. Then Yeom Il-jun, sweating, said that if our hero didn't like the offer, he'd agree to be his subordinate. He convinced Pyo-wol that he would be useful to him. At this point, the guy was already close to Yeom Il-jun and said that he was sure that he would be obedient at first. And he was sure that after a while the red-haired boy would do something nasty again, just like today. But Yeom Il-jun clung to the last chance to stay alive and convinced our hero that he would never do such a thing. After that, Pyo-wol abruptly squatted down and then struck his opponent with a full swing. And as soon as he was off balance, the young man moved behind him and wrapped his 2 arms around Yeom Il-jun's neck. The red-haired boy was already in tears and with his eyes rolled up in a weak voice, still begging the young man to spare him. But it was too late. Yeom Il-jun's body weakened and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Pyo-wol then turned back around and said he destroyed him because he was still weak. Our hero went into the darkness again and his eyes were redder than usual at this point. Yeom Il-jun's group was disbanded because he and his partners were found lifeless. The remaining band leaders were shocked by such news and angry at the same time. They all had the same thought at the same time. They all thought that it was Pyo-wol's fault. Thinking about what had happened, Seo Ye-wol couldn't even imagine how strong the guy was that he could take down 4 people by himself. And Kang Il thought to himself at that moment that he'd better not cross our hero. Go? Young-san also couldn't help but think about what had happened. He realized that Pyo-wol was not only smart and cruel, but also knew exactly what to do to make people afraid of him. Guo Young-sun realized that it was necessary to solve the problem fairly and reduce the amount of food consumed. But then people had to destroy others to get more food for themselves. And so it was that everyone became the thing that sent someone to the other side of the world. Pyo-wol did that to Yeom Il-jun, who was a big shot in all this chaos. And because of that, Go Young-sun was sure that no one would risk touching him. So he decided to warn his partners to stay away from our hero. Go Yong-san couldn't imagine anything scarier than a man with nothing to lose. The children sitting next to him of course obeyed him and did not even resist such a request. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by another guy running towards them. Guo Yong-san was surprised that he was in such a hurry, and his subordinate said that there were two guys in the red pavilion in the north. He speculated that they might be the people who were expelled from Seo Yeowol's group. This surprised Go Yong-san, and he even doubted his subordinate's words at first, but he said that he had checked everything several times before he came running. The group leader then decided to clarify the issue of food before doing anything. Then the subordinate said that those had potatoes in their hands and added that if they did not hurry up, they would eat them all. The children behind him began to rejoice that there were potatoes. However, Guo Yong-san didn't move and stood still, all because he thought it was stupid to get rid of someone for one potato, but nevertheless, he had his men get ready. After a while, they were already standing outside the red pavilion and watching the two expelled from their group Seo Yeowol, and they really did have potatoes in their hands. As soon as Go Young-san's subordinates saw it, they immediately turned into hungry demons. The guy noticed this and tried to calm the kids down, but they were already rushing forward, shouting to send the kids to the other side of the world and take away the food. The two who were sitting by the red pavilion noticed that a crowd of madmen was coming towards them. They immediately started running away from the danger, and the crowd ran after them and shouted at them to give them the potatoes. Guo Yongsan remained standing to the side at this moment and watched with dumbfounded eyes. The thought flashed through his mind that it was as if they had fallen into a trap. And it was really true. After running away for some distance, the one who had been expelled from the group, Seo Yeowol, started whistling to someone. And on that signal, other guys with guns would jump out of the pavilion. As soon as Guo En-san noticed this, he started shouting to his subordinates to stop. But it was too late. One by one, his men fell to the ground from the blows of their opponents. However, Guo Yongsan didn't give up hope of saving anyone and shouted for the survivors to retreat. Then he noticed that the aggressive crowd was moving towards him. He turned around and started running away. But he couldn't get away because he was surrounded on all sides by guys with clubs. From the side, Guo Yongsan heard a woman's voice that stopped the subordinates and said that a big fish had gotten hooked because of a single potato. It was Seo Yeowol and Seo Jungwoo. The girl said that today apparently they would reduce the number of mouths to feed. At that moment, Go Yongsan was filled with anger. He couldn't believe that he had made such a mistake. He turned to the girl and asked her how dare they do such a thing. However, Seo Yeowol only smiled in response. The guy exhaled, knowing that he would not be satisfied with just his life, so he decided to ask her for a favor. Then the girl said she didn't mind hearing him out, but she couldn't afford to lose that much food either. Gritting his teeth, Guo Yongsan asked if she would only be satisfied if she destroyed everyone. Without waving an eyebrow, Seo Yeowol stated that if it were her, a guy would do the exact same thing. Then she turned around and ordered her subordinates to send everyone who was still alive to the other world. The battle began. Guo Yongsan fought off the attackers as best he could and struck back at them. Then the guy was attacked by Seo Jungwoo. Their weapons collided. Seo Yeowol saw this and decided to turn the other way. She looked up and started to stare. Pyo Wol was still sitting on the rooftops watching. At this point, our hero was surprised that the girl took advantage of the terrain with all sorts of tricks and stratagems to fight. The location of the buildings made infiltration impossible with good security. Pyo Wol wondered if this building could really exist or if it was just a copy. As he continued to think, the guy came to the conclusion that those who had created this place wanted everyone to get used to destroying people. He realized that one day they would use everyone in a similar place. And if there was a place with such a large pavilion, it could be the estate of a large Jianghu clan or a very powerful family. Pyo Wol thought that if they attacked them recklessly, there would be big consequences. So the kidnappers used them as tools. Our hero said they were thrown into a creepy place where they completely destroy the humanity of people. The guy realized that those raised the perfect tools to take other people's lives. Meanwhile, a few kids from Seo Yeowol's group were discussing and giggling over the kids as they disposed of Go Youngsan's groups. The guys were pleased with the way the victims behaved before leaving this world. The smile never faded from their faces as they talked. They thought Seo Yeowol was the best leader, and the girl herself rejoiced at their victory. It was for this reason that no one would dare to go against them. At this moment, Li Ming was watching her co-commanders and was not so happy. She looked at her hands and thought about the fact that she could still smell blood. The girl realized that the others were used to such a cruel way of life. However, she found it hard to accept the fact that they could eat with their hands stained with blood after a battle. Tears began to well up in Li Ming's eyes. With her arms wrapped around herself, she thought that everything that had happened was disgusting. She also blamed herself for being involved and ruining many children. After a while, the ceiling in the place where all the groups were located lit up again. The children began to wonder if it was time to eat so soon. Seo Yeowol said that they should take as much food as possible this time, and of course her subordinates obeyed the order. The girl sighed lightly and said that today they would finally be able to eat enough. She realized that Go Yongsan was gone, and there was no group that could stop them. However, she was distracted from her positive thoughts by the fact that she didn't know where Pio Wol was now. Turning her head to the side, she saw the boy, but she also saw that the boy's face was in a strange grimace. It was like he was afraid of something. While Seo Yeowol was trying to figure out the reason for this expression on our hero's face at this moment, behind her stood Seo Jung-woo with the same consternation in his eyes. Turning around at this noise, she saw that it wasn't the basket of food that was hers upstairs, but a multitude of assassins. All the children were terrified by the appearance of strangers in cloaks, and for good reason, because they pulled out weapons from behind their backs and started attacking the children. Seo Yeowol was also caught in the crossfire. Screams of terror came from all directions. The children asked the assassins to stop. Closing his hands and lying on the floor, Pio Wol thought that something like this could happen, but he couldn't believe that they had been kidnapped using violence from the beginning. The young man realized that even animals were not tamed like that. At that moment, he decided that he would not stand out and draw attention to himself. After a while, more guests were added to their room. In the middle appeared 3 people in almost identical robes. They wore masks numbered from 1 to 3 on their faces. With horror, Pio Wol looked in their direction and realized that they were the true ones the assassins obeyed. Then one of them raised his palm up and all the cloaked men stopped fighting after that. The true one said that he could be called the First Sword. He also added that from now on, all their lives belonged to him alone. The man said he would rule them. At this point, one of the kids started to get indignant and ask who the guy thought he was. However, he never knew the answer because the assassin standing next to him immediately separated his head. Seo Yeowol and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. The First Sword said he didn't allow anyone to open their mouths, so that's why there were consequences. Then Pio Wol looked at the man with clenched teeth and realized that these men were Kodoku. When insects are placed in the same jar, they eat each other until only one is left with the strongest venom. That's what actually happened to the children in this space. They were Kodoku. The First Sword had already singled out among the countless guys the one who was the most vicious. He said it was the one with the strongest survival instincts. Then the man decided to ask his partner with the number 2 mask who was the one to look out for. The man replied that it was Seo Yeowol, as they had expected. She led the largest group and the girl's influence over the children was almost absolute. The man said that if they didn't suppress her spirit properly, she would be much harder to deal with in the future. First Sword asked his partners to pay special attention to her so that the girl would not get the idea to incite the children to rebellion. He also added that Seo Jung-woo and Kang Il are also worthy of attention. Even though they were overshadowed by Seo Yeowol, they are the most outstanding in terms of their martial arts attitude. After that, the First Sword decided to inquire about the only survivor from Sector 1. It was our hero. To which another man wearing mask number 2 said the guy was still alive. Then the First Sword said that Sector 1 had the least food and the most uninhabitable conditions. He said that the survivors of that place would not be considered normal. So he asked me to pay very close attention to Pio Wol, and the man said he would do it. The First Sword said that there were only 6 years left and they should complete this matter before the right time. Then the man took out a golden scroll from his pocket. Looking at him, he didn't understand why the captain had accepted such a request. The scroll said it was only for captains of the Phantom Blood Group. The request was for the destruction of the task duration was 7 years, and the reward was 500,000 gold yang. It was also a prerequisite that no trace of the group could be left behind. After a while, a masked man wearing number 3 came to the children and asked them to pay attention to him. He pointed to a house that stood at the very edge and said it was their target. Whoever gets there fastest gets a 2-hour break, and whoever's last will learn what true terror is. Then all the children rushed to the house without wasting a minute of their precious time. The ruthless days continued. They were completely filled with training to make them assassins. Pio Wol said that if they couldn't bear it, they would die before they could see the world again. He realized that they would have to do everything they could to survive. In the end, Seo Yeowol was the most extraordinary. She possessed outstanding intelligence. The girl's prudence, courage, and organizational skills are top-notch. And our hero was pretty mediocre. The man reported to the boss that the boy hadn't done anything to make him stand out from the rest. That made First Sword think he might have been wrong. He had expected more from the young man, since he was the only survivor in the first block, but even so, he asked his subordinate to keep watching him. Meanwhile, Seo Yeowol walked up to Pio Wol and asked with a surprised look if he was still reading the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. She said the mentors didn't make them read it anymore. The young man replied that he just wanted to do it. Yawning, the girl asked if our hero was tired at all. The The girl yawned and asked if our hero was tired at all. Then she turned around and said she was going to bed, and she told the guy to have fun reading a book. The thunder cultivation technique was so simple that even inexperienced youths like guys could easily learn it. The masked man number 3 said they had to work hard to get it. He also added that he would give them 3 months to study it. That was why P.O. Wool was so focused on reading the thunder-splitting cultivation book for the umpteenth time. The true ones insisted that all children should be able to master this technique. The third said that if the guys mastered the first stage, their bodies would be reborn into something that could sense chi and store internal energy. And our hero was doing well. Children and mentors believed that this technique allows you to feel chi, but no one was going to master it completely and crack the thunder. P.O. Wool thought that if a person couldn't crack the thunder, it might be a reference to the speed of thinking. The young man thought that if he learned the technique in this way, he would be able to get something different from what he already had. He realized that even if he learned martial arts faster than others, he shouldn't show it off. He didn't want to stand out for better or worse. That's what P.O. Wool had been doing until now. But at some point, things started to change. In a fight with one of the group, he managed to dodge a punch. The crazy guy with the dagger even laughed that our hero was lucky to be uninjured. At that moment, P.O. Wool realized that he was really trying to send him to the other side. So he asked the guy why he was doing it. The madman started laughing again and said it was no fun to fight for real. At that, the guy brought the dagger behind his back again for a swing. At these words, P.O. Wool frowned slightly and realized that something was about to happen. The young man also noticed that ever since they had been taught sword techniques, the mentors had stopped paying attention to them. At that second, his opponent was already flying at P.O. Wool with a dagger and shouting at him to give his best. With an intimidating smile, the madman said that if our hero didn't do it, he would be devoured. After that, the guy started attacking P.O. Wool from all sides. His speed and agility were impressive. However, this didn't bother P.O. Wool. He calmly stood in place while fending off the attacks, even though his opponent was using hidden blades. Then, mad as a wolverine, he flew upward with a point between his fingers and began throwing blades at the young man. Our hero immediately sensed the danger and jumped up to dodge each life-threatening blade. At that moment, P.O. Wool's opponent thought it was the perfect chance to attack him from behind. But even then, the young man was able to dodge. However, even after that, the crazy guy did not stop and continued to attack our hero. Such a powerful confrontation was finally noticed by the masked man number 3. He was very surprised to see what was happening. After a while, the guy's fight was over and P.O. Wool didn't look tired at all. His opponent was still smiling and said he couldn't believe that the young man had managed to block all his blows. He appreciated the boy's skill. And he added that if P.O. Wool is constantly defending himself, it won't be fun either. So the crazy guy got back into the attack position and told the young man to entertain him again. With a battle cry, he ran toward our hero. Again with a furrowed brow, P.O. Wool realized that by all appearances he had no choice. After that, he suddenly threw his dagger on the ground and walked towards the enemy. Seeing this, mentor number 3 was very surprised but did not stop the battle. The madman flying at the young man was also discouraged by such an act and thought that P.O. Wool had already decided to surrender. The guy didn't say anything to his opponent, and as soon as he came close to him, he kicked him in the stomach. The blow was so strong that the crazy guy fell back and blood gushed out of his mouth. P.O. Wool was watching his opponent with an important face. After a while, mentor number 2 reported to the first sword. He said that the growth rate of the children had exceeded their expectations. He also added that at this rate, their entire case could take 5 years instead of 7. To which the first sword replied to his partner that he underestimated their target, and their target was the most gifted man in all of Sichuan. And the first sword felt that even perfect preparation would not be enough to face such a man. One slightest mistake and the entire Ghostblood squad would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. That's why the captain trained these kids who had absolutely nothing to do with them. Also, there wouldn't be any problems even if they failed. After hearing this, mentor number 2 apologized to the first sword for underestimating the situation. The man replied that he had to be ready for anything anyway. Then he asked if the kids had any problems learning the techniques for destroying people. When he heard that there were no problems, the first sword asked him to increase the load for the children. The man realized that many would die in the process, but he also realized that those who survived would become even stronger. Meanwhile, P.O. Wool and his opponent were still fighting. Our hero was so angry that he broke the madman's arm. This was something the guy didn't expect, and of course started screaming loudly in pain looking at his mangled arm. The mentors were watching. Though their faces were covered by their masks, it seemed that they too were surprised by P.O. Wool's strength. And after a while, they were standing around our hero. They were wondering if he'd done it to the guy. At that moment, a question appeared in the young man's mind as to why the mentors had come here, and then he gave them a positive answer. The first sword didn't ask anything more from P.O. Wool. After a few seconds, he drew his sword and placed it sharply on the boy's shoulder. The point was close to our hero's face and an unpleasant shiver ran through his body. He noticed that the man's sword movements were too fast to see them with the naked eye. The young man couldn't believe that the man was capable of swinging his sword with such speed. The image of the madman who was still screaming in pain appeared in front of Pio Wol's eyes. He was beginning to think he'd made a mistake and shouldn't have gone this far. Our hero understood that the mentors needed only useful tools, and accordingly, if he made a mistake, then immediately sent to the other world. But after that, the first sword removed the weapon from the guy's shoulders and turned around and started to walk away. At the same time, he told Pio Wol that he shouldn't leave any traces behind him. The man added that by breaking his arm in this manner, the young man was simply telling his enemies who he was and what martial art he possessed. The first sword asked the guy to keep this information in his mind and reiterated that one should never leave a trace. All around, everyone started to disperse. The eyes of some of the children were very frightened. Pio Wol couldn't contain his emotions and shouted. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked at his mentor as he left. 6 years later, the place looked different. Everything was trashed, and there was one man in a cloak in the midst of the chaos. Looking around, he decided to stab his sword into the nearest boards. From there, he immediately heard a sharp scream. There was a guy hiding underneath them. The man in the cloak said that the young man would have died by now if he was his enemy. Then the frightened boy looked guiltily at the assassin and the latter went on his way. He realized that no matter how well trained they were, the turtle-breathing technique of an inexperienced man who destroys people would be noticeable. A short time later, the man found another guy at the same pace. Pulling away from them, he said with some disappointment that the boys were not at all prepared. Continuing forward, the assassin realized that he needed to find one more person. Surveying the area with his peculiar gaze, he remembered that he had been told to find 5 people. The man saw no one, however, and thought that whoever had given him that order had made a mistake. And suddenly, the assassin realized that no matter how hard he tried to look, he still couldn't feel anything that reminded him of a living person. He didn't understand what was happening. After a few seconds, he banged his weapon on the ground and said he couldn't find the man, so he should go out on his own. At that moment, the planks and canvas beside the assassin stirred. The man was at a loss for words. He couldn't believe the guy was hiding so close to him and he couldn't feel him. As soon as the hiding young man appeared unmasked, the assassin stopped wondering. Pio Wol stood before him. Our hero asked the man if he could rest now if the training was over. With some uncertainty, the assassin gave a positive answer. The young man turned around and walked away with a nonchalant look. The man stared in Pio Wol's wake for a long time and spoke very unflatteringly of him. After a while, the boy was already at the resting place. So Ye Wo Seo Jungwoo and the madman who had broken his arm were waiting for him by the fire. The boys were having a meal, and as soon as the madman saw the young man, he asked why this Mr. Pathos had come all this way. Pio Wol then turned to the guy and asked if Go Youngsun had changed his face again. The guy was wearing Yu Kwanggen's face and decided to use it since he had recently died. In response, our hero said that Go Yongsan would soon forget what his real face looked like. He said that no one should care because they wouldn't get out of here anyway. However, Pio Wol seemed to have a different opinion, and this behavior slightly calmed Go Youngsun's carefree attitude. While heating the food on the fire, Seo Yeowol noticed that the quality of the food was getting a little better. And after her words, the girl's face darkened a little. She realized that soon they would be given an assignment. Meanwhile, in the study sat the first sword. Only here could he remove his mask and exhale. Underneath was an elderly man with the name Lee Sayol. He realized that in the past 6 years, they had raised 30 people who were destroying others out of 300 people. Jianghu was a cruel place where you either took someone's life or yours. The man realized that the children here were better off than he had been when he himself had risen from the bottom. Because of such thoughts, it seemed to Lee Sayol that he could feel his demise approaching as he was becoming too emotional. After a while, the other 2 mentors came into his office. The masked man at number 3 immediately noticed that the first sword was unmasked and asked what the reason was, to which Lee Sayol replied that it was just hard for him to breathe with the mask on. 6 years was a long time. He suggested that the mentors get rid of the mask on their heads as well. At first, they looked at each other in surprise, but later they obeyed the man's orders. Underneath the masks, they were just ordinary guys. The second swordsman's name was Gu Shinhyun, and the third was Sang Ilshin. Afterwards, Lee Sayol said that alcohol is better to drink in situations like this, and Sang Ilshin asked if when they got out of here they couldn't drink it wherever they wanted. He complimented that it has been almost 7 years, and if there are no problems I will send the kids to the back and they will be free. At that moment, the first sword decided to find out how their kids were doing, and they told me that the kids had exceeded their expectations. Some were even stronger than the mentors and almost out of control. The boys said that to get rid of them after one use would be too great a loss. However, putting his hand on his heart, Lee Sayol said that they had no other choice because it was the customer's conditions. Eventually, the man said it was time for them to begin the final stage. San Ilshin was a little even frightened by this. Then the first sword put a large book on the middle of the table. After a while, the mentors were at the kids with these books. The first sword said that 3 of the kids should learn these martial arts techniques, and the remaining 27 would have to eliminate the 3 who learned the techniques. Some of the children seemed to have their whole lives flash before their eyes. The guys couldn't believe that the mentors would be so cruel until the very end, and they would have to fight each other again. Then the first sword said in conclusion that this would be the children's last training session. Lee Sayol complimented that once the last training session was over, they wouldn't make them do anything else until they left this place. Such words planted more questions and doubts in the children's minds. They also could not believe that they would be able to get out of here. At this moment, Seo Yewol thought about the fact that the 27 of them could rest until they got out of here if they sacrificed 3. And Pyo Wol appreciated the mentor's assignment since they had thrown in some pretty good bait. Guy realized that those who would learn martial arts would become walking targets. He speculated that they might be technicians who studied their target to destroy people. And also the young man realized that they might be on a completely different level from what they had studied before. Thinking that he was getting greedy, Pyo Wol raised his hand. Our hero said that he would learn these techniques. Seo Ye-wol was surprised and asked if he was going to be a scapegoat of his own free will, to which Pai Wol replied that they would see if he was a goat or a wolf. But the girl continued to insist and said that the boy had better be careful. Seo Ye-wol reminded him that at this rate the boy would become a target for everyone present. However, our hero was not going to listen to other people's opinions and sarcastically replied that he couldn't wait for this moment. After a while, there were some strange noises in the pavilion. Seo Jung-woo sent a guy to the grave by plunging a sword into his body. After doing that, he apologized to him. After drawing lots, that guy had to learn martial arts. Seo Jung-woo realized that he might have been offended, but he had no choice. And now, there was only one left who chose to study martial arts. It was Pyo Wol. Guo Youngsun still had Yu Kwanggen's face and couldn't help but feel happy that he was having a great time right now. At that moment, Li Min, standing next to the guys, asked with fear in her eyes if there was only one Pyo Wol left. They realized that it had been a long time since they had seen the young man. They realized that it had been a long time since they had seen the boy. But Seo Ye-wol was sure that our hero was still here and they just can't find him. The girl recalled that the last time she saw Pyo Wol was in the middle of training a few days ago. Then fighting him, Seo Ye-wol stated that a guy without a sword could do better. She said that for some reason she wasn't afraid of Pyo Wol with the sword, even if he managed to block all of her attacks. That threw our hero a little off guard at that moment. And now Seo Ye-wol was thinking that she probably shouldn't have given the young man advice then, since he was already a tricky opponent. She was distracted from her thoughts by Go Youngsun's voice. He suggested that the guys destroy the mentors instead of the boy. He thought it would be much easier than sending Pyo Wol to the next world. Unexpectedly, Seo Jung-woo also agreed with him. However, he couldn't believe that his mentor wouldn't have any countermeasures against them. Seo Jung-woo was somehow sure that they had placed some kind of restrictions on them. And Seo Ye-wol agreed with the guy. She suggested thinking about removing the restrictions and focusing on finding Pyo Wol first. All of the guys supported this plan of action and walked down the corridor as a group. Guo Yongsan accepted it since there was no other choice. Behind them was the body of a lifeless guy. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared near him, and it was our hero. The young man looked at them and even grinned at the fact that they wanted to attack the mentors. He saw that the eyes of the man Seo Jung-woo had just sent to the grave were open and tearful. Pyo Wol felt uncomfortable and covered the guy's eyelids as a gesture of kindness. Pyo Wol assumed that the mentors were now busy following the kids who were trying to find him. He couldn't believe that they weren't following the kids who were thinking about such things. And in that case, the young man decided that this might be his best chance to find out their real motive. After a while, our hero had already approached the place that was the temporary base of the mentors. He looked around and noticed that there were a lot of guards here. However, the guy didn't think it was enough to keep him from getting in there. After that, the young man's body felt like it was enveloped in a dark energy. Pyo Wol remembered what his mentor said about the turtle breathing technique. It would dissipate if he moved. But our hero decided that if he used the thunder-splitting cultivation technique to discreetly split his breath, then everything would change. At this point, the guy got close to the entrance where one of the cloaked men stood. He realized that it was okay to move as long as he erased his presence to the absolute limit. Therefore, Pyo Wol quietly managed to pass by the assassins. He was undetectable by any of the human senses. Continuing to walk through the guarded mentor base, our hero found himself at the furthest point from the entrance. On the side, the guy noticed large and beautiful doors. Of course, he decided to go into this room. In front, he noticed a round table with 3 chairs. Looking around, Pyo Wol was very curious about what secrets the mentors were hiding. Flipping through the books that were the study, he wondered who these people were and why they were breeding them into people who destroy others. He also wondered where they were and how they could get out of here. Continuing to search the study for answers to his questions, Pio Wool found a nightstand with a golden scroll in it. Taking the paper out of the beautiful wrapping, he read the writing on it. It described the mentor's task, the goal, and the reward for everything. It was a letter of order. There was also the name of the person who was the instigator of the whole thing. Our hero was curious to know who Wu Gunzhen was. The guy didn't realize how great this man had to be for those 7 years of breeding them to destroy others, testing and forcing them to cripple others. 270 children out of 300 had already died. Pio Wool became angry and wondered if Wu Gunzhen was worth all this. Suddenly, our hero heard some sounds approaching him. He realized that someone was coming towards him. A few meters away from the study door was the first sword, and it was rapidly approaching the room. As if sensing something, the man waited a moment and swung the doors open with all his might. However, the room was empty. Even though Pio Wool had cleaned up after himself, there was carelessness all around. It was because of this that the first sword realized that someone was in the office looking for something. At this moment, Gu Xinyun and Song Ilshin came into the guarded base. Suddenly, they were surprised by something. The first sword was walking towards them, and he didn't look very friendly. From this, the second and third sword realized that something was wrong. However, they made sure of it and asked Li Sayol about it directly. The first sword said that there was an intruder in his room, and since he realized that they must not have escaped from the cave yet, he asked Gu Xinyun and Song Ilshin to find them. When they heard about breaking into the first sword's office, they were very surprised. They didn't realize they could have done it at all. Gu Xinyun then asked Li Sayol if he had any idea who could have done it, to which the man replied that there was no one among the children more gifted than one man. After saying that, the second sword seemed to realize who their Li Sayol was talking about. They were all talking about Pio Wool. Meanwhile, our hero was hanging from the ceiling right above them. San Ilshin thought it was unbelievable that a young man would sneak in here while everyone was chasing him. The first sword said that if they didn't get rid of Pio Wool, there would be a huge problem. And the third sword realized that if they punished the guy without clear evidence, the negative reaction of the children would be too strong. In that case, Li Sayol suggested that they use it on the boy. Gu Shinhyun and Sang Ilshin didn't understand what their leader was talking about yet. The first sword replied that he was using the Hell Call. The mentors didn't expect this. The second sword realized that this was a last resort. However, Li Sayol replied that they would have to do it sooner or later anyway. The man said it was time to show Pio Wool and the rest of the children who their real master was and in whose hands their lives were in. The first sword then asked Gu Xinyun and Sang Ilshin if they were willing to use the Hell Call, and of course, they were fine with it. After a while, Li Sayol was standing on a hill near where the children lived and had a flute in his hands. He was going to show them the real hell. Meanwhile, Seo Yeowol and Seo Jongwoo were wandering around the neighborhood and everyone was trying to find Pio Wool. The other kids also tried to find the last person who chose to study martial arts, but their attempts were unsuccessful. Seo Yeowol was surprised that even those who stood out for their tracking abilities couldn't find the young man. She didn't understand where our hero could be if he wasn't in the first block. Suddenly, a strange melody distracted all the boys from their conversations. Seo Yeowol couldn't understand where the sound was coming from. While she was trying to figure it out behind her, the children behind her started grabbing their chests and falling to the ground with a lurch. A few seconds later, the girl similarly felt an unpleasant sensation in her chest and collapsed. There were screams from everywhere. Children were lying on the ground, asking for help. They were in a lot of pain. Li Ming, who was lying in tears, didn't understand what was going on like the others. She felt like her body was being devoured by insects from the inside. Suddenly, someone's feet appeared beside her. Pio Wool stood over her and watched. Our hero realized that eventually the mentors decided to activate the limiter. However, the sharp ringing sound that made all the children lie down and scream in pain was insignificant to the boy. As he approached Li Ming, the young man couldn't understand why he was the only one who was fine. At this moment, Pio Wool decided that he definitely needed to find out the reason for this. Then placing his hand on Li Ming's back, he covered his eyes. The guy realized that infusing energy was an extremely dangerous action. But he also realized that it wouldn't conflict too much with the girl's body, since she had also learned the thunder-splitting cultivation technique. Pio Wool knew that the girl had no problem with internal energy. The young man wondered what was the difference between him and the others then. He started to act, and a bright light appeared above Li Min's back. Our hero realized that they had the same food, the same surroundings, and the same martial arts. While he was going over all this, a thought came into his mind about what made him different from the other children. Pio Wool remembered how he had once been bitten by a snake and injected with its venom. The boy thought that if the venom had something to do with the restrainer, it made sense that it was fine. The boy had developed a resistance to the venom from snake bites over a long period of time. However, Pio Wool still couldn't understand how the mentors had awakened the dormant poison in the bodies of 27 people at the same time. He knew it was impossible to activate it with sound alone. Then our hero assumed that inside their bodies was not poison, but a poisonous insect that was mixed into their food. And now with sound, the mentors could activate it. At that moment, from outside, the boy heard many male voices. They were assassins who were approaching the children lying on the ground. When he saw them, he didn't know what he should do at first. He thought of just running away. But after a second, he decided he wouldn't do that. Pio Wool realized that if he persuaded them, they would guess that he had resistance to poison. As he had done before, the guy couldn't afford to let himself stand out from the crowd of kids. So he immediately laid down on the ground. The assassin who passed near him was surprised. The man saw our hero writhing in pain. And then he started shouting to everyone that Pio Wool was in this place. In a few seconds, the first sword was already approaching them. Without a word, the man drew his sword from its sheath and swung it sharply. Lee Sayol raised his weapon to our hero's shoulder. The boy cried out loudly in sudden pain. The man ignored it and asked what he had seen in his room. Since Pio Wool didn't answer anything but continued to scream in pain, the first sword came closer to his face. He couldn't believe that the young man's sharp fangs could become dull with age. Lee Sayol realized that the guy had hidden his skills very well until now. The man took out his sword from Pio Wool's body and said that a problem like him was better to fix now. Just as the first sword brought his weapon behind his back again for a strong swing, a voice was heard behind him. It was Gu Shenyun, and he asked the man not to do this. The second sword said that the young man was an expert in infiltration, and they needed him for the upcoming mission. Even though Lee Sayol said that the other children were enough, both of them knew the real truth. Bowing his head, First Sword pondered his assistant's words and then asked if it would be easy to control Pio Wool. To which Gu Shenyun replied that they could control the boy with the Hell Call. The second sword convinced the man that the young man was simply helpless against this poison. At this point, our hero was actually lying on the ground with tears streaming from his eyes, and he kept grunting in pain. After that, the mentors took another look at him, and then the first sword turned to the assassins and asked to give the children the antidote. After a while, they put a piece of wood to Pio Wool's nose. They did the same to the other guys. After being like this for so long, the children began to rise from the ground with a lack of understanding of what had just happened. Then the first sword said that all of them were punished because of our hero's fault. The man added that if the guy hadn't infiltrated their base, this would never have happened. And with an even more menacing voice, Lee Sayol said that if any of them did something like that again, they would again experience the same pain as today. After a while, Pio Wool was fine and sitting near the stone wall meditating. At this moment, he recalled Second Sword's words about him saying that the young man was helpless before the poison. It made him realize that the snake venom had mitigated the effects of the other venom. Deep down, the boy was glad he'd managed to avoid the restrainer. Meanwhile, Li Ming was walking down the dark corridor, and from the looks of it, she was looking for our hero. Seo Yeowol and Go Yongsun walked beside her. Lighting their way with torches, they came straight towards his block. Looking around, Seo Evil couldn't believe that Pio Wool spent all his free time alone in this disgusting place. To which Go Youngsun replied that you can never know what's on a young man's mind. He was also amazed that our hero refused to be with everyone and chose to stay in a dull place. Seo Yeowol realized that all the children hated the boy after what had happened. She was pretty sure there was nothing Pio Wool could do about it. However, he still couldn't be found. Go Yongsun had even begun to resent it. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. It was Pio Wool, and he asked why the guys were looking for him. At the sudden appearance of our hero out of nowhere, Go Yongsun and the others were very frightened. Without answering Pio Wool's question, Go Yongsun started yelling that he almost died of fright. He asked the young man not to walk in such a place anymore, hiding his presence. But the young man still showed restraint toward the boys and asked his question again. Then Seo Yeowol replied in a calm voice that they just wanted to talk to him. Frowning his eyebrows, he asked a clarifying question and asked what exactly those who wanted to talk to him about. Without quibbling, the girl said that the conversation would be about the restrictor. Seo Yeowol said that they were all wearing a restrainer. Realizing that the boy was already aware of it, she also added that the boy was not around when they all fell. But she noticed that when all the children woke up from that state, Pio Wool was with them. Seo Yeowol concluded that our hero had gotten closer after the limiter was triggered. Adding to her speculation, she said that it was likely that the limiter either had no effect on the guy or had little effect. Such words even shocked Li Ming. She remembered that when her eyes were swimming with unbearable pain, someone had given her an inner energy. That's how she was able to hold on somehow. She realized that it might have been Pio Wool. Then Seo Yeowol asked the guy again if he knew about the restraint that held them back, to which the guy said yes. From the guy's reactions, it seemed that they didn't quite expect this answer. Then Pio Wol said that he knew what type of restrainer had been applied to them. At first, there was silence in the hallway, and then Seo Yewol asked the guy with a tear in her voice to tell them about it too. But continuing to be restrained, our hero asked why he would do that. He didn't understand why he had to go to all this trouble to tell the guys. The young man asked what would be his benefit. At that moment, Go Young-sun joined the conversation, and he was very angry that Pio Wol was treating his comrades like that. However, such wording surprised our hero very much. He said that comrades do not pursue and attack others with such zeal. This statement slightly embarrassed the guys and made them feel uncomfortable. Then Go Young-sun quickly changed his clothes and said that they could be comrades from now on. He swore to the young man that he would never abandon him and would always regard him as a friend. After the guy's statement, the girls turned at him with a kind of disdain but said nothing. That made Pio Wol smile. He asked if he had to believe those words so easily. Our hero noticed that the boy was very persistent. He laughed and said that you had to be like him to master the art of face masks. Guo Yong-sun went on to say that the young man had nothing to lose by having a friend like him as an ally. The guy suggested that Pio Wol come to the Republican art troupe if they ever managed to get free. Since they went through hell together, Go Young-sun said he'd help him. Then a torch appeared in front of the guy and silenced him. It was Seo Yewol, who also said that she would consider him a friend from now on. The girl added that at least the children who follow her will never show hostility to the young man. Looking at Seo Yewol, Lee Min said with a little embarrassment that she too would consider the guy special and would never betray him. In response, Pio Wol was silent at first. He looked at the guys with a completely indifferent look, and then said that they were Kadoku. When Go Young-sun and the girls heard this, they were very surprised and questioned the young man about what they had heard. To which our hero replied that they had all been poisoned by this particular poison. What he was talking about was a type of poisonous organism. Under normal conditions, the poison rests in their bodies. But in response to the sound waves of the flute the mentors blow into, it starts to release. The guy said that this poison flows through their blood vessels, attacking their organs directly. In that case, Seo Yewol didn't understand why Pio Wol was fine after him, and our hero explained that he was simply resistant to the poison. That's why it didn't affect him as much. The boys still found it hard to believe, and then the young man said that since they knew about everything, they should find out how to get rid of the poison on their own. At this moment, Pio Wol was thinking that it was better to have as many variables as possible. He realized that if even one of them avoided the poison effect, it would create many variables. Meanwhile, Li Ming stared mesmerized at the guy and thought about how he was always so mysterious that she would never be able to understand him. Then Seo Yewol thanked Pio Wol and said that she would definitely repay him for it. She also said that the boy could come to her if he needed anything. The girl promised that if it was in her power, she would always help him. The girl promised that if she could, she would always help him. After that, Seo Yewol and Go Young-sun decided it was time for them to leave, and Li Min stayed. The girl said one phrase to Lee Solman. However, the guy didn't understand what it meant and asked her about it. In response, Li Min said that it was her real name. Looking at our hero with her mirrored eyes, she said she wanted Pio Wol to remember him. After saying that, Lee Solman turned around and left the guy in a very surprised state. After a while, all the children gathered in one place and the first sword stood in front of them. The man said that today they would leave this cave. The only word that flashed through the boys' minds was finally. However, no one said anything out loud. Lee Sayol then turned to Seo Yewol, and the girl immediately responded by raising her hand from the crowd. The man said that once she and her mentors left, it would be her time. The girl was put in charge of taking the children outside. Seo Yewol was even happy about such an errand and was ready to carry out the first sword's orders. At this moment, the basket was once again descending from the ceiling. Turning to look at the children, Lee Sayol thought and wondered how many of them would survive. The mentors then climbed into the basket and began to lift up. First, May realized that these kids were strong, but their target was a martial artist with the greatest talent in all of Jianghu. He continued to think that survival would not be easy for them. However, that was no longer his concern. His role had come to an end, and now he was going to retire. After the mentors left, the children began to rejoice that they would finally be able to get out. Seo Yewol was immediately in charge. She realized that the basket wasn't that big and suggested that everyone split in half. The first to go was Chol Pyong-jin-sung and so on. Pio Wol looked up at the light at the top of the cave, and like everyone else, couldn't believe they were finally getting out of here. At that moment, Seo Yewol walked up to Pio Wol and said that from the looks of it, they would soon be involved in a mission. The young man agreed and asked how things were with Kadoku. The girl replied that many were able to get rid of him because Min knew enough information about the poison. These words made our hero's body tingle. He was very surprised that Li Min knew about it. After that, Seo Yewol headed forward and calling the guy with her said that all they had to do was get out of here. After a while, many of the children had already gotten out, and Seo Yewol said that they were the only ones left. All the children climbed into the basket, and when the girl pulled the bars, it began to rise. At that moment, Pyo Wol looked at the pavilion moving away from them. He still couldn't believe he was about to be outside and that they were so deep. The boy thought that this place was not only like hell, but it was the embodiment of hell itself. After all, they had all spent 7 years of their lives here. Guo Gyeongsun, standing beside the guy, started shouting happily that they had almost arrived at the surface. Pyo Wol then looked up and abruptly began to tear off the sleeves of his clothes. The resulting blindfold he put over his eyes and ordered the others to do the same if they didn't want to go blind. And everyone immediately obeyed the boy. They began to tear off their clothes and use these pieces of cloth to blindfold themselves. But Guo Yongsan hesitated a bit and was still blindfolded. Pyo Wol asked the guy to hurry up since they were already very close to the exit. However, he didn't make it in time. Covering his eyes with his hands, he was uncomfortable with the bright light. A little later, the basket stopped lifting and a shadow appeared on the boys. A man's silhouette was in front of them, but they couldn't see the stranger's face because they were still wearing the blindfolds. At this point, the man said that from the looks of it, they had managed to get some useful samples after all. Continuing to cover the eyes already covered by the blindfold, Pyo Wol tried to realize who was standing in front of them. And the stranger with a satisfied look said that he was sure that the customer would definitely be satisfied. Our hero noticed that the man's voice was completely unemotional. Adjusting his bandage, Pyo Wol assumed that the person standing in front of them was the head of the Blood Phantom Squad, and that was indeed the case. His name was Gu Juan. He asked to put the boys into a wagon and take them to the manor to prepare them for the outside world. Behind Gu Ziyuan, there were many people standing behind him. They were his subordinates who immediately went to carry out the order. The boys began to talk in the wagon. At that moment, Pyo Wol was thinking that he had memorized the voice of the Blood Phantom squad leader. When they were brought to the right place and Gu Huan said that this was where they would be preparing for the outside world, the man also asked them not to relax just because they had gotten out. The head of the Blood Phantom Squad said that he would destroy all those who were lazy with their own hands. After a while, Pyo Wol was in his room watching a movie. Next to him was a guy named Guo Shinok and Guo Yongsun, and for some reason, their faces looked surprised. Then our hero said that even though they were placed together, he didn't want to be noticed. After saying that, Guo Yongsun laughed and asked if anyone was even going to do that. The young man smiled sweetly in return. Later, he said that since they were outside now, he should wash up. However, Go Yongsan was very surprised by this and asked the guy how he was going to do it. And suddenly, the boy was even more surprised. There was a well right in front of them. That was the answer to his question. After Pyo Wol refreshed himself with the cool water, he felt light in his body. Then he went to a clearing and lay down under the night sky. At this moment, he was enjoying the moonlight, the wind, and the refreshing water. He was glad they had finally gotten out of the cave. The next morning, all the children ran out of their rooms and their spirits were high. Some of them also decided to refresh themselves with water from the well. Our hero found a cozy spot under a tree and admired the nature around him. The other boys were walking around the neighborhood and found a yellow flower. They wondered what it was called. And the blonde boy even wept at the beautiful creature. He still couldn't believe he could enjoy something like that again. Pyo Wol watched these guys who continued to sit near the flower and cry with happiness. This situation brought a smile to his face. After a few seconds, such a warm atmosphere was diluted by the arrival of one man. He crushed a beautiful flower with his shoe and stood in front of the boys. It was an as-yet unknown man to the boys. He threw the weapons on the grass and said that they would be given to everyone. The man also added that soon everyone would need a gun. The same daggers gave out to Pyo Wol as well. A look of displeasure appeared on his face at the sight of the weapons. Meanwhile, in the Great Moon Palace of the Pure Wind region, two men were sitting in the palace. One of them was the head of the Blood Phantom Squad, Gu Ziyuan. He thanked his interlocutor for his hard work. Across from him sat Lee Sayol, and with a look of discontent, he said that he was just doing his job. Gu Quan said that their squad was prospering because of the sacrifice he and the others had made. And judging from the conversation, Lee Sayol was the uncle of the squad leader. Gu Ziyuan didn't know how to thank the man, but the first sword replied that if it wasn't for the former squad leader, he wouldn't be alive anymore. Gu Juan replied that the man had done his best. After saying that, Lee Sayol asked him if he would allow him to resign. With a sly smile, the squad leader confirmed the man's speculation. He said that he had made it so that both the second and third sword could leave with him. In response, Lee Sayol thanked Gu Ziyuan and then sipped the tea the latter made him. The man went on to say that what he was doing was not a problem, since the first sword had always been given for the good of the squad. He felt it was the least he could do for the mentors. Then placing the bowl on the table, Lee Sayol bowed his head and said that these children are indeed a great loss. However, this sentence, judging from the expression on Gu Ziwan's face, he didn't like it very much. The first sword went on to say that the guys were too talented to throw away after using them once, and the squad leader agreed. Gu Ziwan even said that it was a shame to throw away such talented kids. However, he couldn't do anything about it and said that their relationship with the kids would end here. Afterward, Lee Sayol asked Gu Ziwan if he had found out who the customer was. The man grinned and said he had no idea who it was. He thought it was best not to cross the line to stay in their business. The head of the squad said that there was no point in pissing off a big shot who was willing to pay 500,000 gold for an order, and at that moment his face turned serious. As long as the Blood Phantasm squad grows to catch up with the largest squad in Jianghu White Spirit, Lotus, even the strongest precautions would not be enough. Gu Ziwan said that completing the task would be a huge breakthrough for the Blood Phantom squad. He added that once they finished, it wouldn't be difficult to keep up with the White Spirit Lotus. The first sword said nothing in response. Meanwhile, Pio Wool looked at the dagger he was holding. Guo Yongsun noticed this and, as usual, with his smile up to his ears, asked what the guy was thinking about so much and said, "Is he shaking now that the mission is on the nose?" Then the young man turned and answered without guile that to some extent it was indeed true. But Guo Yongsun still didn't believe it. He said that everyone would laugh if they told them that our hero was shaking with fear. And Pio Wool noticed that the guy was probably afraid because he was talking more than usual. However, Go Youngsun started to turn the tables and show that he wasn't afraid at all. The boy said he wanted more than anything to go on the mission as soon as possible. It seemed to him that the only reward for all his suffering could be someone's head. In response, our hero just looked at Go Youngsun. Then a voice came from outside and ordered them to quickly leave with the weapons they had been given. Some of the kids became more tense, while Pio Wool and Go Youngsun looked fearless. The one who gave the order was Gu Juan. He said that the children would now go somewhere discreetly, and our hero in his head was also happy that it was finally time for the mission. It was already quite dark, and Fourth Sword was surprised how the children followed him well enough and didn't even lag behind. He thought about the fact that his older brothers had done a great job raising them, and the Fourth Sword also felt that children would be a great loss since they were absolutely as good as their regular members in nothing. At a brisk pace, they all reached a cliff edge, and the man asked everyone to stop, and then told everyone to hide. At that moment, all the children began to disappear before their eyes. Then the Fourth Sword voiced that the children's target was in the mountains. He said that if the boys climbed the mountain according to his instructions, they would see an estate that looked like the one they lived in. In these buildings was the Chamber of the Bright Moon, and the man who was there was the target of the children. The Bright Moon Chamber is a small house on the outskirts of the estate. The boys remembered the way to this place so well, it was getting bad. And they couldn't even understand who was there since they had been kept in a cave for 7 years and trained in martial arts. But Pio Wol knew who they were talking about. It was Wu Gun's son. Meanwhile, a very beautiful long-haired girl was standing in a very beautiful place near the garden. She was admiring the flowers, but as soon as she touched one of them, it fell apart in front of her eyes. The girl's name was Sol Ran, and at that moment an elderly woman approached her and was not particularly surprised that she was standing alone again. And this woman was the Supreme Master of Light. More specifically, the woman was the leader of the Amipa sect. Seol Ran said she was outside because there was a very nice breeze. From that, the woman said that the girl was being overly sentimental as usual. The sect leader then asked if Seol Ran was still upset with her, to which she replied that she wasn't and was just uncomfortable. The girl was a follower of a Master of Light. She said that because of all this, her life was threatened, and she wanted to get rid of it. Young Sol Ran's words made veins appear on the woman's forehead. She didn't like the fact that the girl was talking to her in such a haughty tone. The cult leader Amipa started yelling at her and reminded her who picked her up when she was a pathetic child, scavenging on the streets. The woman also asked her to notice who the girl had become because of her. She asked if after all this, Seol Ran wanted to leave. The girl smiled sweetly in response and told the Lightmaster that those were just her thoughts. Then she hugged the woman and said that the follower must obey the master's will. Seol Ran asked her not to get upset because it could be bad for her health. The sect leader calmed down a bit and said that if they didn't give a positive answer today, they would take care of the plan they had been working on for the past 7 years. To which Yoan Seol Ran said that she was always willing to follow the Supreme Lightmaster. At this moment, this girl thought that the woman was very nervous. In a way, Seol Ran felt sorry for her. After a while, their company was diluted by another girl who was very excited. It was young Seol Ran's older sister named Zhonghua. She said they got a reply from Jin Cheg. The sect leader was surprised and asked what was written in the letter. Then Zhonghua told her that they had made the offer they wanted. The woman was overjoyed at the news and she even knocked her staff to the ground. Young Soul was not in the same mood and thought it would end up like this. The Supreme Master then told the follower that everything was now in her hands. She added that the fate of the sect depended on Yeon Seol Ran's actions, and the girl responded by saying that she could handle it. At this point, the sect leader was ashamed that she couldn't make the child the rightful heir and so has to use her as a political tool. Jonghwa was still standing beside them and asked the Supreme Master what they should do about that matter, but the woman did not understand the question and asked again. Since the girl didn't answer anything, an image of Guji Wan with a golden scroll appeared in the master's mind, and she realized it was about the plan. Jonghwa wondered what they should do with it. The Supreme Master pondered this question and remained silent in response with a puzzled face. Meanwhile, Pio Wool was in camouflage. He didn't realize how much time had passed or what time of day it was. The young man pondered the fact that the assassination attempt would take place at night, and so they still had some time left. Continuing to stay in his space, the guy thought about how he was more used to the cave than what was on the surface, and he enjoyed the fact that he could rest easy while he was in this position. Suddenly, Pio Wool felt that something was wrong. He suddenly had a bad feeling. A spear flew into the guy who was next to him in the same pose and pierced his stomach. Our hero was dumbfounded. Such a spear was in the hands of a man who had a bare torso and bare feet. He stuck his weapon in the ground and then lifted it up. That's how the guy ended up on the spear. Then Pio Wool realized that there were people in this place who were destroying others. The poor guy who got caught in such an attack died immediately, and the strong man threw him off the spear and onto the ground. His name was Yu Jinok. He didn't understand how all these human destroyers dared to hide with Ching Cheng Mountain. The man assumed that they just didn't value their lives. Next to Yu Jinok was the crowd of teammates. He told everyone that the enemies had come to attack the Ching Cheng sect. The man ordered everyone to find the enemies and destroy them. Continuing to hide, Pio Wool realized that they were now at a huge disadvantage. Then they decided to retreat before it was too late. At this moment, the people from the Ching Cheng sect began to stick their weapons into the ground. Suddenly, one of them saw the ground under his weapon start to crack and he didn't realize what was happening. And a second later, guys started flying out from different parts of the ground. The people from the Ching Cheng sect were shocked. The guys then decided to scatter and regroup as soon as they got out of the encirclement. At first, the people from the sect stood and watched what was happening. A little later, they rushed out of their seats to get the children. At this moment, Yu Jinok decided to act. He took such a strong swing with his spear that it seemed like he was about to stand on the bridge. After that, he threw the weapon forward. With such a strong throw, the man had neutralized another opponent, and he wasn't going to stop there. Yu Jinok asked the guy from his sect to give him another spear. The man destroyed one by one. He didn't even leave a single assassin a chance. In the end, there was only one child left of the whole team. It was Pio Wool, who ran as fast as he could out of the danger zone. Yu Jinoi launched another spear which was now aimed at the young man, and as soon as our hero sensed something wrong, he avoided the attack with incredible agility. Then the young man landed again, jumped up, and kicked the weapon toward the enemy with all his might. The weapon flew straight at Yu Jinok. The rest of the sect members couldn't even realize what had just flashed past them. The speed of the weapon was so frantic. At that moment, our hero flew next to them just as unnoticed by their gas. Meanwhile, the spear passed by Yu Jinok and stuck into the ground right behind him. The weapon, flying so fast, managed to catch the man's ear. It made him even crazier. With a grin to his ears, he ordered his men to chase the boy and leave no one alive. Then Pio Wool realized it would be impossible to deal with them all. He decided to get out of here first. And so, having disarmed several opponents, the young man flung himself away in search of a safe place. Yu Jinok looked around and noticed some strange movement ahead. It was the wounded guy from Pio Wool's team. He tried to get away from those people and crawled wherever his eyes looked. He said he didn't want to die and asked what they were doing wrong. To which the man replied that they had invaded the territory of their superior, Ching Chen clan. That was exactly what they had done wrong. After saying that, Yu Jinok stabbed the guy in the back with his spear. At that moment, our hero continued to run forward. He didn't understand how those people knew they were following them. Pio Wool was sure that they had not met a single person on their way to the mountain. Then the guy remembered Yu Jinok's words. When the man destroyed one of the guys, it was as if he was convinced that they were under them. Pio Wool guessed that someone had leaked the information. The young man realized that he was the only one who knew the identity of the target. This made it even more interesting who might have leaked the information. And Pio Wool remembered that he hadn't seen Fourth Sword and his subordinates. It was almost certain that they had retreated before they were ambushed. Then our hero realized that the reason they left them in ambush was to destroy evidence. That's when the spears came flying at the guy. Pio Wool noticed this in time, and he managed to deftly dodge almost everyone. However, a couple of weapons caught the young man by surprise and pierced his body. The sudden pain caused our hero to collapse to the ground. With an unpleasant pain in his body, the boy managed to stand up and decided to run on. Breathing heavily, he didn't understand why this was happening. The boy assumed that there was some kind of conflict within the squad. Or maybe the customer just changed his mind. In any case, Pyo-wol thought that the only thing that was certain now was that the Blood Phantom Squad had abandoned them. Since Pyo-wol was badly wounded, he left traces of blood. That's how one of the sect members knew that the guy was close by. However, he was still unable to find our hero. Suddenly, Pyo-wol jumped down from the tree directly onto his enemy. With a single movement of his hand and blade, he overpowered his enemy. As the body of the sect member collapsed to the ground, the young man gave himself words that he would survive by his own strength alone. At this moment, the other members of the Ching Chang clan were already approaching Pyo-wol, who saw that the guy was standing still. Then our hero took his mask off his face and threw himself off the rock he was on right into the water. After a while, the young man swam out onto dry land. He noticed an inscription on the sand that he had to go about 600 meters north, deciding to follow this route so Pyo-wol reached the next point. There, the guy found the lifeless and the next target. He had to go 1,200 meters to the northeast. As he continued to move forward, our hero saw a lot of blood along the way. The young man assumed that the person who wrote these inscriptions was badly wounded. Pyo-wol was also sure that the man had bled a lot. Meanwhile, the guy was being chased. The Ching Chang clan kept chasing him. It was hard for the young man to believe that they had set up a net from which there was no escape just because they wanted to catch some guys who were destroying other people. Based on the different uniforms the martial arts followers were wearing, Pyo-wol realized that there were at least 7 clans involved. And given the magnitude of what was happening, he realized that it wasn't just the Blood Phantom Squad. At that moment, Pyo-wol felt something wrong. A man appeared next to him and immediately started attacking him. The hero managed to dodge the attack. Almost standing on this bridge, Pyo-wol saw the face of the attacker. It was Lee Min. When they saw each other, they were very surprised at first. After a while, Lee Min smiled at the sight of our hero. After that, the girl weakened and collapsed into her boyfriend's arms. Pyo-wol noticed that Lee Min was seriously injured, and there was no time to waste. He asked her where the others were. The girl replied that everyone had died. The boy was dumbfounded and asked if Seo Yewol and Seo Jungwoo were also dead. But Lee Min didn't know the answer to this question because they were separated. The girl told how Seo Yewol and Seo Jungwoo bravely fought the cult people. With tears in her eyes, she said those fought the enemies to the very end to save as many people as possible. After that, Lee Min weakened in the guy's arms. Pyo-wol was silent for a while and said that she would soon be sent to the other side of the world. With glassy eyes, the girl replied that she knew about it. This answer surprised our hero. He asked, with an unaccustomed look of consternation, if she wasn't afraid of it and didn't want to live at all. Li Ming replied that of course she wanted to, and in return, asked the young man if he could save her. In response, Pyo-wol bowed his head and said he couldn't do it. That's why Li Min gave up. The girl said she even knew what condition her body was in, but now she was relieved that she didn't have to die alone. Li Ming asked our hero if he could stay with her until the very end. Pyo-wol only said one word, yes. Li Min thought it would end up like this. She went on to say that after all they had been through trying to survive, everyone would go to the other world this way. But Li Ming didn't understand who was doing these things to them and why. She was amazed that someone she didn't even know was controlling her life and sending her to the slaughter to fight against overwhelming forces. The girl said with a calm look that she hoped those people would one day feel the same way she did. Li Min was very hurt and disgusted by the situation at the same time. Pyo-wol realized that it was all because of the mysterious Wu Gunzan and told the girl, However, Li Ming didn't understand what the young man was talking about. Then our hero said that their target was a man from the Ching Cheng sect named Wu Gunsun. Someone had ordered the Blood Phantom Squad to eliminate that man from the Ching Cheng sect. The guy said that was why they were all kidnapped and cultivated for 7 years as people who could destroy Wu Gunsan. And Pyo-wol added that now once they've become useless, they're trying their best to remove them from their elaborate plan. Our hero said that as long as he lives, he will look for the one who ruined their lives. Pyo-wol said he would find them and destroy them, even if it was the last thing he ever did. All this time, Li Ming was already lying with her eyes closed. At this moment, the girl had already begun to slur her thoughts and scraps of phrases were flying out of her mouth. She touched our hero's cheek and slowly said that she wanted to live. The young man looked at the girl with a worried look. Li Ming then smiled, looked at the guy with her gray eyes, and asked if he could call her by her name. Pyo-wol agreed and honored the request. However, the girl asked to be called by her real name, so the young man called her by her name, Lee Seolman. In response, she thanked our hero and said she wanted to hear it from him. After that, Li Min's hand that was on Pyo-wol's cheek loosened. The girl went to the other world. It made the young man feel sorrow and rage at the same time. He did not know who was behind all this, but he promised himself that he would wipe these people off the face of the earth. The boy wanted revenge. Meanwhile, Fourth Sword reported to Gu Ziwan that those people had set up an impassable trap that was impossible to survive in. The head of the squad said that since this was really happening, the children were really a loss. He couldn't believe that they would get rid of them after all this time. The man was holding some kind of note in his hands. He smiled and said that he knew the boys were just pawns. However, he had no idea that they could be thrown away without even using them. The Fourth Sword then asked if this place was in danger as well. Gu Ziwan turned to his mentor and asked him if he was talking about the customer. In response, Fourth Sword said that they had decided to clean up the evidence for some reason, and it was strange. At this point, the squad leader turned dark. The man went on to say that it would not be profitable for those people to destroy them to prevent the secret from being leaked. Gu Ziwan realized that Fourth Sword's words made sense, but he was sure that this was a place the people of their sect wouldn't be able to find. The squad leader said that they should wait for the storm to subside. Then the mentor asked if Gu Ziwan really didn't know who the customer was. The man replied that he could find out at any time, but he didn't want to cross the line. Especially those people had warned them of the ambush by sending a note. Gu Ziwan decided not to dig into it further. But as soon as the Fourth Sword looked at the note in the man's hands, his demeanor changed. There were tracking incense on the sheet. Gu Ziwan was very surprised, and they didn't understand who could have done it. Then one of their subordinates fell in front of their faces. When they looked around, they noticed that the battle was in full swing in the building, and many of their squad were already lying defeated. One of the men shouted for everyone to retreat as he realized they would be no match for their enemies. And the man from the Ching Cheng clan ordered his co-commanders to wipe out all the offenders and leave no one alive. And this entire crowd ran towards Gu Ziwan and the mentor. The squad leader said with a crazy smile that the Fourth Sword was right after all. The man suggested that Gu Ziwan should retreat somewhere else, but the head of the Blood Phantom was not going to move for some reason. He turned to the Fourth Sword and said that these people had come for him. Gu Ziwan realized that there was probably no place he could hide. With sparkling eyes and raising his sword upwards, the man said that the people from the Ching Cheng sect had crossed the line. He said he was going to show them a masterclass. After saying that, the man threw himself at the crowd of enemies. After a few seconds, the heads of the sect people separated from their bodies. Gu Huan said that anyone who dared to bite them would be eaten. One of the subordinates of the squad leader ordered the entire force to hold out a little longer. They realized that by holding off the enemy, they had a chance to win. However, someone from the Ching Cheng sect said that the Blood Phantom squad would not have such an opportunity. After that, he waved his hand and a bright light began to emanate from him. Gu Ziwan was dumbfounded by what was happening, but he still stood up in a fighting stance and met a powerful shockwave. Despite the fact that he had managed to withstand this attack, the man's appearance was shabby. In a weak voice, the head of the squad asked who the girl in front of him was and why the blow was so powerful. However, she was not going to answer the question to the man who destroys others. In front of him stood Zhonghua. Gu Ziwan recognized her and called her a life-shattering poisonous heart. After that, a chain began to form in his mind. He guessed who the customer might be. But Zhonghua furiously asked him to stop. A powerful energy began to emanate from the girl. She said that if the man said one more word, he would be in trouble. At this moment, Gu Ziwan's thoughts in his mind were that their customer was the Amipa sect itself. He told himself that he should have guessed from the beginning that those involved in the case. And now the man regretted not finding out who their customer was just because he was thinking about how not to cross the line. Gu Ziwan realized that his wrong choice at the beginning of the journey had led them to disaster. But with a swing of her sword, the squad leader said that she would not leave this world alone even if she was going to do so. At this moment, Zhonghua looked at him with an indifferent gaze and did not understand how a man could make such a claim to her. After that, the two powerful and almost equal in strength clashed in a battle. Gu Ziwan was very angry about the situation and attacked the girl in every possible way. And Zhonghua, dodging and watching her opponent's blows, was surprised that the boss of some gang had such a level of martial arts. She'd read that a battle in broad daylight was very successful, as if the squad leader was attacking them from hiding in the dark of night. The girl thought that they could not allow this man and his squad to exist in the world. She decided she had to kill them all. After a few seconds of thinking, Zhonghua channeled all the power she had into Gu Ziwan. She wished for him to die. Meeting the bright energy ball, the man realized that his end had come and with it the end of the Blood Phantom squad. He realized that he was able to raise the squad to such a level thanks to those lifeless ones left in the darkness. Gu Ziwan wanted to equal the White Spirit Lotus squad, and now it was going to end here. Then the man swung his sword once more. At this, he started screaming loudly and said he would be the person to survive. Gu Ziwan was facing a hurricane, but despite this, he was able to fight off the enemy. Everything was going well until his leg was wounded, or rather his shin was separated from his body. The man looked around and saw the man who had intervened in their battle. This factor played a distracting role. Gu Zuan was approached by Zhonghua and attacked him. There was nothing more the Blood Phantom Squad leader could do about it, and the wounded man fell to the ground. When the girl saw this, she only snorted. Gu Zuan's subordinates looked at their boss with fear and called out to him. The man continued to lie face down while his subordinates were being destroyed. But after a while, he managed to raise his face. In his last breath, Gu Ziwan saw the face of Zhonghua and the supreme master of the Amoeba sect. The girl greeted her leader. In response, the woman asked why they had taken so long to deal with the gang. Zhonghua then apologized to the master and said that those resisted much harder than she had anticipated. Gu Ziwan was still struggling for life and looked at Supreme Master with clenched teeth. Lying there covered in blood, he was furious and questioned how a woman could do this to him. With burning red eyes, the man didn't understand how the Amoeba sect could do such a thing to the Blood Phantom Squad. Gu Ziwan said that Supreme Master was worse than a beast because she dared to betray them. As soon as he said this, a woman was beside him and silenced him forever. After that, the woman looked on with an indifferent look and said that she didn't even understand what the fool was talking about just now. Then she ordered her subordinates to get rid of the others. After a while, the weapon pierced the first sword's body. As he knelt down, he realized that the people in front of him were from the Amoeba sect. He thought about the fact that even after Senior Lightmaster became the leader, those continued to accumulate strength at an unimaginable rate. Lee Sayol realized that the people in front of him were really powerful. After that, he decided to ask the person in front of him what his name was. A beautiful black-haired girl stood in front. She introduced herself with the name Yeon Seol Ran. The first sword said that he had heard that one of the master's disciples had the beauty of an angel and an unfathomable talent. Only now did he realize that all those words were referring to the girl. However, Yeon Seol Ran shook her head and said that those were just overblown rumors. Lee Sayol laughed in response and said that being an assassin for decades didn't seem to mean anything. He laughed at the fact that he couldn't even compare to a single disciple of the Amoeba sect. After that, the man went to the other world. Young Solran looked at him with regret. At that moment, the girl was being watched by Zhonghua and the Supreme Master, who were standing nearby. Their faces were not very pleased. Zhonghua approached her younger sister and started to resent her for being late and daring to talk to a pathetic assassin. In response, young Solran apologized. A couple seconds later, the two from the Amoeba sect brought another person to them. With them was the person in charge of managing the children who were destroying others near Qingcheng Mountain. The Supreme Master then approached the man and asked the hostage how many of these people he had brought with him. In response, the man grinned and asked the woman why she was asking that. However, she felt that this information was not necessary for the enemy to know. The cult leader insisted that the hostage answer the question, but he didn't know the answer himself. But the woman did not believe him and resented being lied to. Then the man said that even if he knew, he would not have told her anything. The man asked if the master thought he would tell her everything after what she had done here. The sect leader was amazed that the enemy was showing willpower in such a position. At that moment, the woman began to emit dark energy and approached the man from the squad, putting her hand to his head. Then she somehow influenced the man to start screaming in pain. The Supreme Master repeated her question again. The hostage immediately spilled his guts. He replied that there were 27 children. Then the man asked to be destroyed. The woman did so. She then approached Zhonghua and asked how many lifeless had been found so far. The girl replied that there were 24. From this, sect leader Amoeba realized that there were 4 survivors, so she ordered her subordinates to remove all interference. And of course, the people went to fulfill the Supreme Master's order. At this moment, the building of the Blood Phantom Squad was practically empty. The Supreme Master turned to Seolron and said that her role was now critical. The woman hoped the girl understood that, and she obediently agreed. Then Supreme Master said that she would send someone to the Qingcheng sect to set a date, and by then, young Sol Ran had to prepare her heart and body for the wedding. And the girl obediently nodded her head again. Turning around and leaving Seol Ran with her thoughts, the master said that it was all for the sake of the sect. But the follower of the Amoeba leader said nothing back to the woman. Her face showed that she was resigned to her situation. Meanwhile, Pio Wool jumped through the trees to reach the base that was near Mount Qingcheng. The boy noticed that the area was well guarded. In that case, the boy decided that he would sneak in from the inside. Pio Wool thought to himself that if those wanted them all to die as Zhonghu's natural enemies, then he would become Zhonghu's real enemy. The next morning, the people from the sect were talking about how one of them was always going out to gather herbs, and this time was no exception. The guy said he was told to collect as much as he could, because you never know what might happen. The others said that nothing would happen but still warned him to be careful. In response, the guy asked who would dare to touch the Qingcheng sect. And with that question unanswered, he ran into the woods to get herbs. After a while, he was already in the forest itself. He looked around, wondering where he should go. Suddenly, at that moment, Pio Wool appeared behind him and attacked the guy and grabbed him by the neck. The young man there, Sei Kut Ching Cheng, did not expect such a trick in the forest. He saw the dagger in front of his face and asked who the person who attacked him was. But our hero did not have a nice conversation with his potential enemy. He attacked the guy and he immediately started screaming in pain. Tears flowed from the young man's eyes. He didn't understand who Pio Wool was who dared to do such a thing to the Ching Cheng sect. With burning eyes, our hero continued to hold the guy by the neck. Then he asked if the boy was a disciple of the sect and asked him to nod if he was. But the young man was too frightened. He kept crying and wouldn't answer the question. So Pio Wool said he would let the boy go and insisted that he answer. He also asked him not to pull any sudden pranks on the young man, because he could end his life faster than he could think of doing anything. After that, Pio Wool let go of the guy's neck and asked him his name. He stammered and introduced himself as Dojin, and he was indeed a third-generation disciple of the Ching Cheng sect. Hearing this, our hero remained silent. Without removing the dagger from Dojin's neck, the young man asked who the man named Wu Gunsun was. At this moment, the guy's voice changed and was very surprised. He asked if Pio Wool was referring to Wu Gunsun's older brother, who is the great star of Ching Cheng. Our hero asked the guy what that meant. Then Dojin explained that Wu Gunsun's older brother was the greatest talent that was born in their sect. He had mastered most of the sect's martial arts and had reached a high level in them. He said that he had heard that the previous masters had taken an interest in Wu Gunsun and passed on their skills. Hearing Pio Wool's story, he expected this. That was why the mentors had spent 7 years training them. Then our hero took the dagger away from Dojin's neck and put 2 fingers on his shoulder. The boy asked the young man to spare him, for he had told him everything he knew. At this moment, Dojin took a deep breath and realized that his body wasn't obeying him at all. He was thinking that he had to get out of here as soon as possible. Behind him, Pio Wool covered his face with his hands and his whole body burned red. Then Dojin decided to turn around and check what Pio Wool, who was attacking him, was even doing. But as soon as the guy turned around, fear with surprise appeared on his face. In front of him stood our hero with only his face. Of course, there were a few nuances if you look closely, but they will not be noticeable if you do not look closely. Dojin continued to stare at the boy, trying to figure out what he was going to do. Pio Wool got up from his knees and stared at the boy with red, burning eyes. After a while, there were still guards standing outside the Ching Cheng sect's base the same way. But suddenly, one of them was very surprised. He saw Dojin in front of him and asked why he had already returned. The boy was in good spirits and said he had forgotten something. The guard called the boy a bungler for this. He again asked Dojin to be more careful, and he heeded the good advice. After that, the guy stepped through the guarded gate and ended up at the Ching Cheng sect's base. Looking around, the young man observed the life of the people living here. They were all happy and carefree. As he continued walking forward, a dark energy appeared around Dojin, and his entire face also turned black. After a few minutes of his journey, the guy found himself at the right place. Wu Gunsan's residence stood in front of him, and Dojin came to this place because our hero was in his guise. He used a special disguise technique. Meanwhile, in the Ching Cheng sect's Shangchuing Palace, a gathering of elders was taking place. The elderly man with a long beard was the sect leader of the Holy Warrior Spirit sect. He asked if the situation outside had calmed down, to which one of the men replied that tracking down people who destroy others appeared to be coming to an end. Then the sect leader said that these people dared to target them. He asked his younger brother if that was even possible. The man answered vehemently, no. He thought it was very likely that someone had planned it. The sect leader called the sect's second-in-command, Wu Jinpyong, as the younger brother. The sect leader then asked who could have done it. But Wu Jinpyong thought it was too early to conclude because they didn't have enough information. But he said that he had sent some disciples to gather details. The man sitting opposite expected such actions from Wu's younger brother. Then he became indignant and said that despite who had done it, it was unforgivable. It was the first sword of the Ching Cheng Saint Martial path. He added that this was a turning point for their sect and they should do their best to prevent this from happening again. To which Wu Jinpyong asked the man not to worry and said they would do everything for it. The Battle of Demons and Heaven. At the moment of danger when Zhonghu was almost conquered by the demon forces, renowned martial artists formed the Heaven Will Alliance. And those who opened their doors to join were the Shaolin Temple Wudong sect and the Manhwa sect. It was the members of these groups who accomplished great feats and returned to their former glory. However, those who closed their doors and did not participate were just the Amipa sect and Ching Cheng sect, who had only earned the useless title of 4 heavenly kings and did not compare to the others. The sect leader of the Holy Warrior Spirit sect said that if they were going to reach that level, they shouldn't turn a blind eye to such things. He also felt that they should stay focused. In response, Wu Jinpyong asked the man not to worry and said that if everything went according to plan, they would catch up within 10 years. First sword. Ching Cheng St. Martial Path rejoiced and said that they were very lucky to have someone like Junior Wu on their team. He added that because the man was so gorgeous, his son was also gifted with talent. Wu Jinpeng was a little embarrassed and said that his older brother flattered him. Then the first sword asked how Gunsun was doing, since he had heard that he had not been out for the last few days. Such a question made the man frown slightly and even more upset. After some silence, he said the one secluded to concentrate on his training with thoughts of redemption. Wu Gunsun was actually sitting alone in a dark room with swords scattered around. After Wu Jinpyong shared this information with the others, he apologized to them for not being able to raise his son in a decent manner. However, the first sword didn't see anything wrong with it. He thought that such behavior was normal for boys of Gunsun's age, especially since he was very energetic. And so he asked the man not to apologize for something that had already been peacefully resolved. In response, Wu Jinpyong said he would make sure Wu Gunsun pulled himself together. The first sword of Qing Cheng sect said that it would be enough and then added that no matter what people say, Wu Gongsun possesses a true talent. The man believed that if the one was raised properly, then he would not succumb to the successors of the three great powers. After that, everyone present simultaneously nodded their heads in agreement. However, the leader of the Holy Warrior Spirit sect said that he had heard that Wu Jinpyong had accepted the Amoeba sect's marriage request, and he confirmed the rumors. He said that in that case, a marriage with the Amoeba sect was not bad. The leader asked if the bride was a junior apprentice of the Light Master. Wu Jinpeng confirmed that too. The man said that the rumored girl was not only smart but also beautiful. He added that such a woman would be a good match for Gunsun. But despite so many pluses, Wu Jinpyong still had some worries. The sect leader guessed what the man was talking about and asked if it was about the senior master. This was indeed the case. The senior Light Master of Amoeba sect was desperately trying to catch up with Qing Cheng sect. Wu Jinpyong said that if Wu Gunsun marries her younger student, they might become the ones to be devoured. It was because of this that the man rejected the proposal until now. The first sword said they had no choice. They could no longer continue fighting the small territory of Sichuan, and since Gongsun was the sect's hope, he was worth taking special care of. The man agreed, and said he would do just that. Meanwhile, Pio Wool in the guise of Dojin was at the right place. In front of him stood the Palace of the Bright Moon. Even though the guy saw it for the first time, the layout was the same as the underground cave. Therefore, the building didn't look unfamiliar. As he continued to walk forward, the young man realized that even if the gate was firmly locked, penetration would not be a problem. At that moment, Pio Wool jumped onto the roof of the building. He also heard voices nearby. It was the two men who were discussing the fact that Wu's older brother had brought another woman. One of them couldn't believe that a man was using privacy as an excuse to bring in a woman. The other urged his partner to keep his voice down. But the man kept wondering who the girl was and suggested that she might be one of his partner's students. The man didn't lower the volume of his voice, but the other still asked him to be quiet. Pio Wool was watching and was also surprised that Senior Wu was bringing women here. It was unimaginable to sleep with a woman in the sword training room. After much discussion, the men from the sect decided to split up and go back. Lying on the roof, our hero thought that wherever he goes, there is always someone who inside is not at first glance. Night had fallen. Pio Wool was already in his usual appearance and ran towards the sword training hall with incredible speed. When he got to the right place, he realized that no one was in the building. However, he realized that he had never entered from here. The one upstairs wasn't there either. So Pio Wool decided to check one more place. He looked at the grate in the wall. After crawling through the ventilation pipe, our hero reached the place where he found the one he was looking for. In the room, Wu Gunsun was lying covered by a sheet, and next to him was a naked girl. Even from this distance, Pio Wool realized that Gunsun was on a completely different level compared to the captain of the Blood Phantom squad. The guy was completely out of his league. But even so, Wu Gunsun was still human. Pio Wool thought that if he was stabbed or punched in the vital points, he would die like everyone else. At this moment, our hero began to pull the noose downward, pointing it straight towards Wu Gunsun's head. Wu Gunsun's eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light began to emanate from him. However, Pio Wool managed to put the noose around the man's neck, and he immediately pulled the rope up. With that, Wu Gunsun jumped up, and the girl lying next to him began to scream frightenedly. Hero jumped down so that the man quickly climbed up the rope and couldn't get out. But Wu Gunsun was too strong. He held the noose with one hand and managed to cut it with the other. After that, he landed on the floor. Pio Wool and Wu Gunsun met each other's gazes. Yellow energy radiated from Wu Gunsun. Continuing to look at the boy, he asked him who he was. However, Pio Wool was not going to dialogue. He took out his daggers from his pockets and quickly ran towards his enemy. But this did not frighten Wu Gunsun at all. As soon as our hero approached the man and began to swing at him, he swung his fingers and the young man's dagger went the wrong way. This was something Pyo Wol hadn't expected, and a look of unplayed surprise appeared on his face. Woo Gunsun then approached the young man and once again swung his arms, pushing him a decent distance away. Pyo Wol landed and was dumbfounded. In front of his face was Woo Gunsun, behind whose back appeared a huge flaming sword flying towards him. The boy was able to block the blow. However, it was very hard, and through gritted teeth, Pyo Wol resisted Woo Gunsun's attack as best he could. And Gunsun himself was very calm. There was even a slightly noticeable smile on his face. As he continued to block his opponent's blows, our hero realized that he was almost losing consciousness just from reflecting the attacks. He could not understand how it was possible to fight only with his bare hands. But Pyo Wol realized that he couldn't go on like this. He decided that he should get out of this situation as soon as possible. Suddenly, one dagger fell out of his hands, but he did not hesitate, and with the hand that held the second dagger, he leapt forward. The weapon was near Woo Gunsun's pupil, but he was able to stop the attack with 2 fingers. Gunsun noticed that Pyo Wol was good at fighting and even knew how to pull off tricks like that. Holding up our hero's weapon, the man asked who sent him to him. Frowning, Pyo Wol continued to stare at his opponent and breathed heavily. At that time, Woo Gunsun started laughing loudly and asked if the guy was sent by one of the girl's father. However, Pyo Wol didn't understand what he was talking about and was surprised by such a statement from the man. Woo Gongsun was very good at martial arts. Woo Gongsun was very good at martial arts and was always praised by those who watched him train and said that he was the best among all. And it wasn't so much fun as it was easy. At some point, a girl came up to him and said that the young man was very cool. Turning around at this woman's voice, Woo Guosun noticed a brown-eyed beauty beside him. It was from that point on that the guy started getting interested in women and sleeping with them. And one time in a not-so-sober state, Woo Gunsun was returning home and met another girl. She had dark hair, and her face was much more serious than the young man's other companions. This girl was his mistake. He did it drunk. Even though Woo Gunsun admitted his mistake, the girl took her own life because of it. He didn't understand why he needed to train in isolation for a year. What was happening was too tiring. Therefore, Woo Gunsun was now surrounded by fire mixed with dark energy. Pointing his weapon toward Pyo Wol, he asked again if he had been sent by the girl's father to take revenge. However, our hero still did not understand what his opponent was talking about and who he meant. Not getting an answer to his question, Woo Gunsun began to emit even more powerful energy. Pyo Wol was dumbfounded by the man's strength. The young man felt that every drop of energy emanating from Woo Gunsun was strong and terrifying. So it seemed to him that it was as if the man was shrouded in hundreds or thousands of blades. And after a few seconds of Pyo Wol thinking like this, he noticed that Woo Gunsun had stopped emitting that energy. After a little thought as to why this was happening, he realized that he was about to be attacked. And so it happened. Woo Gunsun sprinted and swung his sword at Pyo Wol with all his might. The boy managed to block the enemy's powerful strike again. Then the man bounced aside to attack the young man again. In the end, the battle consisted of Woo Gunsun attacking and Pyo Wol defending. However, at some point our hero managed to buy time and strike the man. But Woo Gunsun didn't get a scratch afterward. The man just said that Pyo Wol's stunts were starting to annoy him. The guy was lying on the floor and from behind his back, he pulled out 2 daggers. He threw them with all his might at the opponent in front of him. And Woo Gunsun was once again only able to push the weapon aside with just a sweep of his arm. Then the man said enough tricks. Swinging his other hand at the young man, he wished him dead. And as soon as Woo Gunsun started pointing his hand towards Pyo Wol, the guy very nimbly got up from the floor and dodged the blow. Then our hero ran forward with all his legs. He headed for the nearest sword that was stuck in the floor. But Woo Gunsun was not going to give Pyo Wol a chance to escape and ran after him. But the young man managed to get to the weapon faster than his enemy, and he launched it towards the man. And of course, Woo Gunsun, due to his innate talent for martial arts, reflected the sword. Then Pyo Wol started pulling out the rest of the swords that were stuck all over the room from the floor and throwing them at his opponent. However, Woo Gunsun deftly fought off every weapon that flew at him with his hands. Frowning and looking at Woo Gunsun, our hero made sure that such a trick didn't work. But he had no other choice. He realized he had no chance, but he had to keep attacking. And after a few seconds, the guy launched several swords towards Woo Gunsun. The man still calmly waited for the attack, and as soon as the swords approached, he began to use Jin Chung's secret technique called waves of 72 blades. Woo Gunsun began to be surrounded by blue waves on all sides, and with the help of them, he began to approach Pyo Wol. Seeing this, our hero thought of nothing better than to run away from the oncoming attack. Woo Gunsun was surprised by such actions, and afterward, his facial expression showed some sort of confusion. All because Pio Wool was standing next to a black-haired girl who had recently lain in a man's arms. Such a gesture made Woo Gun-sun very angry, as it was another ploy from our hero. And after that, the enraged man launched a large wave toward the boys. The girl was very frightened by what was happening. Suddenly, a tornado appeared between her and the boy. Then from this whirlpool, Woo Gun-sun appeared in front of our hero and swung his sword at him, wishing him doom. At this moment, Pyo Wool remembered how the mentors had once suggested that 3 of the children learn certain martial arts techniques. Then Seo Ye Wall resented that some guys chose to be scapegoats. But our hero with this book in his hand said they'll see if he ends up being a wolf or a goat. And then the young man approached Woo Gun-sun, and their swords made contact as well as their gazes. The man couldn't believe his eyes. He thought what the guy had just done was impossible. As Woo Gun-sun continued to fight, he didn't understand how Pyo Wool managed to block such an attack. He was sure that against Shin Chung's secret technique, the guy wouldn't be able to resist. And our hero realized that it could not be otherwise because he risked his life to learn it. Pyo Wool was sure that even if he didn't master the technique as well as Gun-sun, he would still destroy him. At that moment, our hero activated his skill on a technique called quick thinking. It was as if the young man had created many clones around him that began to attack Woo Gun-sun. But the man was so strong that he attacked one by one with his swords. So he tried to find out where the real Pyo Wool was, and after a few seconds he succeeded. Our hero didn't expect it to happen so quickly, but nevertheless he was able to dodge Gun-sun's attack. Suddenly, the guy plunged his sword into the man's body and the man fell to the ground, unable to understand how someone like Pyo Wool could defeat him. After the incident, our hero was breathing very hard and his hands were covered in blood. However, he managed to win the victory. After a while, there was an uproar in the Qingcheng sect territory. The news of Woo Gun-sun's death spread very quickly. The leader of the first sword sect, and of course Wu Jinpeng, immediately arrived at the room where Gun-sun's body was. Wu Jinpeng couldn't believe his eyes, which immediately filled with tears. The man lay down on the bedspread underneath lifeless and asked how this could have happened. The sect leader, turning to Yanshi Tianzong, asked why he had brought such trials upon their sect. The first sword then turned to his older brother and said that they should get rid of this girl. Against the wall sat a black-haired beauty who was wrapped in a blanket and crying. To begin with, the sect leader decided to clarify if the first sword was going to get rid of a follower from the sect. The man replied that Gun-sun's reputation was at stake. He believed that if it became known that Gun-sun had brought a sect follower into his training, his reputation would hit rock bottom. The first sword also added that the same thing would happen to their reputation. At those words, the sect leader became furious. There was a powerful energy from him that made his hair fly up. And the first sword said what's done is done. He added that since Gun-sun had gone to the afterlife, their sect's reputation would be ruined. And all this will happen if they do nothing. After that, the cult leader began to calm down a bit. And the first sword went on to say that there had to be someone who had hired a man to destroy Gun-sun, and he suggested that it might be someone who could benefit from getting rid of the sect. The man felt that they should not let this happen no matter what. In response, the sect leader only coughed aggressively. At that moment, 3 people from the sect were approaching them. One of them asked his older brother not to do it. He said that it didn't matter how important the reputation of the sect was, as it couldn't be more important than human life. Looking at the girl, he added that it was even more the fact that she was a follower of their own sect. Then the first sword was silent for a moment and asked if everyone thought so. Without waiting for an answer, he said that they could forget about catching up with Shaolin or Wudang. He said that the gap between them would only widen, and they would just be a regular sect. After that, those standing around pondered over the first sword's words and bowed their heads. And Wu Jinpyong, at this moment, pulled out the sword from Woo Gun-sun's body and started to approach the girl. With sorrowful eyes, he told her that he was sure that as a follower she would understand. Through his tears, he couldn't understand why the girl was the only survivor. The man felt that she had to protect him at the cost of her own life. The black-haired girl started crying bitterly and begged for mercy from Wu Jinping. But it was too late. The man brought his sword behind his back and swung it at the frightened beauty. The sect leader didn't expect it to happen like this. He immediately ran up to Wu Jinpyong and asked him why he did it. With trembling hands and tears in his eyes, the man asked what else he had left to do. Looking at his younger brother, the leader was even slightly confused. Then Wu Jinping began to say with a strained voice that Gun-sun was not only a hopeful sect. The boy was everything to the man. As a father, he couldn't bear to see his son's reputation shattered. Bowing to the leader, Wu Jinpyong said that he could curse him and consider him petty as long as he could protect Wu Gun-sun. Meanwhile, news of the talented lad's death also reached the Amipa sect. Supreme Master was furious and didn't understand how Wu Gun-sun could have been destroyed. With such emotions, she even tore the message into small pieces. Zhonghua, as soon as she heard what had happened, could believe what had happened. The woman continued to resent the fact that they had been placed in a net that was impossible to escape from. However, they managed to hide in the Qingcheng sect and destroyed Gunsan. Those present in the office stood with an incomprehensible expression on their faces and remained silent. The Supreme Master was angry that only those who approved the wedding proposal had completely ruined everything. She said that once everything took place, she could put a plan in place to control the sect within 10 years. In response, Zhenghua said they shouldn't let the man who did this to Gunsan live. The girl thought they might find out the secret. Then the Amipa leader said that the Qingcheng sect had already requested support on this matter. The woman ordered her subordinates to take followers and join the inevitable meal immediately. Zhenghua then bowed to the Supreme Master and said that she could leave the matter to her. At that moment, the woman turned to Yon Seol Ran and asked if the girl was now happy when the wedding became annulled. However, Seol Ran responded negatively and said that she couldn't be happy about losing her husband. The girl's wording about her husband surprised the Supreme Master a little. Seol Ran replied that if they had decided to marry, he was her husband. Then she turned around and walked towards the exit like everyone else. The woman continued to stare at her with dislike. Meanwhile, in the fields, people were harvesting their crops. One of the men said that when he looked up, everything was blue, and when he looked down, everything was yellow. Walking down the road, he smiled and couldn't believe he could still need something. Suddenly, two strangers blocked his path with their weapons. They made him understand that his walk in this direction was over. The man was a little confused and asked what was going on and what the restrictions were. To which the two guards replied that they were looking for a criminal who had committed a terrible sin. He then ordered the man to identify himself immediately. His name was Yang Chol, and he said he lived in a village nearby. He also said he was returning home after today's fieldwork. However, they realized that it was too early for the fieldwork to be finished. But Yang Chol said that they had cut out all the weeds and so the work was over for the day. Behind the guards were some other men, and turning to one of them, the guard asked what they should do. After a little thought, the chief among them allowed Yang Chol to pass. He immediately began to thank them for it. But as soon as Yang Chol passed him, the man noticed something and abruptly asked him to stop. He asked him why the sickle was so clean if all the field workers were cutting weeds today. The man realized that whoever cut the weeds must have had a sickle covered in marks. Yang Chol didn't have time to answer, but they immediately started blaming him for what had happened. It was because the man was too suspicious. The people from the sect drew their swords, and the one above them took out a smoke bomb from his clothes and launched it upwards. And if they only knew how they'd hit the mark. In Yang Chol's guise was our hero, who was clearly not happy about the discovery. At this point, the young man thought it was a foolish move to pretend to be a farmer who had a clean sickle after his labors. After that, the sect guards swarmed towards Pio Wool with burning eyes and sharp blades. Then our hero decided to remove the harmless Yang Chol mask from his face and appear before them in his own image. Screams began to be heard in the field. Pio Wool quickly dispatched the men who were attacking him. After them, the young man decided to deal with their main man. He threw thin threads over the man and wrapped them around his neck. As soon as Pio Wool started pulling the threads, the man blushed and gasped. He asked him who the elderly master was, but he couldn't answer right away because it was difficult in his position. But after a few seconds, he told me that the elderly light master was the leader of the Amipa clan. When Pio Wool heard that, he was a little surprised. He asked if the leader had given the man an order. But the man replied that the order was given not only to him, but to all the followers of the Amipa clan. He said that they were ordered to help the Qingcheng clan and catch the culprit. Then our hero asked if the Amipa clan had always been so responsive to the Qingcheng sect. The man answered no and said that they had been like cat and dog before. That was why he himself thought it was strange. This made Pio Wool even more surprised. And the young man realized that the martial arts followers who saw the signal would be here if he only delayed a bit. As he continued to pull the strings around the man's neck, Pio Wool thought about the fact that whoever knew Wu Gunsan was jealous of him. This was someone who patiently waited 7 years and has enough money to carry out his plan. Also, this person was well established in Sichuan, and all these facts applied to her to the Supreme Master. Just as Pio Wool had said, the other followers were already approaching behind him. Our hero kept pulling the strings around the man's neck, and the man cheered the reinforcements and said that now the guy would be finished. Red-faced but still smiling, the man said that if the young man wanted to live, he should let him go. However, at that moment, Pio Wool pulled the threads. The rest of the followers were already there. He said that even if he was to die, he wouldn't go to hell alone. After a while, the Amipa clan had already heard news that the man who had destroyed Gunsan had broken through the surrounding martial arts followers and escaped. Zhenghua sat with a nonchalant face and then rubbed her forehead and said that the guy was stronger than she thought. She realized that wherever the young man went, he would have to look for people who stood out. However, for a common criminal, Zhenghua ordered a subordinate to use all forces to pursue him. At that moment, young Seol-ran came into their office and she was clearly against the plan. She said that they wouldn't be able to catch the guy that way. Then Jonghwa thought that the people who stood out were already here. Then she asked the girl what she meant. Seol-ran said that the fact that the young man hadn't been caught with the inevitable net meant that he had far greater skills than anyone expected. The girl said that if they kept following him like that, they would see the back of his head forever. Jonghwa snorted in response and asked what she proposed to do then. Yi Young Seol-ran said that they should predict where the boy would go next. The older sister was surprised and asked if she knew where they should go and where to wait for Pyo-wol. But the girl said she had a rough idea of our hero's location. She realized that the young man was most likely already at the limit of his strength, and so in such a state the guy had to return to the safest place for him. Yeon Seol-ran assumed that this place would be where he was raised as someone who would destroy others. Jonghwa asked if the girl was referring to the instinct to return home, and Seol-ran confirmed it. She added that they were able to find out that the place where the Blood Phantom Squad raised such children was somewhere in the Batang area. Jonghwa also agreed and said they found evidence that the area was heavily stocked. At this moment, she thought that Seol-ran was also smart. The girl really possessed everything by nature. Jonghwa then turned to her younger sister and said that her words made sense. She decided to listen to her. She said they would go to Baetong first to wait for our hero. After a while, a crowd of sect people on horses were rushing after someone, and their target was Pyo-wol. The people of the Amipa clan realized that the boy was wounded and couldn't run for long, so they were going to catch up with him and avenge their older brother Wu. Despite the fact that our hero was already breathing heavily and realized that those were on his tail, he was confident that he could break away from the pursuers. There was a mountain in front of the young man and he was able to climb it and run. Meanwhile, people from the sect started shooting at the wall in an attempt to hit the boy. Dodging the attacks, Pyo-wol couldn't understand just how the Amipa clan had predicted where he would go. At this moment, young Seol-ran, accompanied by her men, stood below and looked after the young man. Looking back at her, Pyo-wol realized that at this rate, he would be in danger. Continuing to run, the guy didn't understand what had happened and why those guys who were chasing him so much had suddenly gone quiet. He assumed they'd either surrendered or something, and just as he was thinking that, there was an explosion behind him. A rock that had just been whole suddenly split into two halves. As soon as all the dust from the impact had settled, a man appeared with a blade in his hands. It was the first sword of the Qing sect, and he thought that he had been too careless. The man was just trying to clear the way but couldn't control his strength because of his rage. He realized that the young man had to be captured alive to reveal the secrets of what had happened to Wu Gunsan. The man ordered his subordinates to follow Pyo-wol. Jonghwa was also involved in the pursuit and went up at this point to survey the area. And as soon as she managed to see our hero in the distance, her face immediately showed all the anger. Having accumulated a powerful energy, the girl launched it in the direction of the guy, wishing that he would die. Jonghwa's power was so powerful that everything around him glowed with a bright light. The first sword that made the rock split realized that Pyo-wol was still alive. However, he also realized that the girl had attacked the guy with the intention of taking his life. Jonghwa ordered his subordinates to follow the young man and search every inch. She believed there was no forgiveness for such a villain. After a while, the cult people found our hero. They noticed an entrance that led underground. When he approached this well, the first sword couldn't even believe that such a place existed. The man from the sect standing next to him said that he had probably gone down there. Then he ordered everyone to go down the rope too. He said they had to catch the young man no matter what. Jonghwa stood behind them and told her subordinate that they would come down too. She wanted to find Pyo-wol first and destroy him. A little later, the men of their clans began to descend into the cave one by one. The first one there was the first sword. There, they discovered structures. The people of the Qing sect began to explore the place further. Jonghwa followed them down. As she looked around, she couldn't believe that the Blood Phantom Squad was raising children and teaching martial arts here. And now she understood why they couldn't find them. The children had been in such a place all this time. Suddenly, the first sword's face stretched out and his eyes became very round. He and Jonghwa noticed a building in front of them that was exactly the same as the Qing sect. One guy from the sect, as soon as he saw it, started to get indignant and shouted, "How dare they do such a thing?" He didn't understand how such a place could even exist and marveled at how the building was an exact replica of their sect. Turning to the master, the boy said that they should not miss this moment. He thought they should find who did it and punish them. He understood that such an organization couldn't just be created and that someone was protecting them. The people from the Qing sect supported their partner and also shouted that these people should be eradicated. Meanwhile, Jonghwa watched and remained silent. The first sword didn't react in any way to the crowd's words at first either, but suddenly he started laughing very loudly and glowing. Seeing this, The people from the sect abruptly stopped talking and looked at the head with dumbfounded eyes. The first sword then said that he agreed with them. However, his priority was to catch the person who had destroyed Wu Gunsun. Continuing to glow, he asked his subordinates if they realized it. Without waiting for an answer, he ordered them to capture the boy alive. Bowing briefly to the first sword, all said in one voice that everything would be done. At this point, Zhonghua turned to the man and said that she would lead her students to search elsewhere. Without turning to her, the first sword asked to catch the young man alive, but the girl did not understand what exactly the man meant and asked again. Then he explained that Zhonghua could cripple him and do anything, but no matter what, the first sword asked him to take the boy alive. Then he asked if the girl could do it. In response, Zhonghua bowed slightly and said that of course she would do as he said. The first sword also added that if the one who destroyed Gunsun died, he would be very upset. It was because he realized that someone dared to look down on their sect, and the man wanted to find these people and make them answer for what they had done. He said he would do it even if the perpetrators turned out to be one of the 5 great sects like them. Continuing to stand with his back to the first sword, Zhonghua said that whatever he was worried about would never happen. At this point, the girl was beginning to think to herself that the man was beginning to suspect them of what had happened. Sweat broke out on her face, and Zhonghua decided that they should find a guy before the Qingcheng sect no matter what. Meanwhile, Yeon Seol-ran was standing in the distance. The girl said that ever since she came to this place, her body was filled with a strong feeling. Looking around, she thought about how everyone wanted to catch the young man despite being in his domain now. Looking at the roof of the building, Seol-ran realized that the hunters in this place were not them, but Pyo-wol, and our hero was indeed on the roof of the building at that moment. Continuing to walk through the cave, First Sword came to the entrance of one massive building. Also looking around, he couldn't believe that all of this was built just to get rid of Wu Gunsun. The man realized that the palace in the center of the cave was built as an imitation of their Qingcheng sect, but the rest of the buildings, to his eyes, were of a very different quality compared to the hastily made ones. The First Sword wondered if it was possible that the people who destroyed the others had built it all themselves. Then he wondered how things would have turned out if they'd already used prefabricated equipment. As he continued walking through the darkness with the torch in his hands, the man could not understand who had created all this. He also wondered what force had created such a huge cave. The First Sword walked through the once heavily guarded base by the mentor, and at some point he reached the very last room in the corridor. Of course, the man decided to go in there. When he opened the door, he noticed a round table in front of him. Looking around the walls of the room, First Sword suddenly came across a secret button. However, he didn't realize it at first. When he heard the sudden noise, the man was slightly frightened. And then a hidden safe appeared in front of him in which the First Sword had found a golden scroll. Taking it in his hands, the man began to read what was written. After that, his eyes widened. The First Sword saw the assignment from the customer on Wu Gunsun, and it made him furious. He began to glow again, and couldn't understand how those people were able to destroy the future of the Qingcheng sect for a mere 500,000 gold yang. Then emit even more powerful energy from yourself. The First Sword screamed that it would destroy anyone who dared to do so. Because the man was so angry and unable to control his power, a hole appeared in the wall through which he could get out. And of course, curiosity took over. The First Sword wanted to go into the passage that appeared. There he saw a small road at the end of which stood a table with a book on it. And on the sides of the road was a chasm in which red lights glittered. They were the eyes of snakes. The man was surprised that the pit was teeming with snakes, and walking down the road he didn't realize what kind of place he was in. Walking over to the table, First Sword recognized the style of the 9 demons in the book, but he wasn't completely sure of his assumptions. Taking the book in his hands and looking at it, the man realized that the style of the 9 demons had disappeared long ago during the battle between the heavens and demons. So he only knew about this style from the history books in the secret library, and at that moment, the snakes that were below began to hiss very vigorously. Meanwhile, the cult people found grains of rice. They assumed it was the boy's food. That's why they were sure that Pyo-wol was close by. And since our hero was the one who destroyed Gunsun, one of the sect asked everyone to be vigilant. No one knew where the ambush would take place. While everyone was looking around, one of the men had fallen behind the sect and was walking behind them. He realized that it was so dark that the torch was not enough to illuminate everything. It was as if the man felt something in his gut. Pyo-wol was already on top of him. The young man attacked the sect man with incredible dexterity and wrapped a thin thread around his entire body. The shackles were so tight that the sect man's face began to blush, and the rest of the clan continued to move forward. They didn't understand how people could live in a place like this, and the most perky of them wanted to find the guy and find out all about the customer. The other said with a chuckle that Pyo-wol probably used some hidden tactic to destroy Wu Gunsun, because he couldn't believe that some coward was on par with their sect. At that moment, the man wanted to ask his partners if they agreed. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the red eyes of our hero beside him. With a light and quick movement of one hand, the guy slashed the man's neck, causing him to die. The rest of the Ching Chang clan turned around at the strange noise afterwards, and their faces immediately turned white with fear. In front of them, they saw the lifeless body of their ally. They knew immediately that it was the one they were looking for. Under such adrenaline mixed with anger, one man from their company rushed forward in search of their enemy. But the others realized that they shouldn't split up. And as soon as that phrase was spoken, Pio Wool appeared again from above, attacking another sect member. The young man quickly grabbed his next victim and carried him away. The last remaining man, who was very frightened, turned at the noise. Left all alone, he immediately drew his sword and, speaking into the darkness, ordered our hero to appear. The man insisted that the boy stop hiding in the dark like a coward, and at that moment, suddenly the light from the torch went out. This made the clan man's eyes begin to water. He did not want such an end for himself. But a dark silhouette had already appeared behind him. In one move, Fei Wool overpowered him as well. Meanwhile, another part of the clan was also searching. One of the men said that since there were already their footprints on the ground, the boy would be very hard to track down. The other man standing with him agreed with this. His name was Qing Ming, and he realized that what was happening was dangerous. Qing Ming realized that if escape was the young man's only goal, then in that case, he would do his best to run away from the followers and hide. However, the man also realized that he had lured his enemies into the terrain he knew best. And at this moment, the full realization came to Qing Ming that Pio Wool was trying to fight to the end in the terrain he knew best. The man decided that he had to be the one to catch the guy, because he knew that if he did so, his reputation in the Ching Cheng sect would be greatly enhanced. Therefore, after a couple of seconds, he ordered everyone to follow him. Qing Ming said that they would move in groups of 2 and constantly confirm each other's whereabouts. The man said the guy will hit even the smallest crevice, and so you can't let your defenses down. After that, the people from the clan moved on their way. Suddenly, one of the Ching Cheng sect stepped on a secret button in the ground. Noticing this, Qing Ming loudly shouted to his men to dodge. At this moment, they all drew their swords. From all sides, sharp blades rained down on the Ching Cheng clan. Some were able to fend them off with their weapons, while others unfortunately succumbed to their attack and fell. Qing Ming was surprised that there were traps in such a place. He then turned to his allies and asked if they were all right. One of the men said most people were fine, but some still got hurt. At this moment, Qing Ming lifted his head up, and his face changed greatly. All of them realized that the traps were still active. The man asked all of his subordinates to calm down and get ready. He didn't understand why the cave had such traps, and what kind of monster could grow in such conditions. And Pio Wool himself stood on some high ground and watched his pursuers. Meanwhile, the first sword all stood near the Book of 9 Demons and realized that the snakes were most likely gathered for the school's research. He couldn't even imagine that this place was the base of the 9 Demons school. The man thought that he should do some research when he returned to Ching Cheng Mountain. At this moment, the Golden Fangs group was defeated. The Pear Blossom squad was also nowhere to be seen. All the people from the Ching Cheng sect who were looking for our hero died. One of the group was still alive and tearfully asked Pio Wool to show himself. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind his back. He was very scared, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice. It was Zhonghua, who hugged his subordinate and calmed him down. The rest of the sect stood armed and shouted that they couldn't see our hero and couldn't even guess where he was. Then Zhonghua, noticing that her subordinates were starting to panic, ordered everyone to calm down. The girl said that Pio Wool won't make any rash decisions because he's hurt. And since time was not on the guy's side, she asked the people from the sect not to scatter. Then Zhonghua ordered the subordinates to gather together. The young man himself realized that he would be at a disadvantage if he procrastinated. So, flying at the girl with an attack, he decided he would end it right away. But at that moment, Zhonghua noticed something wrong and turned toward Pio Wool and shouted at him, "How dare he do such a thing?" In that same second, her eyes lit up with a yellow light, and she swung her weapon to defend herself from the attack. Two powerful forces met gazes and both wanted to harm each other. Zhonghua swung her weapon toward Pio Wool again, but he dodged and tried to attack the girl again with the thin strands on his arms. Since one of his hands was near her face, the guy managed to wound Zhonghua. Clutching her mangled eye, the girl was furious. Then Pio Wool, with red burning eyes, said that she did a good job, but it was time to let it go. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind him. It was Yeon Sol Ran, and she said that she was lucky. The girl added that she had hit where her instincts told her to hit. At that moment, Pio Wool turned his head in her direction and gritted his teeth. The guy said that at least the girl had some sense. Young Seol Ran didn't react to such words because she had heard it so often. Then she asked the young man why he didn't give up. Hiding his smile behind his long hair, our hero interrogated the girl about what she said. And then, looking at his arm with thin threads, he decided to attack Seol Ran, but she reacted quickly and blocked the blow. After that, Pyo Wol ran to the side. The girl stabbed her sword into his back. However, the guy didn't feel any pain and asked her again what it meant to surrender. Pulling his sword from his body, the young man asked another question. He wondered if they would spare him if he surrendered. At this moment, a look of surprise appeared on the girl's face and she couldn't really answer the guy, so Pyo Wol smiled in response. He realized that no one was going to spare him. If that were true, the people of the sect wouldn't destroy others to silence them. Yeon Seol Ran then covered her eyes and asked our hero in a calm voice how much he knew. Then the young man grinned and said that he knew the fact that the abbess of the 9 disasters was connected to all of this. Pyo Wol said that the woman was indeed a demon. At that moment, a furious Jonghwa joined their dialogue. She rudely asked Seol Ran why she was having a meaningless conversation with a guy. The older sister ordered the girl to deal with our hero once and for all. In response, Yeon Seol Ran remained silent. After a few seconds, she shone with a bright pink light and said that even though she didn't like the master, she needed to avenge young Lord Wu, all because the man was her fiancé. Looking at the girl at this moment, Pyo Wol realized that facing this kind of energy was like going to the other world. The young man immediately realized that he should retreat first. Our hero started to take steps away as a powerful energy suddenly knocked him off his feet. This force was so immense that the guy was just pinned and even pressed into the wall. However, it wasn't the girl who dealt such a blow to Pyo Wol. Yeon Seol Ran, as well as the rest of the people in her sect, stood dumbfounded. Then they turned around and saw the first sword coming from the side. The man was emitting a light of energy from himself. The girls were surprised that he was still here. Suddenly, Jonghwa's face changed again. She saw that our hero was still showing signs of life. And of course, she didn't want to leave it that way. With a burning healthy eye, she dashed toward the guy to destroy him. At this moment, Pyo Wol only squinted his eyes and furrowed his brows. He wasn't going to run away. As suddenly, with his mighty hand, Jonghwa stopped the first sword and asked him to step aside. The girl was very surprised at this development. She said that no one can know what kind of trick Pyo Wol will pull if he stays alive. Coming closer to our hero, first sword, holding his sword, said he would take care of it himself. Kneeling down in front of the young man, the man asked if he had sent Wu Gunsun to the other world. With a calm tone, he asked another question. The first sword wanted to know the reason for such an act, to which Pyo Wol sluggishly replied that it was because he was the one who was destroying people. However, the man thought that even a man like that should be able to see the difference between right and wrong. Then our hero told us that he was kidnapped and dragged here when he was 14 years old. That's why he didn't have the luxury of being able to recognize such things. The first sword asked if the young man thought he had no choice. Pyo Wol laughed and said that someone who had been raised under such conditions couldn't have something like that. Continuing to look at our hero with a calm expression, the man saw that the guy had no intentions. He also noticed that Pyo Wol had eyes full of anger. The first sword thought that the young man could be a great talent if he was well-mannered. After his musings, the man pulled a golden scroll from his inner pocket and held it out to our hero. Seeing the familiar thing, the guy was surprised that the first sword could find the query letter. From this, the man realized that Pyo Wol had known about everything from the beginning. And of course, he decided to ask the name of the customer. Smiling, our hero replied that he could only make an assumption. But to begin with, Pyo Wol asked if the first sword didn't prevent those specifically to destroy him, because he's thinking of the same person. At that moment, Jonghwa, Yeon Seol Ran, and the others stood behind the man's back. And the first sword itself did not answer the young man. So our hero did not hold back his emotions and started laughing loudly. After that, the man turned his head sharply toward Jonghwa. The girl was very surprised, and because of such actions, she was also scared. Meanwhile, Pyo Wol continued to laugh. Just as suddenly, the tense atmosphere was diluted by the people from the Qing Cheng sect approaching them. It was Qing Ming. Bowing to the first sword, he asked if their leader was all right. Without answering this question, the man said he couldn't see the other children. Qing Ming then apologized and said that they had fallen into our hero's trap. Such information slightly disappointed the first sword. Then he looked at Pyo Wol with burning eyes. The man got up from his knees and turned to the young man and said that a quick death was not for him. Then he grabbed our hero by the leg and started dragging him. The man wanted the boy to die and feel unbearable pain. He thought it would be the least amount of redemption Pyo Wol could give to those he had maimed. At this point, the young man began to laugh again. He was very amused by the word redemption. He immediately understood his 7 years in this cave. Smiling, Pyo Wol asked who would reimburse him for his life spent in their midst. However, the first sword was no longer going to have a peaceful dialogue with the young man and continued to drag him in an unknown direction. After a while, the man led Pyo Wol to a cliff, and down below, snakes with red eyes were swarming. Looking at the predators, First Sword turned to the young man and asked if he still had no intentions of redeeming himself. But our hero was not going to answer this question and continued to laugh. Then the man looked at him with even more dislike. The first sword said that the guy was someone you shouldn't even mess with. He added that P.O. Wool didn't even have the right to live in the same world with them. The man then dragged the boy closer to the abyss and threw him down there. He wanted the young man to die painfully and thus atone for his sins. As soon as the guy reached the bottom, he was met by thousands of snakes. The fall from such a height made our hero's eyes black. He couldn't see very well and heard the first sword turn to the exit and order his men to seal the entrance. The man wished no one else could use this place. That was the last thing P.O. Wool heard. After that, he just lost consciousness. The snakes that were circling around him began to lunge at the young man's body and bite. A few of those bites and our hero suddenly opened his eyes. He could not believe that his enemies really thought that the snakes would get rid of him for them. After a few seconds, the wounds on the guy's body began to heal and he seemed to grow stronger. There was also a snake crawling on his stomach that was different from the others. And at that moment, something unusual happened. P.O. Wool grabbed her with his bare hands and started pointing her toward his mouth. Enough time had passed. The whole cave was filled with darkness and lifeless. At the depth of the abyss, too, there was an unaccustomed emptiness amidst which a white snake was crawling. She moved quickly and confidently. In front of her, in a meditative pose, sat the guy she had started to crawl on. And as soon as it crawled closer to the young man's face, it immediately ceased to exist. Without a second thought, he bit its head off. After being at the bottom of the abyss for a long time, P.O. Wool has changed a lot. After another stretch of our hero's life, the Red Sky Brotherhood was bustling with life. Suddenly, a man flew out from above, followed by some planks. It's like the stranger was thrown through the walls of a building from a decent height. And then a familiar male voice came from there. The boy asked if he had told the man that he was only staying here for 3 days. In the room was a pale-skinned, white-haired young man with red eyes. He was in the company of a naked girl. It was P.O. Wool who asked the man not to worry. At that moment, a woman accompanied by 2 men entered his room. Their faces clearly expressed displeasure. Then one of the men started yelling at P.O. Wool and asking if he thought he would be safe after laying hands on a martial arts master from the Sapphire House in Batang. When he heard this question, the young man had a very indifferent look on his face. His long fingernails once again showed thin threads, and he replied that he had never heard of the Sapphire House. And as soon as P.O. Wool said that, thin threads had already wrapped around the necks of the men, leaving the woman standing in the middle alone. This technique, performed by our hero, was called soul-splitting threads. The men in front of him collapsed to the floor, foam pouring from their mouths. At this moment, the woman couldn't believe that the guy had subdued 2 Sapphire House warriors with a single movement of his hand, and she didn't know if there was such a master in Sichuan. But it was clear to her that P.O. Wool was an unusual man. Meanwhile, the girl who was lying next to him gently stroked his cheek. The woman then turned to the guy and, calling him gentleman, apologized and said she didn't recognize someone as honorable as him. She promised to give him every comfort for his rest. But in return, the woman asked for the 2 men to be spared. In response, P.O. Wool gave a thoughtful chuckle. Looking at the woman, he didn't understand how anyone could have such serene eyes. He immediately remembered the moment he'd encountered the snake in the rainforest. And after pondering his answer for a while, our hero said only 2 words to the woman: 3 days. Dissolving the threads around the men's necks, the guy said he would be very grateful if during this time he would not be disturbed. In response, the woman bowed and asked the young man if she could recognize his name. Hugging the naked girl covered with a red sheet, our hero indifferently said his name was P.O. Wool. At the end of 3 days, the young man left the building in full parade. At the entrance, he was met by the woman who had given him a vacation and the young girl with whom he had spent time. The woman handed the guy a bag and said that she had prepared some food for him to eat while traveling. She suggested that the young man take advantage of it when he got hungry. Silently taking the small gift, P.O. Wool turned around without a word of thanks and began to walk away from them. After looking at him, the woman turned to a young girl named Solhyong and asked her who the guy really was. In response, the girl said that our hero was an ordinary guest who had accidentally entered their brothel. The woman was surprised and asked if she did not know his identity. But without waiting for an answer from Solhyun, she was amazed that she couldn't recognize the Grim Reaper when he was right in front of her. The woman also drew conclusions for herself and realized that there was a new Doomstar in Jianghu. After a while, P.O. Wool stayed in a dilapidated and empty house. It was rainy and gloomy outside. At this point, the guy was realizing and enjoying being outside. He loved it. However, he was still spinning in his head that 7 whole years had passed. During that time, he had never forgotten the past. Clenching his fist and pressing it to his chest, the young man realized that if he didn't break free from his past, he wouldn't be able to move forward. P.O. Wool remembered the main sect members Ching Ching and Amip. The image of Supreme Master Zhonghua and the first sword immediately appeared in his mind. The guy thought he could get more information if he went to Chengdu. Meanwhile, the weather was still rainy. The three strangers were arguing with each other in their attempts to escape the rain all the way. Their company consisted of a girl and two men. One of them was a monk. The girl complained that she was soaking wet and asked her partner what he was going to do. However, the man caught on to the fact that the girl was soaking wet and thought that the girl blamed him for it. And that was partly true. The red-haired girl said that they were in this situation because the man had led them the wrong way. At this point, the monk began to turn to his gods and ask why they had put him through such an ordeal. He did not understand why he had to travel with these two. Then the girl became even more indignant. She asked the monk with an angry tone of voice if he thought he was better than them, and answering her own question, she said that she didn't. Just as she was about to add that the monk annoyed her, something caught her attention. She noticed that they were not alone in this place. Pio Wool sat silently next to them. The monk was very surprised and, stating the fact, said that apparently someone had arrived here before them. The girl looked at the young man and melted, for she had not thought to meet such a handsome man in the mountain. At this point, her partner started smiling and saying that it was all thanks to him and the fact that they were lost. The girl got mad and asked him to be quiet. Then, smiling sweetly, she turned to our hero and said that it was fate that they were all under the same roof. She also asked them to introduce themselves. Her name was Ho Ranju. Without showing much courtesy to the girl and her traveling companions, the guy indifferently replied that his name was Pio Wool. As soon as he said his name, little hearts appeared in the girl's eyes. Her partner said that it was because Ranju went crazy whenever she saw a handsome guy. Then the man said that he was glad to meet the young man and asked him to call him Dayoshi Guo, and the monk introduced himself by the name of Hulsen. Ho Ranju asked our hero where he was going, and the young man replied, Chengdu. It was an amazing coincidence because the guys needed to go there too. And smiling, the girl said it would be nice if they started traveling together. Ho Ranju told Pio Wool that they would take care of him and offered to go with them. In response, our hero remained silent. He realized that he was facing a peculiar type of people at first glance. However, they were all masters who could unite at any moment. Looking at the girl, Pio Wool wondered if she could be in charge. After a little thought, he decided that she wasn't. After a short thought, our hero agreed to the guy's proposal. This answer surprised Ho Ranju very much. The young man realized that there must have been some other reason that kept the boys together and wanted to find out. After a while, they were all at some dock where they were unloading. Dao Shiguo thought they were lucky and would be able to board the ship immediately if they left in an hour. But Ho Ranju was again not very happy. She didn't like the rice transport ships as they were uncomfortable. In response, Dao Shiguo called her very fussy. The girl then turned to Pio Wool and asked why he was heading to Chengdu. Without really talking about his plans, the guy replies that he's going there to meet some acquaintances. But Ranju was not satisfied with this answer and asked whom he was going to meet. Pio Wool replied that he was going to see his debtors. The guys were a little wary and thought that the young man owed someone a debt. But our hero explained that on the contrary, they owed him. Then he asked the same question to his new companions. Then Ho Ranju said they were going to Chengdu to do business. The guy was embarrassed that the guys didn't have any merchandise. But the girl smilingly said that you can sell things you can't see. Continuing the conversation, Dayoshi Guo asked Pio Wool which clan he belonged to. And without dodging the question, the guy said he wasn't in any clan. When the guys heard that, they were surprised. Our hero asked if that was a problem. And of course, there was no problem. But after that, Dayoshi Guo looked at Pio Wool with a strange expression. There were a lot of other people on the boat the guys were on. They were all talking about something. Our hero watched them silently. And at that moment, Ho Ranju joined him. As she got close enough to the boy, she wondered what he was looking at so intently. But the boy said he wasn't looking at anything. But the girl wouldn't leave and said that he had a touching face at that moment. Pio Wool didn't want to talk to her and said that if she was going to talk nonsense, she should leave. On the contrary, Ho Ranju liked this kind of communication and was even more attracted to the boy. Hulsen asked Daoshi Guo, watching what was happening, if the guys could be left like this. To which the man replied that the almighty blood spider couldn't be bewitched by Pio Wool like that. He believed that the girl had counted all the actions. He realized that Ho Ranju was definitely playing a nice woman, with a nature like that of an evil spider. Except for Dayoshi Guo, it seemed that the young man was quite suspicious. And because Pio Wool was so silent, the man thought that the girl should have worked a little harder. Hilson listened to his partner and agreed with him. At that moment, the people on the ship jumped up from their seats and noticed something in their path. They started shouting that a boat was approaching them. The guys didn't understand what was going on and became a little wary. And some bandits, if you can call them that, were approaching them. They said that if they could get rice from this ship, they would have enough to eat for a while. And these people were actually pirates. The men on the ship started arming themselves. Even so, panic rose around and some of them asked for help. But suddenly, one of the men was approached by Dayoshi Guo. He realized that the ship was in a difficult situation and offered him his help. With dazed eyes, the man looked at Dayoshi Guo and asked who he was. However, he said it didn't matter who he was, it mattered what he was capable of. As soon as Dao Shiguo said this, Hyolsun appeared behind him. The monk was clearly flying at the pirates with an attack. Incredibly, Hyolsun jumped such a distance that he ended up on the brigands' boat. With only one landing on their boat, he disarmed a couple of pirates. And of course, at that moment, the other villains immediately rushed at the monk with weapons. But the monk was very strong and skillfully blocked their blows. Watching what was happening, the man who was most likely the captain of the ship on which the guys were sailing stood with round eyes and open mouth. Dao Shiguo made sure that he saw everything and offered to make a fee of 500 silver yang. Meanwhile, the monk continued to fight the pirates. He held an interesting staff that glowed yellow like his eyes, and sticking his staff into the bandits' boat, Hyolsun became even more powerful. With dexterous movements, he overpowered each of his opponents. In a few minutes, the monk had interrupted almost all of the pirates. However, one more remained conscious. Sweating, the brigand covered his hands and his eyes begged Hyolsun to let him go. And it seemed his prayers had been answered. The monk took his staff and turned toward his ship. Then, with the same incredible leap, Hyolsun found himself on the ship. Dao Shiguo was already holding the award in his hands and praising his partner for his work. Making a kind gesture, the monk asked Ho Ranju to do it next time. However, the man smiled in response and asked if the monk really thought that the vice leader would listen to his instructions. He also said that he would have been glad not to be reprimanded. And at that moment, they just decided to wonder where their traveling companion was. And Ho Ranju was still hanging around Pyo Wool and pelting him with questions. She offered the young man to spend the night with them, but he refused, and such cold communication attracted the girl even more. Dao Shiguo didn't even know what to say, and neither did Hyolsun. The man thought it was more likely that Ho Raju would be the one to be seduced, not the other way around. Dao Shiguo realized that a normal person would have been frightened by this, so he became even more certain that Pyo Wool was an unusual guy. The man realized that only someone who had been through hell could have eyes like that. Suddenly, Ho Ranju's face changed. Tears appeared in her eyes and her lips were unusually tight. Our hero did not react in any way, although he did not understand what was happening. Then the girl turned away from him and said that she could not believe that the young man refused the one who showed interest in him. She thought it was a terrible act on the part of the boy. To which Pyo Wool bowed his head and said that he didn't like poison roses no matter how beautiful they were. At that moment, Ho Ranju's back was still turned to our hero and he didn't see her expression change. The girl's eyes glowed red and she realized that the plan didn't work. After that, she changed her face again and turned to Pyo Wool with a wide smile and asked if he recognized that she was beautiful. But without waiting for the guy's answer, she realized it was true and that meant everything was fine. So our hero came to the conclusion that the people who were his traveling companions were vagrants selling their power for money. And just now, they had shown enough strength that rumors of their skills had spread throughout Chengdu. That's why Pyo Wool had a question. The boy didn't understand if there was such a big conflict in Chengdu that even the vagabonds intervened. But he was sure that the Amipa and Qingcheng sects would not allow any conflict in this city. Such confidence Pyo Wool had until he thought that their circumstances might not be so good. And then he decided the better to be prepared if they didn't want to make amends like he had to. After a while, the boys were already there. Dao Shiguo on his horse told Pyo Wool that they had to be in Chengdu by tomorrow morning. And he asked what the young man was going to do now. Ho Ranju was sorry they couldn't go together, and the boy said he had something he needed to prepare for. In response, the girl only clucked unhappily. Then Pyo Wool said he would contact her a little later when he got to Chengdu. Smiling back, Ho Ranju asked if it was a promise, and the guy confirmed it. After that, our hero's new acquaintances went on their way, and Pyo Wool saw them off with a look. After a while, the young man was already approaching the gates of a beautiful building. As soon as the guy pulled back the curtain and stepped inside, the people inside abruptly stopped what they were doing. All their attention was fixed on the guest. The man in charge of the place greeted him and asked him whether he was here for a night's stay or for food. Pyo Wool said he was interested in both. After that, the man kindly agreed to give it to the boy. Looking at our hero, the men around him could not believe that a man could be so beautiful. Some even assumed that it was a girl disguised as a man. Just a few minutes later, Pyo Wool had already been brought food and the guy started his meal. However, his meal was suddenly interrupted by a man who banged on the table and asked him if he was a young man. The rude stranger introduced himself as Jang Wurak. He said he was the chief of the 9 Treasures Escort Corps. Since our hero didn't quite understand what was wanted from him, he decided to ask the man about it. Then Jang Wurak explained that he had a bet with his comrades. The bet was that if a young man dressed up as a girl, he would receive 2 taels of silver. Loud laughter could be heard all around. However, Pyo Wool was completely unemotional and said that he was very far away, that the man had just lost 2 taels of silver for nothing. Jang Woorak was very surprised that our hero was a boy, and even asked him about it. The man said that you couldn't tell that from the first glance. Jang Woorak's friends who were sitting at a neighboring table under the influence of booze couldn't stop, and suggested that he undress Pio Wool. They said that if the man undressed the guy, they would buy him a drink. Jang Woorak turned to our hero with a predatory look and offered to test him. At that moment, Pio Wool had a Chinese stick in his hand. Without ceremony, he launched it at the man and hit him in the eye. Jang Woorak began to grunt in pain. His friends sitting nearby were shocked and frightened by what had happened. They couldn't believe that the boy had hit someone just for a stupid joke. Jang Woorak kept grumbling and said that the boy was crazy. Pio Wool replied that if his eyes couldn't see what was in front of them, he didn't need them. So he took a box of the same Chinese sticks and said he would take the other eye as well. Jang Woorak was even more frightened by this statement. However, our hero had incredible speed and was already near the man. Taking out a wooden tool from the box, he pointed it towards Jang Woorak's second eye and did what he intended to do. Afterward, the man fell to his knees. Watching this, Jang Woorak's friends got up from their seats and with dazed eyes began to run away from the crazy Pio Wool. Then the young man took more Chinese chopsticks in his hands and began launching them at the fleeing men. One by one, they fell to the floor. The guy was too fast and his attacks were impossible to evade. A light yellowish light was emitted from Pio Wool. He said to the offenders that they should all be held responsible for their actions. Meanwhile, Ho Ranju Hyolsun and Daoshi Guo were already walking through Chengdu City. They felt that the atmosphere here was a bit tense. Daoshi Guo noticed that half of the people who were loitering in the street were carrying weapons, but Ho Ranju said with a smile on her face that this was just the perfect opportunity for them. And Hyolsun also complimented that the misfortune of one is good luck for them. At that moment, the smile left the girl's face and she said that she didn't want to hear this from the monk. However, Hyolsun did not understand the reason. Ranju asked him who was the most money-crazed of them all. He said the answer was obvious and it was Daoshi Guo. Meanwhile, Daoshi Guo himself said that they had come to the right place. Ho Ranju immediately stepped forward and invited her partners to look at the situation. And as soon as she said that, her eyes opened and her smile was full of happiness. The captain, whom they had not seen for a long time, appeared in front of her. The man was a captain of the Black Cloud Corps named Jan Murian. Hyolsun and Daoshi Guo also said hello to the captain and said that he had even become more beautiful in all this time. Jan Murian said hello in return and was just as happy to see his old acquaintances. After a while, they were all sitting around the table together. Daoshi Guo said that he needed money after a long break. From this, the captain assumed that this was the reason they were all here. Daoshi Guo then decided not to answer this question and asked Jan Murian if they would interfere in the same matter. The captain smiled in response and asked if it was burdensome, but without waiting for an answer, he made his position clear and said that in that case the man should leave. Hearing this, Daoshi Guo visibly became upset and asked the captain not to speak like that. Ho Ranju intervened in their conversation and asked if the Amapa and Qingcheng sects were really involved. And Daoshi Guo pointed out that there has been a conflict between these sects for 7 years. Jan Murian confirmed this. However, he said that no one knows the reason for the conflict. For several years, the sects had many disputes ranging from clashes between martial artists to an all-out battle. And the conflict between the two greatest sects of Sichuan naturally caused the entire Jianghu in Sichuan province to split. The captain suggested that a massive clash was imminent. At this moment, Ho Ranju wondered why the two sects had been fighting each other for so long. But Jan Murian told her that the reason was not important. What was important to him was that he had an opportunity to fulfill his dream. The next day came. Pio Wool spent his first night in the lodging he had been given. When the guy was going down from one floor to another, he was noticed by a man. He was overcome with emotion. The man was shocked that the young man hid his ruthless cruelty behind such beauty. After that incident, he wished the boy would just go away. And just then, Pio Wool headed straight for him. He approached the owner of the place. Our hero wanted to find out who in this place knew best about international affairs in Sichuan. Not understanding this question, the man stammered and asked what the young man meant. Then Pio Wool explained that he was interested in the sect situation. In response, the owner of the place said that in that case he should go to the workshop street. The man detailed the necessary route for our hero and told him to look into the fire dragon's room. The young man was surprised and asked what the room meant. The man said that this sect was established a long time ago by a gathering of Sichuan artisans. And since they had a long history of dealing with sects, they were happy to answer Pio Wool's questions if he bought weapons from them. That's why our hero first went to the nearest workshop. Watching the man forge the weapon, the lad was very surprised that the sound of the metal was so pure. Suddenly, a full-bodied man appeared out of nowhere and started yelling at the other man. It was clear from the conversation that he had not allowed him to use the hammer in the workshop. And kicking the foreman, the man ordered him to just do the job he was assigned. The startled foreman couldn't even answer anything and just looked at his boss. But such a gesture made the man even more angry, and he told the foreman to get lost. The warden said he wasn't allowed in here for now and ordered him to take care of business in the backyard until he called him. The man kept grumbling about the master's cursed look and didn't know what the department head was thinking when he hired him. After that, he finally noticed Pyo Wool, and his voice changed immediately, as did his manner of speaking. He realized that he had shown the customer something unsightly and decided to ask if the guy wanted to buy something from them. However, our hero was very interested in what the young man who had just been kicked out had done wrong. The master's name was Tang Sochu, and the boss was surprised that Pyo Wool asked a question about him. The man said that this guy was a descendant of the Tang clan, and he still kept trying to use the hammer without permission. Our hero was very surprised that the descendants of the clan were forbidden to use a hammer. From this, the man assumed that Pyo Wool had been to Sichuan for the first time. Then he told me that the Tang clan had been reduced to rubble. It was because they had defected to a demonic cult a long time ago. The man added that it was because of this that they were forced to close their doors by someone called the strongest in history, so the clan quickly ran out of money and went bankrupt. He went on to say that in the eyes of the Sichuan sects, the Tang clan was a traitor. Therefore, no workshop would give their secret techniques to someone related to the Tang clan. They're just afraid that such an event will happen again. That's how Pyo Wool realized that the descendant pays for the sins of the ancestors. However, the man believed that no one had told those to side with the demonic cult. It was simply the price the Tang clan had chosen of their own accord. The man asked him what he wanted to buy. Pyo Wool said he wanted to buy a flying sword. After that, the boss asked him to go to the backyard with him, all because the weapons made in the workshop were in the backyard. So our hero asked if the workshop had a lot of orders lately. The man laughed in response. He said that after the Amipa and Qingcheng sects started fighting and full orders doubled. Even though the atmosphere in Sichuan had become chaotic, he was glad that business was booming. He said that even now, all their craftsmen were busy making weapons for the various sects. As the man continued to share some information, something caught Pyo Wool's eye. A poor guy from the Tang clan was beaten up by a bunch of guys. They said that the Tan clan was destroyed because they broke the rules just like him, so they wanted to show the guy his place. The guys kept kicking him and asking how dare he use the hammer without permission. At this moment, the Tang clan guy was covering his face with his hands to soften the blows. Suddenly, he saw a blade in front of him. A little later, Pyo Wool's voice came from outside. He said that humans are really more cruel than beasts. The young man went on to say that the moment people allow themselves to be devalued, they are pulled and torn apart to their doom. Our hero turned to the guy and told him that if he put up with it, he would continue to live like a lowly dog. Moving closer to him, Pyo Wool asked how the young man from the Tang clan was going to get on with his life in that case. Suddenly, our hero was interrupted by one of those who were beating the guy and asked who he was. And without waiting for an answer, he told Pyo Wool to get out of here as it was the business of the Fire Dragon's room. But the young man didn't seem to notice the man speaking and asked the Tang clan boy again how he was going to live. Tan Sochu looked at our hero with dumbfounded eyes and remained silent. The fact that Pyo Wool didn't answer the question really pissed off the man from the Fire Dragon room, and he asked if he was ignoring him. And at that moment, something strange happened. A guy from the Tang clan attacked the chief. The man from the Fire Dragon room didn't understand what was going on and started to resent it, while Tang Sochu dug into his neck. And then the guy took out a blade and pointed it towards his eyes. The other guys were shocked and didn't understand why the young man started biting the man like a beast. Then Tang Sochu distracted himself from practically eating the man and asked them when they had ever treated him as a human. He realized that they had always treated him like a beast. The guys were even more surprised. They asked if the guy thought he could get away with it. Tang Sochu then pulled away from the man and told them to do what they wanted. He added that he was tired of them beating him for no reason. And then, pointing his blade in their direction, Tang Sochu said that next time he would just swipe his weapon across the throat of whoever messes with him. The guys ended up taking their ally on their shoulders and walking away, saying they wouldn't let Tang Sochu get away with it. In trace, the guy only smiled contentedly at them and immediately passed out, falling into Pyo Wool's arms. After a while, our hero along with Tang Sochu came to a cabin. Apparently, it was a house that belonged to a guy. Pyo Wool sat him down on the floor and looked around. The young man said that the house was good enough. However, this really surprised Tang Socha and even made him angry. It seemed to him that our hero was laughing at such words. Pyo Wool replied that this place was no different from Emp's palace. He said that he had lived in a place infested with snakes. But Tang Sochu took it all in stride again and asked him to stop lying. He said that such a thing would not comfort him. Then our hero turned around and said he had somewhere to go, so he was leaving. In the wake of Tan Sochu, decided to ask him where he was going. Then Pio Wol turned to him and asked if he was always interested in other people's business. Such a question made Tang Sochu a little embarrassed and asked if they weren't similar in this. And after a little thought, our hero agreed with it, and the guy, not expecting such an answer, was surprised. Pio Wol said that there were people who owed him money. He added that those who used him abandoned him and pursued him. Based on the young man's words, Tang Sochu assumed that he would take revenge. Then he asked who the boy's enemies were. Pio Wol's thoughts turned dark. Afterwards, he said that it was the Amipa Chingcheng sect and all the others who supported them. Tang Sochu's face became even more surprised at what he had heard. He became indignant and said that the young man had lost his mind. Tang Sochu asked Pio Wol if he was going to fight the Sichuan forces, to which our hero replied that he might be crazy. Holding out his hand to the guy, he asked him to return the flying blade he had lent him. The young man said he had bought it and needed it. At this moment, Tang Sochu looked at the weapon and asked Pio Wol if he was really talking about this trash. Our hero was very surprised at this statement and said that he bought the blade for the price of 1 tael of silver. Then Tang Sochu went under the bollard that was behind him and said that if the young man used something like this blade for revenge, he would quickly die. Tang Sochu asked Pio Wol to use it. The Tang clan boy was surprised to see the item he'd been given. In his hands was an excellent weapon, blade balance and strength. Everything about it was perfect. Our hero turned to Tang Sochu and asked if he had made the weapon himself. He also suggested that it was hard for the guy to make it, and Tang Sochu said that he didn't have enough time to make it because he had to do it in secret. Pei Wol then asked him if it was a pity to give him something like that to someone he didn't know. Tang Sochu asked him if he was going to take revenge on the sects. It wasn't a question that was asked for nothing. The guy said that these sects were involved in the destruction of the Tang clan. Of course, he did not deny that the clan was at fault. But Tang Sochu also added that he could never forgive the sects for oppressing and alienating a closed clan until its demise. Then smiling, the guy said that Pio Wol was the first person who told him to stop putting up with all this. To this, our hero did not answer anything, but such words made him smile. Afterwards, he pulled out the weapon given by the guy, and a look of indignation appeared on Tang Sochu's face. Then everything around him shimmered. A yellowish light began to emanate from Pio Wol again. The weapons flew smoothly around our hero, and Tang Sochu couldn't believe what was happening. He felt as if the flying blades were moving of their own accord. Thus, Pio Wol tested the weapon given to him and said that Phantom Dagger would be a suitable name for him, and Tang Sochu realized that this weapon had been created for him. After that, our hero headed for the exit. Before that, he told the guy his name and said that if he heard his name, it meant that he was using phantom daggers. Such words greatly encouraged Tang Sochu, and as he said goodbye, he said he would pray for the young man's fame in Sichuan. Meanwhile, in one of the beautiful buildings sat a very attractive girl. She was thanking all those who had come to her at her call. Along with her, there were several men sitting at the table. They all looked at her with a loving gaze and said, who didn't want to join Lady Wu's clan at all? The girl said that the circumstances of the Room of 100 Flowers were not good due to the pressure of the Chingcheng sect, but she was relieved that everyone was doing their best to help. And the men shouted once that it didn't matter how strong the Chingcheng sect was since they had no strength in Chengdu. They asked Lady Wu to stop worrying about it. In response, the girl tearfully thanked her assistants again, and at that moment she thought about the fact that all men are the same. Lady Wu then said that Mount Amipa had made an appeal because the Chingcheng sect was moving in an unusual way. She said that she would not be able to attend the next meeting. This statement aroused a lot of emotions among the men. They began to ask if they could also join the Amipa sect. Lady Wu wept again. She realized that everyone was gathered in this place just because of her looks, and decided that she would take everyone who perceived her as a flower under her wing to manipulate them. Smiling at the men in her face, she wanted to do this until she became the leader of the Amipa sect and began to lead Sichuan. After a while, their meeting ended and they went outside. The girl thanked the men again and said it was an honor to be with all of them. One of them approached her and said that they were also honored by the encounter. But suddenly something caught Lady Wu's eye. She saw Pio Wol nearby. She noticed the guy's bright red eyes and didn't understand how he could be so beautiful. And of course, she jumped out of her seat and walked towards the young man. The men accompanying her were shocked. Lady Wu approached our hero and said that this was most likely the first meeting here. Then she introduced herself and said her full name was Wu Sionha. Then she apologized to the guy and said she wanted to know his name. As Pio Wol Canon does, he indifferently called out his name without further ado. After that, Wu Songha blossomed and assumed that the young man was a martial arts master. However, our hero was not going to be nice and told her to think as she wanted. And then the guy asked the girl what she needed from him. But without answering his question, Woo Seon-ha asked if there was a reason why he didn't want to tell her what he was doing. Pyo-wol asked if she had always been so inquisitive. At that moment, one of the men who was at Lady Woo's meeting joined them. He started to reprimand the guy for speaking rudely to the girl and asked him to apologize. Such a request surprised Pyo-wol. Then the man told the boy to get down on his knee and formally apologize to Woo Seong-hoo. If he didn't, the man wouldn't let him live. Our hero got up from the table and asked him if there was a limit to how much he could be blinded by a woman. The young man also asked if he should have evaluated his opponent before he went on a rampage. This impertinence made the man even more angry. He couldn't believe his ears and consequently that Pyo-wol had said that. He then summoned his subordinate named Kandu and asked him to hand him a sword. Grabbing the weapon in his hands and turning to Pyo-wol, the man asked how he could mock him. And without waiting for an answer, he swung at the young man as he considered his behavior unforgivable. The sword was already very close to the guy's head, but Pyo-wol wasn't even going to move, and the men who were in charge of the man whose name was Sir Go asked him to stop and not to do it. However, he was not even going to listen to people and attacked Pyo-wol. But since our hero had incredible agility, he managed to avoid the attack. Sir Guo was very surprised that his opponent was easily able to dodge his attack. The man was very amazed that the boy had moved far enough away from the impact of his sword. At first, there was surprise on his face and later anger. He thought it was impossible and became even more furious. After that, Sir Go decided to attack Pyo-wol again. The people standing nearby noticed that the man had started using the thunder sword technique at home. People realized that all 7 movements of the sword techniques could lead to death and were surprised that Sir Guo decided to use it against the young man. The man wanted to destroy him. The man swung his weapon toward our hero and got close enough to him. However, Pyo-wol unemotionally met the blow and had no intention of moving from his spot. Suddenly, Sir Go began to look very confused, all because his powerful attack seemed to pass the young man by, as well as himself. All of this was very startling to the man. After that, he landed behind Pyo-wol's back. And of course, he wasn't going to stop and continued to attack the guy further, but all to no avail. And since Pyo-wol was moving forward while being attacked, he was right in front of Woo Seong-ha's face at this pace. The girl looked at the young man with almost loving eyes. The man must have thought he had everything under control and was about to win. But suddenly, Pyo-wol turned to him and asked if this was the best he could do. The man certainly did not expect such a development, and very confused, he bumped his body against our hero's fingers. With a deft move, the guy threw Sir Guo over himself and laid him face down on the ground. Pyo-wol then turned around towards Lady Woo. She asked the guy to let go of his anger, and her subordinates watching what was happening now were very worried about the girl. Getting a little closer to our hero Woo Seon-ha explained to him that Sir Guo was not a bad person at all. With an innocent look and a calm voice, she said the man was only aggressive because he was worried about her. To which Pyo-wol replied that people should always take responsibility for their actions. Putting her hand on her chest, Woo Seon-ha completely agreed with the young man. Then she asked him how he would react to her taking responsibility for Sir Guo. Such an offer surprised Pyo-wol very much, and he asked the girl if she was willing to do it. At this moment, the subordinates standing behind the girl revolted. They shouted that she should not do this, and rather they should fight with their lives on the line. Then our hero thought that Woo Seon-ha had settled down well and was getting all the benefit of what she had, and the girl smilingly asked him if he was happy with that. However, Pyo-wol was in no hurry to please Lady Woo with his answer, and they just continued to stare at each other in silence. After a while, the young man was in a beautiful room and lay naked on a luxurious bed. And he wasn't alone. Next to him lay an equally naked Woo Seon-ha. She asked the boy to fulfill one request. Gently grabbing his hand, the girl said that considering Pyo-wol's skills, it wouldn't be that hard. Looking at her, our hero said he would announce his decision after hearing what Lady Woo was asking. With a slight gloom and looking away from the young man, she only called out one name, Nam Ho-sun. Woo Seong-ha asked her to destroy Nam Ho-sun for her. The man was the young leader of the Thunder Clan. She then said that not long ago, the head of the Thunder Clan, Dae Yen-ho, had proposed marriage between her and the young leader. Those people threatened her saying that they would help Ching-cheng sect if they refused. And so because of that person, the 100 Flowers Room and Emipa sect are in a very difficult situation. Pyo-wol responded by saying that since he had no connection to the 100 Flowers Room, the girl had probably calculated everything. In case the guy fails, no one will think twice about her. Woo Seon-ha moved closer to him and said that if he did that, she would put in a good word for him with her aunt. Of course, Pyo-wol immediately asked who her aunt was. The girl said that her aunt was one of the disciples of the Ime sect leader, Abbess of the 9 Disasters. She was a pavilion master named Jonghwa. At that moment, our hero felt as if he had been electrocuted. The image of a woman he knew immediately appeared in front of his face. After that, he smiled slyly at Woo Sungha and asked if it was really true. Meanwhile, Ho Ranju was walking with a large man. He said that Mount Amipa had an amazing view and they were just ascending the hill. But the man also said that all of this was pointless if the Amipa lost to the Qingchen sect in battle. He was sure they knew how miserable their end would be if they were chased off the mountain. After a while, they arrived at a beautiful building, and when they got inside, they were already waiting. An old woman sat in the center, and a girl with a mask over one eye stood next to her. It was Zhenghua. On the other side of the elderly woman, young Seol Ran stood in beautiful attire. The woman was the mother superior of the 9 disasters. Speaking to the guys, she didn't believe that the vagrants wanted to die for free, so she assumed that they wanted something in return. And Ho Ranju confirmed that fact. She said that they can't afford to suffer losses after all. Without ranting, Supreme Master asked the tramps how much they needed, to which the girl replied that most likely 500,000 gold yang would be enough for them. At that moment, the master's subordinates became furious. They did not understand how the guys could ask for such a huge sum, and told the woman to stop listening to them. The people claimed that if they accepted such an offer, they would become the laughingstock of all of Jianghu. Then, the Supreme Master shouted at her subordinates at the top of her voice to shut up. She asked them not to make a commotion, because it was unsightly. Then the Mother Superior turned to the boys and asked if they really expected their offer to be accepted. She added that for that amount of money, they could hire several groups like them. But Ho Ranju said that none of these groups would be as strong as their Black Cloud Corps. Despite such an argument, Supreme Master asked, what if she still refused? And the girl said that a member of their corps should have already arrived at Qingcheng Mountain. At this moment, the abbess of the 9 disasters smiled wryly and asked if the vagabonds were trying both ways. And without waiting for an answer, the woman shone a violet light and struck the boys with a lightning bolt. She thought it was impertinence on their part. Ho Ranju and her traveling companion flew a short distance away from such a powerful blow and blood began to ooze out of their mouths. The woman continued to glower and insisted that the guys be honest. She realized that 500,000 gold yang wouldn't be enough for them, so she asked how much they really wanted. Rising from her knees, Ho Ranju thought that the leader of the Amipa sect was someone else. Then the girl told the master that they were vagabonds selling their poor, and they go after the highest bidder. But the abbess didn't believe it, and assumed that a member of their corps had said the same thing in Qingcheng. She realized that the Qingcheng sect was already superior to them, and they could hire the guys. If that's the case, Amipa won't win, and the master could have gotten rid of these vagrants long ago, but no one knows when conflict will break out. So she thought they needed all the power they could get. The abbess said it was a clever move, then tapping her fingers on her throne, she ordered Zhenghua to go. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an elderly man resented not being able to conduct business. He said he was tired every time he did business with the Thunder Clan as they pushed the deal to the limit. His partner named Hennam was just as dissatisfied and didn't realize how much they had to squeeze out of them to be satisfied. And the old man was so nervous that he felt as if his soul had left his body. Then he turned to Hennam and asked if he had seen that the 2 large storerooms were filled with grain. The man could not believe that they were trying to buy more grain for nothing. He assumed that the clan had a grudge against the grain or something. But Hyungnim said the rich were all like that. At that moment, Pyo Wol was watching the upset and agitated men. The guy was drinking a drink and watching them. And Captain Jeon Murion sat in his office, wondering how his allies were doing. It was tedious for him to walk the thin thread between the Amipa and Qingcheng sects. Just when he had already decided that he should consider resigning when this was all over, Dayoshi Guo walked into the office. Jeon Marion noticed him and asked if he had just returned. The man replied that he was going to come back yesterday, but he had met a familiar face. Dayoshi Guo had already told the captain last time about the man they had met by chance and traveled with on their way here. He was talking about Pyo Wol. It was then that Jeon Marion realized that the man was talking about that unusual person. From Captain Dayoshi Guo's face, he guessed that this fact was very disturbing to him. Then Jeon Marion smiled and said that everything was fine, but for some reason it bothered him. He said that he had become more sensitive because they were walking on a thin thread between the sects. After that, Daoshi Guo became more tense as well. He felt that if the captain was told about it by his feelings, then it should not be taken lightly. The man said there were a few available cocks, and one of the fastest would follow the guy. After all, he was interested in him too. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by another person. It was Ho Ranju, who brought Zhenghua and young Seol Ran with her. Jeon Marion immediately stood up from his chair and greeted the honored guests from the Amipa sect. The girls were just as friendly in return and said hello to the leader from the Black Cloud Corps. Smiling, the man asked them if he could consider the direct arrival of the great disciples of the Amipa sect as confirmation that their sect was willing to make a deal with them. In response, Zhonghua bowed her head and said in a calm voice that it would depend on the negotiations. And then clenched her teeth, she said that if they tried to trick the Amoeba sect with mediocre strength, they would make the Black Cloud Course pay dearly. The girl said that in that case, they could even postpone the battle with the Qing Cheng sect. Still smiling sweetly, the captain replied that they had already decided to do so. So he also asked if they had to meet their conditions in such a case and asked to go into another office. After a while, Zhonghua learned that the Black Cloud Corps wanted the rights to trade beyond the Great Wall. She was outraged because she saw no point in it. The girl said that the tramps should behave properly and get gold bars as a reward. Zhonghua called the boys too greedy. But Zhang Maryang said with a broad smile that he didn't think so. He asked if it was not quite possible for the Amoeba sect to become the ruler of Sichuan. Zhonghua then pounded the table menacingly and began to emit red lightning-like rays from herself. With that blow, she broke the captain's desk. But he didn't even react and continued to sit on his chair. Zhonghua then put her hand to her chest and, grinning, began to look at the captain. Despite the fact that there was no table in front of them, everyone continued to sit in their seats. Reaching for his pile, Jan Marion went on to say that in that case they would give up their trading rights and not demand 500,000 gold yang. He added that he would not even ask for compensation for the table and cup. In return, the man asked for help to settle near the Western Plateau. Sitting down on a chair, the girl asked if this was what they had wanted from the beginning, namely the acquisition of a place to settle. Then the captain reminded her that they were a group of vagabonds, and he said that no sect wanted them to settle with them, to which Zhonghua replied that it was the same with their sect. So the captain suggested they settle near the Western Plateau, away from the Amoeba sect. Smiling sweetly again, Jan Marion asked hopefully if Zhonghua and her entire sect could allow them something like this. The girl thought to herself that if they accepted the vagrants, they would be indispensable to them in the short term, but in the future they might become a burden. But the girl thought that if they managed to use Black Cloud's hull as cannon fodder, their strength would be quickly depleted, and there would be little left of them. So she realized that providing a place for vagrants would be no problem. Zhonghua decided that they could get rid of them when they became a problem. After some thought, the girl told the captain that they were accepting the invitation. Continuing to smile, Jan Marion said that means the negotiations are over. He thought to himself that things wouldn't have gone so well if they hadn't negotiated with the Qing Cheng sect. Then he asked the girl if they would write a treaty, but Zhonghua said that there was no need for this, as they would support this proposal on behalf of the Amoeba sect. Seol Ron seemed to be upset at this moment. After a while, they all went outside. The captain asked if the two girls would return to the Amoeba sect together. The man offered them a room if they wanted to stay for the day, to which Zhonghua replied that they would stay in the 100 Flowers room because their young master was her niece. Then their conversation was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Ho Ranju. The girl was excited about something and told Jan Marion that she had urgent news. Such a gesture from the vice captain made the man angry. He asked her how she could barge in here no matter what news she had. But Ho Ranjue did not react to such aggression from the captain and said that the young leader of the Thunder Clan had been destroyed. Jan Marion's voice changed immediately. He began to ask the girl if they had found who had done it, but Ranju gave a mixed answer and said that the Thunder Clan was sure that the culprit was the Qingchen sect. Meanwhile, the Thunder Clan arrived unannounced at the Qing Cheng sect. They were clearly surprised to see such a guest. They were also surprised that the clan was fully armed. The sect leader of the Holy Spirit Warrior sect asked the main man for his opinion. An elderly man stood unguarded and asked what they were going to do to him. However, the leader of the Day clan said that he wanted to ask the man the same thing. Then the older man asked him to hear the whole story. There was a coffin in front of his face, and he wanted to know why their clan had brought it here. To which the leader of the Tai clan replied that inside that box was his lifeless apprentice. The sect leader of the Holy Warrior Spirit sect brought his sobriety to the man. However, he still didn't understand why they were doing this and thought that their sect was involved. Then the Thunder Clan leader became furious and asked in a raised tone if the man really didn't understand anything. Keeping calm, sect leader Qing Cheng said that he really wasn't aware of it and asked Day to tell what the matter was. In response, the man gave his consent and swinging his sword towards the coffin, he said he would show them himself. In the box lay the young leader of the Thunder Clan, Nam Hosen. Day asked the Qing Cheng sect leader to take a look at his wounds that were made by the Qing Cheng sect's 72 waves sword technique. Looking at this, the sect leader of the Saint Spirit Warrior sect was shocked because this was indeed the case. The Thunder Clan leader then asked if the man would continue to make excuses with such evidence. It was clear that his disciple had been killed by a technique from the Qing Cheng sect. At this moment, the leader of the Ta clan himself was thinking that their opponents had guessed that they wanted to support the Amipa sect by marrying with the 100 Flowers room. Thus, the Ching sect made the first move. Sweat was running down the face of the sect leader of the Holy Spirit Warrior sect. He asked the leader of the Ta clan to calm down. However, the man made it clear that he had no intention of doing so, and the elderly man wanted to get to the bottom of it. The leader of the Day clan was outraged. Holding out his sword, he asked what he wanted to get to if they had proof. Suddenly, an enraged First Sword joined their conversation. He asked the Thunder Clan leader how he could behave like this when he came into the Ching sect's territory unannounced. The sect leader of the Holy Spirit Warrior sect wanted to stop the younger brother, but he had already rushed towards the potential enemies. With deft and swift movements, the First Sword was next to the leader of the Day clan. The man had already begun to block the blow with his sword. But it was useless. The First Sword was able to pierce through the ThunderClan leader's body with a single swing of his hand. The one couldn't even retaliate, and with a lurch, he immediately fell to the ground. All as if on fire, the First Sword asked the ThunderClan if they found their sect ridiculous to the point of trying to persecute them with such an outrageous accusation. At this moment, sect leader Ching came up to him and asked him why he was attacking the ThunderClan like this. But after that, the First Sword turned around and said that they would only be a laughingstock if they paid attention to them. He also said it wasn't too late to find out what happened after they were neutralized. The sect leader noticed that the man had changed, becoming violent and reckless. Even though the First Sword had been cold in the past, he had never been so furious. Meanwhile, the subordinates of the Tay clan leader's subordinates ran up to him and started asking him how he was feeling. The man lying on the ground assumed that this was the Ching sect's goal. He thought that they wanted to neutralize by force to suppress any form of objection. In response, the Saint Spirit Warrior sect's sect leader remained silent, but his face clearly expressed regret. He then approached his subordinate and asked him to speak to the leader of the Day clan as soon as he woke up. The man also ordered him to organize a place for the Thunder Clan warriors to sleep. Once the sect leader of the Holy Warrior Spirit sect gave the instruction, he turned to a guy named Cheon Yop. He said that apparently he would have to go to Chengdu because there was obviously something wrong. After that, the young man went to carry out the order. Meanwhile, in Chengdu, two men were walking down the corridor wondering if the Ching sect could really destroy Nam Hosun because they thought it was easy to fake martial arts traces. However, his interlocutor was of a different opinion. He believed that the higher a martial art was, the more distinct its traces were. Moreover, the technique of the 72 Waves sword was impossible to imitate. At this moment, they passed by the same door and came to the realization that the Ching sect had really gotten rid of Nam Hosun. And at this rate, a bloody storm could sweep all of Chengdu. Behind the door, the two men had just now passed Sat Pio Wol and heard their conversation. After a while, Wu Seonha came to his room. The girl began to ask him how he had done it. However, the young man pretended not to understand and asked her what she was talking about. Lady Wu then explained that she was referring to the destruction of Nam Hosun, the deputy master of the Lightning Clan. She was interested in what the guy had done to blame it on the Ching sect. But the young man still didn't understand anything. Then the girl began to doubt that it was our hero who had done this to the young leader. Then Pio Wol asked Wu Sung-hyu if it really mattered how he did it. He thought the most important thing was that Nam Hosun died. After that, the guy gently took the girl's face and approaching her asked if he was right. Embarrassed, Lady Wu agreed with him. The young man wanted to kiss the girl, but she turned her face away sharply. Wu Seonha said it would be difficult for her to see him for the time being. She said that they had an important guest and she wouldn't be able to visit him all the time. Our hero was very interested in what the girl said and asked what it meant. Then Wu Seonha smiled and said that she was talking about the blossoming Ime sect elder about her aunt. The girl added that she would arrive at the White Flower Room today with one of her disciples. Lady Wu also realized that her aunt was demanding and said she would serve her herself. But Pio Wol didn't understand why the elder had to come here. To which Lady Wu replied that her aunt was rumored to have a contract with the Black Cloud mercenaries, which in turn are the strongest, and their leader is very clever. At that moment, the young man began to wonder if Zhonghua was going to stop at the White Flower Command Center. After a few seconds, he asked Wu Songhua when her aunt would leave. But the girl answered ambiguously, saying that she would be here for a while. She also said that she would be very happy to see her aunt, but not the woman who would be with her. Lady Wu then went to the door and said goodbye to the young man, saying that they would see each other later. Analyzing this dialogue, Pio Wol assumed that Wu Songhua was talking about Yeon Seol Ran. He had not yet forgotten the coldness and threat that came from the girl. He realized that while he was in Chengdu, they might meet. The young man also realized that the Ching sect was probably in turmoil right now due to the death of Nam Hosun of the Lightning Clan. So turning to the window where the full moon was shining in, Pio Wol decided to wait a bit. At that moment, memories of the night he had disposed of the young leader surfaced in his mind. His blades flew across the room and everything around him was colored red. After a while, Cheon Yop arrived at the scene. He looked around and wanted to find out what had happened. Next to him was a man from his clan. Looking at the crime marks on the floor, he noticed that they were a little rough but still belonged to a 72-wave technique. Then, Sehong Yop asked his ally if this was something that could be done by a stranger who had just learned the technique. The man thought about it too. But what confused him was that only a few people in their sect knew such a technique. It was unlikely that anyone else could do it, and Cheon Young remembered that there had been a leak in the past. Then the man told him that that copy of the sword only involved movement. He said that if one did not learn the technique of internal breathing, one could not release even half the power of the technique. And Chung Yop suggested that someone might have helped the criminal from the sect itself. Another man said that this then changes the case. He said that the enemy could study them to copy the technique of internal breathing. However, he also thought it would be smarter to just create a completely new technique. But in any case now, they couldn't draw conclusions just by looking at the crime scene, so the guys decided to find the culprit who hid in this place. When Cheon Yop's partner left the room, the guy himself thought that whoever did it was very cruel. He immediately thought of Pio Wool, who might come back after 7 years. However, the young man quickly put such thoughts out of his mind because he was sure that he had long ago died. While walking through the alleyways, the Ching Cheng sect led by Cheon Yop was looking for a place to stay for the night. The Golden Sky Clan were friends of the Golden Sky Clan. As they continued walking forward, they suddenly stopped. A look of surprise appeared on the faces of the Ching Cheng sect guys. Up ahead, they spotted people from the Ime sect led by Zhonghua and Yon Seolran. Of course, both sects were enemies, and so subordinates from both sides immediately began to draw their swords. But suddenly, Cheon Yop took a couple steps forward. Turning to Zhonghua, the guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In response, the girl asked what the Ching Cheng sect had forgotten here. He told the young man that he should live in the mountains as befitting his rank, and his rank was Sword of the White Crane. Cheon Yop didn't react to that and asked what brought the Flower Elder here. He added that it would be difficult to protect their sect in time and it was something to worry about. The young man's insolence made Zhonghua angry even though she had started it. Young Solran tried her best to calm the master down, but she didn't want to tolerate the behavior of the Ching Cheng sect. Therefore, with a shout, the girl began to ask if those had gotten wind of the agreement between the deputy of the Lightning Clan and the White Flower Room and therefore destroyed the leader. However, Cheon Yop was outraged by this behavior. He reminded the Amoeba sect that they were the ones who tried to destroy their most outstanding disciple for 7 years. At that moment, young Seol Ran was standing between two fires. The girl noticed that the conflict was brewing again and didn't realize where she had made a mistake, although she had thoughts in her head that they were the cause of the problem. But that Pio Wool would destroy Wu Gun-san was something she couldn't even suspect. Despite the fact that they all thought our hero was dead, they could still not move away from his influence. And this was true even for people who didn't know the man's name at all. Suddenly, an electric shock ran through her body. She turned sharply and felt the familiar cold gaze on her. Trying to discern echoes of something familiar in the darkness, young Seol Ran decided that she was mistaken. However, that was not the case. In the crowd of people who had gathered to watch the conflict between the two sects, Pio Wool was hiding. Stepping a little aside, our hero felt how the whole situation pleased him. The guy understood that it took the right materials to get the fire going, but there were still a few things he needed. However, Pio Wool already felt that the conflict between Zhonghua and Cheon Yop that had just occurred was a good start. It was already evening. Our hero went to his old acquaintances where he was met by Ho Ranju. She immediately began to ask why the young man disappeared for so long and most importantly where he was. She felt like she'd been waiting for him forever. Pio Wool was embarrassed by this statement and gave her a look that showed her that she shouldn't tell him off like that. At that moment, not only the girl stood before him, but also the rest of her company, who were waiting for the arrival of our hero. After a while, they were all sitting peacefully at the round table. The captain introduced himself by his name and said he had heard a lot about him. Smiling broadly, Jan Marion also said that perhaps it was fate that they had met and offered to have dinner together. Our hero didn't answer anything, but in his head he scrolled through the information that the man was the captain of the Black Cloud Squad. Jang Marion said that Ranju was genuinely interested in the young man, and that's why he wanted to meet him. And then he added that he could tell from seeing Pio Wool that he was strong. The man went on to say that although Pio Wool was hiding his powerful aura by transferring his energy to his colorful outfit and appearance, he wasn't very good at it. The captain added that the energy emanating from the boy was abnormal. Ho Ranju joined the conversation and said, with a wide smile, that the young man was exceptional. After that, Jian Marion suggested that we get to the point of the conversation. He asked Pio Wool to join the Black Cloud Squadron. The guy at this point decided to remain silent, but his eyes turned even more red. And the captain explained his offer. He said that people saw them as mere vagabonds, but they were following a dream. The man said they want to do everything they can to be recognized, and to do that, they need to gather as many people as possible. He promised to give Pyo Wol anything he wanted. Jean Marion even said that if the boy wanted to, he could give him Ho Ranju. Such a statement made the girl a little tense. She didn't expect such a thing from her boss. However, after that, everyone amicably started laughing, but among them was Daoshi Guo, who had a displeased face. It was because he was watching Ho Ranju, who usually said that she wasn't interested in Pyo Wol at all, but from the way she looked at him, it seemed the opposite. Nervously sipping his drink, Daoshi Guo tried to distract himself from his thoughts and began to think about what kind of answer Pyo Wol could give. Right after that, our hero said that the squad's offer wasn't that tempting. Daoshi Guo even spat out all the liquid he had just consumed from the glass. And of course, this reaction from the man surprised everyone present and they turned on him. Daoshi Guo started to nag awkwardly and said that he just had the drink in the wrong throat. He asked the guys to keep talking and apologized to them. Then Jan Marion said that our hero did not want to accept his offer and decided to ask him one question. The man's eyes turned bright blue, and he asked the young man what he didn't like about their offer. The captain suggested two options. One was an engagement to Ho Ranju, and the other was to join their ranks. To which Pyo Wol briefly replied that he wasn't satisfied with everything. The young man said that he doesn't put his hands on food that's doomed to spoil. At that moment, Ho Ranju gave the guy a very strange look. It was because she realized that in this way, our hero had just rejected her. The girl couldn't understand how he dared to do that. There was an awkward silence in the room after Pyo Wol's words. No one knew how to react to the rejection. However, after a few seconds, the silence was broken by Jan Marion's loud laughter. He said it was all just a joke and asked why the young man was making such a serious face. Getting up from his chair, the captain asked how he could give him Ranja. The man added that it didn't matter how much he wanted the boy to join them. The girl was priceless. Then abruptly, removing the smile from his face, Jan Marion decided to give Pyo Wol some advice. In a serious voice, he advised our hero to never run into their squad. The man added that he always tries to negotiate first and then move on to action. In response, Pyo Wol also wanted to speak out. The captain did not resist and obediently agreed to listen to their arriving guest. Then the young man's eyes shone even brighter. He said that if Jan Marion should one day lose his head while walking along the road, the man might at once think it was he. The captain's face was no longer so confident and satisfied after hearing this. Pyo Wol smiled broadly and said it was a joke. Then he asked why the captain had such a serious face. Jan Marion was silent in response, but his face was showing all the displeasure he felt at the young man's teasing. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Chengdu City, a man who was investigating with Cheon Yop came to his room. Cheon Yop greeted his partner and asked where Imei's squad was going. The man replied that they hadn't moved a step away from the 100 Flowers room. He also added that he had sent a few students to the 100 Flowers room just in case. Cheon Yop praised the man for being so resourceful. He wanted to find whoever had destroyed the young leader of the Thunder Clan as soon as possible. In this way, Cheon Yop thought that they would be able to uncover the whole matter and take the necessary countermeasures. So his partner said he planned to join the infamous clan. He thought they should have been more aware of their movements. The man was sure that this clan was aware of who had attacked the Thunder Clan that day. It was because the disgraced squad had eyes and ears all over Sichuan just like spider nets. Cheon Yop replied that he probably wouldn't use such guys himself, but anyway, he decided to leave it up to his partner. In response, the man bowed to his chief and said he would not disappoint him. At this moment, Cheon Yop turned his head to the window and thought about the fact that there were more clansmen involved in this story than he had realized. Already, the Thunder Clan of the Golden Heaven Clan and even the 100 Flowers room were already involved in all of this, and he was afraid to even speculate how big this problem could grow if the assassin wasn't caught. Meanwhile, in the hostel where our hero slept, one stranger leaning against his door tried to hear the guy. The man was sure that Pyo Wol was in the room, but he didn't feel his presence at all. He thought that our hero definitely looked suspicious. The mysterious tracker's name was Ma-un, and he was shocked that he couldn't hear a single breath from the young man. Then he went to the window and opened it sharply. In the distance, he saw some silhouettes on the roof of the building ahead. Apparently, they were people from his company, because as soon as Ma-un nodded his head, one of the silhouettes on the roof vanished. After a while, a man in robes with only his eyes visible reported to his chief that the first-class surveillance object had not moved during the night. He said that now when the sun comes up, he and his team will switch from long-range surveillance to short-range surveillance. In front of him stood the vice captain of the Black Cloud clan named Yan Wuzhong. He said that the captain was quite concerned about the guy, so he had to keep watching him without looking away. After that, the ninja accepted the order and like last time, simply vanished into thin air. Once the subordinate vanished, Yang Wuzhong exhaled and decided that it was time for him to get back to work. There was a table in front of him with a map of the city on it. Examining it, he confirmed his speculation that the problem was the 3 gates at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain. He said that the Black Cloud clan's strength in the area around these gates was useless. Yang Wuzhong realized that they should drag them to the foot of the mountain to effectively utilize the strength of his 200 horsemen, but he didn't know how to do it yet. Continuing to ponder, the man initially looked forward, and a little later his eyes rose sharply upward. With a deft movement of his hands, Yan Wuzhong pulled out daggers from his robes and launched them at the ceiling. However, such an attack was simply going nowhere. Nothing happened, and the man thought his feelings had been heightened. As he thought about what had happened, Yang Wuzhong was sure that he had felt someone's gaze on him, although he didn't deny that it was a false sensation due to nerves. But in fact, the man was not mistaken. Behind him, Piao Wu was hanging by his thin threads. In the meantime, Zhonghua was in the 100 Flowers room. She asked her younger sister to return to Mount Mei at sunrise. At that moment, young Sol Ran stood there with a dumbfounded face. She asked her sister what it was all about. She asked her sister what it meant, to which Zhonghua replied that she had no business being here. She thought it would be better for Sol Ran to go back and stay with Master. However, Sol Ran realized that Master had sent her with her to help her. To which Zhonghua replied that the negotiations with the Black Cloud clan had been successful, and so the girl could turn back. And young Sol Ran said she can't do that since no one knows when they will have to face the Qingcheng sect in Chengdu. The girl told Zhonghua that she is here for her, but she didn't realize what kind of trouble that would cause. As a last resort, Zhonghua said she was using the Black Cloud clan as a human shield. She then ordered Sol Ran to obey her again. In response, the student sighed heavily and agreed to comply with her older sister's decree. Zhonghua asked Yon Sol Ran to leave at first light. She obediently obeyed again. After that, they said goodbye. After a while, Wu Sonhe came into Zhonghua's room with a wicker basket of fruit. Her aunt began to ask what brought the girl to her at such a late hour. Lady Wu said she wanted to keep her company. Afterwards, Zhonghua patted her niece on the cheek and asked if she had seen someone, because Wu Sonhe looked very healthy. The girl only laughed at first, and then she said, a little embarrassed, that maybe she was. She thought that guy might be good for something. Wu Sonhe asked her aunt if she knew that the young leader of the Thunder clan had died, but without waiting for an answer, the girl said that perhaps the one who had done it was someone she had met. After saying that, Zhonghua's face changed. She gritted her teeth and asked Lady Wu if she was sure that he had destroyed Nam Hosun. But in response, the girl began to wave her hands away, as she wasn't quite sure. She thought it was probably true, but there was no clear evidence. Then Wu Sonhe said she'd bring the guy to her aunt if she found out he was guilty, and Zhonghua approved of that proposal. After that, she wanted to know the name of the culprit. But suddenly something started happening outside. Running right out of the room, Zhonghua and Wu Sonhe saw 2 girls in the hallway who were clearly shocked. One of them stammered out Gongsun's name and said that without a doubt, the Qingcheng sect was to blame. In the room lay a lifeless man. Now the Amoeba sect were certain that they had sent an assassin and sent Gongsun's follower to the other world. Seeing his man lifeless, Zhonghua with rage in her eyes and pain at the same time started screaming. Meanwhile, the tragic news of Gongsun's death had already reached the Black Cloud squad. John Marion said that Zhonghua's direct disciple would be a key person even in the Ime sect, but that man was destroyed within the walls of the 100 Flowers room. With a heavy sigh, the captain shared his thoughts with Yang Wuzhong and said that this was not where they were coming from. To which the vice captain replied that this was the best outcome for them. He believed that the more frightened they were, the more they would be relied upon. But the fact that there was an assassin of this level in Sichuan was strange to him. This was because since the fall of the Blood Phantom group 7 years ago, no assassin group had shown up in Sichuan. After his partner's words, John Marion thought even more about pondering that he could have done this, because he doubted that Qingcheng's trusted group could have hired any executioner. And at that moment, Yang Wuzhong turned to the captain and asked if a third party could have intervened. Then Zhang Marion immediately remembered Piao Wu and his words as he threatened him. He then turned to Yang Wuzhong and asked if Ma Un had reported anything unusual. The vice captain decided to interrogate whether the man was referring to the man he had instructed them to follow. And then he said that the target had not shown his nose for 4 days. Since Ma Un was very brave, the vice captain said he could be trusted. But Jan Marion still decided to ask if Yang Wuzhong was sure it wasn't the guy's fault. And he said that given the circumstances, it was. In that case, the captain decided to order Ma Wun to stop tracking and concentrate on Qingcheng sect's movements. After a while, Zhonghua met up with the Black Cloud unit. She shared with John Marion that a follower of their sect had been destroyed by an assassin. The captain expressed his condolences for the loss, and then the girl said she had gathered them to look at his wounds. She said that at first glance, the wounds on the body looked like they had been inflicted with an ordinary sword. But Manhwa added that once the captain saw it with his own eyes, he would understand. When he got closer to the lifeless Jian, Marion saw that the cut had been made with something extremely thin and sharp, and it was clearly not a sword. He assumed that silver wire had been used. But the captain realized that it didn't matter how sharp the wire was since the skin had to be wrapped from it. Manhwa asked if the man had seen such a wound before, to which he said no, and the girl was surprised that even someone as experienced as the captain had not seen something like this. Manhwa asked if he suspected anyone. At this moment, Jong Marion himself was thinking about it and realized that Pyo Wol couldn't have done it. However, he did not share his thoughts with Manhwa, and apologizing to her said he could not give an answer. Then the girl asked when all their forces would arrive in Chengdu. John Mariong said that they would arrive within 3 days, but the Qingcheng sect would be wary if the cavalrymen entered Chengdu. This made Manhwa a little angry and said it didn't matter. She thought they could crush them in an instant. The man asked if the girl was talking about a frontal assault right now, and with a noticeable increase in tone, Manhwa reminded him that she would give the captain anything he wanted. She didn't understand why he was afraid. With sparks coming out of her eyes, Manhwa said that she would rather die than live under the same sky as the Qingcheng sect. Looking at the furious woman, Yang Wuzhong and John Marion didn't question and obediently agreed with her. At that moment, there was another person in the room that no one noticed. It was our hero. Sometime later, Jan Marion was in a charity hospital where a man was lying. His name was Oh Yukpai, and his eyes were bandaged. The captain could not even guess what had happened to him, so he asked Ho Ranju. The girl said in a guilty voice that he had gone to see Pyo Wol and had gotten confused. In response, Jian Marion pounded menacingly on the table and ordered Ho Ranjue to stop mumbling and say it normally. Sweat dripped down the girl's face with excitement. She didn't know where to start and mumbled back to the man. Ranju herself at this point began to remember moments from that day. Back then, Pyo Wol was at the table and eating a meal. The girl approached the young man with a glass of water and holding it out to him asked him how he was doing. When he saw her, our hero only said her name in a neutral tone. He thought to himself that he couldn't even eat in peace. Pyo Wol asked why the girl was here. Ho Ranju replied that she just wanted to make sure he was okay and apologize. However, the guy didn't understand what the girl meant when she talked about apologizing. Then Ho Ranju said that they were not being tactful that day and asked if the young man was surprised by everything that was going on. But Pyo Wol said he didn't care. It was as if the girl's insides were shattered by those words. She couldn't believe that the young man didn't care at all about the way he had spoken about her. But she did not show her worries to our hero and smiling asked why he should not think about the proposal of their boss. Pyo Wol clarified if she was talking about joining the Black Cloud clan, and it was indeed true. Ho Ranju said she would take care of him. At that moment, Oh Yukpai joined their conversation. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that he was wondering where she had gone. This made the girl a little angry. She asked the man with a displeased face and voice to take his hands off her and asked since when he had been following her. However, in response, Oh Yukpai started smiling broadly and asked Ho Ranju if she thought he had so much free time. The man said he had come for her because the boss said so. And then, as if only now, he noticed the guy sitting with her and asked if it was the same Pyo Wol. But our hero answered nothing to this question and just looked at the man with a stern look. Smiling with a full mouth, Oh Yukpai realized that the guys weren't lying, and the young man was indeed handsome. At that moment, Ho Ranju started to get angry. She realized that her acquaintance was looking at guys again, so she turned to Oh Yukpai and told him to stop being so greedy. Then the man moved even closer to Pyo Wol and turned to the girl and asked her what he needed to stop being greedy for. This made Ho Ranja even angrier and she called out to him menacingly. Oh Yukpai even began to lick his lips in anticipation of something good, as if asking himself what he didn't know what he was getting into. To which our hero discreetly replied that he would forgive the man only once. These words made Yukpai a little tense. Then Pyo Wol asked him to turn away until he counted to 3. The boy said that if Oh Yukpai didn't do that, he would make sure he never saw anything again. But to all appearances, the man did not understand such threats, and smiling asked if our hero was talking to him. Without reacting to this, Pyo Wol started counting down. His eyes shone brighter than usual, and he already started to reach out his hands for the Chinese chopsticks. As soon as the young man counted to 3, he sharply attacked Oh Yukpai with the wooden weapon. Although the man managed to block the blow in time, the sticks stuck into his hands. Then Oh Yukpai got very angry and hit the table where they were sitting with all his might. He wanted to get back at Pyo Wol. The man wondered where he had disappeared to. At this moment, Ho Ranju, who was beside him, shouted loudly and started to pull out her weapon. All because our hero was already over Oh Yukpai's head and was launching his blades in his direction. It seemed that because of his aggression, Pio Wool had lasers instead of eyes that were about to burn everything in their path. This time the man was no longer able to avoid the attack from the guy and was hit by a wave of blows. His whole body was covered with many cuts. After a few minutes, he knelt on his knees, while Pio Wool stood nearby and threw his daggers. Then, our hero grabbed Oyukpai's head with his heartbreaking threads and taking the thin blades began to approach his eyes. After that, there was a loud shout from the man himself and the nearby Ho Ranju. Oyukpai was on all fours and bleeding. At that moment, the girl decided to intervene and used her weapon to attack Pio Wool. With her whip, Ranju wrapped her whip around the young man's throat. While she was doing all this, her eyes were burning red. However, she didn't succeed because the guy vanished into thin air and ended up a couple of meters away from her in the other direction. Ho Ranju did not continue the battle. She asked with anger and despair in her voice why our hero had to do it. Without waiting for an answer, the girl asked Pio Wool to end it here and now. The young man said nothing in response. There was some powerful energy coming from him, and his eyes continued to burn red. Ho Ranju went on to say that she didn't come to watch what was happening. She believed that Oyukpai had already paid for his ignorance and there was no need to shed any more blood. Pio Wool was still silent. A little later, he calmly turned in the opposite direction from the girl and started to walk away. At this moment, Ho Ranju exhaled with ease. It was as if a stone had fallen from her soul. But then she told the guy that he was really unpredictable. She couldn't believe that Pio Wool had done that to her comrade despite what he had done. However, the girl's anger subsided and she told our hero one last time to be careful. Ho Ranju believed that if the young man continued to behave so carelessly, one day he would not be able to escape punishment. But after that, the guy decided to leave in silence. He walked past a man who was an employee of the cafeteria, and he was clearly shocked by what he saw. Pio Wool noticed that his clothes were ruined. He said that Seolan liked it. After hearing Ho Ranju's story about what was going on, Jang Marian couldn't believe that our hero had hurt Oyukpai so badly because he just looked at him. And the girl confirmed that it was indeed so. In that case, the captain said he was puzzled. And what pissed him off the most was that it all happened at an already stressful time. Ho Ranju said that looking at all this hurt her pride beyond words. She wanted to make the young man pay for such a thing. Jang Marian thought it was a great choice and promised that he would get rid of Pio Wool as soon as he was done with the Qingcheng sect. Ho Ranju agreed to this plan, and the captain said that they would move out as soon as he regrouped the cavalry. He ordered the girls to be well prepared for this moment, and she made it clear with sparkling eyes that she would comply. Meanwhile, an elderly man was visited by a man who was looking for the culprit who destroyed the young leader of the Thunder Clan. That person was Chung Yop. However, the old man replied that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The man said that the only clue was that the guy was a martial artist of the Qingcheng sect. Then Cheon Yop asked if there was anyone who stood out in Chengdu. The person the young man was addressing was the manager of the Chengdu branch of the Unholy Clan, named Oh Sang-jin. After a moment's thought, he said there was one named Pio Wool. The man said that the guy has a captivating beauty and is a ruthless master whose crimes cannot be described in words. Cheon Yop then asked if the young man could have been involved in Nam Ho-san's death. But Oh Sang-jin couldn't be convinced of that, even though Pio Wool fit the description of who Cheon Yop was looking for. Then he spoke our hero's name enigmatically and put a pouch of gold yangs to the old man. Oh Sang-jin thanked the guy for that and told him to come by again if he needed anything. As soon as Cheon Yop left, the man himself began to ponder if Pio Wool could have been the one who destroyed the young leader of the Thunder Clan. Then he took a book from the stack next to him and decided to check it out. The book said that our hero's life story was unknown, as well as his goals and his connection to the clan. It also said that the young man first appeared in the Hongchuan brothel in Batang West Jinchuan and that he possessed powerful martial skills. The boy's personality was supposed to be radical. Reading this information, Oh Sang-jin seriously wondered if Pio Wool could have destroyed Nam Ho-san. And then he smiled and decided that the command could handle the investigation on their own if he gave them that information. The man assumed that our hero was under the scrutiny of their clan as well. While Oh Sang-jin was thinking about it, a hand appeared behind his back. A little later, the branch manager of the Unholy Clan noticed someone's presence with his side vision. Around the man appeared many heartbreaking threads that he couldn't see, but they kept him from moving. Turning his head slightly, Oh Sang-jin asked the stranger with fear in his voice who he was. But the man was in semi-darkness and did not answer the man. The mysterious guest was reading a book that had just recently been in the manager's hands. After a few seconds, the guy replied that he had just recently appeared in Chengdu and was surprised that he had been found out so quickly. Then Oh Sang-jin said he was the head of the Lo clan in the city. He told the young man that if he harmed him, his clan would not tolerate it. In response, our hero smiled slightly and said that he was well aware of that. That's why the guy was here now. The man was surprised and asked why he had come here knowing that. It was only at this moment that Oh Sang-jin truly realized who was behind his back. But he still didn't understand why the young man was revealing his identity so much. The man assumed that he was going to send him to the other world now, thus silencing him. So without wasting any time, the branch manager started begging the guy to spare him. He said no one but him had seen the book. Oh Sang-jin continued to deny everything and asked our hero to spare him. Suddenly, he felt that he could finally move his arm. The man began to rejoice that he was practically free. Then he gathered his strength with all the anger he had accumulated in him and aimed a fiery fist at the guy. Pyo Wol watched this with a slight smile. Then the young man made a single movement with his hand and blood splattered everywhere. Oh Sang-jin didn't even have time to do anything. The life in his eyes evaporated almost immediately. The branch manager fell to the floor and our hero holding the book said he would pick it up. After a while, explosions were heard in the city. The battle between the Qingcheng and Ime sects had begun. People were running through the streets in panic. There was devastation everywhere, and many buildings were on fire. Jan Marion didn't understand what was going on around him. The whole thing seemed like a nightmare to him. People from different clans attacked each other and wished their enemies doom. The Qingcheng sect wanted to avenge Songjin's death. They realized that the Ime clan were the ones who hired the executioner to destroy Wu Gunsun, and now this. Watching what was happening, Jan Marion and Yang Wuzhong saw that both sects had reached their breaking point and ended up facing each other. Suddenly, a loud and menacing voice was heard. It was a fire dragon master named Po Sang-hee. He asked everyone to stop fighting. The man wanted to reach out to the cult people and tell them what would happen if things continued like this. But at that moment, a spear flew at Po Sang-hee. It struck the man's shoulder before he could finish his thought. Fire Dragon's subordinates began to resent that the enemies dared to attack their master. And of course, after that, the battle became even more colorful and took on new twists and turns. Continuing to watch this, Jan Marion told his partners that what had happened was some kind of buffoonery. The man also added that the Ime sect was now in a worse situation because they had few people. The captain then ordered Daoshi Guo to gather the entire Black Cloud Corps, all because Jan Marion had decided to join the battle. Meanwhile, fires continued to form all around. People were shouting from the houses and asking for help. At that second, an enraged Zhonghua, turning to her enemies, she asked how dare they destroy her student. Gritting her teeth, the girl did not understand how the Qingcheng sect could then consider themselves a clan worthy of respect. In front of her stood Qian Young with his sword. He said that the Ime sect was the first to cross the line by killing their gifted disciple Wu Gunsun. And then the guy turned around and complimented that they also dared to destroy the Thunder Clan's clan leader. This statement made Zhonghua very angry. She realized that the Qingcheng sect's technique was used in the crime. She asked the guy how dare he accuse them of this. The girl was so angry that without waiting for an answer, she rushed to Qian Yop's side. Zhonghua said that this day would be the last day for the Qingcheng sect. But the guy didn't budge. He also activated his energy and waited for the attack. A couple seconds later, the two powerful men clashed in an almost equal battle. Meanwhile, Yeon Seol-ran also participated in the battle and attacked people from the opposite sect. There was no pleasure in what was happening on her face. It was so overwhelming that she didn't immediately notice her ally Gonghua collapsing to the ground. Then, still seeing this, young Seol-ran ran up to the weakened girl and asked her to spread her aura quickly so that she could help her. Gonghua tearfully began to reach out to the girl, but suddenly her body weakened. At that moment, tears appeared in young Seol-ran's eyes. She couldn't believe what had happened and realized that it was all the initiative of their sect. That's why she was hesitant to fight the Qingcheng sect. But now, because of her hesitation, people have started to die. After these thoughts, young Seol-ran calmed down and told herself that she couldn't hide anymore. Meanwhile, the battle was still going on and the fires were still burning. Jan Marion was still watching and wondering why their army had not arrived yet. The man first started to suspect the Qingcheng sect, but later quickly changed his mind because those people wouldn't have enough time. Then Jang Marion turned to a guy named Seol Po. He said it was strange that the men they sent to gather the troops had not returned yet. The man began to think that everything was a setup. The captain had the distinct feeling that someone was trying to add fuel to the fire. Therefore, he asked Seol Po to inspect the battlefields and see if there was actually such a person. After the captain's order, the guy immediately flew to carry out the mission. As Seol Po flew over the city, he saw that there was a madness going on. Both sides had forgotten about the hired executioner and were trying to destroy each other. And now the boy realized that the captain was right in his assumptions. Someone had set this whole thing up. However, Seol Po didn't understand where that guy could be. He thought that since the battle was in full swing, he probably wouldn't be hiding in a building that could collapse at any second. He didn't see him among the wrestlers either. The same question of where the instigator of the situation was still lingered in Seol Po's mind. Then he flew up to one place. In front of Seol Po was a sacred Cheongdu tree from which the whole area was to be seen. As he got closer, the boy wondered if it could be the one he had been looking for all this time. As he continued to look around, Seol Po suddenly sensed something, and his eyes glazed over. After that, the boy jumped up sharply from his seat. He noticed where his enemy was. Indeed, not far from him was our hero. Only his burning red eye was visible in the semi-darkness. Noticing Seol Po using the heartbreaking threads, Pio Wool launched his daggers in his direction. However, Seol Po himself only saw a certain trajectory of the weapon that was aiming for him. Fending off the attacks, the guy assumed that our hero had telekinesis and controlled daggers, and that made him wonder what a person with such abilities was doing in this place. Then, Seol Po felt some invisible force begin to squeeze his neck, and at that moment Pio Wool approached him. The threads around Seol Po's neck began to tighten even more. The boy began to blush as it became harder to breathe. When he saw the face of his enemy, he didn't understand why he was doing all this. In the end, Seol Po lost his life. Our hero lifted the guy with the help of thin threads upwards where there were already a few more lifeless ones. After that, Pio Wool, still hiding his face, continued to watch the nightmare taking place. Meanwhile, the battle was indeed not subsiding. Even Jonghwa was already exhausted and blood was already coming out of her mouth. At this moment, young Sol Ran noticed her in such a state and immediately ran up to her sister. Kneeling down to be level with Jonghwa, the girl asked if everything was all right, but all she heard in response was a grunt. Then Sol Ran helped her older sister to her feet, saying that they were going back to the 100 Flowers room. Not expecting any response from Jonghwa, the girl raised her head and saw Cheon Yop in front of her. His assistant ran up to the guy and also suggested that he leave. In the end, the leaders of the two sects went in different directions. The sects ordered their subordinates to withdraw. The people around them were in a frenzy. The Ime clan fighters began to spread the word that Jonghwa was badly wounded and it was time to leave. Watching what was going on, Pio Wool heard the news and was overjoyed. He thought it was a pleasant outcome. A little later in the Black Cloud unit, Jan Marion and his charges were examining the lifeless. He didn't understand who could have done this to them. To which Dao Shiguo replied to the captain that all these people had fallen at the hands of one man. The man couldn't believe it and asked if he was sure, and Dao Shiguo answered yes without a doubt. He then asked the captain to look at Joksun and Seol Po's wounds. They were identical, and from the looks of it, Dao Shiguo assumed that the executioner had used a dagger or a short sword as a weapon. When Jan Marion heard this, he was surprised. He remembered that the wounds on Yukpai were also caused by daggers. Therefore, without wasting time, the captain asked Yang Wuzhong to bring O Yukpai to them. After a while, the vice captain, along with Ho Ranju, began to examine the man's wounds, and they were shocked when they realized that the same abrasions were on the lifeless ones. This news was quickly reported to the captain by the boys, and Zhang Marian realized that all these people had been destroyed by Pio Wool. The enraged man ordered them to immediately gather their subordinates and bring them to him. Jian Marian said he would personally interrogate him. Meanwhile, in the 100 Flowers room, two women were discussing Jonghwa's severe injury. Just as suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Yeon Seol Ran and asked in a stern voice for them to gather. She ordered the women to check the fortifications of the 100 Flowers room since the Qingcheng sect might attack again. The subordinates accepted the instructions. In the same way, Yeon Seol Ran asked them to send the pigeon to the main sect. The girl wanted them to inform the others of what had happened and ask them for reinforcements. Then young Sol Ran began to think that the deaths of Gunsun and the Thunder Clan's leader had become a hotbed of enmity between the sects. She also felt that the Qingcheng sect had completely fallen out of favor. As she continued to think about it, she realized that someone was intentionally sowing discord between the clans. Now, young Sol Ran had a goal to find out who was doing it. Meanwhile, Jonghwa was lying on the couch with meridians flying around her. Even in her very weak state, she was talking about the Qingcheng sect who were their enemies. The man standing next to her asked her to calm down. Otherwise, the meridians might get out of control again. The healer said that if that happened, the girl would be in great danger. At this moment, after saying this, the man's face abruptly began to look very frightened, all because Jonghwa suddenly opened her eyes and in a menacing tone ordered him to hide before she blew his head off. And of course, after such a threat to his life, the man obeyed the order. With his heels glistening, he immediately fled the room. Then Jonghwa calmed down. She felt that her condition was grave, and if this continued, Seol Ran might take her place. The girl realized that in order to avoid such an eventuality, she needed to get better as soon as possible. Suddenly, Jonghwa felt the presence of someone again. She thought it was the healer again and asked what he wanted. But when Jung-hwa looked up, she realized her mistake. Pyo-wol was standing in front of her. He asked her if she had forgotten him so quickly, and it felt like he was smiling at that moment. However, by all appearances, the girl did not recognize our hero. She asked if the guy knew who she was, to which Pyo-wol said yes. He added that he had remembered her for 7 years. Then lifting his head and thus revealing his face, the young man said that he wondered if his girlfriend would remember him if he deprived her of her second eye. And after that, everything fell into place in Janhwa's mind. She guessed who was really standing in front of her. Smiling, Pyo-wol finally took off his hood and told the girl that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Janghwa was furious at what was happening. She didn't understand where the boy had come from. She was sure that he had died because the saint of military justice had said that he had thrown him into the snake hole. Leaning toward the sect master, Ime Pyo-wol confirmed her words and said that it was time for her to visit this hole. Janghwa's eyes were filled with fear at that moment. Then our hero revealed that he was the one everyone was looking for. He shared that he was the one who destroyed Wu Gunsun and the head of the Thunder Clan. After that, Janghwa's eyes became bloodshot. She didn't understand how Pyo-wol wasn't afraid to continue what he'd started when he destroyed one of them. The young man replied that it was their own fault. Our hero said that in fact they were all their creation, because without the Ime cult, ordinary kids couldn't become executioners. Blood continued to pour from Janhwa's eyes instead of tears. She asked what the boy wanted from her. Pyo-wol replied that he just wanted her to know what would happen to the Ime sect. Bowing his head, the guy complimented that it would be a good event for them since he was going to destroy Cheon-yop today. The young man said that he sent him to the other world with the snow cloud penetrating strike technique, and this battle technique belongs to the Ime sect. Smiling wryly, Pyo-wol added that it just so happens to be a technique that young Seol Ran uses. At this moment, Janghwa was furious. Even though her body was very weak and blood was coming out of her eyes, she was able to lift herself up. She told the guy that she would not let him do it. The girl threatened to kill the young man right away. Pyo-wol replied with a smile that the Ching-cheng and Ime sects would spill each other's blood and cause more casualties. He also added that the blood of the monsters lurking in the mountains would also be spilled. While the boy was talking about his plans with a smile, Janghwa clung to him and tried to get up and do something. Holding out her palm towards him, the girl thought that the young man's plan was very sneaky. She wanted to get rid of him right now and not let him win this battle. Looking at Janghwa's hand, Pyo-wol said he would find those people wherever they were hiding. And after that, he was going to kill anyone who got in his way. Janghwa was already bleeding, and at one point her body finally weakened. The girl died. Watching what was happening, our hero said that she should not have spawned such a horrible person like him. Meanwhile, a group of vagrants arrived at the room where Pyo-wol used to live. Ho Ranju broke down the door with her whip to enter. However, an empty room was waiting for them. Daoshi Guo realized that the guy they were looking for had escaped. The monk said that the group watching the boy had reported that he hadn't been to the hotel since last night, but Hulsen didn't think the boy had changed lodgings knowing they were coming. Pyo-wol just paid for the room and didn't live there. Then Ho Ranju slapped herself on the head. She couldn't believe she'd fallen for our hero's charm so stupidly. Being in the empty room, Daoshi Guo pondered where Pyo-wol had gone and what he was up to. And looking out the window, the man was trying his best to ward off the thought that the guy would cause them any trouble again at that moment. Meanwhile, the two people from Ching-cheng sect were practicing and they looked very tired. The guys also didn't realize how long it could last like this. After the battle, they didn't have a minute to rest. One of them said that there were rumors of executioners in the neighborhood, to which the other reacted sharply and asked him not to say that because it would lead to unhappiness. And as soon as the man said that, he heard something. The building in front of him went up in flames. They ran at once to the noise and to the light that was visible in the distance. The guys realized that it was the snow cloud penetrating strike technique that belonged to the Ime sect, so they immediately ran to check on their lord, but he was already lifeless. A few minutes before the incident, Cheon-yop was sitting in a meditation pose and a yellow aura was emanating from him. All this he did with his eyes closed, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a mysterious stranger in front of him. However, without waiting for an answer, Cheon-yop assumed that since the young man had crept up so quietly, he was not invited here. In response, the stranger in the dark cloak chose to only give his name. He introduced himself as Pyo-wol. When he heard that, Cheon-yop got goosebumps on his body, but he didn't let it show. The boy asked our hero why he had snuck up on him in the middle of the night, to which the young man replied that all those who show up so late often have insidious motives. He said he was no exception. Continuing to sit in a meditation pose, Cheon-yop apologized to the young man and admitted that he had asked a stupid question. Then he said he had something he wanted to ask our hero in person. And bowing his head, Cheon-yop asked Pyo-wol if it was true that he was the one who destroyed the head of the Thunder Clan, to which the young man replied yes, and added that he needed the Ching Cheng sect to carry out his plan. Cheon Yop asked our hero in surprise if he had any hard feelings toward their sect. Pyo Wol replied that he hated both sects. From that, the guy realized that the young man had destroyed their disciple as well. There was bewilderment on Cheon Yop's face. He didn't understand how Pyo Wol could hate both sects when they hadn't even heard of him, so he asked who the stranger really was. In response, our hero said he was an assassin and executioner made by the Ime sect, and the Tsengchen sect made him an enemy to all of Sichuan. As soon as Cheon Yop heard this, his eyes opened wider than usual. He remembered an incident that happened 7 years ago. And of course, Cheon Yop couldn't believe that the man who had destroyed Gonsun was standing in front of him. However, Pyo Wol confirmed this fact with a smile on his face. Cheon Yop then drew his weapon and said that the boy had made a big mistake. Pointing the dagger at the boy, he said that he could have saved his life by hiding in the shadows. The man's body began to glow, and he complimented that today he would put an end to all these problems by taking the life of our hero. In response, Pyo Wol remained silent, but his smile said that he wasn't going to lose. Cheon Yop then rushed towards his opponent with burning eyes and a strong aura emanating from him. At this point, our hero continued to stand motionless, but around him, soul-crushing threads appeared guiding the blades towards the man. Fiercely fending off attacks, Cheon Yop confidently approached his opponent. However, he hadn't considered the fact that some heartbreaking strings of daggers had flown over him and were now breathing down his back. These threads were actually everywhere, but the man couldn't see them. So thinking that he was going to win, Cheon Yop jumped up and swung at Pyo Wol. At this moment, our hero continued to stand still and suddenly swung his arm. Soul-shattering threads began to wrap around the man's body from all sides in the same second. Then, a bright light began to gather in Pyo Wol's hands while the young man himself did not take his gaze away from his enemy from the Ching Cheng sect. Holding onto the invisible threads and trying to ease his senses at least a little, Cheon Yop recognized the fighting technique that the young man was now beginning to use. Continuing to stare at the man, our hero told him to say hello to Manhwa. With an even more surprised face, Cheon Yop didn't understand what the guy was talking about, but those were the last of his questions. After that, our hero's attack hurt him badly. At present, those people from the Ching Cheng sect had finally reached their head. They found him in a terrible state. Bleeding, Cheon Yop said that they had created a monster. And after that, rumors spread throughout the clan that the Ime sect did it. The people of the Ching Cheng sect were shouting that it was Ime who had destroyed Cheon Yop. At that moment, Pyo Wol stood in a dark corner of one of the buildings and watched. The Ching Cheng clan shouted that they couldn't let it go, and they should take revenge on their enemies. In the end, all that was needed for mass bloodshed was a reason. People began to send each other to the other side day and night. No one thought that anyone could have set this up. Nobody gave a damn. All they wanted was to destroy each other. After a while, the city was in total devastation with mountains of lifeless people in the streets. In the midst of it all, in a dress colored red was Seol Ran. She said with a regretful look on her face that this was hell on earth. With a blank stare, the girl couldn't even imagine something like this ever happening. Young Seol Ran was distracted from her dark thoughts by a male voice from outside. Jang Marian was standing next to her. The captain wanted to tell her something about the recent crimes and a man named Pyo Wol. And then the girl was like an electric shock. It was clear from her look that she realized what kind of guy Jan Marian meant. After a while, this information was brought to the Supreme Master of the Ime sect, who had been told by Jan Marian. She could not believe with tears in her eyes that the young man had destroyed Manhwa. The furious woman emitting lightning from her body was very interested in our hero. The Supreme Master obviously didn't want to leave it for nothing. She couldn't believe that the mercenary who had destroyed Wu Gunsun 7 years ago had survived and instigated the battle between the Ching Cheng and Ime sects. The subordinate who brought this information to the Supreme Master said that at least young Seol Ran believed it all. However, the woman couldn't understand one thing. She knew that the Ching Cheng sect had passed down their martial arts to them, but where Pyo Wol had learned the snow cloud penetrating strike technique, the master had no idea. The girl replied that one of the people who died in the Gongwon dungeon always had a copy of the secret manual with him, and it was from there that the guy could know about the technique. This made the woman even more furious. She did not understand why the man was carrying a copy of the manual. Slightly startled by this reaction of her leader, the girl stammered, saying that it was just a single guess. The Supreme Master stood up from the table and said that the Ching Cheng sect would never accept such an explanation. In that case, Owen decided that they should catch Pyo Wol. The subordinate volunteered to perform this task. However, the woman refused and said she would do it herself. With round eyes, she said that she would personally massacre the young man for bullying the Ime sect. Meanwhile, on Forge Street, in the fire-breathing dragon room, the guy was already dealing with one man. Our hero grabbed the blacksmith's hand and looked around and realized that this place hadn't changed at all. one of them was still making tools for the executioners. He was the one talking about an old acquaintance of his. Tang So-chu was sitting in the corner in front of Pio Wol. Our hero said that those fools think they're noble by making others suffer. Pio Wol looked at the exhausted boy and asked him to decide how to deal with those enemies. He told him that he would do whatever he wanted if he destroyed them. Still hiding his face, our hero smiled back at the young man and made it clear that he was satisfied with this arrangement. Then he jerked sharply at the arm of the man he had been holding all this time. Suddenly, there was a splash of blood and a heart-rending scream. Pio Wol said that he made his choice and now he will have to watch closely to see what happens next. After that, our hero's dagger flew into the man standing next to him. When Tang So-chu saw this, he became mad. He started laughing strangely and his eyes were burning red. At this rate, cries of pain began to spread throughout the blacksmith shop. While Pio Wol and Tang So-chu were calmly walking down the road, the guy's daggers were flying around and destroying everyone in the area. On the way, our hero asked what feelings the young man had about what was happening. After all, he was the one who created such a weapon. Tang So-chu said with the same maddened eyes that it was beautiful and unbelievable. He couldn't believe that his creation was capable of such power. Continuing down the street amongst a bunch of lifeless Dan clan guy thanked Pio Wol for avenging him. Tang So-chu then asked the young man if he really needed something from him. Without waiting for an answer from Pio Wol, he asked him with a crazy smile how he could be of use to him. In response, our hero looked at the guy with a sly smile and decided to remain silent. But it seemed like he definitely had plans for Tang So-chu in his head. Meanwhile, in the first, a sword from the Qingchen sect was chasing a man from the Ime sect with burning eyes. And as soon as he managed to reach his goal, he swung at his enemy and with a powerful attack, sent him to the other world. At this moment, behind the first sword stood another man who was startled and shocked by what had happened. A little later, the sect leader of the Holy Warrior Spirit sect also approached them. He indignantly asked why the first sword named Mu Jung had done this. However, he was surprised that the man didn't know the reason. Mu Jung said that it was because of this man from the Ime sect that Cheon Young died. The sect leader of the Holy Warrior Spirit sect became even angrier from what he heard. He couldn't believe that Cheon Yop wasn't the leader of the Thunder Clan. Mu Jung replied that he had only provided a reason. And then, he added that he would no longer spare the people involved in the incident. In response, the sect leader said nothing. However, there were thoughts in his mind that Mu Jung was very serious. He didn't understand what had happened 7 years ago that made the first sword so angry. And as if reading the main man's mind, Mu Jung shouted that they had lost Wu Gun-san 7 years ago, and today, they lost Cheon Yop. Because of all this, the future of the Qingchen sect was destroyed. The sect leader of the Holy Spirit Warrior sect wanted to say something, but First Sword interrupted him and added that he couldn't take it anymore. Mu Jung told him that he listened to him keeping calm, but it was no good. The First Sword asked the man not to try to stop him, since he wasn't going to turn a blind eye to what had happened anymore. After that, Mu Jung immediately left this place without waiting for any words from the sect leader of the Holy Spirit Warrior sect. The subordinate who was standing next to the man at that moment said that if the First Sword joined Wu Jinpyong, they would be in big trouble. The cult leader was very surprised at what he heard, because it seemed to him that he had not left his house for 7 years and had done nothing despite all the chaos around him. The subordinate replied that it was because Wu Jinping could not overcome his hatred for the Ime sect. He added that if they gathered together, a bloody hell would break out in Xingchuan. The man then told his leader that he would go and investigate everything. However, the leader of the Holy Spirit Warrior sect did not understand why. The man replied that it was worth it to get to the truth. In that case, the sect leader asked the man to take the martial artists from the Hall of Justice with him. He also told a subordinate to use force against Mu Jung if he needed it. The sect leader of the Holy Spirit Warrior sect wanted to know why the First Sword was so angry. In response, the subordinate said that he had obeyed his orders and would not let him down. The man then looked at the lifeless man and turning to Manhwa, said that the fate of the Qingchen sect was now in her hands. Meanwhile, 2 men were sitting in an inn in the city, and one of them could not understand how 1 night here could cost 5 copper coins, to which the other replied that they had no choice. So the idea of sleeping outside didn't sound good. But the man kept resenting the fact that all the stores were closed, and the only almost closed hotel was asking double the price for a room. All this was happening because of a battle between 2 sects. The other one asked him not to say it so loudly because someone might hear. In the next room of the same hotel was Pio Wol. He was reading the book he took from Oh Sangjin. It was the Black Cloud Squad that caught his eyes. He had read that Daoshi Guo and Hyulsen were dangerous people. The young man realized that the Shame Clan's information was indeed excellent. It was because they not only had information about the martial artists of Chengdu, but also of the whole of Sichuan. Pio Wol thought it would be very useful to memorize them all. Then he looked out the window at the mess that was going on behind him. Watching this, our hero realized that many had already died, and just as many were dying now. But even so, he didn't regret what he had done. Pio Wol felt that his guilt disappeared in that underground pit. From the moment of his imprisonment underground, our hero only wanted to survive, and now it was too late to retreat, and the guy didn't understand how to live otherwise. Everything the young man had ever known was gone, but still, Pio Wol couldn't give up now. Even though there were too many enemies around the guy, he was not going to retreat. Our hero decided that he will fight to the end, even if he loses. And even if doom awaited him somewhere in the fire, he was looking at the young man gave himself his word that he would go to the end. Meanwhile, the Ime sect throughout its territory tried to help the victims. One of the men said they had run out of medicine. He was in a panic because he didn't know what to do or whether they could get more medicine. In response, Yeon Seol-ran told him not to worry and said that she had sent some people after them. She advised the guy to better focus on the injured. Jan Marion, standing nearby, was amazed that the girl could get supplies even in such a situation. He was also surprised that he had not heard of her talent before. And Daoshi Guo said that it was rumored that the Ime sect had gathered the most talented people in the past 100 years. Zhonghua and the first disciple were very cautious about her. Now that Zhonghua had left the world, the girl could use her skills as she wished. Daoshi Guo believed that if Seol-ran became the sect leader, she could be raised from her knees. Suddenly, at that moment, they as well as the girl felt something wrong. Daoshi Guo realized that someone had snuck in here, and Jan Marion sensed the energy of a martial artist. And as soon as the gate opened, they saw a woman who sparkled with lightning. It was Abbess Gu Hua, the head of the Ime sect. When all the subordinates noticed her, they immediately began to bow obediently to their head. They greeted her joyfully. Jan Marion and Daoshi Guo were not far behind. They realized that the situation was apparently very serious, that her personal visit was required. Young Seol-ran with a tired look also greeted the sect abbess. With violet burning eyes, the woman smiled slightly but hadn't said a word since her arrival so far. Suddenly, the stomping of heels was heard from outside. Wu Songha came to greet the head. Joyfully, the girl bowed to Gu Hua and said that she was from the 100 Flowers room. However, at the sight of her, the abbess stopped smiling and even frowned. At this moment, Lady Wu's face also changed. She didn't understand why the woman was looking at her like that. Gu Hua then ordered everyone to quickly go inside. No one argued and the crowd of people moved towards the building. But Jan Marion and Daoshi Guo were the only ones standing still for some reason. Gu Hua noticed that. So she half-turned her head in their direction and said they should follow her too. Smiling nervously, the captain asked if the woman wanted them to join them. Daoshi Guo added that he would prefer to leave, but he realized that they had no choice. In the end, they decided to follow the abbess. Jan Marion skipped his first partner and asked him to live a little longer since he still had to manage the Black Cloud Squad. After some time, the leaders from the different clans sat in a meeting and discussed the information they had managed to gather. Then Mother Superior Gu Hua spoke just one name. She spoke about Pio Wol. And right after that, the woman turned her head towards Wu Song-hee and noticed that the woman had reacted to the guy's name in some way. So Gu Hua turned to the girl and asked if there was anything she could tell her. However, Lady Wu was visibly nervous and decided to pretend that she didn't understand what was being asked of her. She stammered and asked what the woman was talking about. Standing up from her chair, the abbess asked her how our hero and she were bound. But the girl continued to pretend that she didn't know what she was talking about. Gu Hua then approached Wu Sonha and grabbed her cute face and said she would repeat the question again. The eyes of Ime's sect leader burned very brightly. She told the lady in a threatening tone that she didn't like being lied to. Gu Hua asked her why she was so worried when she said the young man's name. At first, Wu Songha started to say something indistinct. Later, she knelt down and apologized to the woman, saying that she didn't know it would turn out this way. Putting her hand on her heart, Lady Wu said she only wanted to take advantage of the boy for their benefit. The girl said that if they gave her people, she would catch the boy and bring him to them. At this point, the abbess continued to stare indifferently at Lady Wu while she said in tears that our hero trusted her. Then Gu Hua said that Wu Sionha was the poor thing in this situation. The girl even stopped crying for a second because she didn't understand what was being said. The woman asked the girl who asked her to destroy the leader of the Thunder Clan. She added that all she had to do was to live among humans and bloom like a flower. With tears in her eyes, Wu Sonaha said that she had made a mistake. She promised the abbess that from now on, she would live like a flower among people. At that moment, young Seol-ran came into the room where everyone was gathered. She saw the situation that Gu Hua and Lady Wu were in. But suddenly, a look of horror appeared on her face. A second after she entered the room, the abbess destroyed Wu Songhu. The woman then looked at the lifeless one and asked why such a thing as she tried to think with her head. Suddenly, young Sol Ran turned to her with all the anger in her voice. And when Gu Hua turned at the girl's voice, she saw the one with furious eyes was surrounded by a red aura. Seol Ran said with a tear in her voice to the woman that there was no need to resort to extreme measures since Wu Sonhe's actions were not intentional. The girl thought that Gu Hua shouldn't have gotten rid of Lady Wu, even though she had made a mistake. At this moment, Jiang Marian and Daoshi Guo were shocked that Seol Ran was so strong. And the woman watching was glad that the girl had finally started to show all her strength. And then she said that if someone made a favor, she would have to make another one. The abbess believed that if someone made a big mistake, they should pay for it. However, Seol Ran was still against such actions. To which the woman replied that the girl would know what she was talking about when she took her place. Gu Hua then told Yun Seol Ran that she should leave the room. After moving away from the lifeless Wu Song-hee, the abbess revealed that the 100 Flowers Room and the Ime sect had the same origin. Therefore, the sect leader decided to invite this squad back to negotiate with them again. At this moment, young Seol Ran was still standing behind the woman's back with an indignant face. After a few seconds, she turned around and left the room. And Jiang Marian thought that it was likely that the woman had wanted to destroy Songha from the beginning in order to subdue the 100 Flowers Room. He realized that Mother Superior Gu Hua was not only the strongest in Sichuan, but was also an excellent strategist. That meant that a woman would be harder to control. The captain was just distracted from such thoughts by Gu Hua. She asked him to prepare for mobilization. Such an order surprised him and Daoshi Guo very much. Continuing to throw calves from her eyes, the woman said that the Black Cloud squad had to catch Pio Wool at all costs. Meanwhile, 2 men from the Ime sect carried the lifeless body deep into the forest. They thought that wild animals would eat her, so they decided to leave her in the center of the forest. Wu Seongha lay wrapped under the cloth. Then the men turned back, leaving her on the ground. The weather had completely turned bad and it was raining. At that moment, someone approached the lifeless Lady Wu and freed her face from the blanket. It was Pio Wool. He looked at the girl with regret and decided to give her a human burial. After stoning her, our hero turned to her and said that there was no point in asking the girl for forgiveness, all because they both used each other. But despite that, the guy continued to sit in the rain and vowed to avenge Wu Song-hu. There is such a thing as bereavement. It is used to describe the terrible feeling of grieving the loss of something or someone. It is the grief felt by parents who have lost a child. Meanwhile, a man was knocking at the gate of a beautiful building. As soon as the doors opened, a gray-haired man came out. He didn't realize who was standing in front of him and asked about it. The stranger ignored the question and with wide-open eyes asked how the gentleman was feeling. After that, the man immediately realized who was standing in front of him. It was Sage Mu Hua. However, he didn't understand why he had come here. Mu Hua then asked if Qing Pyong was at home. He wanted the Lord to tell him of his arrival since the Qing Cheng sect needed him now more than ever. The gray-haired man seemed to understand the urgency of the matter and asked Sage Mu Hua to wait on the spot. As Mu Hua continued to stand in front of the gate, he thought about the fact that after Gunsun's death, Jin Pyong had dropped everything and locked himself in his house. Looking around, he assumed that the house was like a personification of his heart. After a couple of minutes, the gate door opened again. A smiling Wu Jinpeng came out and invited Sage Mu Hua inside. Before entering, the man asked how the Lord was feeling and apologized for visiting him so rarely. Jinpeng replied that everything was fine. After a while, Sage Mu Hua spoke about the events that had happened recently. Wu Jinpyong was shocked that the Thunder Clan leader's executioner possessed the Qing Cheng sect's technique. Then Mu Hua got a little embarrassed and said that he didn't feel comfortable asking the man something, but the man already knew why he had come to him. Wu Jinpyong said that the one who destroyed Wu Gunsun and committed other crimes was the same person. At first, Mu Hua was surprised and then asked what a man would do in such a case if that was really the case. In response, Jinpyong lowered his eyes and said that a parent's life turns into an existence when they lose their child. That was why his answer was obvious. The man said that he would avenge his children, even breaking the cup he had in his hand. It was on this day that grief turned to rage. Meanwhile, Pio Wool stood near the old well, proudly alone. His daggers were flying all around him. Suddenly, the guy sensed something and decided to turn back to see who had come to see him. Behind the young man's back stood Ho Ranju. She was very friendly and said that Pio Wool had become very handsome since their last meeting. The girl was glad that she had found him since the boy had disappeared very abruptly at some point, but she was surprised that the boy was right in front of the 100 Flowers Room. As usual, Pio Wool wasn't very friendly and briefly asked what Ho Ranju wanted. He doubted that the girl wanted to see him because she was accompanied by an escort. Daoshi Guo and Hyulsen were standing next to Ho Ranju. Daoshi Guo noticed that the boy was indeed very unusual because they were hiding, but the young man noticed them anyway. Then Ranju, smiling widely and practically begging our hero again, asked him to join the Black Cloud squad. But Pio Wol didn't really understand why he had to do it. The girl said that if he didn't agree, they would have to do as the customer asked. Ho Ranju explained that this means they will have to destroy our hero. Yulsen also insisted that the young man join them if he wanted to live. Daoshi Guo reassured the boys and said that no one would destroy anyone. In that case, Pio Wol wondered why they had come to him. He didn't believe they would abandon the mission, and Daoshi Guo said he had come to advise the young man to hide better. He said the Ami cult thought our hero was dead, so the deception couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, the man advised the guy to hone his skills so that he couldn't be overpowered. Pio Wol was surprised that the guys were so willing to betray their customers so easily, since he thought honesty was everything to the squad. But Daoshi Guo said that in modern Chengdu, they don't care about that. The man also added that he didn't want to send the young man to the next world. That's because he wasn't disgusted with him. And he again asked the boy to join their squad. With his head bowed, Pio Wol thought for a moment and then refused the offer. He said that honesty was more important to mercenaries. Those words made Ho Ranja think. She assumed that the young man might have been hired by someone else. However, she had no idea who had done it. In that moment, our hero wanted the boys to feel what he once felt. The boy remembered the dead Li Ming and that terrible feeling of despair at the power he couldn't resist. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp female scream. Daoshi Guo and Pio Wol immediately turned to the voice. It was Ho Ranju. She said the young man's customer was a woman. It was because the girl realized that if a man was willing to throw himself into fire and water, then a woman had intervened. Daoshi Guo began to smile broadly at what he heard. It seemed surprising to him since the young man didn't look sentimental. Ho Ranju was really pissed off about this. Swinging her weapon at our hero, she practically ordered him to answer the question. The girl wanted to know who the woman was. The young man didn't even move and the weapon flew right in front of his eyes. After that, a whirlwind of red color appeared in our hero's place. He lifted all the change from the ground, and those shards flew towards Ho Ranju. Covering her face with her hands, the girl was slightly hurt. Her allies immediately rushed towards her. However, Ho Ranju made it clear that she was fine. When she opened her eyes, the girl noticed that the guy had already disappeared. She didn't understand where he'd gone, but she thought it was pathetic. At that moment, Jan Marion approached them. The young man was sitting on the roof, watching. The man asked if he did not tell them not to talk to the boy. Smiling, the captain raised his index finger up and said that our hero was upstairs. Pio Wol didn't even try to hide. Then Jan Marion's face as well as the tone of voice changed. He said to destroy the guy. After saying that, the fighters jumped out of the bushes behind him. They all rushed at our hero at once. But since the heartbreaking threads of Pio Wol were invisible to their eyes, they didn't even have time to do anything to him. The young man only snapped his fingers and all of his opponents immediately died while still in the air. There were drops of blood flying everywhere. Pio Wol said that the guys had brought too many men to defeat him alone. In response, Jan Marion's eyes shone with a turquoise light. He said he was thinking of bringing more people. Therefore, after these words, a crowd of sect fighters appeared behind the man's back. The guy didn't even twitch a muscle when he saw that. He said the captain would regret getting into his fight. Meanwhile, two men were sitting peacefully at a table. But suddenly, something fell on the roof of the building next to them. They got up from their chairs and looked around to see where the noise was coming from. The men saw the Black Cloud squad chasing after the boy, but they couldn't understand who this young man was and why so many people were chasing him. And at that moment, it was as if Pio Wol heard him being talked about and turned his head toward the men. And then, the guy turned his whole body toward them and was ready to jump. The men didn't understand why this was happening. As soon as our hero jumped down, he immediately destroyed one of them with his powerful punch. The people who had been chasing the young man all this time were shocked by what was happening. They didn't understand who their enemy was, and they also didn't understand why he had destroyed the man. However, Pio Wol had no intention of dialoguing with his opponents. With deft movements, he dealt with the one who was standing close to him. At that moment, persons from the other squad were also present. They were shocked by what they saw. The Black Cloud squad realized that things were not good. Ho Ranju, Daoshi Guo, and Hyulsen were also shocked. The only thing they knew was that the guy had to be stopped. And the people who had just come out of their houses at the noise began to ask those standing across the street who they were and why they were destroying people so ruthlessly. Pio Wol was smiling as he watched. Ho Ranju stood there with her teeth clenched and stared at the boy. Daoshi Guo realized that our hero had set them up. The people opposite looked at them with hatred in their eyes because they thought they were in league with the young man. After that, and Ho Ranju realized why our hero decided to attack the townspeople. The guy wanted to sick them on the Black Cloud squad. As soon as Pio Wol succeeded in his plan, he immediately vanished into thin air. People were outraged. But even so, they decided to deal with the crowd in front of them first. The townspeople thought they were with the boy, so they wanted to get information about Pyo Wool out of them. When Ho Ranju heard this, she was horrified and began to deny that they were in cahoots with our hero, and Dao Shiguo realized they couldn't get away with it. But at that moment, Hulsen decided to step forward. Ranju was a little surprised. Then the man turned half sideways and said the boys couldn't stay here. He decided he would deal with the townspeople himself. At first, the girl didn't like the idea, but a little later, Ho Rangju and Daoshi Guo took off. The girl even ordered Hyolsen to return to them alive. Smiling back, the man told the townspeople ahead of him, who were mildly angry, that he must obey Ho Ranju's order. Therefore, Hulsen suggested to his opponents to quickly clear up the misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the struggle between the sects continued. No one wanted to leave his enemy alive. The Ime sect wanted the Qingcheng sect to be wiped off the face of the earth. Fires broke out everywhere. Watching what was happening, John Marion realized that a small fight had escalated into an armed conflict all over Chengdu. He was very surprised that a single mercenary could take the whole capital around his finger. Pyo Wool was also watching this chaos, and behind him stood Daoshi Guo and the others. They asked him if he knew what he was doing. Continuing to stand with his back to them, our hero asked if everyone had gathered here, and even those who were hiding. The young man said that the outcome was different from what he expected, and for that, Pyo Wool was grateful to the guys. Finally turning to face them, the guy complimented that this battle would be even more attractive. Ho Ranju did not intend to listen to this and angrily began to swing a weapon at our hero. But the young man dodged the attack with ease as usual. Daoshi Guo joined the battle. He wanted to put an end to this nightmare already. Pyo Wool continued to dodge the attacks of his enemies, but suddenly, he decided to pull out his daggers. Seeing this, Daoshi Guo was shocked. All this time, he thought that the guy was trying to escape from them by dodging their attacks. But now the man saw that he had decided to attack back. Daoshi Guo was now on the defensive. He was very surprised that the daggers themselves could move in such a trajectory. The man blocked multiple attacks of our hero with his sword in every possible way, and he seemed to be good at it. But suddenly, Pyo Wool launched another dagger at Daoshi Guo from his back. The man sensed something wrong. He wanted to turn around to repel the attack, but it was too late. The guy's dagger separated Daoshi Guo's arm from his body. After that, there was a loud male cry of pain. Seeing this, Ho Ranju also cried out in fear. Suddenly, the daggers plunged into her body as well. She was amazed that the daggers were moving so fast that it was impossible to see them. The girl noticed that it was different from Oh Yukpai's case. Heo Ranju didn't even think that the young man would be able to wield daggers with such ease. Then, lifting her head up, she saw that Pyo Wool had approached Daoshi Guo. The man held onto the spot where his hand used to be and looked into the eyes of his opponent. Daggers were flying around our hero, and he showed no emotion on his face. At this moment, John Marion joined them and shouted menacingly for the young man to stop. And after that, the angry captain launched his spear with all his might towards the boy. The young man's eyes turned redder than usual. It was obvious that he had an idea in his head. And while the spear was approaching him, Pyo Wool raised Daoshi Guo at the level of the weapon flying at him. That's when Jan Marion realized the mistake he'd made, but it was too late to fix it. The spear stabbed into Daoshi Guo, and as the weapon flew at an incredible speed, the man flew out of the guy's hands and fell to the ground. While what happened caused the others a bunch of emotions, our hero indifferently watched and then flew upwards, disappearing from sight. As soon as Pyo Wool flew away, Ho Ranju immediately ran up to Daoshi Guo. She begged her ally to get up and said that he should continue to live. The man smiled in response and said in a weak voice that he wasn't going to die now. In very upset feelings, Ho Ranju asked Jan Marion to catch up with our hero. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked the captain to deal with their abuser in the most horrible way possible. Jan Marion remained silent in response. His eyes burned bright turquoise, and a few seconds later, he flew upward. And Ho Ranju stayed on the rooftop next to Daoshi Guo and laid down on his chest and continued to cry. Meanwhile, Sect Abbess Ime and Yeon Seolran looked at the chaos around them and didn't understand what was going on. Seolran told the woman that they should help their allies from the Qinming sect and settle the current situation as soon as possible. And Gu Hua agreed with that suggestion. She didn't even expect things to get much worse. She then shouted furiously and ordered all her subordinates to head to the dragon room. After that, fighters immediately jumped up from all sides and squealed and went to carry out the Mother Superior's decree. After a while, a man turned to his leader and informed him that the Ime sect was approaching them. He also said that their head was here too. The man was as surprised as everyone else around him. In that case, he thought to himself, they were now in a lose-lose situation. A moment later, the gate opened and Gu Hua stood in it. Lightning sparked from the woman. When the leader saw her, he stammered and called her a witch. The woman replied that the Lord had been very brave lately. The man's name was Pyo. and Gu Hua called him brave because he dared to call her that. Continuing to stutter, the leader asked the woman to call off her men. He said that this matter was between them and the Qin Ming sect. Pierre also added that there was no reason for the Yimei sect to interfere. In response, Gu Hua snorted. It was because it was common knowledge that the Jingming sect and Yimei were allies, and the man's request was meaningless. The leader wanted to say something in response, but the sect abbess threateningly shouted at him to shut up and swung her weapon at him. Pew reacted in time and blocked the attack with his sword. The man realized that the woman was very strong, but he couldn't even imagine that she was that strong. As the leader continued to attack him, he marveled at the abbess's terrifying skills. Gu Hua then shimmered with lightning even stronger and struck the man, which resulted in a powerful explosion. A crater appeared beneath Piaget and he was in the center of it. Blood flowed from his mouth and he began to grunt in pain. After that, sect abbess Yimei once again jumped up from her seat and said that this was the end of it, and attacked the man once more. However, she was unable to complete her plan. Her strike was blocked by the first sword. At the sight of him, Gu Hua was very surprised because she didn't expect the man to withstand such an attack. Then, lightly jumping aside, she said that she hadn't seen Sage Muzhong in a long time. The man said that he was glad to see her and could not imagine that they would meet again under such circumstances. Gu Hua was a little perplexed by these words because she wasn't so happy to see Muzhong. The man replied that he had been waiting for 7 years to see her. He also added that if the brothers had not rejected his offer 7 years ago to destroy the Yimei sect, they would have met much earlier. Without answering anything back to him, the prioress was confused. She sensed something strange from his aura. The woman assumed that Muzhong had recently become more enlightened. Gu Hua said she could feel an energy from him that wasn't there before. The man was surprised by what the abbess said since he had only learned new fighting techniques. With a wry smile, the woman said that she couldn't even imagine how strong Qing Cheng sect's skills were. She was sure she knew enough about them, but to assume that the Qing Cheng sect was hiding a technique that emitted such a foul aura, she couldn't. With burning eyes, Muzhong asked the woman not to judge Qing Cheng by her own standards. He said that the sect was much more powerful than the strength of the Yimei sect. Then Gu Hua continued to smile and asked if they were so strong that a mere mercenary could outwit them. With a surprised and wary face, Muzhong asked what the abbess meant, to which she replied that the guy they destroyed underground was actually alive. Clenching his hands into a fist, the man asked the woman in a gruff tone to stop lying to him. In response, Gu Hua smirked evilly and asked him if he had checked where the young man's lifeless body was. Muzhong's face changed at those words. It was obvious from his reaction that he hadn't checked anything, and that was why it was like this. Then the man immediately remembered what Pio Wool looked like at that moment. He couldn't believe that the young man was alive. Afterward, Gu Hua said that our hero was the culprit behind the situation. She said that destroying the head of the Thunder Clan, Pio Wool, had provoked all of this. She also said that Zhenghua and Zheng Yop were also killed because of him. Muzhong thought about the woman's words and asked if a simple mercenary could fool them like that. The abbess confirmed this and said that they should deal with the boy first and then resolve the conflict between their sects, because no one knew what the young man was planning now. However, Muzhong refused the offer with burning eyes and furiously pounded his weapon on the ground. He felt that he shouldn't miss an opportunity like this when the one who hired the mercenary was standing right in front of him. Blazing with fire, the man said that the Seven Swords Qing Qing was here to help the Dragon Room deal with the enemies from the Yimei sect. At this moment, 7 people of various configurations appeared beside Muzhong. These were the 7 Qing Cheng swords. Watching this, Gu Hua said that the man was just as stubborn as Daos. Then, with a lightning bolt of lightning, she said that Muzhong had chosen the complicated way of resolving the conflict over the easy way. Even more angry at this, the man said that the woman would have to pay for her sins with her death. After that, they immediately rushed towards each other. As soon as the 2 powerful leaders collided, there was an explosion. Meanwhile, Pio Wool was sitting quietly in a tree, but when he heard the screams and saw the explosion, he got excited. He realized that they were here. It was already dawn. The men from Black Cloud's squad were chasing our hero. At this moment, Jan Marion couldn't understand how it was possible that even on horseback, no one could catch up with him. The captain found it hard to believe that this was happening in real life. The captain found it hard to believe that it was happening, even though it was real. However, Jan Marion didn't ponder about it for long. His main goal now was to catch the guy and destroy him. A memory from the past when he had his first meeting with Dayoshi Guo arose in the captain's mind. The man was seized with rage as he did not understand how our hero could destroy someone who was almost like a teacher to him. Enraged by this even more, Jan Marion ordered all his followers to go on the attack. In an instant, they all threw their spears towards Pio Wool. The boy sensed it and turned around. And suddenly the captain noticed that our hero started to run straight at the spears. The man was surprised because he thought that the young man would start running away instead of moving towards them. But P.O. Wool had thought of everything. After running a certain distance, the guy disappeared into thin air. When his opponents saw this, they were frightened. They had no idea who they were trying to fight. And in fact, P.O. Wool was only near them at the top of the stairs. He watched the horses running and the wrestlers on them. One of the men felt something wrong and decided to turn around to where the guy was. The wrestler's eyes filled with fear when he saw him. And it was not for nothing. With his heartbreaking threads, our hero began to attack his enemies. Blood began to splatter everywhere again. John Marion could hear his men shouting, and he was very angry. He watched with gritted teeth. Meanwhile, P.O. Wool stood in a dark cloak surrounded by snakes and looked at the man with red eyes. After a while, there were many lifeless men and horses lying around, but they still managed to surround the boy. Jan Marion told him to be sure to nail him with his own hands. Our hero, however, briefly and indifferently said that he did not understand the captain. John Marion didn't expect that answer and asked what P.O. Wool meant. Then the guy asked if this wasn't how it should be. He added, "Isn't this how Jung-Hoo is supposed to look?" He recalled that they were from the Ime and Ching Cheng sects. The boy said they were always destroying people, and the boy asked how they were different from him in that case. He then asked the man how many people he thought the Ching Cheng and Ime sects had sacrificed in order to achieve their status. It was a rhetorical question. P.O. Wool felt the same way about the Rogue Squad. He knew that in order to maintain such an organization, they too had to destroy many times more people than they had now. Covering his eyes, our hero said that he was just giving them an opportunity. At that moment, there were people standing behind him. But as soon as he opened his eyes, their heads exploded. And then P.O. Wool asked the man again if it was not because of their greed and power that the situation had taken such a turn. In response, Jan Marion threw a couple of curses at the guy and said that he was out of his mind. But the young man said nothing in response. However, an aura and heartbreaking threads with blades at their ends appeared around him. As the captain watched, he noticed that the dagger was glowing differently. He assumed the boy had channeled his energy into it. Jang Marion couldn't understand what P.O. Wool was trying to accomplish by exposing his weapon. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind him. From the energy, the man assumed that Mother Superior Gu Hua was approaching them. Therefore, Jan Marion abruptly turned around with frightened eyes in that direction. But it was unclear to him who else with a force like hers was heading towards them and why. The man realized that our hero always worked alone, so whoever was approaching could not be his ally. Jan Marion kept trying to realize that someone's energy was closing in on him. It was Mu Jung. With fierce eyes, he shouted at Gu Hua that she couldn't escape him. However, the woman denied the fact that she was trying to escape. She asked if Mu Jung was going to destroy all of Chengdu. Eventually, the man managed to catch up with the Mother Superior. It looked like they were going to fight, but suddenly a familiar threaded blade flew between them. Seeing it, a look of bewilderment appeared on the faces of the sect leaders, and so they turned in the direction where the weapon had come from. And they saw P.O. Wool standing below, surrounded by a crowd. Gu Hua and Mu Jung didn't know what was going on. Young Sul Ran was also nearby. When she looked at our hero, she seemed to recognize him. That's exactly what the Mother Superior thought. She asked the girl if she knew the mysterious stranger in the cloak. Then Seol Ran revealed all the cards and said that this young man was that mercenary. Out of the corner of his ear, Mu Jung also heard what the girl said. At this moment, he realized that the abbess was not deceiving and the boy was really alive. After that, the man shouted at the top of his voice and a powerful energy began to radiate from him. This sound wave started to make people's ears pop and the horses were also frantic. Without thinking long and pulling out his sword, Mu Jung rushed towards our hero. The young man was smiling at that moment. Then the white snake reappeared around him and turning around to face his enemies, the guy was very glad that everyone had finally gathered. It had already gotten dark. It was at that moment that P.O. Wool decided to flee again. There were 3 different squads watching. Mu Jung was very angry and shouted after the young man how long he was going to run away. And young Sol Ran's face was very whitish at this moment, and her eyes expressed consternation. And the abbess also decided to rush after the guy. The girl saw this and asked her to wait. She thought that if they didn't stop, they might get trapped. But Gu Hua wasn't going to listen to anything and shouted and ordered young Seol Ran to shut up. The abbess thought to herself that Mu Jung was able to suppress her in an instant. She didn't know what martial arts he had learned and didn't want to show her weakness in public. She was also annoyed that the obnoxious assassin was showing off for her. She realized that if she let him live, he would not only continue destroying people, but also ruin the reputation of the Ime sect, which was already in a bad situation. Gu Hua couldn't believe that she had been sidelined, and now she had to chase after a bug. The woman decided that she would kill the guy first, and then deal with Mu Jung. After a while, the men who were chasing the young man were the first to succumb to his attack. Spears flew at them. With frightened eyes, those who were alive realized that it was a hidden weapon. There was talk that traps had been set everywhere. Jan Marion, standing in front, did not understand what this place was. Looking around, the man realized that there was more than just an abandoned house in front of them. In front of them was the Tang clan's property. Gu Hua and Young Seol Ron also didn't understand why the guy had brought them here. Meanwhile, Mu Jung was still in a rage. Shouting around, he asked the young man why he had brought them here and ordered him to show himself immediately. And at that moment, a dark shadow began to appear on the roof of the building. All the people immediately turned their gaze there. Pio Wol appeared in front of them. He looked at everyone below with indifference as he knew how. Mu Jung and Gu Hua were furious. Turning to the guy, they asked him what he was up to. Our hero smiled slyly in response. He said he was going to squeeze it out in front of them. The young man began to reach out to them, but no one understood what their enemy was saying. A huge white snake appeared behind them, and judging from the fact that people didn't react, they didn't see it. Pio Wol said it was his heavenly trap from which there was no escape. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger appeared on the roof of another building. He introduced himself as Oh Ju-gyung and said he would defeat the boy. Jumping from one roof to another, he slowly approached our hero. The daggers flew at him, but Oh Ju-gyung easily fought them off with his sword. The stranger's face looked very pleased, and he asked Pio Wol how he felt about this turn of events. There seemed to be a man of equal strength to our hero, but suddenly, the daggers came at him again. Oh Ju-gyung clearly didn't expect this. The boy fought back again, but this time to no avail. Multiple daggers plunged into his body, and then he fell lifelessly off the roof. When the people from other sects saw this, they were shocked that there were so many hidden traps everywhere. However, they knew that this was something they could expect from the Tang clan. Next to Pio Wol was Tan Sochu, whom no one had ever seen before. They were smiling widely, all because they realized that their enemies had no idea what poison and traps were hidden in this place. One of the girls standing next to Gu Hua and Yeon Seol Ron said that if the young man had brought them here of all possible places, then they would have to fight him here. Because this girl was very scared, she didn't stand still and started moving. Then young Sol Ran shouted and ordered her to stop, but it was already too late. The spears flew towards the girl and pierced through her. Panic broke out and everyone began to move in an attempt to escape. The spears flew again and again. Yeon Seol Ran ordered everyone to calm down. She said that they shouldn't move chaotically in such a place. But not everyone reacted immediately to the girl's words. One of them ran away and accidentally stepped on a tile that was the activation button for something. Unclear smoke came from the cracks in the floor. People around us started coughing. That's because it was poison. It made people's veins swell and their eyes water with tears of hopelessness. People asked each other for help, and then snakes crawled out of the darkness. The sects realized the guy was using witchcraft to summon them. There were cries for help everywhere. Gu Hua got even more angry and ordered our hero to come down from the roof immediately so she could destroy him. However, Pio Wol wasn't going to rush and asked her to wait. The guy said he was saving the best for last. Mu Jung stood to the side at this moment and continued to sparkle with his eyes and body to deal with the snakes. After that, he looked at the young man and threw a couple curses at him and said that the guy was the one who had robbed the Ching Cheng sect of hope. And even more exasperated, the man added that Pio Wol would pay for it with his life. But that surprised our hero a little. He asked Mu Jung if he had not paid him back 7 years ago. This made the man even more furious, and he once again shouted a few curses in the direction of his enemy. And Pio Wol went on to say that he had paid off all his debts in this rotten world. And then our hero added that all he had to do was get new one. After a while, the young man still came down using the sudden appearance in the air and rushed to the side. However, Mu Jung noticed some movement from the side and said that they were some pathetic tricks. The man clenched his weapon in his hand tighter when at that moment, Pio Wol was already behind him. Mu Jung sensed something wrong. He turned around in time and attacked the guy. But Pio Wol wasn't hurt at all. The man had struck his dark cloak and the resulting hole showed our hero. When Mu Jung finally came face to face, he noticed that the guy had changed a lot since then. But the only thing that was the same was his eyes. And Pio Wol smilingly said the opposite. The man's eyes had only changed and nothing else. Standing up in a fighting stance, Mu Jung pointed his sword towards the young man and said that he would not let him go this time. After that, the man used the whip of an azure cloud of purple light. This technique caused the man to emit fire. Watching this, Pio Wol didn't wait for his move and rushed towards the enemy. Skillfully slipping past the man's attacks, the young man headed straight for him. His daggers flew behind him with heartbreaking strings. Our hero attacked Mu Jung, but he was able to block his opponent's blow with his sword again. The man said that such a hit was pretty good, and now the guy wasn't just a mercenary. Pio Wol continued to attack his enemy. Mu Jung was puzzled as he fought off the strands of daggers. He didn't understand what had happened to the young man in these 7 years. Namely, he was confused by the fact that our hero's martial arts were much sharper than any Sichuan master. Such a fact seemed very exciting to Mu Zhong because it had been a long time since the last time he wanted to defeat someone so badly. Watching Pio Wol's movements, the man tried to guess what he had been doing for the 7 years he had been in darkness. Mu Zhong then focused his gaze on the guy like never before. He saw a familiar face next to him. Then the man covered his eyes and agreed. He lowered the point of his sword to the ground. After that, everything around him burst into flames. Our hero, meanwhile, was watching what was happening. As if recharging his sword, Mu Zhong wanted to see if the young man could dodge his next strike. And in the same second, the man threw himself towards our hero, continuing to emit some kind of fiery energy from himself. Such a turn of events our hero did not expect, and fear of the unknown appeared on his face even for a moment. And as soon as Mu Zhong got close enough to Pio Wol, there was a massive explosion. At this moment, he sensed something. He was sure that the guy wouldn't be able to escape from the 13th splitting azure cloud unscathed. Blood began to appear from wherever, and the man thought he was able to split the young man in half. However, Mu Zhong looked closer and saw Pio Wol practically unharmed. The guy was able to block the blow by catching the sword with his hand. When the man saw it, he couldn't believe his eyes. He tried to say something to our hero, but he was too overcome with shock. For some reason, Pio Wol was still holding his opponent's weapon tightly with his fingers. Mu Zhong was startled as he watched and began to notice that the young man seemed to be dissolving into thin air and his sword was cracking. Pio Wol's mouth began to ooze blood more strongly and his gaze was directed towards the man. After a couple of seconds, Mu Zhong's weapon shattered into pieces. Our hero had used the secret art of the starving demon saber. The jade that made up the man's sword shattered. Mu Zhong was dumbfounded when he saw it. Left with only the hilt, the man told me that this sword had been passed down through generations by masters. This weapon had never been damaged, even after a brutal battle. Finally, recovering from his shock, Mu Zhong shouted and asked how the young man had managed to do that. But suddenly the man's body was pierced by a weapon. When Pio Wol saw this, he was very surprised. Mu Zhong started coughing up blood and fell to his knees. Behind his back stood the abbess of the Ime sect. She attacked the man with her spear. When our hero and Mu Zhong saw her, they were puzzled. In response, the woman told the man that he had done a good job. And then, shimmering her eyes and emitting purple lightning bolts from herself, Gu Hua asked him to provide the destruction of the guy to her. But suddenly, the man stabbed through with the spear began to rise from his knees. He turned to the abbess and threw a few curses in her direction, asking if she dared to hit him from behind. However, the woman was not the least bit embarrassed by the accusation. Gu Hua asked him if he didn't know that Zhang Hu only recognized winners. The abbess also added that the man has only himself to blame, as he was unable to dodge the attack. Gritting his teeth, Mu Zhong recalled and even rebuked the woman for being the head of the Ime sect. Then he asked her if she was ashamed of her behavior in front of those people behind her. He emphasized Young Sol Ran and Zhang Marian with those words. But in response, Gu Hua said that those people had only seen one thing. It was how the Ime sect began their rule over Sichuan province. She also added that if they had seen something else, they could only tell God about it when they met him in person. Unable to bear the insolence, Abbess Mu Zhong shouted at the top of his voice and called her a deviless. The man asked Gu Hu if she thought the Ime sect would follow her. He stated the fact that it was because of her that the sect was weakening. At this moment, the abbess was gathering energy in her hand and asked with a caustic smile if Mu Zhong was done with this. And without waiting for a reply, she attacked the man. In the end, Gu Hua said that he should only worry about the Qingcheng sect right now. Taking out her spear from Mu Zhong, she explained her words by saying that the sect she would create would live forever. The abbess then attacked the man again with her powerful energy that he flew upwards from such force. Gu Hua swung her spear at him again and said that the Qingcheng sect was going to collapse because it would lose its sage, Mu Zhong. Then the man fell to the ground with a stone. When his people saw this, they could not believe what had just happened. And the woman at that moment decided to turn around, and seeing a male silhouette in front of her, she hummed. Pio Wol stood in front. Gu Hua said she was grateful to him in a way. She complimented that while their sect had triggered a big stir thanks to the guy's active participation, they had been presented with an unthinkable opportunity. The young man didn't say anything in response. Gu Hua swung her spear and decided to thank him. The woman again shimmered with lightning in all directions and said that she would reward our hero with such pain that he would not be able to forget her even after his death. The ground beneath them was already all split into separate platforms of stones. Gu Hua's men were already rushing towards the young man at this moment. In response to everything the abbess said, Pio Wol said that if it weren't for her greed and lust for power, he would be living like a normal person walking around the world. A little sad, the guy said he'd prefer his old life to this one. And then smiling, our hero said that the woman's greed had turned him into an executioner after all. Then gathering the heartbreaking threads in his fist, the guy rushed towards her. As he did so, he asked her to look at him. The woman stood there without moving. Pio Wool kept telling her to look at how horrible the monster she'd created was. And getting close enough to his opponent, the young man also wanted to show her how strong he was. Our hero began to attack the Mother Superior with his threads, but she fought back. That's when Pio Wool decided to suddenly jump up and attack the woman from there. Again, she reacted quickly and managed to cover herself with the weapon in time. But the guy's blow was so strong that the spear couldn't hold. After that, there was an explosion. Yeon Seol Ran was not far away from it. As soon as she noticed what was happening, she began to worry about Madame. However, Gu Hua was fine. Smiling wryly, she told Pio Wool that he had no chance of winning with such skills. Then, after gathering all her strength, the abbess decided to attack the young man herself. She used the Golden Furious strike. Pio Wool's face changed from such an unaccustomedly strong attack from his opponent. That punch didn't quite pass him by. As the heartbreaking threads were everywhere, they, like a spiderweb, one by one began to explode. The fire was everywhere, but after a couple seconds, the guy's head became visible from it. His expression was as confident and focused as possible. There were threads in his hands. Once all the flames dissipated, Gu Hua looked up and didn't notice the young man. At that time, Sect Abbess Emi decided to strike the ground with all her might with her spear. Then, smiling caustically, she looked up and, turning to the one ahead, asked if that was all he was capable of. Pio Wool stood in front of her. He looked at the woman with a stern look and answered her question, saying that they would watch it now. Our hero placed his palm on the ground and began to let his heartbreaking threads beneath it. As the ground beneath their feet all split open, the boy easily managed to get his threads to the abbess and wrap them around her leg. Gu Hua didn't expect this and gave in to Pio Wool's ploy. Then the guy pulled his hand, which was attached to the strings. The prioress flew upwards like a flake. All the threads that were under the ground jumped out of the ground under the force of tension. And while the woman was in a distracted state, Pio Wool decided to take advantage of this and flew towards the opponent using speed thinking. Just like that, he also decided to combine this attack with black lightning. It even made his blonde hair turn dark. By activating these two abilities, the young man put Gu Hu in a losing position. Even when Pio Wool was already practically at the abbess's face, she couldn't realize where he was. All because by combining speed thinking and black lightning, our hero started moving at the speed of light. That's how the guy managed to land a good punch on the woman and take her to the ground. After that, the guy stood in front of her with a nonchalant face and watched what was happening. Young Seol Ran was also in the role of an observer. When she saw what happened, she became worried about her mistress again. At this moment, Gu Hua was trying to crawl away from the enemy. The woman didn't realize what had hit her since she hadn't seen a single attack. She found it hard to believe that she could be defeated by a single blow. The abbess even thought that when the boy fought on par with Mu Zhong, it wasn't a coincidence. The woman couldn't even realize what kind of monster they had created. Gu Hua realized that at this rate, she would become no better than Mu Zhong. That was why the abbess immediately turned to her assistants. She was the first to call out for help to Solran, and then shouted to the captain of the Black Cloud Squad as well. Still continuing to lie on the ground, the abbess ordered her abuser to be destroyed by them. Hearing such an order, Yeon Seol Ran didn't respond, but Jung Marian was clearly not very happy with this task. All three of them stood in front of our hero. Pio Wool thought it was a disgusting situation. The young man turned to Gu Hua and asked if she was willing to sacrifice the lives of the guys to save her own. And without waiting for an answer, the guy threw himself at the woman. He said he wasn't going to let that happen. The young man wanted to run past Yeon Seol Ran and Jung Marian. Our hero definitely understood his goal. However, Squad Captain Black Cloud wasn't left out and jumped up from his seat and decided to attack Pio Wool. With his side vision, our hero noticed this and swung his arm to direct the heartbreaking threads towards the man. Those wrapped around Jan Marian's spear and the tip with the dagger headed for his face. But the captain dodged easily and considered it a pitiful attack. But he didn't take into account the fact that several daggers were already flying at his back. Before he could react, the blades pierced Jian Marian's body. After that, Pio Wool continued on again and was already approaching Yeon Seol Ran. She swung her sword at the boy and asked him to stop. However, this blow missed the boy. That our hero did not comply with her instructions, she again shouted at him to stop and swung her swords. But Pio Wool wasn't going to stop. He dashed right between the wave of the girl's punches. In the end, Yeon Seol Ran was left behind and our hero persevered and continued to run towards his goal. At this moment, the girl thought about the fact that Pio Wool didn't even try to attack her and walked past her. Turning around and looking at the guy in the guy's wake, young Seol Ran didn't understand why this had happened. After a while, our hero stood beside the abbess and glared at her. Sweat dripped down the woman's face because of the fear of the unknown. She could only sit and wait to see what would happen to her. Young Seol Ran began to cry out pitifully. She saw her mistress and boyfriend surrounded by a huge snake. Once inside this epicenter, Gu Hua looked at her hands and was frightened. They were all covered with snakes. And looking around even better, the abbess saw Pio Wool standing before her. But he wasn't the only one in that darkness. Ahead was a huge white snake with red eyes. The woman started cursing the guy and said that if it wasn't for him, Sichuan would belong to her. After that, the huge snake swarmed towards Gu Hua and struck her with its strike. The darkness around them disappeared, and they were back on the familiar battlefield. The woman bent her head to her knees in helplessness. Pio Wool asked if that was all the abbess wanted to say before she died. Then he looked at her lifeless body and told her to get out of his life. Young Sol Ran and the injured Jiang Marian watched from the sidelines and were shocked. But Gu Hua's death caused such emotions not only for them, but also for everyone on the battlefield. People couldn't believe it could happen. They whispered that the boy had defeated a woman without blinking an eye. Everyone began to think that the young man was not human at all and had done such a thing. The crowd wondered where the guy came from. After some discussion, they decided that Pio Wool was the Reaper incarnate. Since all the conversations were about him, our hero sharply directed his gaze in the direction of the people. Upon seeing the red eyes, the crowd immediately screamed in fright, and some started to fall down in terror. Looking at the young man, they didn't understand how they could defeat him at all, because it seemed impossible after what had happened. And one man in the crowd was so frightened that he couldn't help himself and ran away screaming and shouting, with his heels glistening wherever his eyes looked. But the young man didn't pursue anyone and stood still. Yeon Seol Ran thought at that moment that they were in a bad way. All because everyone was now terrified of the assassin they had previously despised. Guy had defeated the leaders of the Imei and Qingcheng sects and now had control of all of Sichuan in his hands. Thinking about it, young Sol Ran didn't know what to do now, and even more so, she didn't know what would become of the Imei sect. Her thoughts were still on her mentor, but they quickly faded away when she saw Pio Wool turn around in her direction. Then the girl quietly started to say the guy's name, but her voice was interrupted by a loud male scream. Turning around at the sound, the guy saw that Mu Zhong was looking at them with his eyes and hair all on fire. The man looked different from before. His body was red, and his eyes looked like lava was coming out of his eyes. His subordinates who were standing next to him were frightened. They asked if their master was all right. Mu Zhong didn't answer anything and drew his sword. Watching this, the people around him were sure that it was devilish energy. This made them even more scared and surprised. This was because only now they had learned that the sect elder Qingcheng was a martial artist of the devil himself. The moment Mu Zhong flew towards Pio Wool, the guy noticed that the man's movements had become different. Meeting his opponent's fierce strike, our hero realized that Mu Zhong's techniques now resembled his. The Qingcheng sect leader's subordinates were watching and asked the man to stop. However, Mu Zhong was so furious and consumed with the desire to destroy the guy that he didn't hear anyone. The young man noticed that the man was faster, and there was no pause between attacks. Pio Wool assumed it was because of the devil arts. And as he watched Mu Zhong's actions, our hero realized that the man was not thinking straight. Pio Wool realized that the devil's energy had already reached his mind. Mu Zhong had already gotten close enough to the guy to attack. Then the young man swung his hands with strings and pointed his daggers towards the enemy. And then Pio Wool clenched his fist harder, and heartbreaking threads wrapped around the fierce man's entire body. The daggers similarly stabbed into Mu Zhong's body. He cried out loudly in pain and shouted curses at the young man. Our hero watched as the man's strength left him. The man's eyes began to blur. After a few minutes, Mu Zhong's body stopped shining so brightly. He faded like a light and fell to the ground in front of the young man. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard from outside, addressing the leader of the Qingcheng sect. A stranger appeared in front of Pio Wool, who was shielding him from Mu Zhong with a word. Realizing that our hero would not attack, the man immediately threw himself at the badly injured Mu Zhong. He was already exhausted, but he recognized his old friend and said hello. A man with frightened eyes full of pain asked why Mu Zhong didn't tell him that he had learned the demonic art. Reaching out to his friend, Mu Zhong said that it was all for the sake of the Qingcheng sect. After that, the hand of the Qingcheng sect leader weakened. Mu Zhong died, and his friend who was sitting next to him tearfully said that it was very stupid. The man added that the reputation of the Qingcheng sect that Mu Zhong had worked so hard to protect was now ruined because of these damn fighting techniques. Sage Mu Zhong of the Qingcheng sect used demonic arts. Abbess Gu Hua cowardly stabbed the Qingcheng sect in the back. And the man in the crowd couldn't believe that even after that, no one was able to overpower a mere mercenary. Now everyone realized that from this day on, the course of Sichuan province would be changed, all because of one man named Pio Wool. After Mu Zhong's death, Everyone stood in silence for a while longer. No one dared to speak. However, Yeon Seol-ran still gathered her strength and approached our hero, addressing him as a gentleman. Bowing to him, she said that with his permission, she wanted to take their leader's lifeless body back to Mount Ime. The rest of the people in the Ime sect were very much angered that the girl was asking for permission at all from the one who had destroyed their leader for this matter. Young Seol-ran didn't say anything to her subordinates, but she turned sharply in their direction and gave them a piercing stare that made them realize that they should be quiet. Then turning back to Pyo-wol, the girl thought that this wasn't a situation where she should be thinking about revenge. She realized that they had to worry about their lives right now. At this moment, a man from the Qingcheng sect also approached the young man with the same desire. He said he too wanted to take his leader and retreat. At that, the man also bowed to Pyo-wol. When the people of Qingcheng sect saw this, they were shocked, but they realized that their elder had done it because if the battle continued, neither sect would return home. Despite the fact that everything was going peacefully, everyone still had the question of whether our hero would let us do it. Then the hero's eyes lit up bright red and he said that if he let them go, they would probably start working on a revenge plan, because that's exactly what he'd done. In response, young Seol-ran continued to bow and said that she swore on her name that the Ime sect would not retaliate against him. Sect elder Qingcheng also added that he didn't want any bloodshed and so they would forget all the grudges against the guy. Without taking his eyes off the clan leaders, Pyo-wol asked why he should still believe them, to which young Seol-ran said she would follow her words so that the guy would have no doubts. Sect elder Qingcheng also made a promise. Pyo-wol still continued to watch them and was in no hurry to give his consent. Then our hero lifted his head up and saw the sun shining brightly. He let the sects go. From that day on, the Sichuan martial arts world gradually calmed down. The Ime and Qingcheng sects stopped their struggle for leadership. Other sects have similarly moved aside, focusing on recovering from losses. Many of them were hurt, but none of them tried to take revenge on Pyo-wolu, the legend known as the Reaper. As a result, our hero spent his free time as he pleased. One day, he was lying in a boat and floating on the scorching sun on the stream. A young boy met him on the shore. Pyo-wol lifted his headdress that he was using to cover himself and noticed his acquaintance Tan Socha. After that, our hero covered his eyes again and continued to lie in the boat. But anyway, as time passed, the situation in Sichuan began to change. An unknown person heard the news that one mercenary had leveled the entire Sichuan martial arts world. Such news the stranger obviously didn't like and decided to pay a visit to Chengdu. The next morning, he told his nephew that they would have to go on a trip, and the nephew was overjoyed. Now, no one knew what the future of the Sichuan Murim would be like. Sometime later, in one of the markets of the city, the owner of a small store in honor of the renovation completed in it decided to sell everything for half price. Other vendors were shouting from all sides about their stores. Some had reopened, others were selling fine silken jewelry of excellent quality. Everyone was luring customers in any way they could, and in the center of it all walked a man dressed in red. However, it was not his goal to buy everything in the market. After a while, he found himself near a residential building. When he went inside, he met a friendly girl. She smiled sweetly and immediately asked how she could help the stranger. To which the man briefly replied that he wanted to see the owner of the establishment. The girl was even confused by the request. She said that if the man didn't have an appointment, he probably wouldn't be able to see his host. In that case, the man held out his hand to her and asked her if her answer would change because of it. When she saw the badge, she realized that the captain of the inspection department was standing in front of her. The man was from the Hao clan and his name was Hong Yoshin. He asked the girl to keep quiet and again told her to bring her master to him. He also asked her to bring the report documentation of what had recently happened in Chengdu. Immediately afterward, the girl stammered and ran to fulfill the inspection captain's request. While Hong Yoshin was alone with himself, he wondered if the death of the head of the O branch could be related to the assassins who had wreaked havoc in Sichuan. Meanwhile, there was some noise in the marketplace. The expensive jewelry from the table flew in different directions. Of course, people turned around at the sound of the mayhem. There was a big hunchbacked man standing with his back to them, indignant that they were trying to sell him some trinket. The man was very angry and asked the salesman if he could afford to make fun of him for his hump. However, the salesman seemed very harmless. Bowing to the hunchbacked man, he said he would never even think of such a thing. But the one holding the beautiful pendant was still angry because the seller wanted to give him this jewelry for 3 yang, and the merchant explained that the cost of material and labor was very high, so the price of 3 yang was even cheap. But the hunchbacked man didn't want to listen and asked to sell him a piece of jewelry for 1 yang. And the salesman couldn't do it. He said he had just started his business and asked the man to take pity on him. All the while, a chain was hanging on the customer's humpback with a weight attached to the end. When he heard the man's negative answer, he became even more angry. Suddenly, he saw someone coming toward them. and his face changed in a second. There was a girl and a man standing next to them. The stranger asked what had brought the great iron hunchback to them. He said that the situation in the city was already difficult and asked him to stop bothering the seller. The man smiled and said that if he didn't have enough money, he would pay for it. However, the great iron hunchback did not appreciate such a kind gesture, and judging by his reaction, he recognized the stranger. A martial arts practitioner without a shadow, Shin Pun, stood in front of him. Humpy asked what the man was doing here, and the girl standing next to him called herself Lee Soha. With a laugh, Yo Shin Pun replied to the hunchbacked man that he was just traveling the world with his niece and had wandered into these places along the way. He then turned to this girl and asked her to show respect to the iron hunchback named Oh Kyung-wol, all because the man was famous all over southern Jianghu and Henan. Then Lee Soha obediently bowed to the master and introduced herself with her name. After that, Yo Shin Pung looked at the jewelry in Oh Kyung-wol's hands and said that if he wanted it so badly, he would buy it for him. But the iron hunchback clucked and returned the necklace to the seller. He said it wasn't worth it because he wasn't some beggar. On that note, Oh Kyung-wol turned around and walking away told the crowd that the show was over. Looking after him, Yo Shin Pun realized that if the iron hunchback was here, then the others from the Seven Stars Hall would be arriving soon. The man also added that it didn't matter where they were now. Either way, trouble was coming their way. For a practitioner of martial arts without shadows, this was a strange turn of events. Meanwhile, our hero was on the bank of the river and sitting quietly on a log. With a wave of his hand, the guy cast the heartbreaking threads into the water like a fishing rod, and after a while, he fished out a fish from there. At that moment, a flock of storks flew out from the side of the forest. The young man looked at them and smiled slightly. After that, the fish he caught, Pio Wol sent them swimming again. Then turning around 190 degrees correcting his headdress, our hero hid in the forest. After a while, the guy was at some place and enjoying lunch. His loneliness at this moment was broken by a captain of the inspection department named Hong Yo Shin. The man asked him if the guy sitting in front of him was really Pio Wol, and our hero confirmed it. Examining the young man with his mouth open in amazement, Hong Yo Shin said that the boy was even more handsome than the legend said. He also added that our hero had a charming face. And not being benevolent, Pio Wol told Hong Yo Shin if he was here to scratch his tongue, he'd better get out of his sight now. Then the man apologized to the young man and said he was so impressed by his beauty that he forgot to introduce himself. The man apologized to the young man and said that he was so impressed by his beauty that he forgot to introduce himself. Sitting down at Pio Wol's desk, the captain of the inspection department folded his hands and finally gave his name. Our hero looked at the man in surprise and said he had never heard of him before. But Hong Yo Shin didn't expect any other answer. He said that this was the first time he was giving his name to someone who didn't belong to the Hao clan. Continuing to eat, the guy asked in a calm tone what the Tao clan needed from him. At this point, the captain of the inspection department looked at our hero with raised eyebrows and asked if he really didn't know. Without waiting for an answer, Hong Yo Shin said he would be brief. Then he asked the guy if he had really destroyed Song Kyung, the branch leader of the Hao clan. Pio Wol chewed his food well and answered yes. But the young man explained that the answer was if the person he had destroyed was really Sang Kyung. In response, Hong Yo Shin started to smile strangely. He looked crazy. Then he asked our hero why he did it. To which Pio Wol replied that he had been collecting and selling information about him without his permission. Then the man was very surprised. He asked the guy if that was the only reason, and he didn't know what kind of people the Hao clan consisted of. And also Hong Yo Shin added that our hero thinks he can live peacefully after that. Changing his surprise to a strange smile, the captain of the inspection department said that under his orders, every Hao member in Chengdu would attack him. By this time, Pio Wol had finished his lunch and said he didn't care. The boy told the man that his head would be on the ground before that happened. He also said that his head would be followed by that of the Hao clan leader. With his head bowed, Hong Yo Shin began to laugh. The man thought to himself whether he should get rid of the young man right here and now. While he was thinking, Pio Wol decided to act. He placed heartbreaking threads around his interlocutor, and one of them lightly grazed Hong Yo Shin's cheek. This made the man slightly wary, and Pio Wol advised him in a calm voice not to show his desire to destroy. Our hero added that he was very sensitive about it. In response, Hong Yo Shin remained silent and watched the blood trickle down his cheek. Then the guy got up from the table and said that he didn't care what the Hao clan was. The guy said he wasn't interested and didn't care. Lastly, Pio Wol asked the man to remember one thing. The young man said that if Hong Yo Shin continued to bend around him causing trouble, he would kill them all. Meanwhile, on the street of blacksmiths, Tang Sochu was still working. It was obvious from his appearance that he was a little tired. Suddenly, our hero paid him a visit. He looked at the guy and concluded that he had a lot of orders. When Tang Sochu saw Pio Wol, he smiled and said he should have told him he was coming. However, the young man smilingly said he didn't want to distract him from his work. When he went inside the forge, the boy noticed the blades Tang Sochu had made and said they were excellent. With a proud look, he replied that he had more orders lately. And turning to our hero, Tang Sochu said it was all thanks to him. If it wasn't for the young man, the boy wouldn't have been able to set up the forge here. Then Tang Sochu decided to ask what had brought Pio Wol to him. He immediately thought that something had happened to the ghost daggers. It wasn't about them, though. Our hero said he wanted to order something from him personally. After that, Pio Wol said he needed armor that could protect his arm. Looking at the boy's hand, Tang Sochu was very surprised because he thought that the young man was no longer fighting. At first, the boy had a puzzled look like our hero, but then Tang Sochu said he would make his armor light and strong. The young man added that everything would be ready in about 5 days. In response, Pio Wol thanked his old acquaintance. It was evening and Tang Sochu went to work. As he examined the materials, he wondered what the young man needed the armor for. This raised so many questions because our hero had never needed anything like this before, even when he fought outstanding martial artists. From this, the guy assumed that a battle was brewing that would be bigger than the last one. After a while, Tang Sochu checked everything and realized that he had the right materials. And just as he was about to start work, he saw some strange movement from outside. He was not alone in the room. The boy immediately ran up to the place and, pulling aside a large sack, saw the child before him. The next morning, Tang Sochu came to his warehouse to deliver the food. Turning to the child, he said he would leave the food here and go away. The guy added that if he got away with it, he could eat it all. However, no one in the room made any sound. The boy wondered how long the child had been here. Tang Sochu then said he would not ask him who he was or how he got here. He just asked him to eat and not to starve himself. And turning around, the young man said he had to go somewhere today, but he'd be back tonight. Tang Sochu also promised to bring something tasty for dinner. As soon as the door in the room closed, someone's hands and eyes emerged from under the bag. It was the same boy. A short time later, Tang Sochu was already at Pio Wol's house. He brought our hero what he had asked for. When the boy unrolled the blanket, he saw a fine armor for both arms. Tang Sochu told him that he had forged the armor from soft iron so that it would not be heavy. He also added that if Pio Wol put his energy into them, they could protect him from most weapons. Then our hero turned toward the guy and smiled and thanked him. He thought it was a good job. With a proud look, Tang Sochu didn't expect any other answer. He smirked and said that he had spent a lot of effort on this product. After that, the guy abruptly stopped laughing and reached into his inside pockets with his hands. From there, Tang Sochu took out something else for Pio Wol. There were silver threads in his hands. He said he made them from what was left of the cuffs. He added that the threads were quite elastic and strong. He was sure that Pio Wol would need them. In response, the young man thanked his old acquaintance again and smiled. After giving our hero his order, Tang Sochu began to say goodbye. Pio Wol was surprised that he was already leaving. Then the guy said that he had an intruder at his house right now and he needed to see if he was still there. Our hero had a questioning expression on his face, but he didn't question Tang Sochu. Meanwhile, a beautiful girl accompanied by a man was walking down the street. She asked him if there was still no news. In response, her partner said that the person they were looking for was still in Chengdu. However, he could not find any trace of him yet. The girl thought she was causing them a lot of trouble, and the man realized that asking the Hao clan for help would be too much, so they came to the point where they were in a difficult position. The girl reminded her ally that they should catch the young man quietly. It was because the Hao clan people could not be trusted. At that moment, Tang Sochu happened to be walking beside them. He was very interested in the boy's words. He continued to listen to them. The girl asked the man if everyone had already arrived. The girl asked the man if everyone was here already. After hearing the strangers talk, Tang Sochu decided that he would go to the bazaar on his way home. Meanwhile, there was a commotion going on. People gathered to watch the spectacle with frightened faces. The iron hunchback was lying on the ground, and someone's powerful shadow was falling on him. The man looked at the man in front of him and spoke unkindly of him. All the swear words from the iron hunchback's mouth applied to our hero. Pio Wol stood silently looking at the man. Then Kyung Wol, rising to his feet menacingly, asked the young man if he knew who was standing in front of him. Still remaining incredibly calm, Pio Wol asked if he really needed to know about it. Such indifference on the part of the fellow made the iron hunchback very angry, and he, with his chain in his hand, decided to attack him. Turning the chain around, Kyung Wol said that he was very much annoyed by our hero's gaze. Then the hunchback wrapped the chain back around his arm, and with the weight that was on the end of it, threw himself at Pio Wol. All this time, he did not move from his seat and calmly waited for the attack. As soon as his enemy began to approach him, Pio Wol began to wind a silver thread in his hands. Suddenly, at that moment, there was a loud female voice ordering the men to stop. At this sudden order, Pio Wol and Iron Hunchback immediately turned towards the voice. The strangers that Tang Sochu had recently met were heading towards them. They were members of the Seven Stars. The girl was a fire blood witch named Yeo Seol-yeon, and the man was a firestorm dragon named Sa Hyuk-yong. Even though they asked the guys to stop, Oh Kyung-wol resented them because he wanted to teach the young man a lesson. However, Sa Hyuk-yeon turned to Ironhump and asked him to look around carefully. The man noticed that Pyo-wol's silver threads were all over the area around the humpback. Sa Hyuk-yeon said that if Oh Kyung-wol took another step, he would be split into pieces. Watching what was going on, our hero was even a little saddened that his technique had been unraveled. Firestorm Dragon then said that although he didn't know what had happened between the two of them, he felt that he had been too harsh in his actions. The man added that attacking his named brother meant attacking the entire Seven Stars Hall. He said that if Pyo-wol did it for no particular reason, they wouldn't just let him go. Remaining calm, the young man did not reply anything to the Firestorm Dragon. However, these words made him turn around and come closer to the man. That's when Yeo Seolong intervened. She thought that Iron Hunchback was the first to fight. She was sure that he had decided to do whatever he wanted to do again and was angry with the guy. Oh Kyung-wil's face turned red at those words. It was obvious that those words made the Hunchback angry. Seeing this reaction, the girl asked if she was wrong. After that, the Iron Hunchback averted his gaze. This proved that this was the case. Then, smiling sweetly and stepping forward, Yeo So-yeon introduced herself and decided to apologize to Pyo-wol for her teammate. She also wanted to know the guy's name. As usual, our hero was not very talkative and just said his name. The girl smilingly said that he had a beautiful name, and placing her hand on Yeo So-long's chest, she promised the young man to make amends. She wanted to stop their conflict at this point. Pyo-wol looked at this girl with his red pupils and then turned to leave. The people from the Seven Stars Hall were giving the guy a glance. Yeo Sol-young said she didn't know what was going on in Chengdu, but she thought the atmosphere was gloomy. Then she turned to her allies and said that until they knew what had happened here, they shouldn't get involved in any conflicts. Yeo So-long reminded them that they were on a mission after all. Meanwhile, Tang So-chu was already at home. Satisfied, he stood by the door and watched the boy who had been hiding in his pantry eating the chicken. Pyo-wol decided not to be left behind and went to Suyeong Manor. He wanted to find out more information about the Seven Stars Hall. In front of him was Hong Yo-shin, and his face said that he was not very happy to see our hero. The man asked Pyo-wol if he hadn't told him that the next time they met, he would destroy him. He was also curious to know how he had found him and why he needed this information. However, the young man did not want to spread about his plans and said that it was none of his business. But Hong Yo-shin didn't budge either and replied that he couldn't tell the guy anything in that case. Smiling broadly, the man added that he didn't care whether the young man destroyed him or not, because the Hao clan could not be used as they wished. The clan had its own principles. Then the captain of the inspection department changed his expression to a more serious one and said that he had his own principles. The man said that if our hero answered his question, he would provide him with the data he needed. After a bit of deliberation, Pyo-wol made a concession to Hong Yo-shin and agreed to the terms. The man smiled again and said he didn't expect the boy to agree so quickly, and then he asked the boy why he needed such a powerful martial art. Distinguishing himself with brief answers, our hero said he had no specific reason. This surprised Hong Yo-shin very much. Then he asked the boy a leading question and asked if he wanted to become the ruler of Sichuan or something like that. With a slight smile, Pyo-wol said that he had mastered martial arts to survive. He added that he held on tightly to life to get revenge, and now that his goal was accomplished, he wanted nothing more. Said all he does now is read books. Hong Yo-shin thought that although it was hard to believe, it was good that the young man didn't have any grandiose goals in life. In response to Pyo-wol, he said that it all sounded very interesting. Then, the captain of the inspection department said that since they were both busy people, he would listen to our hero's story next time. And with an open-mouthed look, the man asked Pyo-wol what kind of information about the Seven Stars Hall he wanted to know. Replied in a calm voice that he wanted to know why those guys were there. Hong Yo-shin said that he would try to gather information about it. He also said that they were also curious about why they had come here, since there was no reason for them to appear. Then Pyo-wol got up from his seat and headed for the exit. He said he would be in Chengdu for a while and asked the man to contact him as soon as he knew something. Smiling sweetly after the captain of the inspection department, agreed and said goodbye to him. After a while, our hero was already in his room in the company of a young girl. Pyo-wol was still reading a book, and the girl sitting next to him was peeling some fruit and feeding it to the young man. With a happy smile, the girl said that she had left a special order for the merchant to get her this particular fruit. Then she said that the fruit was quite fresh and tasty, but this sentence was said in a very strange voice. Pyo-wol looked at the girl and was horrified. She started to fall from her chair and he picked her up just in time. With a young girl in his arms, our hero began to look around and noticed that the smell of some woman was all over the room. Putting the girl on the bed, he heard a male voice behind him asking how the young man spends all his days in this room. In response, Pyo Wool said it was better than living in the mountains and eating only vegetables. That made the man behind him laugh. He said that one man's paradise is another man's hell. Then the man calmed down and asked Pyo Wool if he knew who stood in front of him. But the young man did not know the mysterious stranger. In response, the man still remarked that he was not surprised by his appearance. Then our hero replied that if he felt threatened, he would simply destroy him. That answer amused the man again. It made him realize why Mu Jung was so obsessed with our hero. At this moment, Pyo Wool also confirmed his speculation that the mysterious stranger was from the Ching Cheng sect. After that, the man introduced himself and said that his name was Guo Yob. He was Mu Zhong's mentor and was the strongest swordsman of the Ching Cheng sect. Noticed that he had not come for revenge, and accordingly, he wondered why the man had come at all. Then Guo Yob asked if Pyo Wool was aware that it was his fault that the Ching Cheng sect was leveled to the ground. But the young man didn't understand what he had to do with it, so the man realized that the boy did not want to admit what he had done. Then our hero said that he didn't deny what he had done, but the reputation of the Ching Cheng sect was ruined by the sect members themselves. He added that no one forced Mu Jung to learn demonic martial arts. In response, Guo Yob first remained silent, and then said that the original purpose of his visit was to destroy the young man in order to restore Ching Cheng's honor and dignity. It was because the man believed that Pyo Wool was an evil in the flesh who didn't deserve forgiveness. However, he didn't feel anything like that from the young man now. In fact, Guo Yob realized that the guy's aura was as strong as stone, as black as darkness, and as powerful as lightning. He thought that just as bright people were prone to do terrible things, so too was the opposite. Mu Zhong's mentor understood that everything had a reason, and he was sure that the sky had sent the young man for a reason. Then Guo Yob said that Ching Cheng's fate was most likely to be like this. He added that the heavens themselves had punished the sect for their evil deeds. The man decided to end the conversation and told Pyo Wool that the Ching Cheng sect wouldn't bother him anymore. But lastly, he asked our hero if he could promise him something. Guo Yob said that now that the Ching Cheng and Amei sects had left their posts in Sichuan, everyone would try to take them over. The man added that if someone unrighteous is at the helm, disasters will be unavoidable not only in Sichuan but also in the whole world. And folding his hand behind his back, Guo Yob said he hoped he wouldn't let it happen. However, our hero replied that he could not promise to do so. He added that he did not deny what he had done and that he had no right to do so. Turning around in the opposite direction, Guo Yob said that he hoped the young man could become a person not prone to terrible deeds, who hates evil and has pity for those who deserve it. Lastly, the man added that he hopes that they will meet again if fate wills it. At first, Pyo Wool was silent in response, but later he bowed his head and said that he definitely couldn't feel sorry for others. Meanwhile, Tang Sochu was still sitting in his house with the boy. He asked what the boy's name was. A little embarrassed, the boy said his name was Nam Xinwu. Tang Sochu said with some delight that it was a very cool name. Then he asked where he came from. The boy replied that he was from Hefei. This answer surprised Tang Sochu because he realized that this place was in Anhui province. He was very curious about how the boy had gotten here from such a faraway place. After all, Hefei and Chengdu were separated by thousands of kilometers. But Nam Xinwu couldn't answer this question because he didn't know the answer. Then asked Nam Xinwu warily, wondering if someone was following him. After that, the boy began to act strangely and stammer. There was silence in the room and someone's hands were visible from the roof. Apparently, Tang Sochu was right. Nam Xinwu then said something about the men in black, and at that moment, an attack came down on the boy from above. Everything everywhere began to turn red. Tang Sochu was shocked at what had happened. Seeing the lifeless body of the boy was horrified. A male silhouette appeared next to Nam Xinwu. The man in the headdress thought after what he had done that he should have let the boy live. The man's name was Joe Samchuk. He was the 7 Stars Hall Bloodstorm Sword. As the man continued to ponder, he came to the conclusion that Nam Xinwu's lifeless body should still be paid half. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the boy's hand. Suddenly, the just out-of-breath Nam Xinwu started moving and shouting loudly. Joe Samchuk didn't realize what was happening. And as soon as the boy was on his feet, the man smiled happily and pretended not to know what had just happened. He said he was very happy that the boy was alive. Grabbing Nam Xinwu by the hair, Joe Samchuk complimented that he would now be able to get the full reward for him. However, Nam Xinwu didn't think so. He grabbed the man's arm and threw him over himself with ease. Joe Samchuk hit the floor with such force that everything under him cracked and blood spurted out of his mouth. Tang Sochu was also very surprised. Coughing, the man in the headdress began to rise after the blow and still didn't understand what was happening. He thought about the boy being described as an ordinary child. Joe Samchuk couldn't understand where he got his strength from. Then looking at Nam Shinwoo's shoulder, he noticed that it was completely intact. However, a few minutes ago, the man himself had stabbed him in that spot with his sword. Smiling broadly, Joe Samchuk realized that this mission was out of the ordinary. Turning to Nam Shinwoo, he said that he now understood why they had paid such a large sum for him. But the man saw a silver lining. He didn't have to worry that the boy might die on the way. The man asked Nam Shinwoo to keep it up. Joe Samchuk wanted to see if the boy could survive after he separated all the limbs from his body. With all this talk, the man had completely forgotten about another person in the room. From behind him, Tang Sochu rushed at him. Such a gesture from Tang Sochu surprised Nam Shinwoo. For a while, he didn't even move from his seat and watched. Joe Samchuk was already starting to lose his temper because Tang Sochu was clinging to him behind his back. As the boy didn't move and looked at everything with surprised eyes, Tang Sochu again shouted to him to run and save himself. This really pissed off the man in the headdress, and he used his technique to attack the guy. And while he was distracted, Tang Sochu turned around. Joe Samchuk noticed that the boy was no longer around. Turning in the opposite direction, the man adjusting his headdress remarked that there was a lot of trouble from the kid. Tang Sochu stayed in his house. He lay exhausted against the wall and thought only of Nam Shinwoo. Meanwhile, the captain of the inspection department found out that the Seven Stars Hall was looking for a child. When Pio Wol heard this, he was a little surprised. At that time, Hong Yoshin said that they were asking the locals if they had seen a skinny boy of about 15 years old. Our hero still didn't understand why they wanted him. The man replied that they didn't know that yet. He said he had already mobilized the Hao clan, but it was hard to find out. Suddenly, their quiet conversation was interrupted by a noise from the corridor. Someone was asking to be let inside, and the man's voice sounded familiar. Hong Yoshin asked the girl who came in what was going on. Then she told him that a man named Tang Sochu had come to see them. The young man came out into the corridor and noticed his acquaintance, who was held by guards on both sides. Seeing him, Pio Wol asked him what had happened. The guards put the guy down at the same moment. Then Tang Sochu immediately ran up to the young man and grabbed his clothes and begged him to help him. Without showing any emotion, our hero asked the guy to tell what happened and said that if he could, he would help. Then Tang Sochu said that the child who was hiding in his workshop had been tried to steal by a sword martial artist. However, he added that he had noticed something strange. Tang Sochu said that the man had thrust his sword so deeply into the child's shoulder that it could have destroyed him, but instead the boy shrank back on his feet. Hong Yoshin heard that. He added that that swordsman was the youngest member of the Seven Stars Hall, Joe Samchuk. They could already guess who that child was without a word. Then the captain of the inspection department decided to clarify whether the boy had been revived after such an injury, and the man began to ponder if it could be related to the Demon King. The Demon King was the man who wreaked havoc in Jianghu 10 years ago. He has a superhuman regeneration ability that no one has been able to unravel yet. Hong Yoshin said that it didn't matter what masters he fought with or how bad his wounds were. In every situation, the Demon King survived. Therefore, rumors spread throughout Jianghu that whoever learns the secret of the Demon King will live forever. Finally, after so long, a ray of hope to find answers appeared in Jianghu. Meanwhile, a commotion was going on in a neighborhood in Chengdu. People were shouting and asking for help everywhere. A building was burning up ahead. Someone was crying and shouting that there were still people in the house and asking for help. There was chaos all around. In the midst of it was Yo Xiaolong. She was looking for Nam Shinwoo. She knew from the surroundings that Nam Shinwoo was around. Looking around, she tried to find him. She realized that they shouldn't stay in Sichuan because it wasn't their territory. Yo Xiaolong also thought that if the Hao clan had helped them, the boy would have been found sooner. At that moment, a man called out to her from behind. It was a wolf swordsman of the Seven Stars Hall named Cha Seung-pyung. He asked the girl what she was doing here. Turning to the man, she smiled and said she was looking for the same boy. In response, Cha Seung-pyung said with a slightly grim face that that kid was already far away. That made Yo Seolong feel uncomfortable too. She realized that she had wasted her time. The wolf swordsman of the Seven Stars Hall then turned to the girl and asked why she had set Chengdu on fire. The man asked her what she would do if the local sects appeared. In response, Yo Solong smiled at him and said that they wouldn't show up because of Pio Wol. According to rumors, the girl had heard that he was so cruel to them that they were hysterical at his name. However, Cha Seung-pyung laughed when he heard that. He thought that it was all an exaggeration. The man did not want to believe that Chengdu's martial artists were afraid of a noob. The wolf swordsman was so confident in his powers that he drew his weapon and glowingly said that as soon as he came upon the young man, he would immediately decapitate him in a split second. With burning eyes, Cha Seung-pyung complimented that our hero wouldn't even have time to react to his attack. In the end, walking away from all this chaos with Yo Seolong, The man couldn't wait for this moment. He promised the girl that he would bring the guy's head to her first. Meanwhile, the poor people continued to scream in pain and sorrow. Yeo Seolong enjoyed the cries as she continued to move forward. But suddenly, their peace of mind was shattered. Silver threads wrapped around Cha Seong-pyung's neck and dragged him away. At that moment, the girl turned abruptly and looked up fearfully. She saw Cha Seong-pyung with his neck wrapped tightly in threads. The threads were pulling him tighter and tighter with each passing second. And in 1 second, they completely squeezed his neck. Blood spurted everywhere. Yeo Soyeon saw this and started screaming loudly. Meanwhile, the chaos around did not subside. Many people were standing around their burnt houses and were in a broken state. Lee So-ha and Yeo Shin-pung were also nearby. The girl couldn't believe what had happened. Shin-pung was also confused but realized that this couldn't just be a natural disaster. The man said he heard a disaster like this happened in Chengdu recently. Suddenly, Yeo Shin-pung saw a male silhouette with his side vision. He thought that bamboo swordsman Gum Il-hae was standing to the side. And that was indeed the case. A man with an eye patch from the Seven Stars Hall stood to the side. Looking around, Gum Il-hae turned around and walked away. Watching this, Lee So-ha and Shin-pung didn't understand what the man was looking for here. There were many questions in their minds. However, Lee So-ha realized that whatever it was, it must be something important, because she sensed a strong desire to destroy from Gum Il-hae. Yeo Shin-pung was very surprised and asked the girl if she could really feel such a thing. To which Lee So-ha replied in a confident tone that it was even visible to the naked eye. The girl then suggested that Yeo Shin-pung follow Gum Il-hae, but as soon as they turned around, they were surprised. There was no one around them anymore. The man and the girl didn't understand where the bamboo swordsman had disappeared in such a short time. Then they looked around and saw a pool of blood on the ground. As they walked forward along the red trail and saw the body, they were horrified. It was the lifeless Gum Il-hae. Looking at the bamboo swordsman, Yeo Shin-pung didn't understand how such a thing could happen in just an instant. Lee So-ha was also dumbfounded by what had happened. She knew that Gum Il-hae was a good fighter. Then the man said he didn't even know an executioner with that kind of power could exist. Shin-pung turned towards the girl and said that it was surely that. Lee So-ha wondered if the man was talking about the man who used to wreak havoc in Chengdu. The girl realized that the young man was an assassin who confronted all the sects in Sichuan alone. Yeo Shin-pung used to think it was all fiction, but after what had happened, the man believed it. Looking into Gum Il-hae's lifeless eyes, he said that a great tragedy was brewing in Sichuan. Meanwhile, Nam Shin-woo was all wounded and trying to escape from his enemy. He was being chased by a young man in black. He wondered how the boy could be so resilient. Then, taking out the sharp daggers from his belt, the young man decided to attack Nam Shin-woo. However, even after that, the boy was still alive. His enemy wondered that after losing so much blood, even the greatest martial artists wouldn't have survived. That's why he understood why those people needed the boy. Gum Shin-woo then turned to his opponent and began tearfully begging him for mercy. In response, his enemy smiled and said that the boy had done nothing. He said that destroying the innocent and killing the innocent was what Chengdu was all about. Couldn't even guess how Nam Shin-woo achieved such stamina, but he knew his client would tear the boy apart to find out. He also added that eternal life was everyone's dream, but Nam Shin-woo has to die for it now. Suddenly, there was screaming. A man ran up to them and turned to the guy in black and said they were in trouble. Nam Shin-woo's assailant's name was Hyun Nim. A man came and said that Il-hae Nim was dead. It was as if the man in black had lost the ground beneath his feet. The one complimented that Bestin Yeo Shin-pung had just found their partner's body. Meanwhile, Oh Kyung-wol, nicknamed Iron Hunchback, thought that Yeo So-long had made a big mess of things this time. And suddenly, he remembered the image of our hero. The man couldn't believe that he dared to humiliate him in front of a girl like that. Oh Kyung-wol wanted to destroy the guy. Then Iron Hunchback heard someone's footsteps approaching. When he looked up, he saw Yeo Sol-yong, who was obviously in a hurry. Oh Kyung-wol also had a suggestion that the girl might be hiding from others like this. In any case, the man realized that something had happened and decided to find out what the matter was. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp dagger stabbed into his shoulder. The Iron Hunchback immediately screamed in sudden pain. Then silver threads appeared, wrapped around his neck, and began to strangle him. Then Oh Kyung-wol grabbed the chain with the weight that was also hanging around his neck and launched it forward with all his might. The kettlebell crashed into the wall, and next to it, the Iron Hunchback discerned P.O. Wool. Upon seeing the young man, the man immediately became furious and shouted a couple of swear words in his direction. After a while, Lee So-ha and Shin-pung were looking around the area and came across another lifeless body. When the man came closer to the body, he recognized the lifeless Iron Hunchback. They guessed that he had been destroyed by the same assassin as Gum Il-hae. And from this, It was clear that the executioner was hunting the members of the Seven Stars Hall. However, it seemed to Lee Sohei that the 100 Souls troop group might also be involved. The man replied that the group had never been to Sichuan, and he was sure that the culprit was the one rumored to be in Sichuan. Shin Peng also noted that the assassin had excellent skills. As she continued to ponder the topic, Lee Soha suggested that the executioner might look like a monster, but Shin Peng said that according to those who had seen the guy in person, he was young and handsome. When the girl heard that, she was furious. She didn't understand how such a man could think of doing such a thing. In response, the man smiled and asked her to move on. He thought that the young man wouldn't stop there, but Lee Soha was indignant again and asked her uncle if they shouldn't just watch what was going on. Then Yo Shin Peng said that he had always lived by justice and so he couldn't stay away when such terrible things were happening around him. He realized that the Hall of Seven Stars might be arrogant, but they still belonged to the Orthodox faction. The man decided he had to do something about it, and in return, the girl obediently agreed. Continuing to move forward, leaving behind the lifeless body of the Iron Hunchback, Shin Peng wondered how many more heinous deeds the young man would be able to do. Meanwhile, Sa Hyukyun and the others were on the run. The man asked his allies to be on guard since no one knew when their enemy would attack. Sa Hyukyun realized it was all because of him. He didn't realize that the Hunchback was fighting with the infamous assassin Chengdu. The man regretted not destroying the guy at that moment. He wanted their group to work quietly without attracting the attention of the local sects, but in the end, it turned out to be the opposite. Sa Hyukyun realized that they would have a problem if they lost someone else. Running off with Nam Shinwoo in hand, Jo Samchuk asked why he was following them. Without waiting for an answer, he suggested that it might be because of the recent confrontation. Then Hyun Myung said that if that was really the case, he wouldn't have hunted them so fiercely. So the young one looked at his ally and suggested that it might be because of the boy in their hands. This made Jo Samchuk even more nervous. Hyun Myung verbally calmed him down and said that they would always be able to get back at him. He added that after they delivered the child and asked for more help, they could destroy Pyo Wool in 1 second. So now, Hyung Myung asked the man not to get into trouble. As he continued to run, Sa Hyukyun agreed with those words. He said he would pay for humiliating them like that. The men began to support each other in their thoughts. Yo Seolong smiled and said that they were like little children. The girl ran ahead of everyone else, but even though her allies were acting like fools, she thought it was rather cute. As Sa Hyukyun moved forward, he suddenly felt something wrong. The man noticed that the forest was getting stronger each time. Suddenly, Hyun Myung shouted behind them. When they turned around, they saw that their partner had fallen to his knees. Hyun Myung asked the other members of the Seven Stars Hall for only one thing. He told them to run. Then as soon as Hyun Myung noticed that his leg was wrapped in silver threads, something dragged him into the darkness. At that moment, Yo So-yeon and Sa Hyukyun immediately rushed to their comrade's aid. And Jo Samchuk continued to stand still. He was shocked by what was happening. And since he was alone in our hero's field of vision, the young man's attack was directed at him. When the guys ran up to Hyun Myung, they wanted to help him. But with a shout, he asked them not to get close. Sa Hyukyun was at a loss. The man didn't understand what was going on because he had never seen anything like this before. He really wanted to help Hyun Myung. Suddenly, he looked around and noticed that he and Yo Seolong were alone, although recently there were 3 of them in the forest. At this moment, the girl started to get nervous as she realized that they were distracted by Hyun Myung. And Sa Hyukyung couldn't believe that they had searched for this child, risking their lives, and now were left without even a junior. Suddenly, they heard Hyun Myung's very faint voice. When they turned around and looked up, they saw Hyun Myung hanging on the silver threads, bleeding. Then the threads pulled together and he was split into pieces. After that, Pyo Wool came out of the darkness. Yo Solong was terrified when she saw him, but Sa Hyukyun was so furious that the veins on his forehead swelled up and became visible. Wasting no time, the man immediately rushed towards our hero with burning eyes. While Pyo Wool was calmly standing still, Sa Hyukyung was already taking a swing with his fist to attack his opponent. And as soon as the man pointed his fist at Pyo Wool, he easily dodged the blow. Sa Hyukyun tried to attack the guy again, but this time was also unsuccessful. The man didn't even realize what had happened. He was sure he'd hit the young man, but there wasn't a scratch on him. Sa Hyukyung knew he was aiming at our hero's vital points, but as it twists and turns, all the attacks pass by. The man even began to feel like he was fighting a shadow. Then he decided to attack Pyo Wool once more, gathering his strength. Then there was a massive fiery explosion in the area of the forest where they were fighting. And once all the fire had dissipated, Sa Hyukyun was confused by what he saw. In front of him stood a completely whole and unharmed Pyo Wool. The man couldn't believe his eyes. He began to feel like he was avoiding all of his blows as if he knew from beforehand. Then Yo Sol-young approached him. When he saw the girl, he pointed his daggers at the man. Frightened for her ally, she went into a rage and unleashed her full power. A blue aura appeared around Yo Sol-young, and she immediately flew to Sa Hyuk-young's aid. Meanwhile, silver threads were already wrapped around the man's neck. When the girl saw this, she shouted loudly to her ally and jumped up from her seat. At that moment, Pyo-wol was already standing behind Sa Hyuk-young. Holding up the armor with his hand, the young man asked them why they were trying to kidnap that child. That question surprised Yo Sol-young a lot. She didn't even think that the young man was following them because of Nam Shin-woo. In response, the girl didn't know what to say, so Pyo-wol began to pull the silver threads around the man's neck and asked her to answer his question again. Sa Hyuk-yoon turned to him halfway around and said he didn't know. He added that they were just fulfilling an order. But our hero was not satisfied with this answer. The man at that moment began to grunt and roll his eyes. Scared for her partner again, the girl asked the guy to wait. She suggested that Pyo-wol talk to him first and stop acting like this. Smiling, Yo Sol-young said they didn't know much either, and once again asked the guy to stop. Without answering anything, our hero after a while loosened the strings around the man's neck. And as soon as Sa Hyuk-yoon could breathe in peace, he decided to attack his opponent again. But it was a mistake. Pyo-wol played forward and attacked Yo Sol-young, throwing a sharp dagger at her head. She immediately fell to the ground. The man with tears in his eyes started to shout loudly that he had destroyed his entire family. The angry Sa Hyuk-young shouted that he would destroy the young man. After that, he immediately rushed towards his opponent with another attack. Continuing to stand still, Pyo-wol covered his eyes, and his white hair began to turn black. The young man then took a sharp leap forward and pierced the man's body through and through. Bleeding Sa Hyuk-yoon looked at the newly white-haired guy and called him a reaper. Meanwhile, Nam Shin-woo was sleeping under the blanket. Taking him in his arms, Pyo-wol set off, leaving the lifeless members of the Seven Stars Hall behind him. Continuing forward, our hero looked at the boy and remembered the story of the Demon King. Realized that just now Nam Shin-woo was on the verge of death, but now his breathing was back to normal. He wondered if there were others like him in Kangzhou. As Pyo-wol continued to ponder, it even seemed ridiculous that there was a secret to eternal life and youth. Understood that death was part of human nature and didn't know it could be crossed. And even if it was all true, the young man wondered how much to pay for it. Pyo-wol was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by a strange feeling. He looked around and saw a silhouette in the distance. Was surprised because he didn't even feel the man's presence. And this had never happened before. Putting Nam Shin-woo on the ground, our hero turned around and noticed the wind in the forest starting to pick up. And a couple seconds later, the guy was practically swept away. Leaves from the trees flew right into his face. Pyo-wol noticed that the wind was unusual. He thought it looked like a neat but strong dragon. The young man thought that if his opponent were to attack, he would have no choice but to answer him. And at that moment, white snakes emanating from Pyo-wol appeared next to the beautiful dragon image. Then he pointed them in the direction of the stranger. There was fear on his face, and he wanted to know who was standing in front of him. But his opponent was apparently very strong and with one movement created a shield around him that protected him from our hero's attacks. The stranger then said he couldn't believe the young man was imitating that man. And then the man finally showed his face. He was dressed nicely and had bright eyes. He really didn't like what our hero was doing. When he saw the man, sweat broke out on Pyo-wol's face. He saw that his opponent was strong and very strong. Casting his threads in his direction, decided that if he didn't destroy the man now, he would die. However, it was an unsuccessful attack. The mysterious stranger used his shield to block the blow. After that, the man smiled mysteriously at our hero and some sort of vortex began to appear above him. Pyo-wol began to be pushed out of his seat. At that moment, sharp daggers flew at him from behind. Despite the fact that they managed to injure the guy, he continued to bravely defend his opponent's blows. Watching this, the man was surprised that the young man stood firm. He was also surprised that Pyo-wol even managed to repel his attack in a short time. Looking at our hero who was glowing brightly, the man said that by all appearances he was able to awaken the true potential in him. However, the young man was unwilling to negotiate peacefully with the stranger and shouted at the top of his voice and glared even earlier. Then the man swung his hand and Pyo-wol was swirled into the air vortex again. The stranger then smiled and said it was getting interesting. Then waving two fingers of his hand upwards, a huge dragon appeared beside the man. The guy's adversary said that if it goes on like this, the young man will be able to find out about all the surprises that he has prepared for him. And again, with a wave of his hand, the man directed a stream of wind toward our hero. When Pyo-wol saw this, he was shocked. After that, there was a huge explosion in the forest where they were. After a while, it subsided and the man assumed it was over. But suddenly, something shone beneath his feet. From there, our hero's heartbreaking thread burst forth. She practically wrapped her arms around the man's leg, but he jumped up in time and dodged the attack. Looking down at Pio Wool, the stranger said he was more amazing than he thought, and the young man himself was sitting on the ground covered in blood. The man's attacks had done a good job of hurting him. The stranger then told the guy that he not only escaped death but was also able to make contact. It was the man's first time facing such an opponent, and he couldn't even imagine how much more terrifying Pio Wool would become after this. He thought that now was a good opportunity to destroy the guy, but he didn't see fear in his eyes. The man realized that our hero would do anything to win. As he pondered, he thought that if he tried to destroy the boy, he would not be able to escape unharmed. So the man realized that he had grown old because he began to worry about his life. Then turning towards Nam Shinwoo, he began to lift him with the air. He remembered that it was said that people could never understand the great will of the heavens. Moving the boy in the air, the man thought whether he would regret his choice or on the contrary become proud of it in the future. Suddenly ordered him to stop, knocking the ground with all his might. Pio Wool asked why he was trying to take this boy away. Already in hand with Nam Shinwoo smiling, the man replied that he was doing it to protect him. However, our hero still did not understand from whom he was trying to protect the boy. In response, the stranger said that he would not divulge the information, and it was not even necessary. In that case, Pio Wool said through gritted teeth that he wouldn't let his opponent take the boy. When the man heard this, he started laughing loudly. He said that he had not even asked the boy for permission to do so. Looking at Nam Shinwoo, he didn't understand how he was here, but the man realized that the boy couldn't stay here. Otherwise, he said that Sichuan would be in great danger. And since the stranger thought Pio Wool was strong enough, he said he had a chance to survive. But the rest of us, the man said we wouldn't be so lucky. That's why he wanted to protect the boy. Bleeding, our hero still didn't understand why he should trust a stranger. In response, the man said that the young man would not be able to make him change his mind. He added that not everyone might be intimidated by the boy's fighting skills. Then the stranger decided to ask our hero what his name was. But Pio Wool was not in a hurry to answer and wanted the man to introduce himself first. Then the mysterious stranger introduced himself as the Supreme Wind in a proud voice. After that, he flew into the air along with the boy. The heavenly battle sword descended from the heavens, and soon they would be colored red. Pio Wool was left to sit alone in the forest, and the world now had to begin to beware of the wrath of the higher-ups. And continuing to sit like that, our hero only felt the shame of all that had happened. Meanwhile, in the Su-young estate, Hong Yoshin observed the lifeless bodies in front of him. The man couldn't believe that he would ever see all the members of the Seven Stars Hall dead in front of him. It seemed all the more unbelievable to him that they would all lose their lives in one night. He realized that these people were quite famous in Hunan. Therefore, Hong Yoshin realized that they had a good reason to be seen in the crowd of more powerful groups. At that moment, he remembered our hero. He couldn't even imagine how strong Pio Wool was. He also felt like he had gone too far. Hong Yoshin thought that when someone outstanding appeared in Jianghu, there was a wind of change. The inspection captain then ordered his men to examine the lifeless and find out who did it. After that, Hong Yoshin inquired about one person and asked where that person was. The man replied that he was in the workshop. He added that the workshop was run by an ancestor of the Tang clan. Then Hong Yoshin asked to find out what Tang Xiuqiu and Pio Wool had in common, and he wanted to know more details about the young man himself. The man complimented that until they can control the guy they need to get more information that will be worth millions. Meanwhile, our hero had already told Tang Xiuqiu about the Wind Supreme. The young man was surprised that he wanted to take the boy away to protect him. Then Pio Wool's bandaged head complimented that it didn't look like that man was lying. Twisting the bandage, Tang Xiuqiu bowed his head and said that too many events had happened in one night. He said the fire set by Yeo Sol-yong destroyed 1/3 of the slums and created total chaos in Chengdu. And Tang Xiuqiu couldn't believe that the people from the Seven Stars Hall had done all of this for Shinwoo, wondering what secret the boy could be keeping that he had become such a coveted prey. He also mentioned the Supreme Wind. When Pio Wool heard this, he was surprised and asked his acquaintance if he knew the man. Tang Xiuqiu confidently answered yes. He said that the man was one of the strongest martial artists. Supreme Wind stood on par with the top 2 owners, also the 3 strongest sect estates and rulers. At that moment, our hero realized how much he didn't know about Jianghu, so he asked Tang Xiuqiu to tell him more about it. In response, the young man hesitated as he didn't expect such a request and didn't know where to start. Then he said that the top 2 were the strongest sects of Jianghu. And despite the fact that they were 2 young sects that existed for less than 100 years, the founders of these sects had performed incredible feats that made them considered the strongest. Tang Xiuqiu complimented that their names were the Innate Skill Sect and the Heavenly Art Manor. The Unstoppable Skill Sect was founded by the legendary Li Guok, who stopped the Great Demonic Battle. The sect is now run by Li Guok and Li Chun. The head of the Heavenly Sect was Zhang Chunghua, who had destroyed the Heavenly Demon Group leader. After that, they became rich and were able to gather many strong martial artists. Right behind them are a trio of sects known for their great contribution to the completion of the demonic battle. They are the Shaolin Temple Wudong sect and the Huashan Mountain sect. Then come the trio of estates. These are the estates of the Divine Moon Shadow Sword and the Rain Sword. Despite their short history, they were able to wield tremendous power. And at the conclusion come the three rulers. This is the Heavenly Dragon Gorge Battle Sword Troop and the Heavenly Water Society. There were originally 10 rulers, but only 3 survived the Desomnica battle. Tang Sochu said that the owners of these 11 groups could be considered the owners of Jianghu. And there were people who don't belong to any group but are as strong as they are. There were 8 stars and 3 supreme stars. In addition to the Supreme Wind, there was the Supreme Battle Yonbul Yi and the Supreme Sword Han Yu Chan. That was the end of Tang Sochu's story, as he knew nothing more. So Pio Wool realized that there were more than 20 people who were as strong as the Supreme Wind. Of course, I've heard before that Jianghu has a lot of outstanding people, but now, if we included those who were not very famous, their number was more than 20. Our hero realized that Jianghu was really a huge place, and he was like a little frog in a pond. After receiving the information from Tang Sochu, Pio Wool got up from his seat and said that he would return Nam Xinwu by all means. However, his acquaintance said that he should not do it. This surprised our hero very much, and he asked why. And he said he sympathized with the boy because he looked like a little him, but he didn't want to guard him. Tang Sochu said it was better for him to stay with the Wind Supreme. He looked up at Pio Wool and smiled, apologizing because he was hurt because of him. He also apologized for wasting our hero's time. In response, he covered his eyes and said it was fine. He didn't think it was a waste of his time. Even though the young man realized that the world was full of martial artists and that he had lost that time, Pio Wool promised himself that it wouldn't happen again. After a while, our hero was walking somewhere and had a headdress on his head. He was thinking that he should become stronger so that no one could take anything away from him. But first, he decided to get rid of the Hao clan's attention. Even though he was confident in his disguise, there was no guarantee that his plan would work. Pio Wool decided that he would find a way to hide and get information at the same time to make it work. The first thing he wanted to do was to visit Azure Wind Manor. Examining the sign of the manor that hung at the entrance, the young man thought that it had been a long time since they had seen this group. Going inside, our hero assumed that those who are obviously financed by someone and thought that it could be the captain of the Blood Shadow group. As they continued to walk forward, Pio Wool was visited by memories from when he and the Dungeon Boys had finally made it upstairs. He remembered all his comrades and friends who had been with him for 7 years. And moving forward, our hero remembered and his friend Li Min, who was still alive then, and could not think what would soon happen to her. After finally entering the house, the young man looked around and realized that this place hadn't been taken care of since the Blood Shadow group was destroyed by the Ime sect. Even though it looked like the place had been robbed, he knew that nothing important was missing. Pio Wool was sure that what he had come for was still here. Our hero said that the captain of the Blood Shadow group was ruthless and cruel to children, and Pio Wool thought that people like that would stop at nothing when they wanted money. Placing his hand on some furniture, Pio Wool recalled how he even kept the name of the band secret for a while to earn more money. And then, looking up, thought of the fact that the most precious of all the things the man had collected would be hidden where robbers would never find it. On the ceiling, our hero noticed a section that was glowing and began to launch his silver threads in that direction. And unhindered by the hole in this place, Pio Wool immediately flew upwards. Walking up to the pantry-like room, I saw a small chest in front of me. Of course, the young man immediately decided to check its contents. And having found there a book that he needed, our hero was very happy to find it. After a while, some man strolled down the hallway and hummed a song. He was very much in high spirits and was thinking about where to go to play tomorrow. However, his smile quickly disappeared from his face as he entered one of the rooms of the building and saw a silhouette in front of him. The stranger addressed him by the name of Cho Ziyang. After that, the man ran away from there, but at the same time he asked the stranger who he was and called others for help. And that silhouette in the dark was Pio Wool, said that no one would come to Cho Jiang's rescue. These words surprised the man, and looking around he noticed many lifeless bodies. Looking at Cho Ziyang, our hero said that from the looks of it, he had managed to accumulate a large fortune during this time. Then continuing to stutter, the man asked the guy if he was really Dark Moon. Without really rushing to answer, Pio Wool was first silent and then confirmed Cho Jiang's guess. It made the man's face show an expression of even more fear than it had a few seconds ago. After that, he began to bow to the young man. Cho Jiang said that he hadn't heard from him for a long time, so he didn't immediately realize that it was him. The man began to apologize to our hero. Cho Jiang couldn't understand why Pio Wool was here again. He was surprised because he hadn't been here for the past 7 years. Then continuing to bow, the man told our hero that he had not forgotten the kindness he had shown him when he was hungry. Cho Jung said that he had collected all the riches for him and asked him to accept them. However, the young man answered nothing again. Then the man decided to raise his head and noticed that there was no one else in the room. After that, Cho Zeong exhaled with ease. From this moment on, he decided that he should hire guards again. And Pio Wol stood on the roof and bagged the wealth and said that the sly rabbit had several holes. He realized that Cho Jian would keep his funds in several places at once just in case. Looking around the city, our hero was already preparing himself for how difficult it would be to get around them all. Meanwhile, Yo Shin-poon and Lee So-ha stood in the middle of all the chaos that had recently occurred. The man looked regretfully at everything and said that he was the one who should have stopped the Seven Stars Hall. The girl calmed him down and told him it wasn't his fault what had happened. Lee So-ha said it would have been hard to deal with those people. She also said that he didn't know what the group's motives were. Lee So-ha told Shin-poon that it didn't matter what others were talking about since everyone knew that he was the heart of the great knighthood. These words cheered the man up and he thanked the girl for her support. And the townspeople at that moment were trying to reassemble their houses, which had been mercilessly destroyed. Then Shin-pung said he would stay in Chengdu to find out more about this assassin. He wanted to see if he was a danger to Jung-hoo. And the man told his niece to return to the manor. The look on the girl's face didn't expect that. She tried to confront her uncle, but he was determined and wouldn't listen to her. Shin-poon said he was very dangerous and if he put her in danger himself, he wouldn't be able to look the girl's sister in the eye. In that case, Lee So-ha agreed with the man despite being upset. Yeo Shin-poon thanked his niece for understanding and apologized to her for not being able to keep his promise to show her Jung-hoo. However, Lee So-ha didn't hold a grudge against her uncle. The girl said that they would travel another time and now she would return to the mansion. Then, bowing to Shin-poon, she asked him to take care of himself at all costs. Smiling back, the man thanked Lee So-hoo and said that he had fulfilled her request. Meanwhile, a crowd of people were climbing the steps to some manor house. They were carrying huge dark crates on their humps. They were all heading towards the small Thunder Temple. As they put the crates on the ground, one of the men prayed to the Blood Buddha, who ruled everything that happened in the world. He said it was because of their incompetence that they were in this situation. The man asked Buddha to take pity on them. The other people standing nearby were silent. Their faces looked frightened. The bloody Buddha stood in front of them with beads in his hands. He asked if the disciples they had sent to Sichuan were standing in front of him. The kneeling man confirmed it. He said that they were sent by the past venerable senior monk to Jianghu. But in that case, Blood Buddha didn't understand why they all came back. He asked if they really should have formed a base in Sichuan. In response, the man continued to apologize. With tears in his eyes, he said that they, Thunder Temple disciples, had been chased away like dogs after losing the sect leader and young successor from behind the Qingcheng sect. He asked them to help them defeat this injustice. When Blood Buddha heard this, he became angry and gritted his teeth and asked what Qingcheng had done. After that, the beads in his hands shattered. With the powerful energy radiating from him, he couldn't believe that they had done this to the Temple of Thunder. The man said they wouldn't let it go. In response, the apprentice answered nothing more and now looked at his leader without tears. Then the Blood Buddha called out the name Hyuk-am. He said that he would send that person to take care of it. Continuing to rage, the man said that the Qingcheng sect would regret what they had done. It's been a year at this rate. People at the market were discussing the fact that it had been a very snowy winter. But now, the weather had returned to normal and the borders were open. The sellers were happy that it was safe to do business again. All this time, Yo Shin-poon had been in the city and was surprised that he couldn't find that assassin. The man assumed that our hero had left Chengdu after that terrible day. He couldn't find any other explanation because the city was very quiet. At this moment, a young man walked by Shin-poon who seemed to have overheard his monologue on purpose. Continuing forward, a carriage stood in front of the man and his niece ran out from behind it. The girl rushed towards her uncle with a hug. Shin-poon was dumbfounded by Lee So-hee's appearance and asked what she was doing here. In response, his niece said that the man hadn't been back for a long time, and that was why she had decided to come herself. Lee So-ha was very happy that her uncle was okay. However, Shin-poon thought the girl was a cheat since it hadn't been long since she had returned to the manor. He asked if Lee So-ha had come here alone. But she asked her uncle not to worry and said she was with a friend. A girl named Won Gan-yoon came out from behind the same carriage. She was the illusion sword fairy. At the sight of her, Shin-poon was very surprised and asked how she knew his niece. The man recognized the girl. Won Gan-yoon was a disciple of Supreme Sword Han Yu-chong. In response, the illusion sword fairy said that they had known Lee So-ha for a long time, and she added that this was the first time they had traveled with her. Shin-poon then asked Won Gan-yoon if she was here for his niece. Uncle Lee So-ha was embarrassed by such a question. But even so, her friend replied that she had also come on her own business. One Ganyan added that the Golden Paradise Society had decided to gather here. Hearing this, the man realized that Chengdu would soon have crowds of young and talented people, and Lee Soha said that not all of them would come. Hugging Wan Ganyan's arm, she added that only a few of them would gather here. That was why the girl couldn't have dinner with Shin Poon. In response, the man told his niece to drop by whenever she was free. Shin Poon had to go to Gu Manor. While they were talking about it, the young man followed them. After a while, the girls arrived at the right place where the King of Fist named Shimin Pyung was waiting for them. Lee Soha greeted him cheerfully, while Wan Ganyan was reserved and said she was running around carefree again. She asked him if he had time to visit the brothels here. Smiling, Shimin Pyung confirmed this and said that the girls here were unique. He wanted to go on and on about them, but Wan Ganyan asked him to stop talking. Lee Soha then began to look around and asked where the others were. He replied that they just came early, and as soon as Shimin Pyung said that, the ones they were waiting for showed up. They were approached by a white moon sword named Nyung Sowoon, and the leader of the Golden Heaven Society, who was an iron-blooded martial artist named Jin Jiomwoo. Joyfully greeting his longtime acquaintances, Jin Gumwoo said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He also thought they were the last to arrive, but Wan Ganyan said they had just arrived too. Suddenly, at that moment, Jin Gumwoo's face changed. Wan Ganyan noticed it and asked him what was wrong. The man replied that he felt like they were being watched. But Shimin Pyung quickly diluted the situation and said that everyone in this hotel was looking at them. In response, Jin Gumwoo smiled as he remained the same as always. And at one of the tables, there was indeed a person who had also overheard Shin Poon's thoughts. It was actually Pio Wol who had disguised himself well. When he heard what the guys were talking about, he started thinking about the Golden Paradise Society. Sometime later, our hero in the guise of a young boy was on some farm. The young man stood near the cow and looked at it. At that moment, a man approached him and said that he had never been late before. Smiling, he said he never had a reason to be late. The man also looked at the animal and laughed, saying that it was a lot of work today. He wondered if the young man would be able to handle it. In response, I said yes and added that I would like to quit after today. The man was very surprised that today was the young man's last day of work and even a little upset by the news. He asked if something bad had happened to him, but the young man dispelled such speculation and said that it was not so. The man was glad to hear that. He said that everyone had his own reasons and did not pester the boy with questions. At that moment, Pio Wol thought of the guy he was in the form of, that he was not only strong but could also calm down and send the animals to rest without unnecessary pain. After these thoughts, a red aura began to emanate from his hand. Our hero said he had an innate instinct to destroy. Then the man decided not to disturb the young man and leaving told him to come back anytime he wanted to work. As I said goodbye to the man, I thought about something he had noticed while he was destroying the livestock. He realized that if you pierce the acupuncture point of life and death of a living thing, you can destroy it instantly. But the cow didn't have a specific spot, because it's always on the move, and they have certain rules. And swinging his arm, the young man said to himself that today he would finally confirm the theory of these rules. After apologizing to the animal, he gave it the blow that took its life. For a while longer, he stared at the lifeless cow, and then his eyes lit up the familiar red color. Meanwhile, Hong Yo Shin sat in his office and sighed. He was surrounded by a lot of papers that were rolled up in a clump. He was very annoyed that he was stuck in Chengdu, unable to find out anything. The man didn't realize if it was normal that he was wasting his time like this. Suddenly, his subordinate's voice came from the corridor. Hong Yo Shin immediately became a little more alert and asked what was wrong. There was a girl standing in the hallway. She said that a man had come to meet the branch leader, but he was not someone the new leader was willing to deal with. Now visibly perked up, the man asked her if this was some important person. Then the girl said that an iron bloodmaster named Jin Gyeomwoo had arrived. When Hong Yoshin heard this, he was at a loss. But even so, after a while the man was already standing in his office. Smiling at his guest, the captain of the inspection department apologized to him for keeping him waiting. Then he introduced himself as the leader of the Chengdu branch of the Hao clan. In response, Jin Gumwoo showed no emotion and only said his name. But after that, he looked at the man strangely and asked if he was really the main squad. Smiling again so that no eyes could be seen, Hong Yoshin asked the Iron Bloodmaster what he meant. Jin Gyemwoo then said that the captain's aura was different from the other Hao clan branch leaders he knew. In response, Hong Yoshin suggested that the others had a special aura. He also said that it might be because he had recently become the head. Continuing to smile, the captain thought about the fact that the master in front of him was scary enough to destroy with his gaze. Examining the man, Hong Yoshin thought that Jin Gumwoo looked as powerful as that man. The Iron Bloodmaster then nodded in approval and said that he was looking for someone but didn't know his name. He said he heard that a terrible thing happened in Chengdu last year. The two sects of Yimei and Qingqing had lost so many people that they no longer went out and closed their doors. Jin Gyumwoo said he heard that someone specific was responsible for all of this. The man asked Hong Yo-shin to find that person for him. The captain of the inspection department realized that it was Pio Wool. However, he had not yet realized why he was needed by the Golden Paradise Society. Hong Yo-shin had a strange expression on his face as he thought about how they couldn't find the young man themselves no matter how hard they tried. And all this after he destroyed the Seven Stars Hall and disappeared. After his thoughts, the captain told Jin Gyumwoo that he was rumored to have left Chengdu. Then the man added that he didn't think so himself. The man realized that Pio Wool was like a ghost. It was hard to find traces of the guy even if he was in the same city, in the same place, or right in front of you. In response, Jin Gyumwoo placed the pouch with the advance payment on the captain's desk and asked if the Hao clan specialized in finding such ghosts. The man also asked if he was accepting his order. At that time, Hong Yo-shin thought that he still wanted to find the young man, so he wouldn't refuse someone who was willing to pay for it. After that, he agreed to the Iron Blood Master's order. And in turn, Hong Yo-shin told the man that he would live up to his expectations. Jin Gyumwoo said that he hoped the captain would bring him good news. Jin Gyumwoo was the leader of the Golden Paradise Society and one of the 5 most talented martial artists in the world. In addition to that, he was the grandson of Jin Wolmyong, one of the 8 stars. The man has been very talented since he was a child. He has a fine character and outstanding fighting skills. He is expected to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. However, after 15 years, the man began to act strangely as if he was chasing something. Meanwhile, Pio, in the guise of a young boy, was standing in a corner waiting for someone. A little later, a man approached him. Turning toward him, the young man asked if he had found out why they had come to Chengdu. But he said he didn't have enough time to find out. Then he suggested that those people were not here on vacation. He asked the man to find out why. In response, the man bowed to the young man and promised him to do his best. After a while, our hero in the guise of another guy was at an event. A man called him Kwon Ok and asked him if it was his turn to perform today. Smiling sweetly, he said yes and said he was still a little worried that he might not be quite ready. Then the man began to calm the young man down, as he did not understand why he was worried. He even started telling stories that had happened in his time. At this moment, Won Ganyan was also at the same event. She was watching Kwon Ok with a strange interest. A little later, Jin Gyumwoo approached her. At the sight of him, the girl immediately began to smile. However, the man didn't understand where the rest of their acquaintances were. Then Won Ganyun said that Soha had gone to fetch Master Shin Pung, and Sowoon was finding out what was going on in the streets. Jin Gyumwoo also asked how things were with Pyung. The girl's face changed, and she rolled her eyes and said that he was probably back in the brothel. This reaction made the man laugh a lot. After that, Won Ganyun asked him how the information gathering went. And he answered with an already serious face that only made him more convinced that it wasn't that easy. Then the girl asked if he could be related to those people. Jin Gyumwoo frowned a little and said that he had to find out for sure. He added that if one is connected to them, one option can be pushed back, which is good. In that case, Won Ganyun suggested that he find out everything gradually without forgetting about rest. The word rest raised a lot of questions in the man. Then the girl explained that she'd heard that there was a hall of 1,000 tunes that held performances every week, and one of them was tonight. Won Ganyun said that since they had nothing to do today, they should go to the event. The man didn't argue and agreed. After a while, the guys were already sitting in their seats and enjoying the performance. There were many people on the stage who were playing a beautiful melody on a stringed instrument. Among them was Kwon Ok. Listening to the performance, Won Ganyun said that this music is amazing. The girl added that she hits every note and they can feel the power of each note. Won Ganyun also thought that the young man had not learned it long ago. She said that if he had learned it earlier, he would have become an outstanding musician long ago. However, at this moment, there were other thoughts in Jin Gyumwoo's mind. Even though he didn't know much about music, this musician seemed strange to him. Watching the guy, the man noticed that his energy was similar to that of the swordsman. And Jin Gyumwoo thought about what would happen if the musician still had a sword hidden somewhere. Suddenly, Won Ganyun, who was enjoying the music, decided to look at her acquaintance. And as soon as the girl turned around, she noticed Jim Gyumwoo glowing red. She asked him what was wrong. In response, the man asked if they had a way to find out who the person who played the instrument was. However, the girl didn't understand what was wrong and asked if there was something about the young man that the master didn't like. But Jim Gyumwoo didn't share his thoughts much and said that he was just curious. Then, Won Ganyan said she would try to find out something, and the man agreed with her words approvingly. As he continued to stare at the musician, Jim Gyumwoo felt that this energy was very familiar to him. It was the same energy he had felt at the inn where they were meeting. Pio Wool in the form of Kwon Ok seemed to hear these thoughts. At that moment, his red eyes sparkled and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The young man then somehow influenced the audience with music and made the entire audience applaud. Jin Gyum-woo was the only one who continued to sit with a serious look. With gentle fingers, our hero was playing the strings, and listening to the melody, people were cheering more and more every second. Meanwhile, Won Gan-yoon had already returned to the man. She said that she had learned that the young man's name was Lee Kwon-ok, and he was a local Chengdu resident with good business acumen. The girl added that, despite being born into a rich family, he managed to multiply his fortune thanks to his business skills. Won Gan-yoon also said that once Kwon-ok saved up enough money, he decided to become a musician like he always dreamed of. A little surprised by the information, Jin Gyum-woo asked the girl if she was sure that the young man was still a local in Chengdu. And Won Gan-yoon said a confident yes, all because several people interviewed confirmed it. In that case, the man said they needed to talk to Kwon-ok. The girl was shocked when she heard that. But Jin Gyum-woo didn't even bother to reply to this and stood up from his seat and walked towards the guy with a confident stride. Approaching the young man, the man introduced himself and said that Kwon-ok had performed magnificently. Smiling in return, he bowed to the Iron Blood Master and introduced himself as well. Jin Gyum-woo then added that indeed the young man's performance had touched him and apologized for deciding to approach him so unexpectedly. Smiling, the man asked Kwon-ok if he would make a cup of tea with him. After all, their meeting had taken place. Afterward, Pyo-wol as a young man thought about the fact that despite the short conversation, he felt Jin Gyum-woo's piercing gaze on him. And returning to his appearance, our hero still realized that the invitation to this place because he liked his performance was just a cover. The guy was curious as to what the Iron Blood Master was actually approaching him for. He remembered Jin Gyum-woo saying how much he enjoyed talking to him and asked if they could meet again if the opportunity arose. Because of this, our hero realized that he will have another chance to find out what the man is up to. Smiling enigmatically, Pyo-wol decided it was best to keep Jin Gyum-woo close to him. At this moment, he was already approaching the high gate, and suddenly its door opened. Guo's manager appeared in front of him. The young man was surprised to see him and asked what was wrong. Then the man held out a stone slab to Pyo-wol. Taking it in his hands, thought about the strange actions that had been seen behind the Thunder Clan. They had completely collapsed after the death of their leaders, and it was surprising that after so long they had not resumed their activities again. He realized that they needed to be watched as well. Our hero assumed that the Thunder Clan would never be able to come back. Meanwhile, the leader of the Thunder Clan, Oh Gyeonghwa, was on the streets. At this moment, the veins on his arms were bulging. He told himself that he would never rest even in the next world until the Ching-cheng sect was on its knees. The man couldn't even hold a funeral for their leaders. Oh Gyeonghwa said he would never forget the days when he was locked up in the Ching-cheng sect. But most of all, he was angry that they had not even apologized properly. The man wanted revenge. And it was for this purpose that he had invited the one person who could do it to them. Standing next to him was a man named Hayukam. His entire face was covered, and only his glowing eyes were visible. Looking at the Thunder Clan leader, Hyukam told them to go to the Ching-cheng Mountains for 3 days. Oh Gyeonghwa was surprised at such a request. And so, the clan leader asked Hyukam if they shouldn't trust him to know what he was up to. But the mysterious man replied that it was not necessary. Suddenly, a man from the clan stood out behind them. He resented Hayukam's behavior and shouted at him to stop showing off. Not expecting such treatment in his address, the mysterious man turned sharply towards the offending man. A couple seconds later, he dissolved into thin air and suddenly found himself near the man who had just shouted out. Then, sharply sinking his claws into the face of the man from the Thunder Clan, Hayukam began to sizzle him with his gaze. In the end, his offender was lying on the ground and tried to scratch his face with his hands. And Hyukam said that insulting him was considered insulting his elders, and that was unforgivable. Meanwhile, Shaiman Pyung was in the company of some men and was playing a board game. In a good mood, he said that fun was the best way to get rid of fatigue after a long journey. In response, the man picked up the cup of drink and asked what the guy was here for. Then he said that there was a meeting here. Shaiman Pyung added that he couldn't fool around after today, so he was enjoying it to the fullest. As suddenly at that moment, a beautiful girl in a beautiful red dress walked past their table. I couldn't help but turn around and follow her. Another man noticed this and said that the girl's name was Su Yan. He said that she was the manager of the Thousand Flavors Pavilion. However, in response, Shaiman Pyung said nothing and stood up from his seat with a dumbfounded look. He then abruptly walked over to Su Yan and grabbed his hand, not very gently. Such a gesture made the girl startled. Continuing to hold her hand, Shaiman Pyung asked if she was the manager. With round eyes, Su Yan confirmed it. In response, he moved even closer to her and said that she was different from the others. He added that the girl was very beautiful. Su Yan thanked Pyung for the compliment and asked if he could let her go. But as if he didn't want to hear it, he asked if she wanted to have a drink with him. In response, The girl again asked Pyong to stop. Then he said that those who were on his side he treated with respect, and those who were against him vice versa. But even that didn't make Su Yang change his mind. In that case, the guy's eyes lit up with a blue light, and he said that if the girl continued to refuse him, it would be the last day for her pavilion. Hearing this, Su Yun was startled and even asked what the young man meant by saying such words. And without quibbling, Shimin Pyong said that he would just destroy the girl's pavilion. Looking at the guy's eyes, Su Yun thought that he was crazy. That was why she didn't know what to do at all. At that moment, their tense conversation was disturbed by a man who approached them. When Pyong saw him, he let go of the girl. At the same time, she bowed to the man standing in front of them. It was our hero who was the owner of this establishment they were now in. Zemin Pyong immediately returned to his usual appearance of a slob and asked the guy if he was really the owner of this place. A frightened Yang-soo decided to go behind her boss's back just in case, and our hero answered Pyong's question positively. Then Shimin Pyong asked our hero what his name was, but Pyo Wol didn't want to be nice and said it was none of his business. At this answer, Pyong's face immediately changed from a smile to a kind of dislike. He even asked our hero what he had said out of surprise, and our hero asked with indifference whether he should tell him his name. Scratching the back of his head, Shimin Pyong said he hadn't been so angry in a long time. He was surprised that the simple pavilion owner had laughed at him and asked Pyo Wol if he didn't know him. But without waiting for an answer, he made his decision. Pyong said that their Thousand Flowers pavilion was closing today, and right after that, the young man glowed. Taking a fighting pose, he said that he would show how big the difference between them was. However, Pyo Wol was not at all intimidated by such threats and stood his ground calmly. Upon noticing this, Shimin Pyong was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how an ordinary person could not be frightened at the sight of his strength. He jumped up from his seat and swung his fist at our hero. Pyong thought he was good at martial arts, judging from Pyo Wol's reaction. As he approached the owner of the pavilion, the young man threw a punch, but he was surprised when his fist went through Pyo Wol. While Shimin Pyong was dumbfounded by what had happened, our hero was behind him. He couldn't believe that the young man wanted to take what belonged to others and destroy the store. With his eyes burning red, Pyo Wol asked if he was willing to put his life on the line. And just when Shimin Pyong started to ask the guy to wait with sudden movements as an attack flew into his side, the young man cried out from the sudden pain. The blow of our hero was so strong that his opponent rolled on the floor. While Shimin Pyong was trying to regain consciousness, Pyo Wol came over to him and put his foot on his chest. At this moment, Pyong couldn't believe that he had been defeated before he could use his perfect technique. And he was surprised that someone with such strength remained in Chengdu after the Qingcheng and Imei sects had left this place. Looking at Pyo Wol, Shimin Pyong asked who he was. However, our hero did not reveal his cards and again repeated to the guy that it was none of his business. After that, a man's scream resounded in the hall. The young man used his threads to break the fingers on Pyong's hand. Then Pyo Wol turned around and asked his subordinates to clean up after the fight, and Shimin Byung remained lying on the floor with pain in his arm. After a while, our hero was lying on the lap of the beautiful Yang-soo in his pavilion. The girl said that she really got into a difficult situation yesterday and thanked the young man for saving her. But after saying that, the smile disappeared from her face. Su-yeon added that Byun was not alone in the city. The girl expressed her worries that his friends might cause more trouble for the guy. When Pyo Wol heard this, he was surprised. Then our hero abruptly lifted himself off the girl's lap and told her she was right. Su-yeon didn't understand her master's reaction. In response, Pyo Wol said they had guests and asked her to meet them. One Ganyun arrived at the Thousand Flower Pavilion. She was the one our hero sensed. The girl didn't even have time to knock on the door before Pyo Wol asked her to come in. The girl was even a little confused. When she entered the room, she saw a guy. She couldn't understand what was going on. One Ganyun felt like she was standing in front of a huge snake. She then asked the young man if he was the owner of the pavilion. Our hero took his time to answer and first asked his guest to sit down at his table. Only then did he say that the owner of the pavilion was Su-yeon and he was helping her run the place. The girl smiled in response and introduced herself as the Illusion Sword Fairy. She asked if the boy had heard of her. Covering his eyes, Pyo Wol said without further ado that he hadn't heard anything about the girl before. One Ganyun smiled back again and said that she needed to work harder in that case. After all, she thought she was quite famous in Jianghu. The girl assumed that the rumors about her had not yet reached this place. At this moment, Wang Ganyun herself was watching the young man and assumed that he had never left Sichuan. But even so, she could feel his strength and realized that, because of him, Jimin was now in a serious condition. She also didn't expect someone so strong to be in Chengdu. After that, Wang Ganyun turned to the guy and asked if she could get his name. At this moment, Pyo Wol remembered Su-yeon calling him master and introduced himself to the girl as the master of the night. When she heard that, the girl smiled again. Then she said that she was here because of a bug in their group. And suddenly, changing her expression to a more serious one, the girl told the young man that she had a question for him. Wasting no time, she asked our hero if he was the assassin who had wreaked havoc in Sichuan last year. Not immediately answering her question, Pyo Wool asked why they were looking for this person. One Ganyun said she wanted to ask the assassin something. The young man decided to ask what she wanted to ask him, but she made it clear that she would only say it when she saw the assassin. Pulling a smile on her face again, Wan Ganyun told Pyo Wool that if he wasn't that person, then she had no reason to tell him that. In that case, our hero covered his eyes and told the girl that they had nothing more to talk about. After a bit of silence, Wan Ganyun asked if they could then meet again a little later. Meanwhile, a man came running into the room where the Qingcheng sect leader and elder were sitting. He shouted that trouble had come to them. The sect leader was surprised to see a frightened subordinate and asked why there was such a commotion. The man stammered and replied that the Thunder Clan leaders were waiting for them outside. Hearing this, fear appeared on the faces of the elder and the sect leader. But even so, after a few minutes, they went outside. There was a crowd in front of them, and at its head was the new clan leader named Oh Gyeonghwa. After greeting him, the Qingcheng sect leader also introduced himself and gave his name as Mu Ryong. After that, Oh Gyeonghwa was overcome with panic and didn't know what to do next. After all, they had come here at Hyukum's request, but how they could buy time, the man didn't know yet. As a long silence hung around, Mu Ryong turned to the Thunder Clan leader and asked if everything was all right. Apparently, his eyes began to swim with excitement. He remembered his dead men, and he continued talking, sweating. Oh Gyeonghwa said that as the rightful heir of the Thunder Clan, he was here to ask the Qingcheng sect to take responsibility for the death of their previous leader. Such a statement threw the Qingcheng sect elder off balance. He said indignantly that the person who should have done it had already fled. Mu Ryong asked the man to calm down, and turning to the Thunder Clan sect leader asked how he wanted them to account for this. And Oh Gyeonghwa said that they lost the head of their clan, and so they want someone as important in the Qingcheng sect to pay for it. Turning to Mu Ryong, the Thunder Clan leader asked the man to destroy himself. When the sect leader Qingcheng heard this, he was dumbfounded. His men started shouting in indignation, unable to understand such a request. The people from the Qingcheng sect asked if they really wanted their leader's death. They angrily said that the Thunder Clan had crossed the line. Oh Gyeonghwa was confused by these attacks. In his thoughts, he prayed to Hyukum and remembered Hyukum saying he would deal with everything as soon as they had a confrontation with Qingcheng. The man didn't understand what he should do now. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. It was a master of the Heavenly Martial Arts Academy named Lee Pyung. The man headed towards Mu Ryong, and he was surprised that the master was in this place. The Qingcheng sect leader suggested that he was embarrassed by the situation. Mu Ryong understood that their sect and the Heavenly Academy had been on good terms for the past century. And the man thought that he had decided to intervene because he couldn't stand the Thunder Clan's ridiculous request. However, Lee Pyung suddenly said that he thought the Thunder Clan leader's request was reasonable. Heavenly Academy Master's eyes suddenly turned red. Hearing this, Mu Ryong began to stutter and couldn't believe his ears. Then, another person began to burst out from the crowd. It was Cho Gulho of the True Martial Arts sect. With the same sharply reddened eyes, the man said he agreed with Lee Pyung. They unanimously told the Qingcheng sect leader to pay for what happened with his death. Meanwhile, Hong Yoshin arrived at one of the villages in the city. As he looked ahead, he didn't understand what had happened here. There were lifeless people lying everywhere. Inspecting the bodies, Hong Yoshin asked her subordinate if anyone had survived. However, the man's answer was negative. In that case, the inspection captain asked the subordinate when it happened and if there were any ideas who might have done it. To which he replied that they found them lifeless this morning. That's why they haven't had time to identify the culprit yet. Then, with a kind of regret in his subordinate's voice, said the captain that perhaps they would never succeed in finding him. Not understanding what the man was talking about, Hong Yoshin turned to him and asked what the man meant. Then the man said that all of the dead men were carrying only carving knives, chain knives, clubs, and pickaxes. And given the people's body wounds, the captain's subordinate assumed that they had destroyed each other. Summarizing, Hong Yoshin asked the man if he meant that the people of this village fought each other and no one was able to survive. On his feet, the captain of the inspection department was still standing there puzzled and wondering what could have happened here. Meanwhile, the Thunder Clan leader continued to persuade Mu Ryong to fulfill his request. At that moment, Lee Bayung and Cho Gulho stood beside him as if bewitched. The man also asked the Qingcheng sect leader to destroy himself. Mu Ryong didn't know how to react to this. He was very frightened. At this moment, an elder's voice sounded behind his back. The man asked the leader to look at the masters. The elder noticed that they looked strange and assumed they were out of their minds. Suddenly, at this moment, from the crowd of the Qingcheng sect, one of the people wanted to speak up. Mu Ryong turned around and saw a guy approaching him. It was Jong Kyung. The sect leader asked him what was wrong. However, the latter did not bother to reply. The Ching Cheng sect member also looked very strained. Veins showed on his face, and with a possessed smile, he pulled out a weapon from his sleeve clothes. And with a sudden movement, Chang Kyung swung at his sect leader, stabbing his sword into his body. Not expecting such an approach, Mu Ryong couldn't even dodge the blow. The elder immediately rushed to the man. He stared in horror at the blade in his body. Holding the injured sect leader, Ching Cheng sect elder indignantly threw himself at Chang Kun and asked what he was doing, and indeed looked as crazy as the people on the Thunder Clan's side. With a possessed smile, he replied that Mu Ryong should pay for their sins. After saying that, it was as if madness had gripped all the people of the Ching Cheng sect. When they drew their swords, they also repeated this phrase. The elder was very frightened and did not understand what the members of their sect were going to do, but they moved toward them like zombies. Finally, as they approached the men, they came at them. A battle had begun. Some people from Ching Cheng sect were at their wits' end, and defending the leader tried to reach out to their other partners. Li Pyong and Cho Gulho were watching everything that was happening. They ordered their disciples to also join the Ching Cheng sect's attack. In the middle of it stood Oh Gyeonghwa. He looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. And at that moment, a voice sounded in his head. It asked the man why he was hesitating and ordered him to attack. It sent shivers down his body. And looking forward, he saw a male silhouette on the roof. It was Hyukam. He said that when internal conflicts break out, even a respected sect falls to pieces. Hyukam thought that the Ching Cheng sect was no exception. Watching the battle and people's fear, he laughed. Meanwhile, Won Ganyun Jin Gyum Woo and Nyong So-woon were walking along a path in the forest. They noticed that the birds were making a lot of noise. The man thought it was no good and suggested that the guys in his group hurry up. And the battle in the Ching Cheng mountains continued like this. The people were trying to protect their leader. The elder had been sitting beside Mu Ryong the whole time. The man thought that all humans could be acting so strangely because of some spell. In that case, it wouldn't be surprising to him that it had been cast on their people as well. He told himself that they were not fighting against their fellow clansmen, putting their lives on the line. Dreadful thoughts placed the men about what would happen if this continued. But suddenly, a silhouette appeared above his head. A man emitting a powerful energy from himself landed right in the center of the battle. It was Jin Gyumwoo. He stood right in front of the Ching Cheng sect leader and the elder. His friends had also arrived with him. After bowing to Mu Ryong, Jin Gyumwoo introduced himself and said that he was from the Golden Society. He also said that he felt that the sect needed help and decided to intercede for them. With hope in his eyes, the elder confirmed that they needed help and thanked the man for coming. Jin Gyumwoo then asked him what had happened here, but the sect elder couldn't answer because he didn't understand anything. But he did suggest that their people were subject to sorcery. However, the man did not know who had done it. Such a statement surprised Jin Gyumwoo, and Nyeon Seo-woon was examining the lifeless body at this moment and asked the man to take a look at it as well. On the face of the deceased, So-woon noticed veins bulging near his eyes. He turned to Jin Gyumwoo and said that it was goose poison. Hearing this, sect elder Ching Cheng was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that all these people had been poisoned by goo poison. At this moment, Oh Gyeonghwa was standing to the side, but he could hear what the men were talking about. He himself was amazed at this information. Sweat began to drip down his face again. Suddenly, the leader of the Thunder Clan caught Jin Gyumwoo's gaze at that second. Nyeon Seo-woon said that if it was really goose poison, the person who used it must be somewhere nearby. He said to find him and get rid of him immediately. So-woon then turned to Jin Gyumwoo and asked him to leave this place to them, and he told him to find the distributor and deal with him. Without any resistance at all, the man agreed to this plan of action. At the same moment, Jin Gyumwoo covered his eyes, and it was as if his astral body came out of him. The entire territory of the Ching Cheng sect appeared in his eyes. After a few seconds, the man said he had found the distributor. Without wasting any time, Jin Gyumwoo snapped out of his seat and rushed towards his opponent. As he flew to the right place, the man stopped and swung his weapon with all his might. However, there was no one in front of his eyes. But after a while, Jin Gyumwoo noticed a silhouette with a burning red eye nearby. As they landed on the ground, they met. In front of him was Hyukam. He asked the man how he had found him. Pointing his weapon towards his opponent, Jin Gyumwoo asked why he had done such a terrible thing. But Hyukam didn't bother to answer the question either. In response, he only threw in a cryptic phrase. This made Jin Gyumwoo very angry. He said that if Hyukam didn't respond, he had no choice but to stop the poison from spreading by force. Then a powerful red aura began to emanate from the man. He swung his sword with all his might and aimed it at Hyukam. Seeing the attack, his enemy stood still like a stumbling block. He was both dumbfounded and frightened by this blow. Jin Gyumwoo's attack was so strong that it even cut through the rock in front of him. At that moment, the man thought he had won, but suddenly, Hukum's voice sounded behind him. With a snide intonation, he said that the maneuver was not a bad one. After that, Jin Gyum-woo immediately turned around, but his enemy was no longer behind him. The man realized that he had lost him. With regret in his voice, he said he was completely unable to get rid of the source of the problem. However, Jin Gyum-woo remembered Oh Kyung-woo's image and thought that he had another option to solve this problem. After a while, he and the rest of the guys in his group stood in front of the Ching-Cheng sect elder, and kneeling in front of them, tied up, was the leader of the Thunder Clan. With frightened eyes, the elder couldn't believe that all the people were infected with goo poison. Jin Gyum-woo then turned to Oh Kyung-hwa and asked him who had used the poison. In response, the clan leader didn't hold back his emotions and shouted that he didn't know who did it either. At that time, the Iron Blood Master leaned over to Oh Kyung-hwa's face and asked if he really didn't know who had used the goo poison. Warning Jin Gyum-woo glared at him and added that this was the last time he would ask about it. The man said that he wouldn't get another chance. Taking his time, Oh Kyung-hwa apparently weighed the pros and cons and said that the man was from the Little Thunder Temple. Then Jin Gyum-woo said that the Small Thunder Temple was the beginning of the birth of the Thunder Clan. He added that most likely the one who used the poison was a martial artist from that temple. One Ganyun asked her ally what the man looked like. The man replied that it was hard to tell since he always hid behind black clothes. After that, Jin Gyum-woo decided to once again question the Thunder Clan's clan leader, whether that mysterious stranger was really from the Little Thunder Temple. Just as Oh Kyung-hwa was about to say something, his face changed dramatically. His eyes turned red and blood came out of his mouth. With this helpless look, the man tearfully asked for help. However, the people around him did not understand what to do. Seeing that Oh Kyung-hwa had fallen to the ground, Won Ganyun immediately rushed over to him and started checking his pulse. The girl then excitedly looked up at her partners and said the man was dead. Watching what was going on, Neon Seo-woon said that the person who used poison goo didn't even believe those who were on his side. He said that it would be hard to find that person. Turning to the sect elder, Ching-Cheng Soen said that if they wanted to ask for help from other groups, they would have to prove that he was from the Goo clan. In that case, he asked the man what they should do. In response, the elder said that they shouldn't waste any more human strength fighting the enemies. He added that their fighters had suffered greatly. Remembering the dead men of his sect, the elder didn't even realize how long it would take them to recover. So the man bowed his head and regretfully told the guys from the Golden Paradise Society that they were staying away. Jin Gyum-woo wanted to say something, but the elder interrupted him and added that a gentleman could always take revenge no matter what time it was. He said that the Ching-Cheng sect's revenge and not a century would have to wait. Until then, the elder decided that they would restore their former greatness and only then would they make their enemies pay for their humiliation. Jin Gyum-woo didn't argue with the man's opinion and said that he hoped that the Ching-Cheng sect could become great again. Looking up at the sky, the elder thanked the Iron Blood Master. After a while, the guys from the Golden Paradise Society were walking down the steps, and Jin Gyum-woo said that they would track this person down. He also added that their opponent was a monster who was willing to control people's minds as he pleased. The man realized that they needed to find him immediately to avoid future problems, and Seo-woon asked if they could catch up with the enemy, because it had been a long time since he had escaped. Jin Gyum-woo replied that he could see the traces of blood that the enemy had left behind. The man added that he had wounded the enemy quite deeply and first aid would definitely not save him. The Iron Blood Master also said that there was a good chance that the one they were looking for would go to the famous doctors of Chengdu. So he suggested contacting the Hao clan and asking for their help. In that case, Nyongsun said he would take care of it. One Ganyun didn't stay away either. She said she would report to Soha and Shin Pung and ask them to help. On such a note, they ended their discussion and Jin Gyum-woo went further down the stairs. And the guys stopped on the spot and realized that this case wouldn't benefit them. However, it wasn't that surprising because Won Ganyun said that it wasn't the first time. They thought Jin Gyum-woo was a bit stupid. But even so, not many had the same sense of justice as him, and yet the man always led the boys forward with his stubborn convictions. At the end, the guys discussed their leader and decided it was time to head out to do their assignments. Meanwhile, Su Yang was seeing our hero off, but he didn't want to say goodbye and told the girl that he would come back. A little embarrassed, Su Yun blushed and said that she would always wait for the guy. In response, the young man looked at the girl silently and turned around with a smile. Pyo Wol went on his way. As he was walking down an alleyway, he felt a presence. At that moment, Jin Gyum-woo suddenly appeared in front of him. The man stopped in front of him, introduced himself, and asked the young man if he was the owner of the Thousand Flavors Pavilion. Without much interest or friendliness, our hero answered positively to the Iron Blood Master's question. In that case, Jin Gyum-woo said that in truth he needed the guy's help. As soon as he said that, he felt something strange. The man felt as if he had already met Pyo Wol, but his face was different at that moment. And so Jin Gyum-woo added that he was asking for help even though he didn't know what the guy's real face was. The man then decided to ask our hero why he had more than one face. Looking at Pyo Wol suspiciously, the Iron Blood Master asked him who he was. Continuing to stand in the empty alleyway, our hero did not immediately answer the question asked and asked Jin Gyum-woo who he was in his gaze. Then the man said that before coming here he had heard about one man. Jin Gyum-woo said that he was an assassin who had made all the sects in Sichuan look like a fool on his own. At first, he said he didn't believe the rumors because they didn't seem credible. Pyo Wol guessed from these words that the boys were looking for a sign, and the man was surprised that news reached the pavilion owner very quickly. Then our hero asked why he was looking for this man. Jin Gyum-woo replied that he had been following a group for some time and wanted to know if the assassin belonged to it. Afterward, Pyo Wol asked the man what would happen if he belonged to the group. Jin Gyum-woo replied that he would fight him and subdue him. The master wanted to do everything he could to get the truth. After the man said this, he asked the young man if he would still answer his question. Jin Gyum-woo looked at our hero and wanted to know who the person in front of him was. He started listing all the Pyo Wol personalities he'd met. The man mentioned the singer Kwon Ok, the pavilion owner, and finally the assassin. Jin Gyum-woo asked the young man again who he was. In response, our hero took off his headdress and looked at the master. Jin Gyum-woo finally saw the guy's face and asked if it was real, and Pyo Wol confirmed it. Then the young man said that now that the one he was looking for was standing in front of him, could the man tell him which group was in question? Then the Iron Blood Master abruptly pulled something out of the pocket of his clothes and smilingly threw it to our hero, caught the object thrown to him with an incredible reaction. In his hands was a gold coin with the image of a 9-headed dragon. Jin Gyum-woo asked Pyo Wol if he knew them. However, judging from the guy's reaction, Jin Gyum-woo realized that this was the first time he had heard of it. In that case, the man said that there had been people using these coins here recently, and Jin Gyum-woo said that these people have no ties to each other. The man added that the only thing they have in common is currency. He also added that they are like mold spreading in different places in Jianghu. The difference between them and other martial arts sects is that they don't care what others think of them. And of course, they were interested in making a profit. From Jin Gyum-woo's story, he assumed that they were an organization of merchants. But the man said they were different from the merchants in that they possessed amazing fighting abilities. After that, Jin Gyum-woo asked our hero the same question again. He asked if Pyo Wol belonged to that group, and he said no. Hearing this, the Iron Blood Master was surprised. This made him think that he didn't believe him, but Jin Gyum-woo refuted it. So our hero asked why the man chose to believe him, and the man said it was because of his eyes. Then the master decided to introduce himself to the young man, even though he guessed that he already knew his name. Then Jin Gyum-woo smiled and asked our hero if he could recognize his real name. Pyo Wol didn't take long to introduce himself. The man liked the guy's name and asked if he would like to be friends with him. The Iron Blood Master was sure that even though they were different, they would make good friends. However, such an argument did not make our hero agree. He refused the man's offer. Then Pyo Wol, passing by the master, said that he didn't know anything about him to suggest such a thing. Catching the coin that the young man returned to him, Jin Gyum-woo smiled and said that he believed his eyes despite all other factors. He also added that he was almost certain that our hero was not a bad person. The man didn't want to be intrusive, but he decided to ask Pyo Wol for help. He said that there was someone very dangerous hiding in Chengdu and that the person was most likely from the Little Thunder Temple. The man was sure that if he wasn't caught, he would be in big trouble. Jin Gyum-woo asked for help in finding him. Meanwhile, our hero stood still with his back to the Iron Blood Master and remained silent the entire time. In that case, the man turned to the boy and smiled, and added that as soon as they were done with that man, they could be friends. He also tossed the coin to the boy again. Catching it, Pyo Wol had already smiled too and asked the man if he really liked to talk nonsense that much. At this moment, Jin Gyum-woo wondered that although our hero was famous for staging a bloody battle in Sichuan, how many people were trying to understand his motives. From what he found out, the young man was also a victim of that situation. The Iron Blood Master was sure that Pyo Wol had not been born a villain. After that, their conversation ended, leaving them in a weightless state. But Jin Gyum-woo was sure that they would meet our hero again. Meanwhile, Hukum, who the guys from the Golden Paradise Society were trying to find, was sitting in a room drenched in blood. He was burning with vengeance and said that whoever had done this to him would pay. In the same state, Shimin Pyong was sitting in a different place. He was also sipping a drink and was furious at what Pyo Wol had done to him, replaying in his head the moment our hero humiliated him in front of the others. Shimin Pyong thought that once he got better, he would definitely take revenge on his abuser. At that moment, a man passed near him and sharply called out to him and ordered him to bring more liquor. The man was frightened by this unexpected treatment and stammered and went to fulfill the young man's request. But that wasn't enough for Shimin Pyong. He growled at the man again and told him to hurry up, and the man ran off at a breakneck pace to fetch a new batch of liquor for the boy. The young man looked at the waiter and gave a disgruntled cluck, but Hukum appeared behind him at that moment. With a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed Shimin Pyong's hair. From that, he immediately turned around and asked the man with fury in his voice who he was. However, Hukum wasn't going to dialogue. He pulled the boy's hair even harder and put a balloon in his mouth. He did the same procedure to Shimin Pyong. After that, Hukum began to recite an incantation in an incomprehensible language. He didn't understand anything and was no longer angry, but more frightened by what was happening. His eyes were sharply red and veins swelled around them. Then Hukum put his hand over his mouth, and the now bewitched Shimin Pyong stood up from his seat, saying that he had to go. The young man kept saying that he needed to get revenge on Pyo Wol for what he had done to him. But he wasn't the only one. All the people in the place got up from their chairs and dreamed of revenge. Hyukam chuckled and said it sounded like a good idea. After a while, people poisoned by goose poison had already started attacking people. One resident tried to find out why those were doing it and asked for a reason for everything. But the poisoned man only turned around and said that he had been too noisy. His eyes were burning and veins were spreading across his face. When the townsman saw this, he fell to the ground and was horrified. His opponent drew his sword from behind his back and ordered him to get out of the way. But he didn't manage to hurt the frightened man in any way, because Jin Gyum-woo stopped him just in time. The Master of Iron Blood Mastery disarmed his opponent with a single blow. He said with a smile that he'd been away for a while when things had gone wrong. Watching as the poisoned people attacked others, Jin Gyum-woo assumed it was all the fault of the person he was trying to find. The man was telling Nyongsun, who was standing beside him, that Hukum not only managed to harm the Qingcheng sect, but also managed to wreak havoc in all of Chengdu. Then Owl was very curious as to why this dangerous man had decided to show up now. In response, Jin Gyum-woo said that this destruction was not the man's main goal. He was sure that the man was after something else. The master assumed that the closer they got to him, the faster he would run out of patience. Jin Gyum-woo wanted to deal with this situation. At that moment, the agitated Won Ganyun approached them. When the man saw the girl, he asked her what was wrong. Breathing heavily and clutching her chest, the girl said that they were in big trouble. Won Ganyun said that rumors had reached her that Shimin Pyong had gone to the Thousand Flavors Pavilion, even though he had not fully recovered. And at that moment, they heard people shouting around them. They noticed a fire in the distance. It was the Thousand Flavors Pavilion that was burning. People from the burning place immediately ran out into the street. Many girls were crying from fear and did not know what to do now. And one of them said in an excited voice that Su Yun still hadn't come out and was in the pavilion. It was really true. In one of the burning rooms, there was a girl lying on the ground with a male silhouette hovering over her. It was Shimin Pyong. Laughing snidely, he told her that she shouldn't have refused him. Since the girl had a dagger stuck in her chest, she didn't try to escape. He shouted that no one dared to mess with him. The veins on his face seemed to be getting bigger and bigger at that moment. But suddenly, a voice was heard in the room, engulfed in flames, and addressed to Pyong. The other guys from the Golden Paradise Society entered the burning pavilion. As soon as he turned in their direction, they were horrified. Jin Gyum-woo realized that they had already seen this on Mount Qingqing, so the man realized that the man had used poison on their friend. Then Won Ganyun excitedly turned towards their leader and said that the fire was getting stronger. They didn't have much time left and had to get out. But Jin Gyum-woo didn't say anything to her as he frowned at Shimin Pyong. He noticed that the girl beneath him had already died and was trying to figure out if he had... Although he felt sorry for Su Yun, the Iron Blood Master decided that he had to get Pyong out of here first. Therefore, after a few seconds, he called out for an ally. The man told him to calm down and leave this girl alone as it was time for them to leave. Then Su Yun looked at the deceased and recoiled from her. With a loud shout, he started to say that it was the young man's fault. Shimin's face looked very intimidating. He said that everyone was looking down on him at that moment. He was indignant that he was the one being treated like that. Watching what was happening, his friends from the Golden Paradise Society were shocked. However, what surprised them was not how Shimin Pyong behaved, but that Pyo Wol suddenly appeared behind him. Looking at the young man, our hero moved his armor-clad hand. Silver threads appeared around Pyong's neck. After a couple of seconds, they abruptly wrapped around his neck, and the guy's head separated from his body. After seeing this, Shimin Pyong's allies were horrified. Young So-woon couldn't help himself and asked our hero in a raised tone who he was that he dared to destroy their partner. But Pyo Wol was in no hurry to answer. He slowly approached Su Yas and pulled out a knife from her body. At that moment, a recent conversation between them popped into his mind. The girl had asked the boy if he had what he wanted. When she asked about it, the young man didn't know what to say and asked her what she meant by that word. Su Yang said that Pyo Wol always gives others what they want and never asks for anything. After a little thought, he said that he dreamed of a world that wasn't damp and dark. He dreamed of a small world created by him and belonging to him alone. The girl was surprised to hear this, and Pyo Wol turned to her and asked her what her dream was, because Su Yang had never asked him for anything either. After that question, her face grew a little sad. She said that her dream could not be realized. Then, leaning over the young man and looking into his eyes, Su Yun added that as long as she could look at her dream, it was enough for her. Pyo Wol remembered the conversation and put his arm around the dead girl. The guys from the Golden Paradise Society watched in silence. And our hero kept turning to Su Yun and said that she was trying to protect his dream and died along with the world he wanted. But the young man asked the girl not to worry in the other world because she would not be alone. At that moment, our hero's eyes glowed red and flying daggers appeared around him. Seeing this, Nyung So-woon was not frightened at all. On the contrary, he drew his weapon and swung it in a certain trajectory, deciding to use the 18 strokes of the White Moon technique. After that, Pyo Wol didn't hesitate to launch sharp daggers towards the guy. Nyung So-woon also moved towards our hero. He was determined. Pyo Wol ran past the daggers, but they somehow changed their trajectory and pointed sharply at the young man's back. This was noticed by Won Ganyun. Very quickly, she snapped out of her seat and used her sword to repel the attack that was aimed at his ally. Nyung So-woon thanked the girl for her help and continued to move forward. And Won Ganyun noticed that our hero could somehow change the direction of the blades. She assumed that he was controlling them somehow. A little closer, the girl realized that the movements of the daggers resembled those of a snake. Then she looked at Pyo Wol, who was still hugging the deceased Su Yan, and realized that she couldn't predict the guy's actions. At this moment, Nyung So-woon had already approached our hero and began to swing his sword at him. Jumping up from his seat from the Golden Paradise Society told Pyo Wol that this was the end. After that, Nyung So-woon swung his sword using the 18 strokes of the White Moon technique. Everything around him lit up, and a lot of attacks from the guy headed towards our hero. However, not a single blow harmed Pyo Wol. All of them passed by him. This surprised Nyong-soon very much. After that, blood suddenly appeared on his cheek. Then he realized everything. Very loudly, he shouted to his allies to get out of here immediately. Our hero's silver threads were all over the room, and that was what Nyung So-woon noticed. However, when Won Ganyun turned to look at the young man, it was too late. Pyo Wol's threads hurt her shoulder, and after a few seconds, they began to wrap around her neck. The same thing was happening to So-woon. As a result, both the girl and the girl found themselves suspended in midair by their opponent's silver threads. And Pyo Wol himself was standing in front of them at this moment, silently observing what was happening. In such a state, Won Ganyun thought about the fact that he was able to catch them without even moving just by using his blades. And Nyung So-woon berated himself for losing so miserably to someone who hadn't lifted a finger. And suddenly at this moment, our hero with his mind forcefully pointed his daggers right in the face of the guys from the Golden Paradise Society. When the blades were almost at their eyes, Jin Gumwoo intervened. With his red aura glowing, he used the 9 rings heavenly swordsmanship technique. Then, this powerful energy spread out to the sides. The man used a third technique called the Soul Blinding Punch. Because of this shockwave, all of our hero's silver threads broke. Won Ganyun and Nyun So-woon were released. Even though such an attack was approaching Pyo Wolu, he wasn't going to run away. And it was the right decision. A wave of fire passed over his head, and the guys who were suspended earlier on the thread were lying on the ground. At this moment, Nyong-sun thought that if their ally didn't help them, he would not only lose his life, but also his eye. Realized that he had never met such a strong opponent in his life, so he felt that he couldn't just leave Pyo Wol alone. Just as So-woon decided to draw his sword, he heard Jin Gyeom-woo's voice from the side. The man asked him not to do that and stepped in front of him. The Iron Bloodmaster said the guy should calm down and they should back off. However, Neon Seo-woon didn't want to make that decision. The young man indignantly said that they should avenge Pyong. At that moment, Won Ganyun joined the conversation. The girl also decided that they should do as Jin Gyeom-woo said. With regret in her voice, she said they had seen enough. Won Ganyun realized they were no match for our hero. Young So-woon was dumbfounded by this, since the girl had great skills and never retreated in battles, so the guy had no choice but to agree with his allies. Jin Gyeom-woo then turned to Pyo Wol and suggested that their disagreement be put aside for later. However, our hero didn't understand why he had to agree to such a proposal. Then the man said that Pyong was the one who had arranged it, just as they had thought. But Jin Gyeom-woo realized that the young man was just lustful and frivolous. That was why Shim and Pyong couldn't have gotten this far on his own. The man hinted that the culprit was someone else. He added that their group was actively searching for whoever was in control. Jin Gumwoo also said that Pyong had similar symptoms to those of the previous victims. The man thought that the man had deliberately set them against each other to distract them and escape. In that case, Jin Gumwoo's main task was to catch the real culprit. He suggested that Pyo Wol discuss what happened today after they caught their enemy. Jin Gumwoo said that while they were here, he might have already escaped from Chengdu. The Iron Blood Master persisted and asked the boy to agree to his proposal. Rising finally to his feet with Su Yun in hand, our hero asked what would happen if he still refused. And Jin Gumwoo replied that he would have to fight him as hard as he could in that case. But then Pyo Wol wouldn't have a chance to catch the true enemy. The man asked if the young man was satisfied with this option. After saying that, our hero looked at Su Yan. Seeing her peaceful face, he thought for a moment and turned to leave. The Iron Blood Master didn't say anything more to the guy. He just watched him walk away. After a while, Pyo Wol went outside with the girl in his arms. He put her on the ground and all her friends immediately rushed to her. In tears, they looked at the deceased and wondered how this could have happened. At this point, the young man was standing off to the side. He turned to the girl from his pavilion next to him and said that he was leaving him to her. He himself was going to be away for a while. And before leaving, Pyo Wol asked to bury Su Yang in a quiet place where it's very sunny. The girl who was now in charge of the pavilion promised to fulfill this instruction. She told the boy not to worry about the pavilion. Then our hero turned around and started to walk away. But when he looked up, he saw someone. Jin Gumwoo stood in front of him. The man asked the boy if he was ready to catch the real culprit. However, passing by Iron Blood Master Pyo Wol replied in the negative and said that the one who was not that hard to find. Frowning his eyebrows, he added that it was more important to find the one pulling the strings. He continued walking without stopping. Jin Gyeomwoo looked at him in surprise and asked if he was talking about the small thunder temple. Meanwhile, Won Ganyun was walking alone down some alleyway and rummaging through her thoughts. She realized that Sowoon was busy with the problems brought by Shimin Pyong, and Gyeomwoo was now in a meeting with Pyo Wol. The girl thought that Jin Gumwoo was having a hard time dealing with the guy alone and decided to ask for Sonha's help. At that moment, a man walked by Won Ganyun. Without noticing him, they bumped into each other. With that, the girl came back to reality and turned around with a smile and apologized to the man. She said that she had been thinking so much that she hadn't noticed where she was going. But as soon as Won Ganyun looked closely, the smile disappeared from her face. Hukum was standing in front of her. When the girl saw him, she was frightened, and it was not for nothing. The man pointed his hand in her direction and she fell to the ground. After that, Hukum threw her onto his shoulder. Laughing, he thought it was a good find. The man decided that he would bring Won Ganyun to the small temple and make her the strongest of the puppets. Then everything around them turned black. Hukum kept laughing and was waiting for the moment when he saw tears in Jin Gumwoo's eyes. Meanwhile, Pyo Wol decided to stop by Tong Soch, told him he'd be gone for a while and that he'd asked his subordinates to bring his stuff. Hearing this, Tang Sochu was surprised and asked where our hero was going to go. Then our hero told us without details that he had decided to visit Tibet on some business. Tang Sochu was even more shocked by this statement. He realized that the boy would have to cross the Western Highlands and take a month to get there in total. Then, he asked why Pyo Wol needed to go there. Until he answered, Tang Sochu assumed that the mess was because of what had recently happened to the Thousand Flavors Pavilion. Bowing his head, our hero confirmed his acquaintance's guesses, and he looked at the young man with a look of regret. Tang Sochu then handed a box to Pyo Wol. He said he had prepared a windbreaker for the boy. He rubbed it with a specially prepared oil. This made the windbreaker water repellent and will protect our hero from some levels of fire. Tang Sochu also said that although he realized that Pyo Wol might not need them, he had prepared a few more weapons for him. The young man insisted on taking them. However, that wasn't all. Tang Sochu suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle. He gave it to Pyo Wol as well. But the young man looked at the strange thing and couldn't even guess what it was. Then Tang Sochu told him that it was white phosphorus fire. If you sprinkle it on the candle periodically, the fire will never go out. This stuff was used long ago in Kalnatan, and I decided to restore the composition. Tang Sochu said that there wasn't much fire in the bottle, so Pyo Wol had to be careful. He said it would be better if our hero didn't have to use it at all. Afterward, Pyo Wol thanked his friend and went on his long journey. Meanwhile, Jin Gumwoo found out that Won Ganyun was missing. He told our hero that the girl was the one who hurt him, but not the one who could just disappear. The young man replied that he did not know what had happened to the girl as he had not seen her since their last meeting. But Jin Gumwoo said he wasn't trying to accuse the guy of stealing Won Ganyun. The man thought the girl was stolen by the person they were looking for. The Iron Blood Master also added that he had once managed to injure that person, and he was probably taking revenge on him now. And as Pyo Wol continued to walk forward all this time, Jin Gyomwoo caught up with him and asked him to help him. Then our hero turned around and asked if the man really wanted to, reminded him that he had destroyed Shim and Pyong and tried to do the same to his other comrades. Jin Gyomwoo said that Byun also destroyed his estate and killed his men, and his comrades attacked the guy first. The man added that they didn't have much time and offered to discuss it later. The Iron Bloodmaster was sure that the man had gone to the small Thunder Temple, but he couldn't find him on his own, so he asked for Pyowol's help. The man asked our hero if he could find their enemy. In response, the young man told Gumwoo to try to stay close and stay out of the way. Pyowol also complimented in a proud voice that no one would dare to escape from him. After a while, they came to a house. When they entered it, they saw a horrible picture. There were lifeless people lying everywhere. Examining the bodies, Pyowol said that the man was able to find the man's lodging. He also added that if the culprit had planned to take revenge on him, he would have watched his every move. Our hero hypothesized that their enemy was following Shimen Pyong, who had broken away from their group due to an injury to find this place. Remembering his dead partner, Jin Gyomwoo was at a loss. At that moment, our hero found a pile of trash in the corner. Taking one thing from it, he realized that he was going to go through the Western Highlands. The young man guessed this because he had oiled leather in his hands. Pyowol knew that it could be useful when traveling in humid climates. Then Jin Gyomwoo decided to take a closer look at these things. Our hero added that the cotton protects from the cold, and the iron inserts will help their enemy walk on ice without slipping. With a puzzled look, the man regarded the iron insert and realizing he would be walking through snowy places. Pyowol said the only place between Sichuan and Tibet that has snow is the Western Mountains. After that, Jin Gyomwoo looked at the young man and said that in that case they should go there. Along the way, they came across an abandoned horse and a dead man. And it's just like our hero said. The man assumed their enemy had left here by boat. While Jin Gyomwoo was talking about it, Pyowol was examining the footprints that were left on the ground, said that he had two pieces of news. And as it happens, they were divided into good news and bad news. The good news was that one Ganyan was still alive. The bad part was that their enemy was well aware that the boys were coming after him. After a while, our hero handed Jin Gyomwoo his outerwear and said that it would help him get through the snow. Accepting it, the man was surprised and asked in an excited voice what Pyowol himself would be wearing then. Then the young man took the box Tong Sochu had given him before he left and said he had something else. Meanwhile, Hucom was already in a very snowy place. On the shoulder with one Ganyun, who was unconscious, he realized he was being tailed. The man was sure someone was following him, and that someone, he thought, had amazing tracking skills. Hucom tried to figure out who it could be. He was surprised that someone in Sichuan was so strong. And at that moment, he remembered the guy who had prevented him from using Shimenpyeong to make the entire Gumwoo group annihilate each other. Hucom suggested that it could be the owner of the Thousand Flavors Pavilion, that is, Pyowol. Even though our hero hid one of his sides, Hucom knew everything. The man believed that the young man was also hiding in the shadows like him. He also realized that Pyowol could be much stronger and more dangerous than he seemed. Hucom was puzzled and thought he had noticed his presence. Then the man looked at the girl on his shoulder and realized that if he were alone, he could easily get away from his pursuers. But he didn't have that option now. Then Hucom decided to speed up. He decided that as soon as he reached Tibet, he would run to the small Thunder Temple. Meanwhile, in Tibet, Pyowol and the Iron Bloodmaster were already in Tibet. Jin Gyomwoo couldn't believe that he was about to cross this cold. He said that he wouldn't have been able to do it if it wasn't for our hero. The man also realized one thing after a short journey with the boy. Apart from martial arts, nothing else united them. The guys were completely different. He noticed that Pyowol had senses sharper than blades and more tenacity than a beast. This was the level of the man who had single-handedly destroyed the Qingcheng and Ime sects. Remembering the way the young man fought Jin Gyomwoo, assumed that Pyowol knew a lot more techniques than he could see. The man thought that although he was scared of what else might give out, he was also curious to see his other abilities. At that moment, our hero looked somewhere in the distance and said that something was approaching them. A crowd of men with swords could be seen ahead, and they were very belligerent. Judging from their weapons, Jin Guemoon assumed that they were Tibetan mountain bandits. The man said that merchants traveling to and from Tibet fear them most. The man said that merchants traveling to and from Tibet are most afraid of them. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Jin Gyomwoo told our hero that they would soon clash. In response, Pyowol asked the man to deal with them himself. The Iron Bloodmaster was shocked when he heard this. The young man continued to move forward and said that because of the weather, the trail could easily be covered by strong winds. Leaving the man alone, Pyowol told him to follow the footprints he would leave behind. Jin Gyomwoo did not argue with him, and meeting the mountain bandits approaching him, he told the young man that he would join him soon. Our hero rushed forward while the Iron Bloodmaster prepared for the upcoming battle. In the meantime, the injured Nyeon Seo-woon sat in his room and thought back to the battle that had caused him so much pain. He realized that there was nothing he could do in the battle with Pyo-wol. At that moment, there was a knock at his door and he asked if he could come in. The unexpected arrival of someone surprised the guy, but he allowed them in. Shin Pung and Lee So-ha came to visit him. The man asked how the young man was feeling. Nyeon Seo-woon said that he was feeling better. However, because of his sudden movements, he still felt pain in his body. Shin Poon then said that he was actually here to introduce him to someone. Hong Yoshin walked into the room. The man introduced him and said that he was keeping an eye on the current members of the Hao clan in Chengdu. Bowing his head, Nyong So-woon said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Afterward, Hong Yoshin said that he had something important to tell him. That's why the man came to visit the boy so late. He added that it was about the assassin Pyo-wol, with whom Jin Gum-woo was traveling. When Nyong Seo-woon heard this, he was surprised. Then Hong Yoshin said that our hero was a very dangerous man. He added that they tried to find out something about the young man but found nothing. And now, the captain said that he wanted to ask Nyeon Seo-woon for help. In this way, Hong Yoshin wanted to prevent the danger that Pyo-wol would soon become to them. The man added that they heard So-won being badly hurt by the young man and asked him to give details of what happened. With his mind, the captain ordered him to tell him all about Pyo-wol. Nyeon Seo-woon replied that he would help, even though he didn't think he would be of any use to them. Hong Yoshin didn't quite understand what the young man meant by saying that and asked about it again. Nyong So-woon said that even now he didn't realize who had lost to our hero. He thought that if he didn't realize where he had made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to counterattack his opponent. Meanwhile, Hucom was approaching the Western Highlands on his shoulder with Won Ganyeon. The girl had already regained consciousness, and as she looked ahead, she saw someone approaching them. Won Ganyeon realized she'd never seen someone like him before. Pyo-wol was right on their heels. The girl thought that the young man was not a man, but death itself. And as soon as our hero approached them, Won Ganyeon remembered who he was. She didn't understand why the young man was in this place now. At that moment, Hayukam felt something and decided to turn around. However, there was no one behind him, and it was very strange to him. The man was sure he had sensed the girl reacting to something. Hucom felt Won Ganyeon's heartbeat and breathing quicken, but he couldn't see anyone around him except the plane. The man was confused and didn't understand what was going on and what he was missing. After that, Hucom exhaled and decided to see if he could chase him after one trick. And in a second, many copies of the man with the girl on his shoulders appeared all over the area. Won Ganyeon tried to understand how the young man could anticipate her captor's actions and catch up with them. She realized that when Hayukam took one step, our hero took two at the same time. The girl was amazed that not a single clone was in Pyo-wol's field of vision. Won Ganyeon realized that the man couldn't have seen the boy since people can't see what's going on behind their backs. She thought that although Hucom walked like a ghost, his steps seemed normal compared to Pyo-wol's. Ganyeon saw that the young man walked as if he were a shadow of a man. At this point, Hucom had already run out of patience. Abruptly turning around and directing his energy forward, he turned to our hero and asked who he was. The man wanted to see his enemy since he knew for a fact that he was here. However, Hucom didn't realize what was driving Pyo-wol. He thought that if the young man wanted revenge for the pavilion, he could have attacked him instead of wasting his time. Then another thought crossed the man's mind. He thought that he might be following him because of the girl on his shoulders. Hucom assumed that Pyo-wol was just looking for the right moment to attack. And for that, the guy probably needed the man to be without Won Ganyeon in his arms. And at that very second, Hayukam tossed the girl up. This was something Won Ganyeon had not expected. There was fear in her eyes. The man wanted to see how long his opponent could hide. He gathered the purple energy called Fire Demon Strike in his hands and directed it upwards. But at that moment, a dagger was already flying toward him. The sharp weapon pierced his arm with a precise hit. So Hucom realized that his enemy was definitely here. But he still didn't know where he was hiding. The man thought it was time to put an end to this and get to the small temple. But in fact, Pyo-wol was already behind him. And as if it was all the same, Hucom moved forward sharply and rolled down the snowy slope. After that, the young man walked over to Won Ganyeon and finally removed the bandage from her mouth. Looking at her, he realized that she was completely exhausted and didn't know if she would make it to Jin Gum-woo's arrival. The girl looked at Pyo-wol and asked why he was here. But without answering her question, the young man asked Won Ganyeon to apologize and asked her to understand him. Then Pyo-wol suddenly kissed the girl. She didn't even resist because she didn't have any strength. A kind of energy was transmitted to her along with the guy's kiss. After the kiss, Won Ganyeon timidly asked what the young man had just done. She felt his warmth and it was very pleasant. When he left the girl, our hero said that he had shared some of his energy with her. Now she had to last until he came. However, Won Ganyeon fell to the snow without strength. Looking at her savior, she didn't understand who he was or why he had come. Her eyes began to swim. After a while, Hokum came to a building. As soon as he knocked on the gate, a voice asked who he was. The man said he was from the Lesser Temple and had information for the tower owner. Hokum insistently asked to be taken to the tower owner named Yul Mok-A. After doing so, the gate in front of him immediately opened. That's how he got to the owner. Once in her possession, the girl playfully asked if he was really from the small temple. The man confirmed it and introduced himself. In response, Yul Mok-A said she had heard about him. She complimented that she had heard that there was an outstanding hunting dog raised by a monk. And looking at the man bowing to her, the girl asked why the dog had come to her. Hokum said that there was someone who was stalking. He added that that person had incredible skills in combat and strategy. Therefore, the temple should prepare well for his arrival. When Yul Mok-A heard this, she started laughing loudly. She was very amused that a hunter had followed the hunting dog. Then she said that there was nothing to worry about since even an elder monk who raised a man wouldn't be able to pass through this tower, turning it into ruins. She wondered how much he owed her for this. The girl said that the frightened dog should just tuck his tail and wait here. In response, Hokum bowed humbly and said he would stay in their tower today. Night had fallen. The man was sleeping peacefully in his room, but something suddenly woke him up. When he woke up, he saw 2 bracelets on his pillow that were stained with blood. Taking them in his hands, Hokum immediately remembered Yul Mok-A. After looking at the jewelry, he realized that they belonged to her. Meanwhile, someone approached the gates of the Scarlet Tower. The man who was in charge of letting outsiders in, as he was supposed to do, asked who was coming, but he heard no answer. His partner was standing next to him. He asked him if someone had passed by, but the man was sure that someone was standing in front of the door. However, right now, there was no one visible outside. The people in the tower began to worry, and at this moment, our hero was already standing behind them. Hokum left the room at that time. When he left the room, he was surprised that it was so dark. Because of the atmosphere, the man couldn't see anything. He was surprised that it was quiet, and so questions arose in Hokum's mind about what had happened here. It also seemed to the man that the corridors in this place had gotten much smaller. But despite so many oddities, Hokum decided that the most important thing now was to find out if the owner of these bracelets, Yul Mok-A, was okay. As soon as he thought about it, a terrible sight appeared before him. Hokum saw the lifeless men from the tower standing along the walls of the corridor. Their heads were turned 90 degrees, and in the middle lay a burning body. The man tried to run away from this horror, but everywhere he turned there was the same picture. All the people in that temple were dead. Hokum was very scared. He immediately realized that the person who was following him had sneaked into the building. After a while, the man was in Yul Mok-A's room. There, he found the dead girl. Looking at her, Hokum didn't understand why he had destroyed everyone in the Scarlet Tower and left him the owner's bracelets. He thought that the young man could just send him to the other world and not do all that. So before it was too late, Hokum decided to escape from the Scarlet Tower, which had fallen. And at that moment, a sharp blade flew from the building straight towards the man with incredible speed. The weapon caught up to Hokum very quickly and slammed into his body. The sudden pain made the man gasp. But he wasn't going to stop. The man realized that the only way he could survive was to get to the Little Temple of Thunder. While Hokum spun on his heels, Pyo Wol stood still and stared after him. After a while, the wounded Hokum ran to the dense forest. He was already walking calmly as he had lost a lot of strength before. Pyo Wol also followed the man. When he looked around, he suddenly lost sight of the man and didn't realize where he had gone. This surprised our hero as there were only a couple steps between them, and even in this situation, Hokum was able to get out from under his nose. He used to be able to feel the man's breath and warmth, but now it was gone. Pyo Wol began to think he was walking into a trap. As he continued to wander through the forest, he began to notice that he was walking in circles. In the end, he lost Hokum. It was morning. He was still walking around the forest. At some point, he began to feel as if the forest itself was hostile to him and wanted to drive him away. And Pyo Wol assumed that the forest was under the spell of the labyrinth and the distortion of the traveler's senses. The young man realized that it was probably to hide the real location of the Little Thunder Temple. It was because the temple has a great influence on Tibet. Continuing to ponder, our hero thought that if over time he continued to analyze this place, he would be able to understand how it worked. The young man was sure of it, as he had always succeeded. After that, he continued to move forward. After a while, Pyo Wol reached a town. He went there because he thought there would be some information about the small Thunder Temple since it was nearby. Everything that was happening seemed strange to the young man. He could feel people's breath and their eyes on him, though no one came out into the street. And at that moment, there really was a kid hiding behind the wall of some house. He was holding a boulder in his hands. With an abrupt movement, he leaped from his seat and rushed towards our hero. The boy threw a rock at Pyo Wol, but he reacted quickly and caught the life-threatening object. Turning half sideways, the young man saw a stranger standing in front of him. He was very angry and asked him to get out of their town. This boy's name was Ah Myung. Behind him, there were also people from this town. They were very worried about their boy. Ah Myung's father was the one who was most worried about Ah Myung. The man immediately rushed over to him and began apologizing to Pyo Wol for his son's prank. All the people of the city came out of their hiding places and bowed to our hero and begged for forgiveness. But Ah Myung was not going to submit to the public's opinion. He declared that he was not afraid of anyone. Pyo Wol continued to stand with his back to the townspeople and remained silent. However, his gaze showed that he had a lot of brain activity going on in his head. And the boy's son turned to him and asked him if he wanted to be like his brother. In response, Ah Myung gritted his teeth and said he wouldn't be afraid. He added that this was even though they had turned his brother Soma into a monster. This statement made his father's face sweat. The man didn't even know what to say to his son. After that, Pyo Wol finally turned to face them and asked the boy who had taken his brother. Then Ah Myung became even angrier. He jumped up from his seat and asked the boy indignantly if he didn't know. The boy said that his brother had been taken away by the people from the small Thunder Temple. Myung thought that our hero was also from this place. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up red even brighter. When Ah Myung and his father saw this, they even calmed down and quieted down. Pyo Wol asked the boy to tell him more information. The boy asked if it was not enough for them to take all the children from their town. The boy was sure that they had come to take him too. But Pyo Wol made it clear that he wasn't going to do that. Myung didn't believe what the boy said and was convinced that he was lying. Then our hero said that he had no reason to do that, and he would not do anything to him either. He also added that he prefers to destroy rather than kidnap people. At this moment, Ah Myung was surprised and asked Pyo Wol if he wasn't from the Little Thunder Temple. And the young man said no. The townspeople could not believe their ears and even asked the boy the question again. Then Pyo Wol said that if anyone ever asked him about it again, he would kill them immediately. Ah Myung's father was frightened and began to bow to our hero and apologize. He said that they had lost a lot because of the small temple. The man added that the place looks abandoned now. However, a couple of years ago, the town was full of life. Even though their village was close to the temple, they had nothing to do with it. The man said they were just grateful that the mountain bandits would not come near them. But one day, monks from the temple invaded their town and took away all the children. He said they took them away without even explaining why, and only Ah Myung was left because he was out of town at the time. The man went on to say that a few years later, when they met their children again, they found out what disgusting things the people from the Little Thunder Temple had done. Some unknown person was gathering them in one place and holding out weapons and ordering them to fight. He told the children to fight each other, and if they refused, he promised to destroy their parents. The man also said that whoever lost would also lose their parents. So the lives of the children's parents were at stake, and they had no choice but to do the stranger's bidding. Those who lost were sent to the next world with their parents. Ah Myung's father continued to say that the small Thunder Temple forced children to fight each other. They were even turned into monsters and forced to harm their own parents. With tears in his eyes, he said that's how his own son separated his arm from his body. When Pyo Wol heard this, he asked them why they didn't leave the place. But the man only laughed and asked how they could do it. He added that even though their lives were now in danger, they were still their children. The man said that they are all afraid that their children will be punished and that's why they don't leave. And all this even though their children do not recognize their parents. After saying that, Ah Myung's father raised his head and looked at Pyo Wol and asked why he was looking for the small Thunder Temple. Then our hero replied that he was here to destroy those people. The townspeople were shocked by this statement and their faces turned even paler. The man then got to his feet and put his hand over his heart and told the young man that in that case they would tell him everything they knew about the Little Thunder Temple. He said that the supreme leader of the Little Thunder Temple was known as the Wise Monk, and the current leader was named Blood Monk, and his martial art was recognized as the best in the world. It was rumored that the Blood Monk had mastered the unrivaled Heavenly Dragon art, which was the strongest art in the small Thunder Temple. The man said that he had 10 direct subordinates known as the 10 Blood Thunder Monks, and behind them were the Demon Blood Monks, whose number had reached 300 people. These people were the main force of the small Thunder Temple. In addition to them, several organizations were formed for special occasions. The stolen men were raised to become the new weapons of the temple. The man added that they didn't know all the details of how to get to the Lesser Temple of Thunder, but he was sure that no matter how hard they tried to hide it, there would still be a sign of its presence. He said that Pyo Wol could see this sign that ordinary people like him wouldn't notice. The man was confident that he could get to the temple. In response, our hero said that he knew quite a bit of information despite never having been to this place. The man replied that it was because of his obsession after losing a child to these people. At this moment, Pyo Wol thought that using children as weapons sounded very familiar to him. Then the young man realized that the more he procrastinated, the more time Thunder Temple had to prepare. Looking toward the exit, he decided he needed to get this over with soon. Pyo-wol was distracted from his thoughts by Ah-myung coming up to him. The boy asked him not to hurt his brother Soma and the other children in the village if he ran into them. With tears in his eyes, he said that the young man would be able to save them unlike him. And Myung heard the screams of the children being dragged away. They were all crying for help, remembering their relatives. But the boy was so scared that he couldn't do anything with his hands over his mouth. And that was even though Soma was desperate to save him. At that moment, a hand was placed on Ah-myung's shoulder by his father. The man said that he was not to blame for what had happened, and that even they parents could not help their children. Also, with tears in his eyes, he told his son that it was normal to be afraid. The man praised the boy and said that he had done well. With such words of support from his father, tears began to appear even more strongly in Ah-myung's eyes. As they watched, Pyo-wol decided to intervene in their conversation. He apologized for distracting them from the conversation and said he couldn't fulfill their request. Myung didn't expect that, and with undisguised surprise in his voice, he asked the guy why he said that. Our hero replied that he didn't know what was waiting for him there. Pyo-wol said it's not a place where he would be welcomed with open arms. He also said that even if he finds the children, he doesn't know what condition they will be in. He added that he was not going to the temple to save anyone. However, as payment for the information, the young man said he could promise them one thing. In an ominous tone, our hero said that he would destroy every rogue from the Small Thunder Temple. After a while, Pyo-wol was on the road again. He was standing up to his shins in the river. Looking around, he realized that another trap had activated even though he hadn't done anything. Looking at his reflection in the water, the young man also realized that no matter how strong the illusion was, it could not hide itself. He pointed to the stream he was in as an example. Pyo-wol knew it was very difficult to simulate water. Unlike the other streams in the forest, this one was filled with fish. So our hero thought that since there was a lot of it here, it had something to feed on. The conclusion was that there were good conditions for life in the water. With a serious look, the young man came to the conclusion that it was from human waste. With these thoughts, after a few minutes, I reached a large drain pipe. There was an incomprehensible violet energy around this place. It even made Pyo-wol squint his eyes. The young man thought that even though his vision was gone for a couple seconds, he was sure that this path would lead him to the temple. He decided that now he needed to continue to follow his sensations and move forward. At this rate, our hero reached the grate that blocked his way. Stopping near it, he noticed the temple he wanted ahead and that the illusionary trap was being interrupted here. Then Pyo-wol grabbed the bars with his hand and dissolved into the water in which he was standing. In this way, the young man made his way inside. He heard two men talking about someone daring to enter their temple, but no one could enter without permission. They also didn't understand why they were forced to work in the middle of the night. After all, no one from the temple ever let outsiders in. The men didn't understand who everyone was so afraid of. At that moment, Pyo-wol was hiding behind the wall of the building. Water was dripping from his clothes. Next to the man stood one of the men in charge. He told the two subordinates that such an order came from higher up. The man asked them to stop grumbling and ordered them to guard the temple. Eavesdropping on the conversation of these people, our hero assumed that Hyukam had already managed to tell his people about him. And that was indeed the case. Hyukam bowed to the wise monk sitting in front of him. He asked if he had really escaped from the assassin chasing him. Ducking his face into the floor, Hyukam said it was just the way it was and apologized to the man for it. Nervously rubbing his beads, the wise monk asked if his apology made sense. He also wondered if the man hadn't even seen the face of the man who had chased him. The wise monk was outraged that Hyukam had lost to the assassin and brought him to them. The man said that he had treated him as special and that he had disappointed him so much. Scared by this tone, Hyukam asked the wise monk to give him another chance. He said that if he was given more time, he would definitely get rid of their enemy. Bowing again to his leader, he asked him to trust him. Looking at Hyukam, the wise monk thought it was all strange. However, he realized that the man had no reason to lie to him. Next to the monk sat his subordinate. He said that even though Hyukam ran back with his tail between his legs, he had accomplished his mission and taken revenge on the Ching sect. He didn't think the man should punish him. He also added that Hyukam had never lied. That was why the man had suggested finding the assassin and getting rid of him. It was with some surprise that Hyukam himself agreed. Everyone in the room began to discuss what they should do. They thought that they should summon a monk of mad blood or release hunting dogs into the southern forest. Listening to all this talk, Hyukam realized that such measures taken would not be enough on his opponent. That's why the man realized at that moment that he could only trust himself in such a situation. After a while, the people from the Small Thunder Temple went out to search. However, they were unsuccessful. With these results, one of them said that the search could probably be called off. He added that Hyukam was probably wrong. The other supported his partner's thoughts. He thought that Hyukam was just acting like a tough guy. Another man added that that was why you shouldn't trust anyone who didn't work as part of a team. He also said that Hyukam hid with his tail between his legs, and now they have to clean up the mess he made. Then, the leader of their small group said that they would discuss the results of the search later, but now they should head back. His subordinates immediately turned in the opposite direction, but their leader stood still, his eyes glowing a familiar shade of red. A few days ago, this man was in his room. Taking off his clothes, he immediately fell on the bed. He didn't understand where they needed to find an assassin they couldn't even see. The man thought Hyukam was just delusional since he didn't even realize what he usually spent his time on. As he lay on the bed and thought about the situation, Pyo-wol's face appeared above his head as if from the ceiling. With his heartbreaking strands with daggers on the end, our hero thrust them into the man's body. Also bound his limbs so he couldn't even move. Then the man turned his head and saw Pyo-wol right in front of him. His eyes were filled with fear. Now he realized that Hyukam had been right after all. In real time, the monk was walking from the side of the forest towards some guarded building. The subordinates were surprised to see him, as they realized that he must be searching for them now. The man's name was June. The men asked him if he was already finished. Then the monk replied that it was so, and he was going to patrol for the last time. They were near the pavilion of absolute law, and the subordinates told him that there was nothing here and everyone was trying to avoid this place. To which June said he was just here to check the box. The man also said that he had to give the guys a message that the search was over and they could rest. After that, June went into the pavilion and his subordinates went to carry out the order. Pyo-wol, in the guise of a monk, decided to go this way because of the stench coming from this place. He didn't understand where the smell was leading him. Some of the rooms were filled with bookcases, so the young man first assumed it was a library, but later he realized that it was more like a research center. As he continued to move through the pavilion of absolute law, our hero tried to find where the stench was coming from. After a while, he came to a room where the smell was strongest. Looking around, he noticed a hole in the wall. He assumed that was where the stench was coming from. As soon as Pyo-wol smelled it, a memory from his childhood popped into his mind. Even though the smell was different from the garbage he had eaten at the time, it still had something in common. Then our hero assumed it was poison. Then he tried to open the door to this room. After a while, the young man managed to do this and decided to look around. Meanwhile, there was a bound man in some room and a white-haired man beside him. He turned to his hostage with some kind of bottle in his hand and said he had kept him waiting too long. The white-haired man came up to him and raised the head of the bound white-haired man and added that it was difficult for him to do so. He also thanked the hostage for his understanding. Then he tilted his head back and pouring some liquid from a bottle into his mouth, told him that he didn't need to drink much. He thought that one drop would be enough for the effect. With crazed eyes, the man practically ordered the bound man to swallow his creation. And as soon as his hostage did, he was covered in blisters. His mouth began to bleed and his hands shook in spasms. After that, the bound man went to the other world. The white-haired madman began to rejoice sincerely. Looking at the bottle of liquid, he realized that one drop of such a substance would be enough to kill 10 people. The man was sure that the wise monk would like it. At that moment, Pyo-wol, in the guise of June, came out of the dark corner. He said that it was a useful thing that was in the man's hands. In response, he indignantly told the guy that he should knock before entering because he almost threw that bottle at him. The man looked at Monk June and asked if he too really found that thing useful. When I got closer to the madman, I asked him what kind of poison it was. The man replied that he had not yet come up with a name for it, as he had just finished working on it. With a possessed look, he said that even the strongest would only have time to step 7 steps before being killed by this poison. After thinking for a bit, June asked the man what he thought the name for the poison-destructive 7-step soul poison was. Looking at the bottle, the madman laughed happily and said he liked the name. And the moment the possessed man was busy cheering, Pyo-wol, in the guise of a monk, pointed his hands at him and attacked. The blow struck the madman squarely in the head. It killed him instantly. When he began to fall, he ran up to him and snatched the bottle of poison from his hands. Looking at him, Pyo-wol smiled and said that it was because of him that he had gotten a good poison. The young man also remembered that this was a place to avoid, and it seemed perfect for him. After a while, the news reached the wise monk that all the blood monks had been destroyed. This made the man furious. He couldn't believe it. In response, one of his subordinates said regretfully that it seemed Hyukam was right. He was sure that the assassin had infiltrated the temple and was wreaking havoc. This made the wise monk shout even more. He indignantly asked his subordinate how he had managed to get through all their illusion traps set in the forest. Although he couldn't answer that question, he said that they had managed to find something during the examination of the bodies. He said the only monk they didn't find destroyed was June. The man added that they searched the entire temple and the southern forest, but never found his body. The man added that they had searched the whole temple and the southern forest, but had not found his body. Bowing his head, the man said that if they found the assassin, they would probably find June as well. Then the wise monk thumped the armrest of his throne threateningly so that it shattered into small pieces. He was sure that their enemy was hiding somewhere in the temple. In a rage, the man asked his subordinates to find the assassin. He wanted the boy brought to him before he destroyed anyone else. Gritting his teeth, the wise monk spoke of tearing his opponent apart. After a while in the small thunder temple, the monks couldn't stop coming out lifeless bodies. This made the wise monk very angry. He resented that his men had not yet caught this assassin. He didn't understand how they could let some executioner control them so much. The wise monk looked at his men with contempt and wondered how he could report this to the chief. The man then asked one of the monks where Hukum was. The wise monk was shocked by this answer. He was even more furious when he heard it, since Hukum was being followed by an assassin and was sitting at home. At the top of his voice, the man ordered the man to be brought to him immediately. After a while, Hukum bowed to the wise monk and told him that he had a way to catch their enemy. In response, the man said that when the monks were dying in droves, he had not been heard from. Then the wise monk asked him what method he had found, to which Hukum said that he used all his abilities to remove the Iranian restrictions. Then the man asked if the Arans were the children they had brought from the village, and immediately the monk asked what he was going to do with them, given their obvious limitations. In response, Hukum asked if the monk knew that he was experimenting with teaching children a reverse interpretation of the Guanyin technique to the legendary demonic art of anti-Guanyin. Although the potential of the Arans is limitless, Hukum said that if they used all their abilities, their brains would melt. According to the people, the brain sets its own limits. However, the man managed to do it. He said he removed these restrictions with a specialty in mind manipulation, and that's how they came up with the interesting specimens. Hukum said they'd use them to find the assassin. In response, the wise monk reminded the man that the executioner he had brought had destroyed countless of their students and asked if the man was sure of his words. And the monk asked if Hukum would be willing to lay his life on the line with such confidence. He bowed and said that when the assassin was chasing him, he had never been able to see his face. Then he experienced humiliation. So now Hukum was saying that his life was equal to his death. He said that he would put everything he had on the line and asked them to gather all their people in one place. In response, the wise monk was silent at first, but after a couple of seconds, he ordered his subordinates to immediately summon all the disciples to the full moon hall. After a while, all the disciples of the small thunder temple, led by the wise monk, were sitting in the hall. Hukum stood in the center, and as everything was ready, he invited the Arans to join them in the room. There was a curtain in the hall, and it was from there that a few guys named Guang Yunggyo and Soma came out. The third was Myung's brother, who had been stolen from the village. Then Hukum said that the absence of traces of the stranger was the absence of defense marks on the dead. Based on a lot of evidence, he hypothesized that the assassin was masquerading as one of them. With all the members of the Soraims now gathered in this place, the executioner they were looking for was definitely near them. Hukum said he had a way to find him, no matter how he hid. The man said that all the masters of their school were here. That's why it would be easy to catch an assassin if they revealed his identity. But the wise monk still had his doubts and asked Hukum how he was going to find their enemy. Then the man looked at the children and said that they had survived even after the restrictions were removed. The man looked at the children and said that they had survived even after the restrictions were removed. A kid named Guian could see chi flows. The man said that their school's martial arts had characteristic chi flows, so he could find someone who didn't have them. Yu lost her eyesight, but in return, her senses were heightened to detect signs of lying. When the wise monk heard this, he was delighted. He immediately realized that Gwyneth would be able to find their enemy and Eungyo would be able to interrogate him. However, he was left with the question of what the third child, named Soma, could do. Hukum responded by saying that the boy didn't have anything special yet, but his thirst for destruction had grown considerably. He added that he didn't know what Soma's real ability was, but the boy had survived after the restriction was lifted. Hukum said that all he had in his mind right now was thoughts of destruction. But even so, the wise monk considered the child an unfortunate specimen. He said that from the very beginning there had been no one with a weak thirst for destruction among the members of Soraims. Then Hukum told the children to go and look around. 2 of them went, but the third boy stayed behind. The man thought there was something behind Soma's bloodthirstiness. He was curious to find out what exactly he was hiding behind his lust for destruction. Since Soma hadn't obeyed Hayukama's orders, he once again told the boy to go look around, but he replied that he didn't want to. Meanwhile, Guian and Eunyu walked between the monks sitting in the hall and tried to find the assassin, but so far they had not been able to do so. After a while, Guian gave the verdict that their enemy was not here. When Hukum heard this, he was puzzled. The monks who were being tested were also in this state. They asked if Guian had looked correctly. The wise monk was furious as he watched. He gritted his teeth and asked Hukum if he hadn't said he could easily find the assassin. Then the man started to justify himself and said that there was no way that the children were mistaken. He said that it was just that their enemy was not among those people. At that moment, Soma was standing behind Hayukama and smiling happily. And then the boy said, looking ahead, that the one they were looking for was sitting in front of them. Hearing this, Hyukam was confused. Just as he was about to ask the boy what it meant, he jumped up and ran toward the subordinate monk. Looking at the one with a satisfied look, Soma said that the assassin had been sitting here the whole time. Turning to the man, the boy asked him in a snide voice if he was really right. And indeed, behind the subordinate wise monk, our hero stood behind him like a shadow with his eyebrows furrowed. A red aura was emanating from Soma at this moment, and continuing to look at the man, he asked if he could be destroyed. But it was probably a rhetorical question. The boy was just preoccupied with the thought of sending his victim to the afterlife, and without waiting for an answer, Soma decided to act. At that moment, his eyes burned even brighter. Some sort of rings appeared around him from which the boy was pointing towards Pio Wool. Then Soma finally saw the face of his opponent, who was sitting still. And because the boy was mad, he was glad that they were fighting now. But he was more delighted that none of his attacks reached the enemy. Watching what was happening, Hyukam was shocked. He couldn't believe that the head of the Heaven Tower was the assassin. As he continued to attack our hero, Soma was amazed that he was sitting still, but not a single blow hit him. Guion, standing to the side, was also surprised by this. But he realized that the young man was not just sitting still, but weaving chi like threads. Pio Wool was able to dodge all of Soma's attacks. The boy marveled at our hero's technique, and at that moment, Pio Wool stopped sitting still, swung his arms, and his silver threads scattered around him. The rings of chi stopped their movement, and then our hero, turning to Soma, asked what his name was. And as soon as the boy introduced himself, our hero immediately realized that it was Ah Myung's younger brother. Soma was also surprised to hear this and asked the young man if he knew his brother. In a calm tone, Pio Wool replied that he had met Ah Myung and his father in the village he used to live in. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by the voice of the wise monk. The man was addressing his subordinates and asking why they were standing around and not doing something. He then ordered the men from the small thunder temple to catch whoever dared to abuse the headquarters. The fact that the wise monk had suddenly interfered with Pio Wool and Soma's conversation made him very angry. Our hero frowned and told the man to stay out of the way. After that, the young man activated the living transformation in his hands and asked the boy to flee. As soon as Soma jumped up from his seat, a powerful energy radiated from the guy, and with it, the entire hall began to burn. People were panicked by the fire. They didn't know what to do. Some wanted to put out the fire first, and some were eager to catch their enemy. Watching what had happened, the wise monk's eye even started to twitch. He was trying to find an answer to the question of when our hero had been able to prepare all this. Looking at the fire, the man realized it was unusual. He wondered what kind of tricks Pio Wool was up to. It was also the thought of having been under his nose all this time that made him racked with rage. While all the people were dealing with the fire, our hero told Soma that Ah Myung and his father had asked him to save him. These words made the boy smile because he realized that his relatives were alive. Soma said that he clearly remembered the moment when he separated his father's arm from his body. He said he didn't mean to destroy him, so he only maimed him, and the father, in order not to let the boy down, endured the pain and pretended to be maimed. Soma then asked Pio Wool how he was going to get out of here. The young man replied that he would not and added that he had not come here to save him. Getting up from his seat and flashing his red eyes, said he was going to kill everyone here. Soma was very surprised to hear this and asked if our hero really wanted to do this, and Pio Wool confirmed it. And then the boy sat up. There was an inexpressible delight in his eyes. And then he began to laugh uncontrollably. Eventually, Soma calmed down a bit, and with crazy eyes told the young man that he wanted to participate too. Hyukam overheard these words. He was outraged that the boy had decided to betray them. However, Soma did not like this wording because he did not think that they had ever been on the same side. The boy said that all children had always been nothing more than slaves to them. At that moment, more children's voices were heard from behind the man. Guiyang and Unyu asked our hero to take them as his teammates. Hyukam was even more shocked by this. Guion said they don't remember their parents and brothers like Soma, but what the men from the temple did to them was unforgivable. These words made Hyukam furious. Gathering powerful energy in his hands, he decided to attack the traitors. But at that moment, Pio Wool menacingly told the man not to touch those children. Our hero then used silver threads to bind Hyukam's arm, blocking his actions. Frowning his eyebrows and turning to the man, the young man said it would not be his turn for a while yet. Meanwhile, his subordinate approached the wise monk and asked him to leave as the flames were unusually powerful. However, the man was very angry and didn't understand how they could walk away and leave their enemy unpunished. And the subordinate said that if they didn't leave now, they would be burned alive. He thought they couldn't sacrifice their students and themselves for Pio Wool. The man suggested leaving and then catching their enemy. What was happening made the wise monk very angry. The veins on his forehead were showing. He looked at the man from blackness who bragged about controlling their minds and wondered if he had betrayed even the children. The wise monk was furious at being mocked like this. Gathering the powerful energy in his hands, he decided that he would destroy them all at once. A stream of fire appeared around the man, which looked like a fire dragon. The wise monk's attack was directed at Pio Wol's back. He felt something approaching him and slowly turned around. From this attack of Man-Bafa upon his enemy, the ceiling in the hall and the floor in some places were shattered. However, our hero was no longer there and the man did not understand where he had gone. The only people in this hall were the wise monk's subordinates and no one else. They all didn't understand where the young man had disappeared to. Then his subordinate, as if reassuring his leader, said that perhaps his great martial art was so powerful that there wasn't even a body left of the guy. But the wise monk refused to believe it. He gritted his teeth and said that our hero was definitely alive. So the man ordered his men to seek out the assassin. He was also eager to capture the young man and destroy him. Meanwhile, Pio Wol and his children were running away with a body in their hands. They were being chased. After some time, the wise monk and his subordinates came to one place along bloody footsteps. One of the men suggested that he had been injured by a martial art and had fled here. He also said that he had sent scouts ahead and their enemy would soon be captured. But the wise monk replied that he would go there himself. Behind him at that moment stood Hayukam. He looked at the entrance to the Hall of 10,000 Laws and didn't understand why Pio Wol had gone in this particular direction. He tried to find the answer to that question, and at some point it occurred to him that there was a dungeon in the hall. Then Hyokam shouted and told the people that they could not go there because Dokwan was there studying poisons with his disciples. However, it was already too late. Some of the monks from the temple were already inside. The vapors of the poison reached them, and they began to choke. The wise monk watched this and was shocked. His subordinate asked everyone to hold their breath. The wise monk then shouted furiously and gathered some energy in his hands. The subordinate realized what his leader was doing and once again told everyone to hold their breath. At this point, the men were holding back the poison with their own strength. It wasn't easy for him, but everything was going according to plan. At least he thought so until the heads of his men started flying in different directions. When the wise monk noticed this, he was puzzled. He did not understand what was happening. But what surprised him even more was that 3 errands came out in front of him. Soma smiled broadly in his face and said he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. And sometime before, when Pio Wol and the kids were running away from their pursuers, Soma asks the guy when they can destroy their enemies. In response, the young man said it would happen when he started to obey. Our hero had it all figured out. He said that the people from the temple would take the blood from the brought lifeless for his, and chase them not suspecting that there would be death waiting for them there. Added that he wasn't going to wipe out the temple people quickly and painlessly. He decided that first they would lure them to the right place and poison them. But this angered Soma. He thought he couldn't destroy the people himself. Pio Wol said that they would not be killed by such poison and added that it was not worth it to spend all his strength on each of them. He also asked the boy if he had not told him that he had waited so long for this moment. The boy asked him to obey and be patient. Pio Wol promised that Soma would enjoy his destruction to the fullest. These words reassured the boy, and he smiled happily, agreeing to this arrangement. So now, standing in front of the wise monk and his men, Soma said he was willing to die for revenge. He also turned to the Guayang Sanyo and asked if they were willing to do the same, and they said yes. The boy liked that answer and started laughing loudly. After that, his eyes became especially crazy, and he suggested to his allies to destroy the man. That made the wise monk angry again. He was furious that some boy could lord it over him. The man told himself that as soon as he got out of this poisonous fog, he would deal with Soma immediately. He wanted to use the divine fire of Samadhi to burn him. Therefore, the wise monk, with all the anger he now felt towards these children, gathered energy in his hands to attack them. The errands were quite calm at the sight of such a spectacle and waited for it to continue. Then the man shouted that it was time for the kids to go to the other world and raised his hands up and released all that energy. The power of the wise monk's attack was so powerful that everything around him glowed. Hyukam, who was standing outside, covered his face with his hands to save himself from the bright light. A crater appeared in the place of the Hall of 10,000 Laws. Looking at it, Hyukam didn't understand what was happening. Then the man looked closer and noticed the wise monk standing in the recess. He was very surprised at this, and without wasting time ordered his subordinates to quickly descend and help their leader. All of their Little Thunder Temple's people immediately rushed into the crater that had appeared. When they approached the wise monk, they began to ask him if he was all right, but he didn't answer as he thought that his attack would have wiped out their enemies. But something was bothering the man, and one of his subordinates asked him to get out of here and rest. And as soon as those words were said, suddenly, Soma flashed beside the wise monk's face. As the man turned around, he saw the heads of his subordinates flying to the ground. He had no time to do anything. The boy used his chi rings to cut through everyone in his path. The people from the temple tried to attack Soma, but they failed. Guion was fighting beside him as well. Soma tried to divide the victims at first, but he said there were a lot of targets here. Smiling madly in response, Soma told his ally that was a good point. Laughing uncontrollably, the boy attacked the people of the temple. Watching this, the wise monk was furious. And while he was so engrossed in his emotions, silver threads appeared around his neck. But the man noticed them and pulled them away from his neck. He thought it was a miserable labor. As the wise monk turned around, he saw sharp daggers flying at him, but he was able to dodge them, and they flew past him and into the ground. Then, with burning eyes, the wise monk turned to our hero and asked if that was all he was capable of. And at that moment, the man noticed a silhouette in the distance. Without wasting time, he immediately rushed in that direction. The wise monk assumes it was his adversary. In a threatening voice, he told the boy that he knew where he was hiding. Gathering powerful energy in his hands, he attacked the young man, but Pyo-wol blocked his blow with his blades. While they were standing in this position, several daggers on silver threads appeared behind the guy. And those blades that first flew past the man were also in free flight. All the weapons headed toward the wise monk, but the man thought it was an obvious attack. He blocked the daggers that flew at his face with one hand and caught the ones from behind with the other. The wise monk then reiterated that all the antics on our hero's part were futile and bounced back. In that case, Pyo-wol pulled out another weapon. In his hands was a long and thick whip. The moment he was leaving for Tibet, Tang Sochu gave him a windbreaker and put an extra weapon in it. It was at this point that our hero decided to use his extra gear. Taking the windbreaker in his hands, he began to untwist it. After gaining enough momentum, the young man launched the windbreaker towards the wise monk. The windbreaker spun around like a metal disc, and sharp blades flew out of it. The man was confused when he saw it, but not wanting to lose, he attacked Pyo-wol back. The ground began to crack from the powerful impact. The young man dodged such an attack and then swung his whip that was in his hands. As soon as he did, the scales that were on it flew off in different directions. Said that it was Ching Cheng's secret skill. Pyo-wol used the 72-wave sword technique, and the whole wave moved towards the wise monk. He was shocked at the sight of the water approaching him. But despite that, the man tried to block his opponent's strike. He put all his strength into this deflecting attack. After a few seconds, the clothes on the wise monk simply ripped. With burning eyes and bare torso, he told the guy that the attack was not bad. Then he stood in a fighting stance. Behind the man's back was a fire in the form of a dragon, and opposite him in the same position stood Pyo-wol, but there was a snake behind him. At that moment, the young man remembered the supreme wind. It was the master with whom he had been defeated. Realized that to defeat him, he needed a different skill set than he already possessed. Eventually, Pyo-wol learned a new method. It was not a skill, but a technique that only assassins possess. It was called the instant attack. It said that to predict your opponent's next move, you had to dodge his first attack. That's exactly what the young man did in his battle with the wise monk. He grabbed the guy's fist and with the other hand, which had fire in it, swung at our hero. And then the technique said to put the opponent in a position where the other would have an advantage. However, this didn't quite work out for Pyo-wol. The wise monk had a good speed of mind and the battle took a more dangerous turn. They continued to attack each other, and Pyo-wol recited in his head the words of the technique that the closer you get to the enemy, the more careful you have to be. Realized that the enhanced aura could shatter bones and even split flesh with one light scratch, and he also realized that if he got close to the man, he could die. That was why Pyo-wol decided that he should get closer to the wise monk. The young man used the threads to make the man think his attack was successful. He also had the idea of confusing his enemy with a lot of blood. However, it wasn't that simple. Pyo-wol realized that it would be difficult to deceive the wise monk. Attacking each other in turn, the young man thought that a master like him would suspect something wrong. But he was sure that after a while the man's lies would seem true. Pyo-wol fought the master of all masters using many skills. One of them was ant poison. It's said to distract the enemy with eyes with breath and an attack that misleads. And it worked. The wise monk asked the young man quite contentedly if he was exhausted. It seemed to him that he was getting weaker before his eyes. The man was thrilled that our hero had come up with such a scheme, but ended up a worthless assassin. But Pyo-wol didn't say anything back to his opponent. He understood that all this was done in the name of victory. And the wise monk shouted at the top of his voice his wish for the young man to die, and attacked him. And these were the final stages of the Pyo-wol technique. At the moment when the man would no longer doubt his victory, his final attack would follow. This attack is rather weak and obvious because it reveals its vulnerabilities. Our hero's eyes sparkled and he jumped up from his seat and headed towards his opponent. As soon as the wise monk let his guard down, Pyo-wol approached him and plunged a dagger into his chest. With dazed eyes, the man looked at our hero and did not understand how it happened. After that, the young man used the body distortion technique and channeled it into the wise monk. The discomfort made the man scream very loudly, and a bright light burst from his eyes. Then Pyo Wool told him that even if he protects his body with an enhanced sura, it still doesn't look to stop the destruction from within. As a result, the wise monk turned black and died in a matter of seconds, realized it was the end, and turned to leave. Upon seeing this, the people of the Lesser Thunder Temple were shocked that their leader had fallen. They all rushed after our hero to destroy him. The monks realized that he was tired and had faith in his own strength. As soon as Soma noticed that all the victims were scattering, he was outraged. Jumping in place, the boy tried to stop them. He said he wasn't done with them. After a few seconds, however, he calmed down. Soma's gaze shifted to something bright coming out of the crater. As they ran towards the pit where the wise monk and Pyo Wool were fighting, people were confronted with a powerful energy. No one understood what it was. As soon as it was quiet, a man appeared at that spot. It was Jin Gyumwoo. He turned to our hero and asked him with a smile if he was all right. Seeing Iron Blood Master Pyo Wool was at a loss, Jin Gyumwoo replied that he had worked hard to find the young man. He said that if he hadn't noticed the explosion or the tower, he wouldn't have been able to find him. The man said he was glad he wasn't late. But later, looking at the dead wise monk, Gyumwoo realized that the young man was almost finished. However, he still smiled and said that Pyo Wool still needed help with some things. The man turned to our hero and asked if he could still fight. Then the young man turned toward the men of the temple and said that he would be indebted to Gyumwoo. Drawing his sword, the man rejoiced, because at last they were fighting side by side. After a while, one Hukum stood outside this crater and watched, nervously laughing. Also inside the pit, Soma was happily running and giggling. There was blood all around, and it seemed that no one from the small Thunder Temple was left alive. With a satisfied smile putting his sword away in its sheath, Jin Gyumwoo called our hero a friend and said that it was all over. However, Pyo Wool reacted harshly to this and said that he was not his friend. The man replied that he had saved Won Ganyun and that she was on her way back to Chengdu. The young man didn't say anything, but asked Gyumwoo how he had found him. He assumed he was using some kind of stalking technique, but the man said he'd never even heard of them. And the secret was that Gyumwoo was just trying to imagine what Pyo Wool would do in such a situation. The Iron Blood Master also smiled broadly and added that there was one thing that still helped him go in the right direction. Jin Gyumwoo said that even though he was bad at repeating the guy, he managed to find him. And while the man was saying all this, he noticed that Pyo Wool was in a bad state. All because the young man had expended a lot of energy. Gyumwoo realized that if he had come later, our hero might have died and the conflict would never have been resolved. Also, the Iron Blood Master had heard that the sage of the small temple was very strong, and he was amazed that Pyo Wool was able to deal with him. Jin Gyumwoo looked at the guy with a kind of delight and tried to realize how strong he was. After his reflections, he turned to Pyo Wool and asked if they were now returning to Chengdu, but our hero answered no. Lifting his head up and looking somewhere, he said he wasn't done here yet. And most likely the young man was talking about Hukama, who was running away from the battlefield. The man was very frightened by what he saw and didn't know what to do. He was shocked that even the small Thunder Temple had been destroyed. Now he was in a panic, wondering where to run to this time. He thought briefly of the Patala Palace. Yukam was glad because he thought that our hero would not be able to follow him straight to the castle. That's because it was so far away. The man was sure that even our hero was not capable of such a thing. He was sure that not even our hero was capable of such a thing. And as soon as he turned around, he noticed that everything in the path of the heartbreaking threads was breaking in half. The man ran toward in terror. When he reached a tree and hid behind it, Hukum exhaled easily. He thought the danger was over, but it wasn't. Threads wrapped around his body and nailed him to this tree. The man could not move. In a panic, he began to repent and beg to be left alone. And as the heartbreaking threads were nailing him to the tree harder and harder with each passing second, Hukum tearfully asked for it to be destroyed. After saying that, the threads tightened and pierced the man. At that moment, Hukum was relieved and said that he was now free. It was dawn. Soma and the other children were sitting peacefully on the grass and admiring nature. Enjoying the sun that was falling on her face, Unyo asked the guys who they thought would win, to which Guion didn't hesitate to say that his answer was obvious. He was sure that Pyo Wool would win. Meanwhile, our hero had just joined them. The young man stood with a serious face in front of Jin Gyumwoo. Unyo didn't argue with the boy but said that fighting the Iron Tower Lord would be hard. To which Guion replied that if our hero is as sharp as a needle, the Lord is like a hammer. Jin Gyumwoo greeted the young man with a smile and asked if he was okay. Pyo Wool replied that he was in his best shape right now. The man was happy to hear that. Then he said that no matter how the fight ended, he would forget about Shimon's death. When he heard that, he kept his face and said that he didn't care if he continued to remember him. Jin Gyumwoo was not surprised by this answer. He added that he didn't like living with unresolved conflicts because they often creep into your heart and make things worse. And Pio Wool said that it was too complicated a way to live. After that, a red aura appeared around Iron Bloodmaster, and he thanked our hero for agreeing to resolve their conflict this way. At this moment, his aura also appeared around the young man, and he said that he was doing this because he had something he needed to know. The children were watching the men's conversation the whole time. They realized that something was about to happen and were excited. And that was indeed the case. Pio Wool and Jin Gumwo darted towards each other with weapons in their hands. The children continued to marvel at this. Sometime later, in a city alley, an elderly man received the originals of rare books. He received them from another man at the request of his son. The elderly man laughed upon hearing this and told his interlocutor that he needed a rest from the road. He added that he had a hotel on the way. All this time, they were being watched from the corner. He was very unhappy with what was happening because he wanted to see the girls. The young man seemed to be waiting for one of the men to get free. And yet he lost his patience and went his own way. He resented that they should have gone to a brothel instead. As he continued to walk forward, he thought he should look for a good place to entertain in town. And while the young man was thinking about it ahead, he noticed a beautiful girl who was turning the corner. The guy's expression changed immediately at the sight of her. He followed her, trying to figure out where she was going. After chasing the girl, he saw her walk up to some house and enter it. Looking around the area, assumed that the mysterious stranger lived in this posh place and was shocked by it. And not thinking long, the young man let go of all his thoughts and decided to climb over the fence of this house. Once outside the fence, he noticed that it was pretty quiet and most likely there were no guards. And at that moment, a childish voice sounded behind him. It was Soma, and smiling, he asked the young man who he was. I was scared out of my wits and turned immediately to the boy. He was at a loss for what had happened as he was sure there was no one around. Then the boy turned to Soma and asked if he had lived here. The boy said yes, and then he wanted to ask about the girl he had been following all this time. While he was looking away at that moment, the boy was staring at him with his crazy eyes. There's a dark aura around him. It was because Soma was fed up with the fact that as soon as Eungyo went outside, everyone was swarming over her like flies. After a while, two men were carrying a lifeless man on a stretcher. The boy stood outside the house and asked when dinner would be served because he was hungry. That's the question he asked Pio Wool. Our hero asked Soma to wait since the food wasn't ready yet. Then he asked the boy how he had been doing here lately. With a satisfied smile, he replied that they were best off here. He said that Gwion and Eungyo had nowhere else to go. And after a short pause, the boy added that it was very difficult for him to live with his family. At that moment, the man who was the manager stood next to them and Soma said that he was the best. Pio Wool smiled in response and said he was glad to hear that. Then the boy noticed a letter on our hero's desk and assumed it was from Gyeomwoo. Soma asked why the master wrote to the young man so often. Naturally, it wasn't a love letter. He didn't answer anything to Soma, but he was very attracted to the fact that Gyeomwoo still called him a friend in his letters. It was after these words that Pio Wool abruptly rolled up the letter. Soma was surprised and asked the young man if he would not read it. Then the boy asked if Gyeomwoo really came from the Cheongju Mountains. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he had probably already reached home. In addition, Soma asked if Pio Wool would go to see him, but our hero said no again. Then he changed the subject and told Soma that manager Go had prepared a dish of river fish especially for them. Asked them to eat and not be shy. But Soma made it clear that they were not the kind of people who would do that. The manager was still standing there, smiling silently. Then the boy said cheerfully that he would go get Unya and Gwion and stepped away from the window. And at that moment, he suddenly remembered something and decided to address our hero. With a happy face, Soma thanked Pio Wool for getting them out of that place. The boy also said that he now understood why Jin Gyeomwoo loved him so much. The boy's expression changed to one of surprise at these words. So afterward looked with a frowning brow at the letter from the man. But still not daring to read it, our hero looked at Soma and asked him not to say anything stupid.